Chapter 1. Why do humans possess the eyes of elves? Thousands of years ago, weary of eternal life, the deities held a grand banquet in the temple atop the holy city, honoring the ancestors of elves. Fairies and humans. Students should have encountered this scene in the famous painting, The Last Supper. After the feast concluded, the deities led the three ancestors to a fruit tree in the temple's rear garden. Laden with fruits known as divine grace, the deities proclaimed, "Children, feel free to choose any fruit you desire." Our elven lord selected beauty and wisdom, while the fairy lord chose health and tranquility. Suddenly, the lord of the beasts, who had stealthily infiltrated the temple, dashed out, devouring the fruits named power and ambition before fleeing, evading even the guarding dragon. The deities were taken aback, for this foretold that the beast had acquired immense power and an insatiable desire for expansion. Poised to wreak havoc upon the world. At that moment, the human ancestor, who had yet to make a choice, stepped forward and selected courage and hope. Upon hearing this, the students in the classroom erupted into laughter, rousing Mei Yi, who had been dozing off. Confused, Mei lifted his head, glancing around in bewilderment, unaware of what had transpired. The imprints on his face and drool at the corner of his mouth elicited another round of laughter from the class. Humph. Courage and hope. Infighting is rampant. They are but a scattered bunch. To harbor hope for the human race indeed requires a measure of courage. It seems the choice made by the human ancestor was rather astute, a male elf remarked with a tinge of sarcasm. I can hardly believe that humans, like us fairies, are descendants of the gods. On what grounds? Did you elves truly verify your claims while composing the textbooks? Moreover, why does he always cover his right eye with his hair? How peculiar. The fairy girl who voiced this turned to glance at Mei Yi before swiftly averting her gaze, as if she had encountered something repulsive. Silence, silence, said the elven teacher, Liuxi. Students, let us not forget that over 1,500 years ago, it was the combined efforts of elves, fairies, and humans that drove the beasts north of the Tianlu mountain range. The elven king even bestowed titles upon 7 distinguished human lords. And now there is but a single fallen leaf lord remaining, with humanity dwindling to a mere few 100,000, whispered an elven classmate. Upon locking eyes with Liuxi, he promptly fell silent. Mei Yi remained unfazed by the jibes of his elven and fairy classmates. He was not of this world, but rather from a cerulean planet, devoid of any sense of belonging or affinity towards the elven kingdom or its human denizens. Furthermore, in his past life, he had already reached his 20s, although he found himself in a 16-year-old body in this world. His soul was that of an adult man, rendering it unnecessary to engage with these prickly youths. He reveled in the joy of rebirth and survival in a foreign realm. The world into which he had been reborn was one ruled by elves. Unlike the elves depicted by novelists and cartoonists in his previous life, the elves here did not possess elongated ears, and their lifespans were not vastly different from humans. The primary distinction lay in their eyes and hair. All elves sported silver hair and golden eyes. Below the elves were the fairies. According to the texts, fairies were essentially elves who resided in forests, their hair gradually turning green and their eyes shifting to a slightly greenish light blue over time. Fairies and elves shared a common origin and were thus natural allies. As for humans, while they too were descendants of the gods alongside fairies and elves, they remained distant from both. Regrettably, humans in this world, like in his past life, favored infighting, and the 7 human dominions gradually dwindled to the fallen leaf dominion, with the population plummeting to 30 or 40,000. A mere few 100,000 compared to nearly 800,000 elves and 200,000 fairies rendered humanity insignificant. They lost their voice and bargaining power in the political landscape of the elven kingdom, gradually relegating themselves to the status of second-class citizens. For instance, in the prestigious northern institution, Faerie Academy, there were only 4 humans, 3 of whom were either wealthy or noble. The only reason Mei Yi, of common birth, could attend this academy was due to the influence of the elves. The purpose of recounting this tale as an introduction is to remind everyone that elves, fairies, and humans are all offspring of the gods. And it is imperative that we coexist harmoniously in school, refraining from disseminating any divisive rhetoric regarding our races. My name is Liuxi, your temporary homeroom teacher and the primary instructor for the course on spirit techniques. The formal class will commence after the reallocation of classes, but I understand your curiosity regarding spirit techniques, so allow me to demonstrate. Liuxi extended her delicately boneless right hand, and all the students, brimming with excitement, focused intently on their teacher's hand, fearful of missing a single detail. The previously noisy classroom fell silent in an instant. She softly chanted a few incantations, and the red crystal bracelet on her wrist glimmered with a translucent brilliance. In her right hand, a flame the size of a duck pear materialized from thin air, its pure blue flame flickering gently. The students erupted into exclamations, while Mei simply observed quietly. Behold, this is the first stage of using spirit techniques, known as triggering. The complete process of triggering involves reciting the incantation, activating the spirit particles, and then controlling the spirit particles through a conduit, namely the bracelet, to condense them into a flame state. Upon finishing, Cleisha gently moved her right hand aside, allowing the blue flame to hover in the air, quietly burning. At this sight, the classroom erupted with astonishment and applause. Mei remained indifferent, pondering the significance of the display. Look, this is referred to as controlling spirit techniques, and it is a notably challenging aspect. Ordinarily, when the teacher removes her hand, the flame should fall to the ground, yet it hovers suspended, exclaimed a fairy girl behind him in awe. Mei suddenly understood. This defied the principles of gravity. Fortunately, this world lacked Newton, or else it might have triggered a bizarre resurrection incident. Cleisha smiled and remarked, "It appears some of you have already grasped the concept of control. Controlling is highly taxing on one's mental energy. Although the teacher is a purple pattern spirit master, her control still leaves much to be desired." "Is that not sufficient?" a student exclaimed. "Then what constitutes good control?" "Well, my father is also a fire-type spirit master. Fire-type ability user, and the flame he triggers can only remain suspended for less than 10 seconds, swaying unsteadily. The teacher has managed this for several minutes without any movement." Cleisha waved her hand dismissively and continued, "The final stage is attack." Her expression suddenly turned stern. The essence of attack remains control, posing a significant test of concentration for the spirit master. With that, she waved her right hand, and the blue flame shot towards the window beside her. Due to the flame's swift flight, the pear-shaped flame elongated into a dazzling line, akin to a laser, instantly piercing through the potted cactus in the glass window. The sheer destructive power of the spirit technique left everyone in a state of shock, their astonishment palpable. Mei Yi, however, remained unperturbed. Cleisha shook her head and stated, "The teacher merely aimed to penetrate the cactus. Hence, my control still requires improvement. In battle, one might inadvertently put allies behind the enemy at risk. Students, please remember, spirit techniques are not an art. They're a matter of life and death. Do not be enchanted by tales of spirit masters vanquishing beasts to earn noble titles, or discovering priceless treasures in ancient ruins, for the costs are unimaginable." Just as all the students inhaled sharply, Cleisha flashed a gentle smile once more. "There is still time. Let me share some fundamental knowledge regarding spirit techniques. The ranks of spirit masters, from lowest to highest, are as follows: green pattern, blue pattern, purple pattern, red pattern, orange pattern, silver pattern, gold pattern, and black pattern. After passing the rank assessment, the Spirit Technique Committee will issue a badge, with the front engraved with the holder's portrait and name, and the back bearing the corresponding royal family crest of the respective color." She continued with a hint of sorrow, "Regrettably, for nearly a century there has been a scarcity of talent in spirit techniques, with the highest-ranking spirit master being merely a purple pattern. The sole red pattern spirit master, Isidore, has passed away in a remote town known as Xingye." At that moment, Cleisha inadvertently noticed that the human student, who had been relatively disengaged, was secretly wiping away tears. As he brushed aside the hair that perpetually obscured his right eye, Cleisha suddenly glimpsed his right eye, a golden one. Startled, she dropped the textbook in her hand. As she bent down to retrieve it, she pondered. Was this student not a typical human with black hair and black eyes? Why did he possess a golden eye? No wonder he had always concealed his right eye with his hair. Cleisha glanced at the student information sheet on her desk, her gaze swiftly landing on the last line, where Mei Yi's information was laid bare. Name, Mei Yi. Age, 16. Race, human. Address, Tianlu City, Xingye Town. She mused, this student must have had some connection with Isidore in Xingye Town. Moreover, it is quite possible that his eye was bestowed upon him by Isidore, after all. A red pattern spirit master occupies a pinnacle position in the elven kingdom, one that humans could never usurp, even if this human had somehow acquired Isidore's eye through some means. The strength of a human alone would be insufficient for the transplantation. Such a procedure would require a top-tier fairy healer proficient in holy light spirit techniques, of whom there are but a handful. Things were becoming rather intriguing, Cleisha thought. Isidore, have you chosen this human? What, pray tell, captivates your heart about him to such an extent that you entrusted your very eyes to him in your dying moments? Steeling herself, Cletia continued, as you all are undoubtedly aware, spiritual arts can only be inherited through bloodlines. And those possessing the blood of spiritual arts are exceedingly rare. Tomorrow, the school will conduct spiritual arts assessments for all first-year students, and based on the results, the classes will be rearranged. Given that your senior students have previously engaged in some extreme actions following such assessments, The faculty wishes to convey that even in the absence of the blood of spiritual arts, there is no need for despair. The Academy's programs in theology, rhetoric, mathematics, astronomy, and music are all quite robust. Even those with the blood of spiritual arts may not necessarily become spiritualists. Those with such blood may only be termed as potential spiritualists, and it is only through the Green Mark assessment that one may earn the Green Mark badge to be recognized as a spiritualist. With an elimination rate nearing 80%. Upon hearing the teacher mention the class reassessment once more, the students could no longer maintain their composure. No one was in the mood to heed the teacher's words. And they began to murmur amongst themselves. The once quiet classroom became a buzz of chatter. Mei Yi could empathize with their feelings. The elven priest Liuxi from the small town had informed him that Green Mark spiritualists are exempt from taxes. Blue Mark holders receive generous stipends monthly, Purple Mark holders can be ennobled, and Red Mark holders may become local lords. Above the Red Mark, one can only imagine. It has been centuries since a spiritualist of the Red Mark or higher has appeared. A wave of relief washed over Mei Yi. The affairs of spiritual arts had little bearing on him. He was acutely aware that spiritual arts were powerful techniques exclusive to elves and fairies. With no connection to humanity whatsoever, his sole ambition was to secure a respectable job after graduation to provide for himself and his sister. His parents had long since passed, leaving only a sister behind. The family used to possess over a dozen acres of land, but due to unforeseen circumstances, they had lost everything. He had contemplated leveraging the knowledge from his past life to amass wealth. But the wealth-building strategies depicted in web novels of his previous life, glass, gunpowder, soap, miraculous alchemy, were utterly impractical. The narratives of web fiction were nothing but deceit. Chapter 2. The Red Badge of the Spiritualist after Illya departed. The class proceeded to Professor Yuzu's grammar lesson. This subject was compulsory and commenced officially today. Professor Yuzu, of fairy descent, was petite, with cloud-like green hair adorned with a leaf-shaped hairpin, and she wore a long dress emblazoned with floral patterns. Her pale blue eyes sparkling like gems. Grammar, akin to language studies, posed no challenge for Mei Yi. Strangely, the script of this world resembled that of his previous life, a combination of square characters and alphabetic script. With only slight grammatical differences. He casually flipped through the book and found that the grammar class was at the level of junior high language studies from his former life, prompting a faint smile and a gentle shake of his head. Professor Yuzu, engrossed in reading the text, was far less forgiving than Illya. Infuriated by Mei Yi's casual demeanor, she hurled a piece of chalk at him with lightning speed, her actions so swift and discreet that no one noticed. After realizing her mistake, having inadvertently activated her rare power-based spiritual arts, Yuzu panicked. The chalk, propelled with great force, could easily injure Mei Yi. She berated herself. What does my unsatisfactory breakfast have to do with this student? What relation does my failed matchmaking have to him? And what connection does my stagnant salary amidst rising prices have with this student? Why can't I control my temper? Just as Professor Yuzu implored the heavens for her throw to miss. The chalk struck Mei Yi squarely in the chest, shattering into a cloud of white dust. She squeezed her eyes shut in terror. Mei Yi felt as though struck by a hammer, a dull pain blossoming in his chest. Confused, he glanced up. Yuzu raised her book high to shield her face, only daring to peek at Mei Yi when he lowered his head. What? He appears unfazed. Mei Yi reached into his collar and produced a round badge. The reverse adorned with the red emblem of the royal family. Yuzu's heart sank. Could it be the legendary Red Mark badge? No wonder my chalk attack had no effect. But wait, this is hardly the time to ponder that. Why is this badge, belonging solely to Red Mark spiritualists, in the possession of a human? This badge is the only one in the entire kingdom, and everyone knows it belongs to the prodigious spiritualist. Esther. Speaking of Esther, even the haughty Yuzu could not help but concede. Born into nobility, she had received a mountain of love letters throughout her life, and graduated from the Elven Kingdom's premier institution, the True Spirit Academy, at just 16. In short, she had a noble lineage, beauty, intelligence, and exceptional spiritual arts abilities. Esther inherited her family's unique ice-based spiritual arts, began practicing at 15, formed a hunting party at 16, and became a Red Mark spiritualist by 18. Tragically, at the tender age of 21, she met her untimely demise in a remote town. Seeing that Mei Yi was unharmed, Yuzu exhaled in relief, thinking to herself, "You have caused me undue concern. I shall have to discipline you properly." Just as Mei Yi tucked the badge back into his clothing, she commanded, "Mei Yi, please read aloud the segments of text I just covered." The classmates began to murmur once more. Mei Yi is done for. The teacher must be setting him up. These passages are so challenging. She only read them once, and no one could possibly remember them. I heard from a senior that Professor Yuzu is notoriously strict. He is surely in for punishment. This human student is truly pitiable. I almost feel sorry for him. Why would he strain himself to attend our academy? Wouldn't studying at a school in his hometown be far less stressful? Ignoring his classmates' chatter, Mei Yi stood up, furrowing his brows as he gazed at the textbook. Pondering in silence. Indeed, he knows nothing. Professor Yuzu's expression is already turning sour. Mei Yi thought to himself, wait, what segments did Professor Yuzu just read? No matter, the text isn't lengthy. I shall read it all. Thus, amidst the glee of his classmates, Mei Yi recited the entire passage that as he read. The classroom gradually fell silent. Yuzu's mouth formed a perfect O, and even Clotilde, passing by the doorway, halted, her eyes wide with disbelief. Mei Yi, noticing the bewildered gazes of his teacher and classmates, pondered, what now? You elves and fairies are so emotional. One moment you're shrieking, then mocking, followed by silence, and now confusion. I'm running out of expressions to describe you. Unbeknownst to him, he had accomplished something extraordinary. The level of development in the world Mei Yi inhabited was not much superior to that of medieval Europe from his previous life, with an alarmingly low rate of literacy among the populace. In this world, paper and printing had only recently been invented, and books were often precious hand-copied scrolls made from sheepskin, leaving ordinary families with little opportunity to engage with written material, even among the aristocracy and wealthy. Literacy was a significant challenge. This world lacked phonetics and phonetic symbols. Reading could only be learned through oral tradition. The educational system was not yet established, and nearly everyone prior to entering the academy had employed private tutors of varying quality. Do you know all the characters? I haven't yet taught the new words from the latter sections. Professor Yuzu exclaimed in astonishment. Dozens of golden eyes and a pair of pale blue ones fixated on him. Mei Yi realized the source of Yuzu's confusion and, with a quick thought, replied, this passage is from the doctrine of the goddess. The elven priest in our town led us in memorizing it. I only recognize half of the characters within. Yuzu's expression softened. No wonder. Please take a seat and pay attention. The classmates collectively sighed in relief. Of course, this aligns with our expectations of humans, empty-headed and uneducated. Wait, he just said he recognized half? Let me count. The characters I recognize are less than half. Unintentionally, Mei noticed Clotilde observing him quietly from outside the classroom, her golden eyes seemingly piercing into his soul. He hurriedly averted his gaze, focusing intently on Professor Yuzu's lecture. After school let out at 5 o'clock, the students all boarded their carriages to return home, and the academy fell into a hushed stillness. Mei Yi resided on campus, purchasing a loaf of bread from the school store. He settled onto a bench behind the teaching building, gazing at the swimming fish in the river while quietly eating. Just as his thoughts wandered, a timid voice inquired, hello, may I sit here? Upon looking up, Mei beheld a human girl clad in a pale yellow-striped dress with a green base and white trim. Her slender, straight legs were encased in black stockings, and her golden hair was styled into a thick ponytail that fell across her chest. Her eyes sparkled a brilliant blue, exuding an indescribable beauty. Mei blurted out, 10 points. The girl, blushing, replied, 10 points. May I sit? Mei quickly rose, gesturing to the bench. Please do. There are indeed not many humans in this school. My name is Mei Yi, from class 2 of the first year. And you? I am Chilua, from class 1. The girl sat down, retrieving a pink lunchbox from her bag and offering Mei a gentle smile. Aside from us, there are 2 other human boys in classes 3 and 4. Her gaze lingered on the black bread in Mei Yi's hand, and she remarked in surprise, is that all you're eating? As soon as she spoke, she added hastily, I didn't mean any offense. If you don't mind, you can have some of mine. I can't finish it all by myself. She was flushed with urgency as she pushed the lunchbox in front of Mei Yi, which contained neatly arranged egg rolls, sausages, shrimp, sandwiches, fruits, and fried vegetable pockets that were undeniably appetizing. Mei Yi, however, showed no signs of discontent. He understood Chi Luo's intentions. In this world, attending school meant one must come from a well-off family. At a prestigious institution like Hualing Academy, even the children of the powerful had to vie fiercely for a place. It was inconceivable for someone dressed so carelessly to be present in such a setting, merely surviving on a piece of dry bread for dinner. Just as Chi Luo felt an overwhelming embarrassment for her earlier misstep, Mei Yi casually picked up a vegetable pocket from her lunchbox, popped it into his mouth, and smiled, saying, Thank you, my lady. It tastes delightful. Did you make it yourself? Qi Luo's face turned crimson as she earnestly replied, "Do not call me that. It is indeed my creation. Is it truly delicious? Delicious enough to warrant a marriage proposal?" Mei Yi chuckled. "My lady, I must take my leave." Just as Qi Luo was about to express her indignation, Mei Yi had already vanished from sight. Chapter 3. The turmoil of spirit magic assessment. The following day, the usually tranquil Hualing Academy was bustling with activity. Carriages clogged the wide streets at the entrance of the academy, with countless parents anxiously awaiting the results of their children's spirit magic assessments. This scene reminded Mei Yi of his own parents waiting under the scorching sun for him to exit the examination hall, causing a pang of sorrow to swell in his chest. Having just started his career, he had not yet had the chance to fulfill his filial duties before fate cruelly snatched them away. He wiped away his tears, reminding himself not to dwell on it. Such thoughts were futile. At least his sister was there to accompany them. As Qi Luo passed by the door of Class 2, she caught sight of Mei standing alone by the back window of the classroom. Initially intending to call out to him, she remembered how he had teased her the previous day. Causing her cheeks to redden, she hurriedly walked past him. Half a minute later, Qi Luo returned and whispered, "Hey, let us go down together to watch." When they reached the lawn, the Spirit Magic Committee, having come all the way from the kingdom, had erected a tall spirit stone in the center of the grassy area. The stone was entirely black, with a texture akin to jade and shaped like a tree, clearly an ancient artifact. There, Mei noticed two other human boys who were fawning over the elven and fairy girls in their class, yet only earned disdainful glares in return. They remained undeterred, relentless in their pursuits. What a bunch of simps, Mei scoffed. He then quickly realized that there were only 3 human boys in the entire academy, and among them, 2 were desperately seeking to win the affections of the affluent elven or fairy girls to elevate their social standing. This meant that the well-bred and gentle girl beside him had likely gone unpursued. How might I win her heart? Mei pondered, recalling that in his past life, he had never mustered the courage to approach a girl of such divine caliber. Now, not only had she spoken to him, but she had also invited him to witness the spirit magic assessment. Resolute in his decision, Mei concluded that being a simp was preferable to being single. In this second life, he resolved not to live timidly as he had before, missing out on several opportunities with girls who reciprocated his feelings. As the officials from the Spirit Magic Committee announced the commencement of the assessments, the atmosphere fell silent. The officials and teacher Yuzu, along with Dean Shilu, stood beside the spirit stone, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Nearly 200 first-year students formed a long line before them, too anxious to even breathe, bracing themselves for the test. Even Mei Yi and Qi Luo, who had initially approached the situation with indifference, began to feel the tension in the air, after being rebuffed by the elven and fairy girls. The 2 boys glanced over at Mei Yi. He anticipated they would approach Qi Luo, but instead, they walked directly into the classroom. Mei Yi rubbed his eyes in disbelief. While the elven and fairy girls were indeed beautiful, Qi Luo was no less so. Were these boys blind? As Mei Yi was lost in thought, teacher Yuzu called out, "Cassette." A short-haired elven girl stepped forward, placing her hand upon the spirit stone. After a minute of no response, she burst into tears. The expressionless officials from the Spirit Magic Committee announced, "Non-magic user." Lo Fei, a tall elven boy, approached, placing his hand on the stone, which remained unresponsive. "Non-magic user." Shasha, non-magic user. Elliot, non-magic user. To everyone's astonishment, after calling out over 20 students, not a single one possessed the bloodline for spirit magic. Mei Yi couldn't help but exclaim, "Qi Luo, your class is nearly wiped out. Is it truly this rare to find spirit magic users?" Qi Luo replied, "I overheard the teachers discussing it when I passed by their office. Out of these 200 students, those with spirit magic bloodlines will not exceed 50, and ultimately, no more than 20 will become magic users." As they spoke, another fairy girl began to weep at the testing site. Mei Yi questioned, "Isn't it said that spirit magic blood is inherited through lineage? Shouldn't these students already know if they possess it, and why the sorrow?" "Not necessarily. If both parents are magic users, their child will undoubtedly be one as well. Even if both are non-magic users, if they have a lineage of magic users in their ancestry, the child may still possess the potential." Mei Yi marveled, "Qi Luo, you are quite knowledgeable." He then mused, "No wonder. The allure of the title magic user is too great for anyone to pass up. The books say that noble titles in the kingdom cannot be inherited, and the wealth of the affluent is heavily taxed upon death. The true aristocracy is undoubtedly the families of magic users." "Not quite. The true aristocracy consists of the powerful nobles, the lords, interjected teacher Kelitaya, who had approached them unnoticed. Lords possess administrative, judicial, and conscription powers within their territories, and their positions can be inherited, making even kings wary of them. For reasons unknown, Chi Luo appeared flustered upon hearing teacher Kelitaya's words. Mei Yi, however, greeted the teacher casually, stating, "This is hardly surprising. Feudal lordship and monarchical absolutism are inherently opposed." Both Chi Luo and teacher Kelitaya were taken aback, with the latter asking, "Which do you find preferable?" Mei Yi replied earnestly, "Neither is particularly favorable. The tyranny of local powers and the caprices of monarchs are equally terrifying. Both will ultimately be discarded by history. In the end, it is, my goodness, a magic user has emerged." A long-haired fairy girl named Liuxi placed her hand upon the spirit stone, which immediately radiated a gentle light, with the trunk above adorned with pale green orbs. Magic user, water attribute. The voice of the spirit committee official finally carried warmth. The students in line gasped, their voices mingling with jealousy, anxiety, disappointment, and other negative emotions, yet devoid of any blessings. One student sniped, "It's just water magic, merely a low-tier skill." In the crowd, only Mei Yi clapped vigorously. All eyes turned toward him, but he remained unfazed, clapping even louder. Chi Luo, standing beside him, blushed deeply, unsure whether to stay or leave, ultimately joining in with a timid round of applause. As Liuxi descended, her lake-like azure eyes met Mei Yi's gaze deeply. The assessments continued. Chi Luo chastised Mei Yi for his abrupt behavior, but he smiled and replied, "My lady, do not be upset. After all, we are classmates. It's only fitting to express congratulations." He then queried teacher Kelitaya, "Teacher, is there a hierarchy among different attributes of spirit magic?" Seeing her confusion, he elaborated, "In other words, do magic users of a certain attribute look down upon those of others?" "I understand." Teacher Kelitaya interjected, "Yes, indeed. Attributes like lightning and fire are considered powerful and are regarded as upper-tier magic. Healing magic from the holy light attribute, due to its indispensability, is also deemed upper tier. Water and light magic are at a disadvantage in offense and defense and are privately referred to as lower tier magic. In truth, there is no distinction in the merits of magic itself. It is the magic users who exhibit superiority or inferiority. However, few truly grasp this concept. Initially, ice magic was also considered lower tier until it was forcefully elevated to a top tier status by eyesight. Teacher Kelitaya observed Mei Yi's expression, noting that upon hearing Eyesight's name, emotions of sorrow, admiration, and nostalgia flickered in his eyes. She concluded that his eyes were undoubtedly a gift from Eyesight. After a string of non-magic users, an elven boy placed his hand on the spirit stone, which once again emitted a soft glow, and countless purple orbs appeared on the trunk. This time, even the voice of the spirit committee official changed, filled with excitement as he declared, "Magic user, lightning attribute." The crowd erupted in chaos. Lightning attribute? How fortunate is Xingqian? Only a handful emerge from the entire kingdom each year. He's merely the son of a small workshop owner. Some classmates gritted their teeth in envy, their faces contorted with resentment. Mei continued to applaud with an air of disregard for her surroundings, raising both hands in exuberant cheer. The utterly embarrassed Chi Luo hastily concealed herself behind teacher Lydia. The agitated elves and fairies unleashed their ire upon Mei Yi and her family. Teacher Yuzu, exerting a gentle but decisive pressure, snapped her chalk into 3 pieces, which flew forth like lightning, striking several insolent students squarely on the head, eliciting cries of despair that in the wake of this. Silence fell over the assembly, and she called out, "Now, Class 2. Avril." The moment Mei Yi's eyes fell upon Avril, they widened in astonishment, and he found himself slightly dazed. He could not help but muse upon the wonders of existence, questioning how such a breathtaking girl could inhabit this world, and why he had never noticed her presence in his class before. She possessed a figure as graceful as flowing water. Clad in a pristine white blouse and a deep purple skirt, draped in a delicate black sheer coat adorned with polka dots, her silvery hair was elegantly styled into a beautiful updo. Her features were strikingly exquisite, with golden eyes shimmering with an enchanting light. Approaching the spirit stone, she hesitated momentarily, retracting her hand to clutch her chest, her body trembling slightly, as if in profound agony. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself to complete the test, only to suddenly collapse to the ground like a wounded butterfly. That a commotion erupted at the testing site, with a girl keenly screaming in alarm. Dean Shilu turned pale with fright, urgently proclaiming, "Everyone, remain calm. Do not touch her." Teacher Clydia, please organize the students to leave in an orderly fashion. Teacher Yuzu, fetch the school nurse at once. A frail, gray-haired elven nurse rushed over, panting heavily as she checked Averil's pulse, only to exclaim in panic, "Oh dear, this student has no heartbeat. She is already dead." Upon hearing this, Dean Shilu nearly fainted, her voice rising in alarm. Yuzu, immediately take Averil to the Flower Spirit Hospital. Clydia, forget the students and assist. Hurry, there is still hope. Hey, what are you doing? Don't touch her. Do you even know who she is? Witnessing Mei Yi reaching out to check Averil's pulse and neck, the crowd gasped in shock. Ignoring the dean's stern reprimand, he turned to the panicked Chilua and implored, "Chilua, listen for her heartbeat." Flustered, Chilua responded, "Okay." She knelt beside Averil, pressing her ear against the girl's chest. After a moment, tears streamed down her face. "Mei, she has no heartbeat." Mei turned to the elderly nurse. "Doctor, how far is the hospital from here? Does the school possess a defibrillator?" The old nurse was momentarily taken aback. "Defibrillator? It would take about an hour. There is no time. If we don't act within the golden 10 minutes, even if she survives, she will be gravely injured," he urged. "Someone, come quickly and perform CPR and chest compressions. There may still be hope." "Absurd." The old nurse, incensed at this human's reckless interference and nonsensical claims, retorted, "How can a dead elf be revived? I am a healer of the holy light, and she cannot be saved." Dean Shilu, her face ashen, lost the will to scold Mei. Clydia interrupted the irate nurse, addressing Mei, "We have never heard of CPR or chest compressions. Do you know how to perform them? If so, begin at once." "I know how, but what are you waiting for? No time for hesitation." Clydia's anger flared, her aura glowing with red spirit particles like flickering fireflies. With no time to ponder further, Mei murmured, "Avril, do not give up. Strive to return to us," as he unfastened the button at her throat. Lifting her chin, inhaled deeply, and leaned down to kiss her crimson lips. The expressions of Dean Shilu, Yuzu, Clydia, the nurse, and Chilua shifted dramatically. Chapter 4. The first encounter with Avril. Dean Shilu swiftly extended her right hand, causing the crystal bracelet on her wrist to illuminate instantly, declaring loudly, "Black Domain." A massive black cube engulfed Teacher Clydia, Dean Shilu, Teacher Yuzu, Mei Yi, Avril, and Chilua. "Hey, did you see that? That human boy intends to kiss Avril. How scandalous. Avril's family will certainly not let that human boy go." From Dean Shilu's tone, it seems her family has quite the background. Is this human a fool? Avril's demise has nothing to do with him. The Academy will bear the blame. Now, the Academy has found a scapegoat. At that moment, a girl remarked, "I think that human boy is quite brave. Let us not speak ill of him. Let us all pray to the goddess for a miracle." Amidst the outside chatter, chaos ensued within the Black Domain. Clydia, seeing Mei Yi's confident demeanor, interceded to prevent the dean, the nurse, and Teacher Yuzu from attacking him. However, after kissing Avril, Mei Yi proceeded to place both hands on her chest. Chilua, recognizing Mei Yi's determination, blocked the others from harming him. After several attempts to revive her, he sat down on the grass, wiped the sweat from his brow, and exclaimed, "This won't do. We need a defibrillator, but there is no electricity in this cursed place." Just as despair enveloped everyone, a thought struck him like lightning, and he sprang to his feet, shouting, "Xingqian, are you still here? Come quickly." Xingqian, bewildered, rushed over, and before he could speak, Mei urgently asked, "Can you unleash lightning spirit magic?" Although Xingqian was unaware of Mei's intentions, his honest nature prompted him to reply, "I can manage, but its power isn't very strong." "Perfect. Can you reduce the power of the lightning? I need you to deliver a shock to Avril's chest." Given her weight, about 50 joules should suffice. It should render her momentarily dazed but not unconscious. Expecting Xingqian to struggle with his explanation, Mei was surprised when he nodded. "I should be able to manage. I've experimented on my dog before. It stumbled a few steps and then got back up. Elves and dogs should be somewhat similar, right? Well, right." Mei and Xingqian rushed back into the Black Domain. Finding Avril's blouse unfastened, her modesty concealed by Dean Shilu's light-based magic, having overheard their conversation, she gritted her teeth and decided to take a gamble. As Xingqian activated his lightning strike, no one intervened. Earlier, Dean Shilu had discreetly informed everyone of Avril's identity, and they all understood that if she died, they would share her fate. All hope now rested on this human. The purple spirit particles swirling in the air coalesced into a slender bolt of lightning. Crackling ominously, as Mei instructed, aim for her heart, and carefully control the power of the strike. Begin. A blinding flash illuminated the space, and Avril's body jolted violently. As Xingqian withdrew his hand, Qilua leaned in to listen for Avril's heartbeat. Everyone held their breath, and the fearless teacher Yuzu clung tightly to Clydia's arm. Qilua, somewhat dazed, announced, "I think I heard Avril's heartbeat." Mei Yi froze. Just as he was about to confirm, Dean Shilu forcefully expelled him from the Black Domain. Followed closely by Xingqian, Dean Shilu listened intently and, with relief, exclaimed, "There is a heartbeat, and it's growing stronger." Everyone within the Black Domain exhaled in unison, embracing one another in gratitude to the divine. As the Black Domain dissipated like a swarm of bees, the students who had lingered at the scene witnessed Avril, draped across Clydia's back, slowly opening her eyes, prompting an eruption of joyous cheers. Clydia gave Mei Yi a thumbs up, softly assuring, "Do not worry, the rest will be entrusted to Dr. Shaley." Mei Yi, finally relieved, leaned against the spirit stone and wiped the sweat from his brow. That moment. Nearly everyone beheld a sight they would remember for a lifetime. The spirit stone, which had brought countless students to tears, shimmered with a pearly glow, adorned with ice-blue orbs. Even more astonishingly, as Mei Yi wiped his brow, he inadvertently brushed aside his hair, revealing a golden right eye. Avril, resting on Clydia's back, nearly gasped at the sight. The officials of the Spirit Committee were left dumbfounded by the string of incredulous events. How could the dead return to life? How could a human possess golden eyes? How could a human possess the blood of spirit magic, let alone that it was an ice elemental magic known only to a select few of the AI family? Unbeknownst to him, as Mei casually approached Qilua to continue watching the spirit magic test, he realized that all eyes were no longer on the spirit stone, but rather astonished gazes were fixed upon him and Qilua. Just as Mei was filled with confusion, a burly official from the Spirit Committee barreled forward, tackling Mei and binding his hands behind his back, growling, "You will explain this all at the circuit court." "Human, what is your name, age, residential address?" The voice of the presiding judge of the circuit court was as cold as metal. Mei, at the tender age of 16, hailing from Xingye town in Chenlu City. After being held for nearly a week, her complexion was pale and haggard, and her speech was somewhat weak, yet her mental state remained intact. Sitting in the audience, teacher Kalia finally felt a sense of relief. Noticing that the prison officials and guards had not been overly harsh on Mei Yi, due to the peculiar nature of this case and the potential uproar it could provoke, the trial was not conducted publicly, but rather in a discreet building within the municipal hall's garden. Only teacher Kalia, representing the academy, was permitted to attend as an observer. "You come from humble origins and may have never left Xingye town. What compelled you to seek education at the Hualing Academy? How did you gain admission to this prestigious institution?" "I was recommended by the town's priest. Additionally, Your Honor, I believe this is somewhat irrelevant to the case at hand." Mei Yi's poised demeanor surprised both Kalia and the judge. "Outrageous," bellowed one rotund judge. His face flushed. "You assert it is irrelevant. A mere priest. Does Director Shilu take her seriously?" The assistant judge, appointed from the clergy, was incensed by the rotund judge's dismissive words. Her emerald eyes glared fiercely at him as she inquired, "Do you even know the name and title of this priest?" Mei Yi was momentarily taken aback and replied, "I only know her as Liuxi. Everyone in the town refers to her as the priest. And no one knows her title that I have never inquired." Unaware of the recommendation letter's significance, teacher Kalia raised her hand. After the assistant judge nodded, she prompted, "Mei Yi, think carefully about anything that might indicate the priest's identity, such as her attire or jewelry." A spark of realization illuminated Mei Yi's face as she glanced gratefully at Kalia. "I once asked Priest Liuxi why she always wore plain clothes instead of the clergy's garments. She said she disliked red and found the uniforms unsightly. Jewelry. Upon hearing this, the assistant judge abruptly stood, her face pale with alarm. "Does this priest wear a star-shaped hairpin? Is she not very tall and often speaks in a lethargic manner?" As Mei Yi recalled Liuxi's languid demeanor, she felt an understanding with the assistant judge's words. "Yes, I remember now. She even gifted me a silk pouch, instructing me to open it if I encountered trouble at Hualing, claiming it would be of great use." I implore the judge to send someone to retrieve it. Before Mei Yi could finish, a clerk entered the adjacent evidence room and emerged with a velvet pouch, which he handed to the presiding judge. The assistant judge opened it and nearly fainted. "Hee, little Mei Yi, I adore your tales of the three kingdoms, so I imitated Mr. Zhu and gave you a pouch, the contents of which are, when faced with challenges, find your own solutions, do not rely on others." Just as the assistant judge was about to express her fury, she caught sight of the hasty scrawl at the bottom of the note, love. Liuxi, and her expression shifted dramatically. She handed the note to the presiding judge, whispering, Your Honor, let us not linger over his admission qualifications any longer. We must conclude this case swiftly. The rotund judge protested. What could a human possibly amount to? The assistant judge, still shaken, replied, The letter of recommendation was written by Cardinal Illya. The signature is confirmed. The letterhead is authentic. Your Honor, my recommendation is to conclude the case immediately. Illya overheard their murmurs, and she too was taken aback. The human's vision and hearing were far inferior to that of the elves. Mei Yi remained oblivious to the unfolding drama, noticing the rotund judge wiping sweat from his brow, appearing conflicted and indecisive. Just then, a hurried municipal staff member entered, whispering a few words into the rotund judge's ear. He sighed with relief, struck his gavel, and announced a recess before hastily departing. Immediately, a haughty, stunning elven maiden, adorned with a blue ribbon in her hair, led a cadre of knights in crisp black uniforms, their swords at the ready, as they placed a black sack over Mei Yi's head and escorted him toward the carriage outside. Mei Yi muttered to himself, How strange. This feels so familiar. When he was abruptly silenced by the elven maiden's command, Teacher Illya rushed after them, halting in her tracks upon seeing the carriage emblazoned with a snowflake and ice sword emblem. Silently lamenting, Mei Yi, you have assisted your teacher, but now I cannot aid you. From here on, it is up to you alone. You must survive. Your splendid academy life has yet to commence. Chapter 5, The Left Eye is a treasure of the ruins once the hood was removed. Mei Yi quickly shielded his eyes from the blinding sunlight, only lowering his hand after a significant pause. Before him lay a tranquil lake, where lovely waterfowl frolicked. The courtyard featured an old, classical yellow two-story building and a stone house, surrounded solely by towering broadleaf trees. Lush greenery enveloped the landscape, with only the sounds of birds chirping and waterfowl preening their feathers breaking the serene silence. Mei Yi was about to speak. The stern-faced maiden coldly instructed, Remain quiet here. Someone will come shortly to question you, so please choose your words carefully. Otherwise, upon noticing the golden hue of Mei Yi's eyes, her expression shifted to one of sorrow and anger. Before long, a hurriedly dressed noblewoman in a flowing white gown, her hair elegantly styled, entered. Upon seeing her, Mei Yi hesitated and stammered, Sister Isatu? Is that you? How could this be? The noblewoman paused, blocking the enraged elven maiden, gently admonishing, Selena, do not be rude to our guest. She approached Mei Yi, shaking her head slightly. You are Mei Yi, correct? I am not Isatu. I am the mother of Avier. Upon hearing Selena, Mei Yi felt a wave of terror wash over him. He awkwardly responded, Aunt, greetings. Selena's eyes widened at Mei Yi's address, and she stepped forward, drawing her sword, exclaiming vehemently, Do not be disrespectful, human. Know your place. Immediately kneel and address me as Duchess. Duchess? Mei Yi was momentarily stunned. Based on his previous life experiences, dukes were typically titles granted to royal offspring, which implied, could it be that Avier was a princess of the elven kingdom? Without hesitation, Selena shoved Mei Yi, igniting his temper. He retorted without reservation, I beg your pardon, but in my homeland, aside from deities, one only kneels to their parents and spouses. On what grounds should I kneel? Both the Duchess and Selena were momentarily taken aback. The Duchess accepted a cup of tea from a maid, taking a gentle sip while contemplating. This human possesses considerable courage and quick wit. No wonder he could save Avier, who had been declared dead by the finest elven healer. She signaled for Selena to cease her aggression, gesturing to a bamboo chair by the stone table near the lake. Mei Yi, please take a seat. Director Shilu has informed me of the events at the academy. You rescued Avier, and I am at a loss as to how to thank you. Inwardly, Mei Yi mused, what is there to ponder? Just hand over 100 or so gold coins and grant me a beautiful maid as a reward. However, I certainly would not accept this wild girl. As attractive as she is, she could kill me at any moment. Despite these thoughts, he maintained a polite facade. Avier, your highness? He turned his gaze to Selena, who shot him a fierce glare, yet refrained from voicing any objections, prompting him to continue. She is my classmate. It was merely my duty to assist. But the Duchess did not respond directly to Mei Yi's statement. Instead, wearing a sorrowful expression, I am uncertain how to penalize you. For the red emblem discovered on your person confirms that you're right. I must belong to my eldest daughter, Isatu. With that, she extended her right hand, the golden chain resting on her middle finger jingling slightly as the red emblem spun. Selena's beautiful face contorted with rage, her golden eyes filled with hatred and hostility, glaring at Mei Yi as if she were a ravenous wolf poised to pounce. Mei Yi, who had been tense, felt an unexpected sense of relief. Indeed, the Duchess observed him with a calm demeanor. Could you recount the events that transpired? Please, be truthful. Should I detect any inconsistencies, I will not hesitate to have Selena sever your head. You are Aisatu's mother, so I shall certainly share the truth, Mei Yi replied coolly. 3 months ago, I encountered Aisatu and her 2 companions, the elven healer Illya and the lightning mage Liuxi, at the foot of the Tianlu Mountains in northern Xingye town. The Duchess remarked, they have always formed a hunting party during their studies at the True Spirit Academy. Known as the kingdom's strongest magical trio. 3 months prior, they were exploring ancient ruins in the northern Tianlu Mountains. You are not lying. What were they doing at that time? Fleeing for their lives. A black dragon pursued them, its wings riddled with ice shards triggered by Aisatu. The dragon's scales were as formidable as boulders, and neither Aisatu nor Sister Liuxi's spells could kill it. They only incited its fury. Seeing the Duchess and Selena's anxious expressions, Mei Yi felt a pang of compassion and omitted the more gruesome details, stating somberly, they managed to escape to a village, where the villagers also fled in panic. Many who could not evade were slain by the black dragon. I was terrified and fled alongside everyone else. Sister Aist and her companions suffered grave injuries. Their pace slowed with each desperate step until they could run no longer. Collapsing in exhaustion upon the ground, I ventured forth to divert the black dragon, escaping into the northern forest. When I eventually found them again, Aist and Liuxi were already beyond saving, Selena interjected. So, you took Princess Aist's eye? Additionally, how is it that you, a mere mortal, could easily evade the black dragon that Aist and Lord Fourleaf, along with Lady Liuxi, could not shake off? The Duchess gently dabbed her tears with a handkerchief, casting a glance at Mei Yi as she awaited his response. Just then, a maid hurried in and whispered a few words into the Duchess's ear, causing her expression to shift dramatically. She shot a glance at Mei Yi and exclaimed excitedly, quickly, invite the Viscount in. When Mei Yi's gaze met that of the Viscount, both were momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, the Viscount lunged toward Mei Yi, halting abruptly to embrace him gently. Little Mei, it is such a joy to see you again. Mei softly called out, Sister Fourleaf. You have recovered, how wonderful. The Duchess and Selena were both astonished. Before they could inquire further, Fourleaf cupped Mei Yi's face tenderly, speaking softly. With Aist's eye, you appear much more dashing. Your body has healed completely. Hasn't it? Yes, Mei replied, feeling warmth in his heart after enduring the Duchess's and Selena's cold demeanor. He joyfully said, the town's priest deemed my recovery too slow, and thus invoked a miracle, healing all my wounds in an instant. Fourleaf feigned displeasure, saying, she is truly biased. The Duchess and Selena were increasingly bewildered. How could a fairy healer exhibit such fondness towards a human, whom they regarded as a mere omnivore? The miracle was a healing art that only the 8 cardinal bishops, directly appointed by the Pope, could wield, surpassing the sacred light spells. Where could a cardinal bishop possibly come from in the town? Even if there were one, how could they waste such power on a human? Fourleaf sat on a stool brought by the maid, grasping the Duchess's hand earnestly. Aunt, I have long desired to visit you and discuss Aist's matters. Elves and fairies differ. We struggle to accept the death of loved ones. We fairies, however, believe that as long as one abides by God's teachings in life, they can return to his side upon passing. After Aist and Liuxi perished, I too sustained severe injuries, just the day before yesterday. I was finally able to rise from bed and hurried here to see you. We discovered a vast ancient ruin far to the north of Tianlu Mountains, but before we could explore it, we were pursued by the guardian dragon. Unlike previous encounters, the dragon did not merely drive us from the ruin. It relentlessly pursued us, seemingly intent on our demise that we attempted to fend it off. But the dragon's might was formidable, and within minutes, we were gravely injured. We escaped along a mountain trail to Mei's hometown, inadvertently leading to its destruction. Fourleaf spoke with a hint of sadness. We were all grievously wounded, on the brink of being devoured. This young brother, she pointed at Mei, shouted and lured the dragon into the marsh, saving us, but he himself was afflicted by the miasma, damaging his right eye. By the time he found us again, his right eye was nearly blind. I assure you, he received Aist's eye against his will. She insisted upon it. Aist later softly said, consider it a means to see my family for me. All right. Only then did he relent. Yes, at that moment, he wept as he does now, tears streaming down his face, quite the sight to behold. I expended my last strength to extract her eye after Aist's death, fitting it onto Mei. This rascal had the audacity to claim that without anesthetics, surgery was impossible. Liuxi, on the verge of death, found it amusing and used her final magic to stun him, and then she departed. As the Duchess wiped her tears, she began to understand why this human thought to use lightning to heal Aver. Later, Four-Leaf continued. Mei Yi fetched a carriage from the village and brought us to the town's temple. I lay in a stupor for over a month and then another 2 months recovering, all the while being cared for by the priestess Liuxi, Mei Yi, and his sister Mei Lu. After speaking, Four-Leaf opened her arms. Kneeling before the Duchess, embracing her as both wept together, Selena cried heartily, and upon hearing Four-Leaf reveal the entire truth, Mei Yi felt a sense of relief. Suddenly, Selena exclaimed, "Lord Four-Leaf, did you do your utmost?" The Duchess was about to reprimand Selena when Four-Leaf interjected. Gazing into Selena's eyes, "Miss Selena, to save Aste, Mei lost an eye and his homeland. I employed forbidden healing arts, nearly exhausting my magical abilities, and Liuxi perished from exhaustion. I believe we have all done our best." Selena was rendered speechless. Merely covering her face in tears, Four-Leaf addressed the somewhat displeased Duchess. "Let her weep. Aste was her sovereign, yet she always regarded her as a sister. I can understand her profound sorrow." Just as the three mourned deeply, a startling crack echoed from the courtyard, prompting them to look over. They found Mei, now liberated, casually standing by the river, munching on an apple and tossing pieces to the wild ducks in the lake. Leaving them in astonishment, Four-Leaf inquired, "By the way, Aunt, how did Mei come to your estate? Was it to return Aste's red-striped emblem and spirit medium, or to convey Aste's last words? How curious. No one has informed him of Aste's true identity." The Duchess awkwardly recounted the entire incident. Upon hearing it, Four-Leaf mused, "Aste saved her sister indirectly at the cost of one eye. This human truly is remarkable. As for his magical abilities, I suspect they may stem from obtaining Aste's eye. What do you intend to do? Will you let him simply vanish? I shall not interfere." Selena gasped in alarm, but the Duchess firmly declared, "Our duchy has never engaged in such ungrateful acts. Those matters at the Academy are trivial. We will address them. Since this was Aste's choice, I shall respect it." At this juncture, the Duchess gently asked, "Mei, did Aste have any messages for me?" Mei suddenly choked up, pounding his chest and stammering, "Yes, the title of the strongest mage is hollow. And the treasures within the ruins are mere illusions. Only family holds true importance. Please convey to Aver and Selena not to be as competitive as she was. Her greatest regret was not spending more time with family and never experiencing the sweetness of love." Seeing the Duchess on the verge of tears again, Four-Leaf quickly interjected, "Little Mei, do not hold back. I recall there were 2 more sentences, weren't there?" Selena glared at him, and Mei, flustered, exclaimed, "Sister Four-Leaf, did you not promise me you would not speak of that? I am still just a 16-year-old child. I cannot even support myself. Miss Selena, why are you brandishing your sword? If you truly reveal it, you will regret it." Noticing Mei retreating dangerously close to the river, the Duchess called out to Selena, asking Four-Leaf, "What else did Ace say? Since Mei is unwilling to share, you should." Ignoring Mei's pleading gaze, Four-Leaf deliberately raised her voice. Ace said, "Mei, you are a good child. Aver's marriage is not my concern. But Selena's is. You must take my emblem and spirit medium to my mother and tell her, I've already arranged a betrothal for you and Selena." Upon hearing this, Selena froze, then became infuriated, kicking Mei into the lake. The splash soaking her completely. The wild ducks in the lake and the birds perched in the trees scattered in panic. As Mei fell into the water, he helplessly thought, "This truly has nothing to do with me." As he submerged, he felt a strange relief. Let the matter of my right eye escalate. Now, no one would notice my left eye. After all, it was a treasure from the ruins gifted by my sister Mei Lu. I just wonder what purpose it serves. I once thought it might be a golden finger. Alas, the influence of web literature has truly run deep. Chapter 6. I will never favor the fickle-hearted. Just when all the first-year students at the Academy believed Mei was doomed, unexpectedly, a week later, he reappeared at the door of Class 2, still concealing his right eye with his hair, amidst a sea of astonished gazes. He entered the classroom, only to find nearly all unfamiliar faces, momentarily bewildered. "Oh, right, we have been reallocated to new classes, haven't we? This is..." Spotting Xingxian and Liuxi, he remarked, "This must be the mage class. My apologies." "Fool, you are in this class." A familiar voice cut in coldly. Mei Yi looked up to see a frowning Selena, and in fright, he fled to the teacher's office, breathlessly asking Ms. Krisha, "Ms. Krisha, the magic test has long concluded. Which class am I in?" Ms. Krisha smiled and replied, "Oh, you're back. Still in Class 2. Did you not see the list posted on the door?" Mei protested, "Teacher, I saw Liuxi and Xingxin in class 2. Are they not magic practitioners? Then class 2 must be the spirit arts class. What am I, a mere human, doing there? Exclaimed Kalia in astonishment. You have utterly confused me. Are you not aware that you too possess spiritual abilities? It has only been a week since the events at the testing site. And you've already forgotten? Mei Yi was at a loss for words. Teacher Kalia, I am human. How could I possibly master any spirit arts? That day, I accidentally exposed my right eye while wiping my sweat. But, I hope my eye is fine now. Teacher Kalia gently reassured. You need not worry about your eye. I believe in you, and I will assist you in explaining things to your classmates. You haven't been resting well lately. Have you? Your left eye is terribly red. With that, Kalia glanced at her watch, clutched her textbook, and pulled Mei Yi toward the classroom. All right, let us proceed to class. The first lesson is about to commence. Do not pry too deeply. Many desire to learn but have yet to find the opportunity. Upon seeing Mei Yi returning with Teacher Kalia, Selena covered her face, thinking, what a fool, just when I recall what Lord Illya said that day. My face flushes with heat. I swear, I will not marry you. I will drag you to request the lady to annul the engagement set by the Grand Princess. After Mei Yi found a vacant seat, he remained restless, lamenting his teacher's confusion. Teacher Kalia found it amusing. She had never encountered such an astonishingly oblivious student, she said. Last week, we studied some fundamentals of spirit arts and asked all students to independently research and memorize the incantations corresponding to their respective attributes from the library. How has everyone progressed with their memorization? As soon as Teacher Kalia finished speaking, a chorus of lamentations erupted from below. Who knew the incantations were so lengthy? Each incantation is nearly 100 words long. And there are many unfamiliar characters. There are nearly 100 incantations for basic spirit arts, over 10,000 words. Woe is me, exactly. To make matters worse, many of the incantations contain ancient characters that have long been lost. I've asked around, but no one seems to know. Sigh, I don't know how to proceed. I feel like I have lost the confidence to learn. With such little ambition, it would be better not to learn at all. Teacher Kalia has stated that the probability of spirit ability users passing the Green Mark certification exam and becoming spirit masters is only 2 or 3 out of 10. This implies that out of our class of 50, only 10 to 20 will become spirit masters. In an instant, the classroom fell into a heavy silence, with dozens of resentful eyes glaring at the gleeful Mei Yi. He panicked, thinking, what is happening? How do these elves know I said that? What is with this palpable animosity in the classroom? How absurd that we, mere humans, are looked down upon. So what if there are over 100 incantations? I will give it my all and memorize them within 2 months. No, within a month. I will try my best to do it within a month. Selena maliciously thought, this fool has managed to offend the entire class. He is in for a world of suffering. Let him slowly relish the taste of being ostracized by his classmates. And how fortunate he is to have obtained the longest incantation for ice element spirit arts. The teacher should set a rule, such as expulsion for anyone who fails the final exam. She schemed wickedly. Teacher Kalia observed the students, who had been grumbling, suddenly filled with determination and thought, well, this seems to have become quite interesting. Seeing your enthusiasm, I feel no guilt in announcing the following news. The spirit arts incantations must be memorized, as they form the foundation of everything. While practicing, you may use notes, but when battling magical beasts or exploring ruins, you cannot rely on notes. Furthermore, if by midterm exams you have not memorized the introductory incantations, you will face expulsion. Remember, this is direct expulsion, with no opportunity for reassignment. The classroom fell silent once more. As Selena reveled in the misfortune of others, she suddenly panicked, frantically tugging at her hair. What am I thinking? I have an abundance of incantations for my wind element spirit arts. I do not possess the photographic memory of Lord Aste. Wait, why is that human so unconcerned? Lord Illya mentioned that his home was destroyed by the Black Dragon, and even his sister could only stay in the town's temple. He should be the one striving hard. If he becomes a Green Mark spirit master, he will be exempt from taxes, and many will be willing to place their lands under his name. He could live off the dividends. Why am I so worried about him? He is merely a human. Why should I concern myself with his troubles? All right, let us commence our lesson. Today, we shall explore the essence of spirit particles. Previously, philosophers believed the world was composed of elements such as water, fire, lightning, wind, light, and spirit. Later, philosophers concluded that these elements could be divided into indivisible spirit particles. The philosopher's hypothesis has been corroborated. The discovery of spirit particles has made it possible to manipulate the natural forces of water, fire, lightning, wind, light, and more. Throughout the long history, we have unearthed numerous large divine relics, ultimately creating spirit arts capable of contending with magical beasts that steal power and ambition. Mei finally began to grasp the history of the elf kingdom. The tale that teacher Illya shared on the first day of class was not mere fiction, but the true history of this world. After the gods vanished, they left behind numerous relics, from which the elves derived some divine power, uniting with humans and fairies to drive away the magical beasts and establish the elf kingdom. Spirit links are bracelets capable of controlling spirit particles, though the reason remains unknown. Teacher Illya recited an incantation, and the students were astonished to see mist-like red particles surrounding her. Behold, these are spirit particles. The incantation activates the spirit particles, making them visible to the naked eye. Although Mei Yi approached the spirit arts class with a sense of detachment, he could not deny that teacher Illya's teaching was exceptional, far superior to the drab presentations of his past. The 2 morning classes flew by in the blink of an eye. As the school bell rang, Selena hurriedly approached Mei Yi, intending to persuade him to seek an audience with the Duchess to annul the engagement. She could no longer endure the suspense. She even crafted a script for Mei Yi. Duchess, I am but a mere cockroach, a pest, a fly, unworthy to even carry Miss Selena's shoes, and I dare not harbor any hopes concerning the night. Miss Selena, this is where tears of self-deprecation should flow. Though Lord Aist is valiant and astute, our acquaintance has been brief, and he is unaware of my inherent cowardice, inadequacy, and lowliness, canceling my engagement to Miss Selena. No, Lady Selena will not tarnish her esteemed reputation and intellect, and I believe it aligns with Lord Aist's true intentions. As she approached Mei Yi, ready to speak, she was jostled by a group of portly students eager to return home for a meal. And by the time she regained her composure, Mei Yi had vanished without a trace. Selena dashed out of the classroom, spotting Mei Yi's figure and hurriedly pursuing him. She stealthily followed Mei Yi, resentfully thinking, though the lady never treats me as an outsider, I must not become complacent in her favor. I will diligently note down all your misdeeds at school and inform the lady, perhaps in a fit of anger. She will annul the engagement. A gray-haired teacher approached, clutching a thick stack of lesson plans, his gait somewhat unsteady. Selena mused, this human must be in a hurry to eat and wouldn't think to assist the teacher. Humph, humans are so selfish. What? Selena's eyes nearly popped out in astonishment as she witnessed Mei conversing with the teacher for a moment before kneeling down to carry the elderly instructor on his back, escorting him to the carriage waiting at the academy's entrance. Humph, humans are selfish. He must be doing this to curry favor with the teacher. Don't think I don't know. That teacher is the head of the grammar research department, responsible for setting exam questions. Hey, this human is far too scheming. I would never fall for a selfish, calculating man. After seeing Mei Yi depart, she discreetly continued to follow him, accidentally knocking over a small girl beside her, who began to wail. Selena contemplated helping the little girl but noticed Mei Yi was almost out of sight, muttering an apology before hastily pursuing him. Upon seeing Mei Yi enter the school infirmary, Selena thought, humph, so he just happened to save the young lady? He just got out of detention and is already eager to show off to Dr. Shali. How uncultured. She approached the window and peered inside. Nearly gasping in surprise, Mei Yi was bowing and apologizing to Dr. Shali, stating that his prior intrusion while the doctor was treating a patient was an act of recklessness and rudeness. But it was indeed due to the urgency of the situation. Had it not been for Dr. Shali allowing him to attempt a rescue, Ava would have perished. Objectively speaking, Dr. Shali had committed no error that day. He had done everything within his expertise. Furthermore, had Ava not awakened, without Dr. Shali's subsequent care, her life would still have been in jeopardy. However, upon learning Ava's identity, he often awoke in fright at night, fearing others would accuse him of delaying Mei Yi's treatment of Ava. Now, with the principal party standing before him, continually expressing gratitude, there was no reason for him not to feel grateful. Thus, Selena gaped in astonishment as she observed Dr. Shali sincerely seeking Mei Yi's advice on the techniques he employed to save Ava. Mei displayed no restraint whatsoever as the two engaged in conversation, writing, and drawing for approximately half an hour. Only then did Dr. Shali reluctantly escort Mei to the entrance of the infirmary. Serena thought to herself, humph, he merely wishes to show off in front of Dr. Shali. He is not here to sincerely apologize. I would never be fond of a hypocrite. Mei Yi then strolled towards the academy shop. Concealed behind a tree, Serena peered through a small gap and mused, I have long heard from Sister Ce that humans are omnivores, indulging in gluttony, extravagance, and flaunting their wealth. I could never admire someone who lacks self-restraint. To her astonishment, she witnessed Mei Yi hastily approach the petite salesgirl, who was busy organizing the shelves, and offer his assistance. Once they finished tidying up, he graciously declined her offer to purchase something and exited with a loaf of black bread. After a moment's contemplation, he re-entered the shop and emerged shortly thereafter, holding a pristine red apple. He would revel in indulgence if not for his poverty restricting his choices. I would never be enamored with someone who squanders extravagantly. Following Mei Yi to the academic building, Selena concealed herself behind the bushes adjacent to the bench where he sat. Just as her legs began to ache from squatting, a golden-haired, blue-eyed girl, as beautiful as a fairy, rushed over. Breathless, Mei Yi stood and smiled, extending the apple in his hand to the girl, who appeared utterly delighted. She took a seat on the bench as he recounted his recent experiences, gasping in astonishment and giggling at intervals. What is this? Selena thought. I could never appreciate someone so fickle. Chapter 7. The fruitless engagement. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Selena suddenly felt a sense of despondency. Observing her attire, muddied and adorned with leaves, she contemplated, what foolishness am I engaging in? I ought to hurry to the academy entrance for my meal, otherwise the Duke's household will be left waiting in vain. Just as she prepared to depart, a voice, familiar and gentle beyond compare, reached her ears. Excuse me, may I speak with Mei Yi privately for a moment? It was the Duchess. Momentarily flustered, she contemplated retreating. Eavesdropping on the Duchess's conversation would be a grave offense. Yet, the Duchess, being an elf with exceptional hearing, would undoubtedly catch any unusual sounds. Reluctantly, she resolved to remain hidden, praying not to be discovered. After the girl bowed slightly and took her leave, the Duchess, dressed in plain attire, sat beside Mei Yi and softly inquired, Mei Yi, is that human girl your girlfriend? She is quite lovely. Mei Yi hurriedly shook his head. No, we have merely met a couple of times. She saw me at the academic building earlier and came down to greet me. I shared with her some of my recent experiences. Of course, I did not mention anything you asked me to keep confidential. The Duchess smiled. That is good. She gazed at the fish swimming in the river and the ink-like grass, then spoke softly. I came today to discuss Selena. I must apologize. I regret not having properly disciplined her the other day, as she spoke disrespectfully to you and even pushed you into the lake. Upon Mei Yi expressing that he bore no ill will, the Duchess continued, Selena is not usually like this. She has her flaws. At times she can be selfish, boastful, and lacking in moderation. However, she is an exceptionally good girl. Selena thought, Madam, you praised me, yet why do I feel so cold inside? Her father was a knight under the Duke, who bravely perished during a monster hunting expedition when she was merely 3 years old. Subsequently, she was adopted by the Duke's household and grew up alongside Eyesight and Aver, regardless of what it was. As long as Eyesight and Aver possessed it, Selena would have her share as well. Hearing this, tears streamed down Selena's cheeks. It was indeed true. Throughout her life, whether it was new clothes, dolls, or birthday cakes, she had always received the same as the Eyesight sisters. The Duchess, observing the clouds that resembled mountains, suddenly chuckled. That girl has always been quite clever. In her childhood, she often sweet-talked Aver into giving her things, thus obtaining 2 of everything. Selena lamented, Wah, madam, why must you share my embarrassing stories in front of others? The Duchess turned her gaze towards Mei Yi, her voice suddenly becoming serious. Mei Yi, I share this with you to convey that although Selena is nominally our knight, we do not regard her as a subordinate but rather as our own daughter. Selena was once again moved to tears. And then her spirits lifted. Indeed, how could the madam bear to marry me off to a human? Ha, I understand now. The madam is here to annul the engagement on my behalf. I love you, madam. Thus, please take good care of Selena. We cannot bear to see her leave, yet every daughter must eventually part from her parents. The Duchess grasped Mei Yi's hands, tears streaming down her face. Selena thought, madam, this sudden turn of events seems rather abrupt and jarring. Just as Selena's heart sank into despair, she heard Mei Yi's resolute voice. That cannot be, madam. I know that Miss Selena is a good girl, but I cannot marry her. I am profoundly grateful for Sister Eyesight's kindness and understand your desire to fulfill her wishes, yet I believe that annulling the engagement would not diminish her brilliance or wisdom. Selena thought, you scoundrel. Have you stolen my thoughts? Since when did it become your prerogative to look down upon me? The Duchess, taken aback, asked, why? Is it that Selena is not beautiful or not good enough? Then, laughing, she added, you might not be aware, but 2 years ago, when she turned 15, Suitors nearly broke down our door. Serenading outside the mansion kept us sleepless. Serena interjected. Madam, please do not recount those embarrassing tales any further. Mei Yi quickly clarified. That is not the case. Madam, Miss Serena is indeed very beautiful. However, I possess nothing and cannot provide her with the prosperous life she would have at the Duke's estate. I am human, and she is an elf. I may be indifferent, but she would undoubtedly face cold glances in the future. Most importantly, we do not understand one another. Being together would be a calamity for both parties, which certainly does not align with Sister Eyesight's intentions. Serena mused. I never expected you to be so reasonable. My perception of you has shifted slightly. No. I would never be someone who despises the poor or fears public opinion. The Duchess pondered for a moment and smiled. Very well then. I shall no longer bring up the engagement. However, you did save Eyesight and Aver. Eyesight's grave injury has nothing to do with you. How can I repay you? Do not refuse, for it would weigh heavily on my heart. Mei laughed heartily. I shall not refuse. He propped his chin on one hand, deep in thought, remaining silent for an extended period. Serena thought, I knew it. You scoundrel, you would not easily abandon the engagement. You must have calculated this, seeking to exploit the Duchess's affection for me. What a shameless person. After 5 minutes, Mei finally raised his head and said, Madam, I have but one request. The Duchess replied, Speak freely. Do not hold back. Mei continued, The marriages of the Duke's daughters and servants are determined by you and the Duke, correct? The Duchess confirmed, Indeed. Serena's eyes widened in realization. She finally understood Mei Yi's intentions. How audacious of him to take advantage of the Duchess's kindness and target the second princess, Aver. What do you think you are? Just as Serena felt a surge of frustration, Mei earnestly declared, Having acquainted myself with Miss Serena, who is also my classmate, I trust that you and the Duke will undoubtedly select a husband for her of good appearance, character, and lineage. Serena thought, however, if in the future she truly does not fancy the husband you choose for her, please do not take offense. Grant her the freedom to select her lifelong partner. This is my sole request. Upon hearing this, Serena's mind went blank from the overwhelming joy and astonishment. Why would you do this? It defies reason. I certainly will not express gratitude. The Duchess readily replied, I can fulfill that request. I swear to the goddess that neither I, the Duke, nor Aver will unilaterally arrange a marriage for her. She may marry whomever she wishes. Is that acceptable? Mei nodded in gratitude and added, Furthermore, may I ask you to keep this matter confidential for the time being? I notice that Serena has been restless in class today. She is likely hoping I will take the initiative to seek you out for an annulment. If she learns that I have done so before her, she will surely believe I look down on her, and that would lead to a host of troubles. The Duchess chuckled. That is indeed possible. This child has many thoughts. If she presses you, simply say that you will follow the Duchess's wishes, and I will agree with her accordingly. This way, everyone's dignity is preserved, though it may put you at a disadvantage. Mei rose, tossing the remaining morsel of bread to the fish, and replied nonchalantly, There is no disadvantage to be found. Did you not also agree to my request? Beyond life and death, there are no greater matters. I merely wish to observe this world through the eyes of Sister Eyesight. My lady, the Duchess gently said, Please refrain from calling me my lady any longer. Your eyes are akin to my daughter's. I believe you know what to call me now. Mei Yi, taken aback, exclaimed, Mother. The Duchess burst into laughter, unable to contain herself. Serena, hiding behind the trees, smacked her forehead, thinking, Do you not know the term, Aunt? What is that with your withered, pitiful brain? Such a fool, such a fool, such a fool. Chapter 8. The heart's knot of a past life untied as Mei beheld the luminous spirit stone before him. Adorned with countless icy blue orbs hanging from the trunk, he was momentarily stunned. Turning to his teacher, Miss Clisha, he inquired, Teacher, could it be that I possess elven blood? Miss Clisha tapped his forehead gently, saying, What are you thinking? You are but human. The offspring of elves and humans are still elves. The human lords, fearing the extinction of humanity, have even enacted a ban on intermarriage between humans and elves. The reason you possess the ability to wield spirit magic is likely due to the eyes of Isidore. The Duchess has already written to inform us of the circumstances, entrusting us to present you with the spirit medium used by Isidore during his lifetime. You may practice spirit magic freely. Moreover, she continued, handing Mei a beautifully crafted book made of silk, the ice-based spirit magic is unique to the Duke's family. There are no references in the library. This book has been entrusted to me by the Duchess for you to keep safe. Mei Yi, confused, accepted the spirit medium and the tome on spirit magic. Puzzled, asked, Teacher, I still do not quite understand. These seem to be extraordinarily precious items. Why is the Duchess so generous? Miss Clisha replied nonchalantly, indeed. Each bead of the spirit medium that you twirl around your finger is crafted from the purest diamond. If I were you, I would surely treasure it. Mei Yi hastily grasped the spirit medium on his right index finger and donned it on his wrist, feeling relieved. Furthermore, the tome you carelessly tossed onto the grass is worth 100 times more. The lady mentioned that it seems to be Isidore's personal notes combined with his insights into spirit magic practice. There are only 2 copies in existence. Mei quickly picked up the tome, blowing away the dust, and clutched it to his chest. A sudden gust of wind swept across the prairie, sending waves of green rippling and lifting Miss Clisha's long hair. She softly remarked, Mei Yi, school is over. Let us converse for a moment. I feel that you seem to harbor biases against elves and fairies. Mei looked at her, bewildered. Teacher understands that when you rescued Aviel and Isidore, it was not for ulterior motives. Likewise, the Duchess bestowing these items upon you is purely a gesture of gratitude for saving Isidore and Aviel. She seeks nothing in return. She truly has nothing to gain. Mei responded, Teacher, being an elf, I sometimes unintentionally approach matters from the elven perspective. However, I sincerely believe that humanity, compared to our ancestors, has indeed fallen. Their current state of neglect and disdain is entirely self-inflicted. In the early days of the Elven Kingdom, nearly all significant achievements in philosophy, art, metallurgy, mathematics, and astronomy were created by humans. And today, go to the library and see. A millennium into the Elven era, how many books have been authored by humans? You, a human, find yourself in the flower spirit realm, alone and vulnerable, encountering many cold stares and grievances. You are kind to others, yet your classmates respond with disdain. Isidore willingly gifted you his right eye, yet others believe you took it from him. You saved Aviel, only to be imprisoned. Even 2 fellow humans have chosen to ignore you. When faced with unhappiness, remind yourself that there are still many warm places in this world. Isidore voluntarily offered you his eye. The town's elven priest wrote you a letter of recommendation for enrollment, and the academy arranged free lodging for you. The principal and teachers exerted pressure on the municipal hall to ensure you were spared from abuse and detention. The Duchess is also making every effort to atone for her missteps. Kira nearly comes to inquire about you every day. So, please, open your heart, will you? Miss Clisha ceased speaking, for Mei had already succumbed to tears. One night in his past life, after working late, he witnessed a group of drunken men taking advantage of a young woman resembling a student in a bustling area, while bystanders merely watched. Offering no intervention, he stepped forward to reason with them, only to be pushed and subsequently stabbed multiple times by a drunken man who had circled behind him. Not a single person came to his aid. As he lay on the ground, his wide-open eyes beheld the last sight of those drunken men swaggering away, indifferent. The girl he had saved fled in fear, terrified of being implicated in the ensuing tragedy. In this rebirth, he yearned for a life of irresponsibility, a game of existence, yet his inner moral compass vehemently resisted such a path. He wished to integrate into this world. It was haunted by the indifference of others. Too fearful to exert himself, he embraced Miss Clisha, much like he used to with his sister when he felt wronged as a child, and wept openly. The following day in class, as Mei Yi entered the classroom, all his classmates were astonished to see this human student transformed. He had cropped his bangs, revealing his golden right eye, and the previously evasive glint in his gaze had become gentle and resolute. Upon reaching his seat, he noticed Serena watching him and offered a slight smile. Serena, startled, averted her gaze, thinking, how dare he smile at me so casually? How audacious. Wait, isn't holding the tome on ice-based spirit magic? My lady, why do you favor him so? He is merely a lowly human. Mei Yi examined his textbook. The fairy girl in front turned to glance at him intently. Mei Yi, surprised, exclaimed, Liuxi, is that you? You didn't come to class yesterday, did you? Liuxi remained silent, nodded, and swiftly turned back. A classmate sitting behind him gently prodded him with a pin. Upon turning, he recognized her, exclaiming, aren't you Xingchen? Oh, right. I haven't properly thanked you yet. Xingchen replied, somewhat absent-mindedly, no need for thanks. You cut your hair. It looks good. The first lesson was Miss Yuzu's grammar class. Upon seeing Mei Yi boldly revealing his right eye, she was taken aback. After sipping a mixed juice sold at the fairy shop, she commenced the day's lesson. While reading the text, the other students busily marked pronunciations with incorrect characters, while Mei Yi swiftly flipped through the pages. Having read nearly half the book in a short span, following the incident with Aviel, Miss Yuzu's impression of Mei Yi had significantly improved, resulting in her being considerably less harsh. A piece of chalk was toward Mei Yi's chest as Miss Yuzu thought. After all, he has the badge for protection. It should be fine. When Mei Yi, wincing in pain, bent over his desk, Miss Yizu suddenly panicked. What is happening? That was quite on target. Wasn't he fine last time? How has he become so fragile after just a few days in detention? Little did she know, the red-patterned badge, bearing Isidore's likeness, had been left behind by the Duchess. This time, Mei Yi accurately identified the culprit. As he looked at Miss Yizu with an innocent expression, she met his gaze defiantly, asserting, "Stand up and read the text aloud." "Humph, how dare you daydream in my class? Watch how I punish you." When Mei smoothly read the entire passage, both Miss Yizu and the classmates were left speechless. After a moment, Miss Yizu finally regained her composure, asking in bewilderment, "This text is a work from before the Great Plague. Many pronunciations and meanings have been lost. How did you come to know it?" Just as Mei was about to say it was taught to him by the town's priest, Miss Yizu interrupted, "You wouldn't say it was the town priest who taught you, would you? I can confidently assert that even the most erudite pontiff would not recognize all the characters in this text." Seeing Mei Yi remain silent, Miss Yizu pressed on. "Mei Yi, do you recognize all the characters in this book?" Mei Yi did not conceal the truth, candidly replying, "I'm not certain. When you were reading, I glanced at about half of the textbook, and I recognized most of the characters, though a few grammatical forms were unfamiliar." "Was your family once very wealthy? And did your parents hire many tutors for you, only to fall into decline later?" Miss Yizu inquired, pondering if perhaps some human scholars had deciphered these characters. After all, humanity had once thrived. Mei responded, "Teacher, my family has always been impoverished. There has been no decline." Laughter erupted throughout the classroom, even eliciting laughter from the usually serious Miss Yizu, who doubled over, her cloud-like green hair swirling in the air. Selena covered her face, thinking, "What a fool. Why act so proud when your family is poor? Have you truly sunk so low that you must cut your own hair? It looks like a dog chewed it." Amidst the raucous noise, the class joyfully concluded. Noticing Mei Yi's silence on the matter, Miss Yizu refrained from pressing further. Following grammar class was mathematics. Upon seeing the math teacher enter with a thick stack of exam papers, Mei Yi was momentarily taken aback. Peering intently at Mei Yi's expressions, Selena suddenly felt a surge of schadenfreude. "What a foolish fool you are. You've missed nearly a week of math classes, and the material is exceedingly challenging. The teacher has stated that anyone who fails the class quiz will be punished with 50 laps. Haha." An hour later, the math teacher swiftly graded the 40 submitted exam papers and, with a cold voice, announced, "Those whose names I call, proceed downstairs to line up and run 50 laps around the meadow behind the teaching building. Xingchen, 39 points. Liuxi, 31 points. Pei Shi, 37 points. Fuya, 49 points. Evelyn, 47 points. Selena, 19 points." Selena felt as though struck by lightning. She composed herself and listened to the list, realizing that a significant portion of the class had failed. Yet Mei Yi was not among them. Inexplicably puzzled, she descended the stairs, deliberately passing by Mei Yi, the glaring 100 on his paper piercing her heart like a dagger. It was supposed to be lunchtime, yet among the 40 students of Class 2, 31 were running across the expansive meadow behind the academy, shedding their youthful sweat. Mei Yi remained unchanged, casually eating a piece of bread while seated on a bench as Selena ran, drenched in sweat. She noticed Mei Yi leisurely eating bread, feeding fish, and chatting intimately with Qi Luo, igniting a flame of indignation within her. As she approached them, Selena strained to eavesdrop on their conversation. Qi Luo asked, "Mei Yi, why are they running here? Is it a spirit technique training?" Mei Yi replied, "Oh, no, they failed the math exam and were punished by the teacher to run 50 laps. Qi Luo inquired, "Was the exam difficult?" Mei Yi responded, "Not at all. There were only 11 questions, all extremely simple algebra, geometric calculations, permutations, combinations, and basic three-dimensional geometry. The final question was a cubic equation to solve. I was a bit anxious at first. However, it seems that some students only scored 19 points. Truly remarkable." "Strange. Where did this strong wind come from?" Qi Luo hurriedly held down her skirt, awkwardly saying, "That is indeed quite strange." Selena could only resent her lack of spirit technique prowess, had it not been for the presence of another girl. She could have unleashed the hurricane dance to sweep Mei Yi into the air, leaving him to crash down in agony. Chapter 9. Enemies form a spirit technique team after more than 4 weeks of theoretical classes. The spirit technique lessons finally transitioned into practical sessions. Due to safety considerations, the class was relocated outdoors. After more than 3 weeks of interaction, Mei Yi had grown much closer to his classmates. though some still treated him with indifference, notably his old rival, the knightess Selena from the Duke's household. Observing Mei conversing with Xingqian and Liuxi on the lawn, Selena thought to herself, forming cliques even in school. Xingqian was a powerful lightning element spirit practitioner, capable of triggering simple lightning techniques through self-study, rivaling Miss Selena herself, although Liuxi's water element techniques had a poor reputation. Once she activated the fairy clan's unique holy light healing techniques, she would become an exceedingly sought-after team member. Quite the schemer, indeed, as Selena indulged in her thoughts. Mei Yi said, Liuxi, even if you can't unlock. Activate the holy light healing techniques. It's no trouble. Water element techniques might not be as terrible as they say. If no one wishes to team up with you, then join me, if you don't mind. Liuxi gently nodded, her light blue eyes shimmering with a glint of hope. Xingqian leisurely added, by the way, I heard from seniors in the second year that we will need to form teams of 4 to study spirit techniques together. This will help us progress faster. Mei Yi, may I join your group? We just need to find one more person, and we'll be set. Dozens of fiery gazes were directed at Mei Yi. You scoundrel, how dare you take away the only lightning element practitioner of the first year while we weren't looking? How dare you? Mei Yi plucked at the grass beneath him, disdainfully remarking. It's not that easy. You think you can just come over because you know I possess ice element techniques that could crush all of you? Dream on. Dozens of molten gazes shot towards Mei Yi. You rascal, how dare you look down upon us? Yes, you might be an ice element practitioner, but the cultivation of ice element techniques is exceedingly arduous. With so many ice element practitioners in the AI family, how many of them have actually become spirit practitioners? Enjoy your moment of pride. When the mid-year competition arrives, we shall see how you fare. As Xingqian repeatedly pleaded with Mei Yi, Selena suddenly noticed Liuxi, hugging her knees, her long hair cascading down, gazing at Mei Yi with a smile, her eyes filled with soft waves. Such a proud fairy rarely casts such a gaze upon others, let alone a member of a different race. For reasons unknown, a sense of discomfort welled up within her. Under the guidance of teacher Illya, everyone began their training in activating and controlling spirit particles. Activating spirit particles was not particularly challenging. By reciting the introductory incantation, a glowing mist would appear around the caster, representing the activated spirit particles. The colors of the spirit particles varied according to the caster's elemental affinity. For instance, Liuxi's were a mint green reminiscent of lake water, Xingqian's a vibrant purple, and Mei Yi's an ice blue. Out of curiosity, Mei Yi turned to see the color of Selena's wind element spirit particles, only to find her glaring back at him, causing him to hurriedly turn away, muttering, What have I done to offend her? Shouldn't they be transparent instead of milky white? Upon hearing this, Selena's eyes widened in shock, her face flushing with embarrassment and indignation. She quickly crossed her legs, standing up and kneeling on the grass. Internally, she seethed, You pervert! How dare you spy on a lady's? I truly don't understand why the second princess speaks on behalf of such a shameless, lecherous, and unscrupulous person. Why should you care what color undergarments I wear? Who do you think you are? Teacher Illya, noticing that all the students had completed the activation of their spirit particles, stated, The remaining time is yours. Please practice controlling the spirit particles as discussed in class. Also, remember to form your teams of 4, encouraging one another to progress together. Upon hearing this, the students immediately shifted their focus from practicing spirit particle control to the matter of forming teams. Forming a team can be simple or exceedingly difficult. As the first semester of the first year drew to a close, the next semester would commence with practical training. The format of practical training had already been explained by the teacher. They would be taken to the northern training ground of Tianlu Mountain to hunt magical beasts. This meant that when choosing teammates, one could not be swayed by emotions or select friends or acquaintances. Rather, they must choose those capable of ensuring their survival in fierce battles, such as powerful spirit practitioners or fairy skilled in holy light healing techniques. The class's widely recognized strongest spirit practitioner, Xingqian, had already been selected by Mei Yi. No. It seemed that Mei Yi had yet to formally agree to Xingqian. Dozens of eager eyes turned to Xingqian, and just as they were about to speak, Mei Yi impatiently waved his hand. All right, I agree to let you join, considering you once helped me. Xingqian, grinning like a fool, exclaimed, That's wonderful, thank you. The other students were left in tears. Xingqian, you read too naive. You have no idea how coveted you are, yet you grovel before a human like this. Truly, it's a disgrace to the elves. With no other choice, they begrudgingly settled for teaming up with the fire element practitioners. Fortunately, this year had no shortage of fire element practitioners, with 4 available. Some students even wished to join Mei Yi's group, but seeing the dynamics among the 3, it was evident that Mei Yi would be the leader, and they found it intolerable to be commanded by a human. Another reason was that everyone had heard Liuxi tearfully confessing before class that she couldn't perform holy light healing techniques. Lacking this ability and possessing only subpar water element techniques, with no solid background, better to steer clear. To join such a group would be to court disaster. In the event of serious injury, survival would be nearly impossible. Xingchen, do you not realize the foolishness of your choice? You have unwittingly stepped into a death trap. The critical part is that the group leader is blissfully unaware. Mei Yi was engrossed in animated discussions, while Xingchen and Liuxi listened intently, occasionally bursting into laughter, drawing the curious glances of teacher Kelly Taya and their classmates. Mei Yi inquired, Xingchen, Liuxi, what type of spirit practitioner do you think our 4th team member will be? Noticing that both shook their heads, he rephrased, what type would you hope he or she would be? Liuxi simply smiled at Mei Yi in silence, while Xingchen pondered for a moment before tossing the question back to him. What about you, Mei Yi? Having grown accustomed to Liuxi's silent demeanor and Xingchen's wooden nature, he replied, I do prefer a fire element practitioner. Think about it. When we're out on missions, we'll need hot water. With Liuxi already in our group, we won't die of thirst, but someone must boil the water. The proud fire element practitioners swiftly turned their lethal gazes upon Mei Yi. Xingchen puzzled. Why do we need to drink hot water? Cold water is perfectly fine. Liuxi, what do you think? Liuxi moved her lips, ready to speak, but Mei Yi's dark glare fixed upon her. Liuxi, do not think that just because you are the flower of our group, I will be lenient. Choose your words carefully, or I may expel you from the team. Liuxi flinched. The response she had nearly voiced swallowed back down. After much contemplation, she awkwardly replied, I should be able to drink hot water too. As Selena gazed at the arrogant Mei Yi, a surge of resentment stirred within her, accompanied by a sense of perplexity. I am a wielder of wind-based spiritual magic, although not as formidable as those of fire or lightning. I surely surpass the light and water practitioners, do I not? Why has no one sought me out? Bewildered, she surveyed the surroundings, only to be astonished to find that everyone else had already formed their teams, including those deemed inferior, the light and water magic users. Contrary to her expectations, not a single soul had extended an invitation to her. Suddenly, she recalled the Duchess's gentle admonishment from the previous night, wherein she remarked on Selena's admirable heart but haughty temperament, urging her to amend her ways lest she create a rift with her peers. Dismissing the advice then, Selena was now struck by the truth of it. Unbeknownst to her, the sky gradually darkened, and icy raindrops began to pelt her face. The voice of instructor Clisha rang in her ears. It's about to rain. Let us postpone the practice of spiritual control for today. Everyone, hurry back to the classroom, adjust your seating, and get to know your teammates better. Amidst laughter, her classmates dashed toward the classroom. Liuxi glanced at Selena, then at Mei Yi. Mei Yi thought to herself, this is disastrous. I absolutely do not wish to be on the same team as her. Yet, who could resist Liuxi's pitiful gaze? Mei Yi ventured, Xingchen, Liuxi, don't you think having a wind magic wielder as a partner could be advantageous? She could, fan us during the summer? Get lost. I do not need your pity. Selena trembled with rage under the rain. Moments later, a hand grasped her from behind, startling her. Reacting instinctively, she jerked away and snapped, Don't touch me. Turning around, she was taken aback to find Liuxi standing before her. A look of hurt and shock on her face. Instantly, she stammered an apology. I'm sorry. Liuxi, I thought you were. Liuxi simply gazed at Selena, remaining silent, understanding Liuxi's reticence. Selena said, Mei Yi sent you, didn't she? I'll join your team. Please stop looking at me like that. The rain is getting heavier. Let us go. Where did that jerk, Mei Yi and Xingchen go? Liuxi replied. The team leader said he was afraid of the rain and went back. What a jerk. Doesn't he have any consideration for girls? The flicker of empathy Selena had felt was swiftly extinguished. Liuxi added, the team leader said as a water magic wielder, shouldn't he be afraid of rain? Selena. Chapter 10 I was usurped by my teammate. Selena grasped Liuxi's hand, and together they hurried back to the classroom, whereupon seeing Mei Yi, her expression turned cold. Reluctantly, she packed her bag. dawdling and refusing to sit beside Mei Yi. In contrast, Xingqian and Liuxi swiftly organized their belongings and took their places beside Mei Yi, especially Liuxi, who rested her chin on her hand, quietly observing Mei Yi, making her feel somewhat ill at ease. Only then did Selena let out a sigh of relief and, clutching her bag, took a seat beside Liuxi. Mei Yi awkwardly greeted Selena. "You." "Hello," Selena replied with a smile. "I'll be the team leader." All right," Mei Yi conceded, resigned. Thus, Selena successfully usurped the position. Brimming with satisfaction, she declared, "All right, let us introduce ourselves. Only by understanding one another can we foster a relationship of trust and cooperate seamlessly. I'll go first. I am a team leader," Mei softly reminded. "Be cautious with your words." Startled, Selena promptly halted her speech and shot a fierce glare at Mei. "Mind your own business, as if I didn't know?" Then, with a bright smile, she continued, "I am a wielder of wind magic, named Selena, a knight by status, and my hobbies include reading, painting, and traveling." Mei could not help but smirk, as Selena's response was akin to the standard self-introductions found on social media platforms, typically boasting of reading, photography, and travel, which were often superficial interests that in reality, most people were merely engrossed in web literature and smartphone selfies, hardly venturing outside unless for deliveries. As Selena delivered her answer, a hint of guilt washed over her, noticing Mei's smile. Her expression soured, and she coldly inquired, "What are you laughing at? Do you have an issue with me?" Mei immediately swore to the heavens that she held no grievances against the esteemed team leader. Liuxi timidly spoke. "I'm Liuxi, a water magic wielder. My hobbies include traveling on cats and eating fruit." Xingqian scratched his head. "I'm Xingqian, a lightning magic wielder. My hobby is crafting weapons. My family supplies arms to various lords. And I've loved forging weapons, especially long swords, since childhood," Selena stated. "All right, we've introduced ourselves." She noticed Mei's hesitation and frowned. "Does anyone have questions?" Mei eagerly asked Liuxi. "Liuxi, can you ride a cat?" Liuxi nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Can I try riding too?" Mei inquired. Just as Liuxi was about to respond, Selena interjected impatiently, "All right, enough idle chatter." Liuxi had no choice but to silence herself. While other groups engaged in lively discussions, Selena's group fell into an awkward silence. Liuxi was not talkative, and Mei was reluctant to speak. While Xingqian seldom initiated conversation, Selena found herself at a loss for words. Leaving the four of them in an uncomfortable stillness, after much contemplation, Selena proposed, "Let us discuss how we can collaborate moving forward. Our team consists of wind, water, and lightning magic wielders." Upon seeing Liuxi puff up her cheeks in annoyance, she added, "And an ice magic wielder. As long as we practice diligently, our offensive capabilities should be adequate. However, with both lightning and ice focused on offense, our defense may falter. Wind is intangible, and water is too gentle. Initially, we might struggle to withstand the frenzied assaults of magical beasts. Moreover, we lack a fairy healer." Suddenly realizing she had touched upon Liuxi's sore spot, she fell silent. The fairies and elves, with their keen ears, overheard Liuxi's complaints and thought, "This team is rather pathetic, resorting to mutual blame and internal conflicts so soon. One who hasn't even settled into her seat before being usurped by a human. A leader who is utterly oblivious, and a fairy who can't even perform the healing light magic. What use is just Xingqian?" Liuxi, feeling aggrieved, said, "Team leader, I am indeed a fairy healer." Selena replied, "Didn't you say you cannot use the healing light magic?" She quickly added, "That's all right. Don't take it to heart. We one team mind. Everyone has their own value." Liuxi softly stated, "I can use miracle. Miracle can heal too." A collective gasp echoed in the minds of the classmates, momentarily paralyzing them. Everyone knew that miracle was a supreme healing spell granted by the Pope to the 8 cardinal bishops, far surpassing the healing light magic in potency, and was rumored to be triggered only 3 or 4 times a year. Selena was equally stunned, observing the incredulous gazes of her classmates, akin to those of instructor Clisha, and quickly lowered her voice. "Liuxi, that's quite the jest." Liuxi, feeling wronged, retorted, "I'm not joking." At that moment, Mei sneezed, prompting Liuxi to worry. "Former team leader, have you caught a cold?" Mei found it amusing that Liuxi had already referred to her as former team leader. "It's nothing, just a cold." Suddenly, Liuxi, usually gentle and soft-spoken, declared, "No, sister said that a cold is the source of all ailments." Upon finishing her words, She chanted a few incantations, and a vast circular magical array spread across the classroom floor. She removed the chameleon-shaped hairpin from her head, closed her eyes, and recited incomprehensible phrases. The magical array erupted with countless fragments of light in various shapes, fluttering like butterflies. Once the magical array extinguished, Liuxi eagerly asked Mei Yi, former team leader, "How do you feel now?" Mei Yi touched her head, moved her body, and stammered, I've never felt this good before, even better than before the cold." "Thank you, Liuxi." Immediately, a classmate exclaimed, "What is happening? My stomach no longer hurts." A ripple effect ensued. Another student shouted, "My sprained ankle doesn't hurt anymore." Me too, my toothache is gone as well." Instructor Clisha stared in astonishment at the scene before her. Her book slipping from her knee to the floor. As she bent down to retrieve it, she realized that her chronic ailment, pain in her right wrist often triggered by rainy weather, had vanished. With tender affection, Liuxi gazed at Mei Yi, softly stating, "No need to thank me." She then turned to Selena and said, "Team leader, I initially wished to master both the healing light magic and miracle, but I couldn't learn the healing light magic, which made me cry." Selena responded, Wasn't it said that only cardinal bishops could use miracle?" Liuxi replied, "My sister is a cardinal bishop." The entire class. They suddenly realized that Mei Yi had struck gold. At such a young age, she had mastered miracle. Her sister was a cardinal bishop, and she was gentle and beautiful. Liuxi, who had been too shy to speak to anyone at the beginning of the school year, had now become the undisputed champion of the first year. However, it was too late for regrets. Selena complained, "Didn't they say that miracles are exceedingly precious? Why waste them on this fool-ass trivial floss? Is there anything more wasteful than this?" Liuxi gazed at Mei Yi with affectionate eyes and softly replied, "We can use it 4 times in a year." That evening, as Selena waited under the rain with an umbrella for the carriage from the Duke's residence at the Academy's entrance, she found everything utterly unbelievable. She was aware that initially, no one had high hopes for her group. Yet, after Liuxi inadvertently mentioned her ability to utilize a miracle, public opinion shifted dramatically. Their group suddenly became the center of attention. Mei Yi was an academic prodigy, endowed with the enhancement of ice elemental magic. Xingqian was a lightning elemental mage who had successfully activated her magic while rescuing Avril, with a limitless future ahead. As for Liuxi, her family stood atop the elven kingdom's hierarchy. After Liuxi's remarkable performance that afternoon, Selena felt a deep sense of loss. Upon hearing whispers labeling her the weakest link in the group, her usual pride turned into profound embarrassment. Thankfully, Mei Yi came to her aid, disdainfully telling Liuxi, "What are you so smug about? I don't care who you are. In our group, you must heed the leader's commands. Water magic is said to be weaker. If a fight breaks out, just stay back and prepare drinking water for us." Liuxi nodded vigorously. "I will definitely listen to the leader." While she waited in the rain, Liuxi approached her with a small green umbrella, gently nudged her, and then stood quietly beside Selena, waiting for her family to arrive. Selena hesitated, but ultimately spoke. "Liuxi, you like that big fool, don't you? The one named Mei Yi." Liuxi's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, and she instantly became flustered, dashing into the rain with both herself and her umbrella, her light green dress flowing like lotus leaves in a lake. Chapter 11. Genius is always lonely. Avril leaned against the cushion, covered with a blanket, quietly listening to Selena recount the day's events at the academy. Outside the window, wild ducks and waterbirds flocked beneath the great trees to escape the torrential downpour. After Selena vented about Mei Yi, she noticed Avril stifling a laugh and exclaimed, "Princess 2, you're still laughing." He peeked at my underwear. "Is there anyone more disgusting and lewd than him?" Avril, calm as still water, replied, "Nana, could there be some misunderstanding? You're in the same group now. You can clarify anything at any time. During your 3 years at the academy, you'll be comrades in life and death. Please don't let misunderstandings cause discord." Just as Selena was about to respond, she noticed Avril cough a couple of times and hurried to tuck her blanket properly, sitting beside her and holding her hand. The thought that this gentle and intelligent princess could only lie bedridden filled her with an indescribable sorrow. Outside the door, upon seeing Selena talking to herself, the Duchess was suddenly startled, tears streaming down her cheeks. The next day in the magic class, each group practiced controlling magical particles on the lawn. Xingqian recited an incantation, and immediately, a swirl of purple particles surrounded him. He extended his right hand, and the 3 orbs on his magical device glowed brightly, or rather, the 3 orbs became brilliantly luminous, and a stream of fine, Crackling lightning appeared in his hand. Selena, Liuxi, and Mei Yi felt their hair stand on end and quickly distanced themselves. Teacher Illya observed, thinking, truly, he is the most gifted among this year's students at such a young age. He has already ignited 6 magical orbs. Mei Yi, you are quite fortunate indeed. She had previously explained that a magical device typically comprises 20 orbs, and the more orbs lit, the greater the volume of magical particles one can control, thereby amplifying the power and frequency of magic use, providing a significant advantage in hunting. She approached Xingchun and instructed, Xingchun, try to control that lightning with your magical device. Raise it, lower it. Shift left, shift right, until you can manipulate it with ease, without thinking of launching an attack in between. Liuxi activated her magical particles, and a light green haze enveloped her, upon lighting her magical device. A water sphere the size of a soccer ball appeared above her head. She struggled to control the sphere, but it ignored her summons, darting around in the air, forcing her to chase after it. While her classmates burst into laughter, Teacher Illya astutely noticed that the magical device hanging around Liuxi's neck was half illuminated. She couldn't help but marvel at how much better fairies were at harnessing these natural forces than elves. When she saw Selena balancing a wind sphere on her fingertip, spinning it effortlessly, she was utterly astonished. She couldn't help but ask Selena, have you studied magic before? Your control is truly remarkable. Selena, brimming with pride, replied, yes, I often watched the young lady of my family practice and secretly practiced alongside her. But don't worry, teacher. I know that practicing magic before turning 15 can be detrimental to one's health. I only practice occasionally, so please keep it a secret. Even the ladies of the house are unaware. Illya nodded, leaving with a look of deep regret in her eyes. Selena, do you understand why you shouldn't practice magic before the age of 15? It severely depletes your potential. Though your orbs, like Xingchun's, have already lit up 6, you will likely never exceed 10 in your lifetime. The wind magic is inherently disadvantaged, and without lighting all the orbs, you cannot pass the green pattern test, thus you cannot become a mage. Illya walked over to Mei Yi, observing with great interest this possibly unique human imbued with magical blood utilizing magic. Not just her, but students from other groups also watched Mei Yi intently. Mei Yi recited an incantation for ice magic, and ice blue particles, resembling mist, instantly enveloped his classmates. Everyone, including Teacher Illya, was taken aback. What is happening? Where did such a terrifying volume of magical particles come from? Most students could only activate a small patch of particles around them. Everyone marveled. Serena's expression suddenly changed. She rushed over, grabbed Mei Yi's hand, and swiftly removed his wristband, causing all the mist to dissipate. She shouted at Mei Yi, you fool, were you reciting the incantation for the introductory ice magic technique? Yes, Mei Yi replied. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt as if all energy had been drained from him, collapsing to the ground, struggling to catch his breath. Selena was momentarily stunned, then furiously asked, the ling in the ice spell I mentioned is, lacking vocabulary, she found herself at a loss, her eyes widening in panic. Spotting Liuxi still chasing the water sphere, inspiration struck her. It's ling as in to soar. Mei Yi countered, I meant ling as in spirit, Selena yelled. You fool, didn't you listen to the teacher? When beginning to learn magic, you must recite the introductory spell. You just recited the ultimate ice magic incantation. Using it now could be fatal. You fool, fool, fool. Upon hearing Serena's shout, Liuxi halted her pursuit. Cradling the water sphere, which promptly burst, soaking her dress, she rushed to Mei Yi's side, ready to invoke a miracle. But Selena stopped her. Liuxi, don't mind him. Let this fool reflect on his actions. Having promised to follow the leader's instructions, Liuxi reluctantly lowered her hand, gazing helplessly at Mei Yi. Mei Yi lay on the ground, feebly apologizing to the furious Selena. Teacher Illya quietly observed the unfolding scene, refraining from intervening. She mused, Selena, perhaps I was mistaken. Perhaps your magical abilities will remain modest throughout your life. However, as long as you can manage your 3 teammates, your group still holds infinite potential. Once Mei Yi recovered, he recited the ice spell. And a swirl of ice blue particles enveloped him. He endeavored to control the particles with his magical device, attempting to shape them into ice shards, but failed repeatedly, leaving a pile of ice shavings on the ground. Selena mocked, you leave a trail of shavings wherever you go. Teacher Illya noted with disappointment that Mei Yi had only lit 2 magical orbs. She had hoped this extraordinary student would work wonders. Reflecting on the fact that Mei Yi was, after all, human and had poor affinity for magic, She considered that lighting 2 orbs was already commendable, especially compared to others who could only ignite one. As noon approached and classes ended, Mei still hadn't succeeded in forming a single ice shard. Xingqian and Liuxi made several attempts to assist him but were consistently thwarted by Selena, who relished in watching Mei Yi's clumsy struggles. It wasn't until the end of school that Selena reluctantly retracted her gleeful gaze, urging Xingqian and Liuxi to leave together. As they walked along the path, she hummed a cheerful tune. The more she recalled Mei Yi's self-comforting remarks about the path of a genius being harder than that of an ordinary person, and genius is always lonely, the more exhilarated she felt. While Mei Yi toiled diligently, a familiar voice rang out beside him. "Mei Yi, are you still practicing? School's out." Upon seeing Qilua, Mei Yi rubbed his head and awkwardly chuckled. "Haha, I didn't finish the class assignment. So, I wanted to practice a bit longer. Anyway, let's go eat first. Please wait for me a moment. I am going to buy something to eat." Qilua hurriedly replied. "There is no need for that. My family sent a great deal of food today. I shall give you a box." With that, she retrieved 2 large glass containers brimming with delectable treats, including exquisite cakes, from her backpack. Upon seeing this, Mei could no longer muster the strength to move. He swallowed hard and plopped down on a nearby bench. Grinning as he accepted the container from Qilua, "I feel rather embarrassed." Qilua chuckled. "But you have nothing to be embarrassed about. By the way, the monthly exam is approaching in a fortnight. How are your preparations coming along?" "My grasp of grammar, rhetoric, and theology is satisfactory, yet mathematics truly baffles me," Mei Yi replied. "I believe I am doing all right. I should pass without issue. My recent math quizzes have not been too bad. If you wouldn't mind, I could tutor you." Hearing this filled Qilua with joy. She momentarily forgot about eating and pulled out her exam papers from her backpack. "That would be splendid. Please teach me. If I perform poorly on the exam, my mother will surely scold me again." Selena devoured her meal in the college dining hall. Yes, there is indeed a dining hall at the academy. It's just that Mei could not afford to dine there, rendering his presence nearly non-existent. She sauntered towards the spirit arts practice arena, eager to mock Mei once more. Perhaps she could even impart some knowledge to him. After all, they were on the same team, and his lack of progress would be detrimental to her position as team leader. Just as she was about to leave, she recalled how Mei subsisted on coarse black bread daily, prompting her to say, "Please bring me another large slice of strawberry cream cake." She considered it a charitable act for him. Bouncing with enthusiasm, Selena arrived at the spirit arts practice ground behind the teaching building, envisioning Mei's expression of gratitude upon mastering the condensation of spirit particles and finishing the cake, which filled her with delight. However, her spirit sank when she spotted Mei and Qilua seated on the bench, joyfully sharing the strawberry cream cake and engaging in cheerful conversation. She stood there, momentarily stunned, before turning on her heel and discarding the cake into the trash bin. Chapter 12. The dreadful mathematics. Upon returning home that evening, Selena spoke with the Duchess about the events of the day at the academy. Noticing Selena's lackluster demeanor and her silence regarding Mei, Avril suspected an unpleasant incident had transpired between them and inquired, "By the way, how is your control over spirit particles?" Selena perked up at this, responding with a hint of pride, "Madam, just observe, and you shall see." Teacher Clisha was quite astonished today. "I am the best in our class at controlling spirit particles." When the Duchess beheld the wind sphere Selena had conjured moving gracefully in the air, akin to a rolling ball on the floor, her jaw dropped in amazement. "Nana, you are truly remarkable. Your control is comparable to that of Esther during her violet phase." Although Selena modestly claimed, "I still have much to improve," internally, she reveled in the praise. The Duchess's expression suddenly shifted as she fixed her gaze intently on Selena. "Nana, did you practice spirit arts secretly before entering the academy?" Selena's heart raced. The Duchess had never spoken to her in such a fierce manner. She stammered, "And no, not at all." The Duchess exhaled a sigh of relief. "That is excellent news. Spirit arts must only be practiced after turning 15. Do you remember? 2 years ago, Esther told you that you could begin learning spirit arts. You could not wait for her return from her mission and picked up a book on wind spirit arts, uttering an intermediate spell, nearly endangering your life by activating a vast quantity of spirit particles." Recalling that embarrassing incident made Selena uncomfortable, prompting her to ask, "Madam, why is it essential to wait until after turning 15? The Duchess explained, "The essence of spirit arts is not like blood. It is not replenishable but rather a constant quantity. Practicing spirit arts before adulthood can lead to a significant loss of spirit essence, depleting the potential of the practitioner. Your spirit medium has already illuminated 6 spirit orbs, indicating a higher aptitude. Illuminating all the orbs is merely a matter of time. However, if you had practiced secretly before turning 15, those 6 orbs could very well be your limit. Even if you exert yourself to the utmost, you will be unable to illuminate more than 10 orbs. Wind spirit arts are relatively weak, and failing to illuminate all the orbs may result in being unable to pass even the green pattern test. Selena barely registered the Duchess's following words. She was oblivious to how she exited the room. She managed to wash up and lay down in bed, but when the heavy rain began to pour outside, she broke down in tears, becoming an exceptional spirit practitioner like a grand princess. Vanquishing magical beasts, uncovering relics and treasures, had been her lifelong dream. Yet, due to her reckless ambition, that dream lay shattered. Now, she found herself questioning the very meaning of her existence. When Selena entered the classroom, lost in her thoughts, the oblivious Xingqian remarked, "Selena, the monthly exam is coming up in a fortnight. The 3 of us have decided to meet in the library after class for the next 2 weeks to study together. You should join us." Selena offered a faint smile. "Thank you, but I'll manage my studies at home." Mei Yi sensed something was amiss with Selena and contemplated asking her about it. However, given her evident disdain for him, he felt it inappropriate to pry. As Selena placed her bag down, she discovered a letter tucked away in her desk. Lifting her gaze, she caught sight of the fire spirit practitioner, Yisting, casting a fervent gaze in her direction, without hesitation. She discarded the letter into the trash bin under his watchful eyes. Yisting had been pursuing Selena for some time, frequently slipping love letters into her desk since they were assigned to the same class. Each time met with her indifference, to be fair, Yisting was tall and handsome, a son of a count from a certain county under the flower spirit, with an enviable family background. His group comprised a fire spirit practitioner named Hongya, a fairy healer, a wind spirit practitioner named Fengzi, and a water spirit practitioner named Liuxi, collectively boasting the strongest capabilities in the class. Nevertheless, Selena felt no attraction towards him. After a monotonous day of classes, Selena boarded the carriage sent by the Duchess to return home. When Liuxi caught up to her, just as she was about to inquire, Selena smiled faintly. "It was he who sent you, wasn't he it? Tell him I am perfectly fine. There's no need for him to worry." After school the following afternoon, Xingqian, Liuxi, and Mei convened in the library to study. The library, located on the east side of the teaching building, boasts an impressive collection of nearly 500,000 volumes, making it one of the most extensive libraries in the Elven Kingdom. Upon entering, they spotted Qiluo waving at them. She led them into a study room that had already been claimed. Mei Yi briefly introduced everyone, and the 4 began their assignments, deciding to tackle mathematics first. Mei Yi swiftly completed the math test, effortlessly finishing his grammar and theology assignments as well. Rhetoric was a subject he had never encountered in his previous life. After attending a few classes, he discovered it was merely a course on debating, akin to the essay questions in his past. Having once worked for the government of the world island, Mei Yi found the essay questions trivial. After completing all his assignments with ease, he stretched his arms and noticed the others were still struggling to finish their math tests. Qiluo observed Mei Yi's restlessness and urged, "Hurry and finish your assignments." Upon seeing the 4 densely written test papers beside him, she could hardly believe her eyes and gasped, "You finished so quickly?" Xingqian and Liuxi, equally astonished, leaned in to take a look, their eyes sparkling with surprise. Mei Yi quickly interjected, "Focus on your own work. Once you finish, we can compare answers." "Hey, Liuxi, no copying." "Xingqian, are you planning to memorize everything before writing it down on your own paper? Stop." Upon examining the 3's math tests, Mei Yi noticed their answers were utterly incorrect. This was hardly their fault. The math textbooks in this world were chaotic and poorly structured, leaving students bewildered. In reality, the difficulty of these problems was akin to the absurd exercises found at the end of math textbooks in his previous life. He found it impossible to halt their frantic copying, akin to students suddenly receiving the correct answers during their final exams. With a sigh, Mei Yi resigned himself, saying, "Let's call it a day. Starting tomorrow, we will have proper tutoring after school." The 3 agreed in unison. Mei Yi pondered for a moment and asked Qiluo, "Do you have any blank draft paper? I need a considerable amount." Qiluo replied, "I can provide as much as you need. I will bring it for you tomorrow." After seeing the 3 off at the academy gates and ensuring their families picked them up, Mei Yi returned to his modest dormitory, grabbed a few snacks, and made his way back to the library. He requested several sheets of paper from the librarian and, after a period of deep contemplation, began to write and sketch. The next day, Mei Yi collected a pile of draft paper from Chilua and laid it on his desk, continuing his deep thought, writing, and drawing. Seeing him frowning in concentration, with a look of joyous epiphany, Chilua felt a peculiar sensation stirring within her. A week passed swiftly. During the 2 days of rest, the librarian was astonished to discover that the human student had nearly spent 2 consecutive days without sleep in the library's study room. On a serene Sunday afternoon, as Mei Yi ventured out for a meal, she quietly perused her manuscript titled, "What's so difficult about mathematics?" which she had pinned over the week, leaving her momentarily stunned. Despite her own struggles with mathematics, she was acutely aware of the significant weight this work carried. It encompassed nearly every mathematical domain: algebra, set theory, plane geometry, solid geometry, algorithms, statistics, probability, trigonometry, vectors, sequences, inequalities. The tome even included numerous axioms, theorems, and formulas that transcended the realm of this world. Remarkably, the book conformed to all her expectations of a textbook. It was simple, comprehensible, replete with derivations and illustrations, and, most importantly, systematically organized, unlike the fragmented, obscure snippets scattered throughout the arduous discourses of various mathematicians. Meanwhile, Xing Chun, Liuxi, and Qi Luo, who were blissfully enjoying their day of rest at home, remained oblivious to the impending trials they were about to face. Chapter 13. The week of hell after school on Monday. Mei Yi mustered her courage and approached Selena, who was packing her bag. "Group leader, would you care to join us for a study session? Xing Chun, Liuxi, Qi Luo, and I will be there, and the more, the merrier." Selena, feeling a profound emptiness and anxiety in recent days, was indeed tempted by Mei Yi's invitation. However, upon hearing Qi Luo's name, she coldly replied, "No, I'll study diligently at home." Mei Yi had no choice but to beckon Liuxi and Xing Chun towards the library. Liuxi glanced back at Selena several times, while Selena deliberately averted her gaze. Upon reaching the school gate, Mei Yi spotted Istin, clad in a sunlit white shirt, waiting for her. Without waiting for his greeting, she discreetly activated her swift wind technique and dashed away without a trace. Upon arriving at the library, the trio discovered that Qi Luo was already awaiting them in their usual study room. Qi Luo closed the door and exclaimed with excitement, "Mei Yi, did you write all of this? It's truly remarkable. I feel like I can finally grasp so many concepts that had previously baffled me." Xing Chun and Liuxi leaned in to examine the thick stack of papers in Qi Luo's hands. Qi Luo handed the book over, and they eagerly began to flip through its pages, quickly realizing the immense value it held. Mei Yi explained, "I managed to write this last week while you all were at home in the evenings and during the weekend. It's rather concise, but the content should be fairly comprehensive. The book is structured in a systematic manner. Once you grasp the earlier sections, the subsequent ones will be easier to comprehend, avoiding the abrupt introductions of topics often found in textbooks. Next week is the monthly exam, and we all seem to falter in mathematics. Let us read through this book thoroughly to understand what mathematics truly entails, and then we can delve deeper into each section, memorizing the formulas and their derivations. Finally, let us review all past exam questions meticulously. It should prove beneficial." This book is typically kept with Miss Teresa, the librarian. You can ask her for it whenever you're free, simply by stating your name. Understanding the material isn't too difficult, but applying it correctly requires extensive practice. Let us designate this week as our pre-exam hell week. The three of them eagerly agreed, coordinating their study schedules, and then diligently immersed themselves in their work. Mei Yi sighed with relief, grateful that the world had yet to see the likes of Newton or Leibniz, and that the horrors of advanced calculus had not yet manifested. His mathematical skills had languished after the unified assessment in the Eastern District of World Island. Barely scraping by in higher mathematics, noticing her companions engrossed in their assignments, she borrowed Qi Luo's theology notes and began to study earnestly. As time ticked by, a light rain began to fall outside. Qi Luo closed the window, and the small study room turned cozy and warm. She glanced at Mei Yi, who was resting her chin on her hand and dozing off, as well as Liuxi and Xing Chun, who were diligently working. Qi Luo felt a wave of warmth envelop her. Unlike Mei Yi, who possessed a formidable spirit, Qi Luo often felt out of place in class. despite her efforts to be friendly. Her classmates harbored prejudices against her humanity. To her surprise, after mustering the courage to speak to Mei Yi, who was snacking on bread, she gradually became acquainted with Liuxi and Xingchen. After enduring a prolonged period of sleep deprivation, Mei Yi finally succumbed to exhaustion and laid her head on the table, drifting into a deep slumber. Drooling, Qi Luo couldn't help but stifle a laugh at the sight, while Liuxi burst into quiet giggles. When Mei Yi awoke, she found the study room empty, save for a piece of dry bread, a bottle of water, and a note that read, "We've gone home. The book has been returned to Miss Teresa. You needn't stay up so late with us anymore." The next day in the spirit technique class, other groups were enthusiastically exchanging insights on their practice. While Selena's group was shrouded in gloom, the cause lay squarely with their leader. Selena sat in silence, wearing a forced smile as she watched Liuxi and Xingchen, while casting a venomous glare at Mei Yi. Leaving the latter three perplexed, reluctantly, they each resumed their practice. Xingchen, living up to his prodigious talent, was now able to hover in the air for nearly 10 seconds after unleashing his lightning technique. However, a dilemma arose. Each time he invoked his lightning, others fled in terror. Liuxi, whose water-based spirit technique complemented her well, still found it challenging to control. That it was akin to playing volleyball with herself. As she chased the ball back and forth. As for Mei Yi, well, she was still surrounded by a flurry of ice shards. Selena thought to herself, "Fool, you're too tense." After activating the spirit particles, "You shouldn't be so rigid. Once you recite the appropriate incantation, the activation should occur naturally. There's no need for excessive effort. Yet, you've only managed to illuminate 2 spirit beads. What a waste of Prince Aster's spirit medium and spirit technique tome. And yet, you still managed to laugh. What a carefree soul you are." Teacher Illya remarked. "Mei Yi, why are you laughing when your spirit condensation has failed?" Unable to contain herself, Mei Yi chuckled heartily. "Teacher, I just recalled a term, Battle 5 trash, which refers to individuals of poor ability. That it fits me perfectly. It's quite amusing." Teacher Illya smiled. "It seems you don't require my guidance. Take your time to comprehend it yourself. You will succeed." After class, Mei Yi found herself once again on a bench by the small river behind the teaching building, munching on her bread. Before long, Qi Luo dashed over, sitting beside her and producing a lunchbox from her bag to offer Mei Yi. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Mei Yi said, "Qi Luo, considering we are now friends, I'll be frank, you needn't bring me anything from now on. Even with my thick skin, I would feel embarrassed. Please, have a little consideration for a poor person's pride." "Will you?" Qi Luo replied. "All right, I understand that I won't bring you anything tomorrow, if that's acceptable." A wave of relief washed over Mei Yi. Conversing with Qi Luo was truly effortless. Shortly thereafter, Liuxi arrived like a gust of wind, rushing up to Mei Yi and handing her a bottle of drink, then offering another to Qi Luo upon noticing her presence. Mei Yi, holding the bottle that resembled the color of a polluted river, innocently gazed at Liuxi and said, "Liuxi, we're friends now, so I'll speak candidly. Are you trying to poison me?" Liuxi opened her own bottle and began to drink. Gathering her courage, Mei Yi opened her bottle, pinched her nose, and took a cautious sip. To her surprise, it was quite delightful. She tossed her reservations aside and guzzled the entire bottle, exclaiming, "This is absolutely delicious. I can taste apples, oranges, lemons, bananas, watermelons, papayas, mangoes, mulberries, raspberries, blueberries, grapes, and cherries. You fairies are so extravagant. I can't afford such fruits, yet you use them to make juice." Liuxi had intended to mention that this particular blend was crafted specifically for her, containing an additional 9 fruits beyond those she had named. However, seeing Qi Luo present, she refrained and instead pulled out her bag, saying, "Do you like candy? My bag is filled with sweets." After a short while, Xingchen also approached, producing a massive lunchbox from his bag and offering it to Mei Yi. Curious, she opened it to discover a whole roasted goose paired with apples, and with a hint of despair, she remarked, "Xingchen, as friends, are you intent on making me burst?" Xingchen replied, "You've been working hard lately. Take your time enjoying it." Mei Yi nodded, rubbing her eyes, and simply said, "Thank you." Inside the teaching building, Selena and teacher Illya observed this scene. Tears streamed down Selena's face as she lamented, "Teacher, my wind spirit technique has become utterly useless. Teaming up with them would only drag them down. I don't know what to do. I even wish to give my eyes to that human girl so she can start anew. Teacher Clisha consoled Selena. Don't be too disheartened. Not becoming a spirit practitioner isn't the end of the world. Perhaps you should share your feelings with your teammates. It might lighten your heart that I can see they care about you. Absolutely not, Selena sobbed. I don't want them to see me in such a pitiful state. Nor do I want the miss and the lady to know. Please, teacher, keep this a secret for me. Clisha could only nod in agreement. Unbeknownst to them, Istin, who had been trailing Selena, lurked outside the classroom. Having overheard everything, upon witnessing Selena making her way outside, he swiftly stepped aside, a sudden idea forming in his mind. Chapter 14. The secret potions of spirit magic at long last. The time had arrived for the monthly examination results to be released. Early in the morning, all first-year students crowded around the bulletin board in front of the teaching building, eager to discover their scores at AS in her previous life. It was evident that some were elated while others were disheartened. Chilua leapt from the carriage, striding directly towards the bulletin board. Many classmates regarded her with curious glances. She took the initiative to greet them, and even those fairies and elves who had previously ignored her managed to muster smiles. Good morning. Upon reaching the bulletin board, she scanned for her name with great speed. A moment later, she realized such diligence was unnecessary, for her name boldly occupied the fourth position, Theology 93, Rhetoric 92, Grammar 93, and remarkably, even in mathematics, her weakest subject. She had scored 84. Overjoyed, her heart raced as her gaze moved upward. Astonishingly, the third place was held by Xingqian, with scores of Theology 93, Rhetoric 91, Grammar 95, and Mathematics 86. The second place belonged to Liuxi, who achieved scores of Theology 97, Rhetoric 93, Grammar 95, and Mathematics 89. And the first place was... how foolish of her to question this. Mei Yi claimed the top rank with an astounding score of Theology 98, Rhetoric 95, Grammar 97, and Mathematics 100. Chua was nearly beside herself with glee. In this tale of mixed fortunes, Selena, having come to terms with her inability to become a spirit mage, had been unfocused in her studies and revisions lately. After the exams, she felt a pervasive sense of unease, particularly regarding the notoriously challenging mathematics. After several futile searches for her name, when she finally found it, she was left in shock. Tears streamed down her face as she quietly departed. Returning to the classroom, her scores were disheartening. Theology 62, Rhetoric 71, Grammar 68, Mathematics 22, though not the lowest. It was enough to shatter the pride Selena had always held dear. Liuxi, typically reticent, was so agitated that her words tumbled out in a flurry. She shook Mei Yi's arm and exclaimed, I scored 89 in mathematics. That's more than my cumulative scores on several quizzes. Mei Yi scoffed. I know. After putting in so much effort teaching you all, not a single one managed to score above 90 in mathematics. That you're all hopeless. Stop daydreaming and be ready to study hard again tonight. Upon seeing Selena, the trio was immediately struck with fear. Daring not to make a sound lest they provoke her sensitive nerves, Selena, devoid of the spirited resolve she once possessed as group leader, sat in silence, refusing to converse with anyone in the week that followed. Selena consistently arrived late and left early, her attention waning during classes, her eyes vacant. The top 10 students were to receive scholarships, knowing that Mei Yi came from a poor background. Teacher Illya had conferred with the dean and decided to preemptively distribute the scholarship meant for the awards ceremony to Mei Yi. Despite this, Mei Yi's circumstances seemed unchanged, continuing to sit on a bench nibbling dry bread, too frugal to buy even a single egg. When Illya inquired at the academy's bank, she learned that Mei Yi had sent all her money to her sister, who lived far away in Tianlu City. One day, Liuxi mentioned that her sister had rewarded her with a substantial sum upon learning of her second-place finish at the Flower Spirit Academy. She proposed treating her group and Chilua to a meal at the restaurant. Xingqian and Mei Yi readily agreed, but Selena declined, claiming she had matters to attend to at home and needed to return early. Upon arriving at the Flower Spirit Academy, Mei Yi, who had seldom ventured beyond its gates, gazed hungrily at the city, reminiscent of a forest park, with its red-roofed houses, paint like clouds, and towering trees piercing the heavens. Feeling a profound sense of wonder, little did her companions know that in her previous life, environmental degradation had rendered such beauty nearly extinct. Trees of such grandeur existed only in the three-dimensional projections of festivals. The four conversed merrily as they approached a secluded restaurant. Xingqian suddenly exclaimed, "Isn't that the group leader? Didn't she say she had to go home? Why is she here dining with Yisting? They seem to be drinking what appears to be wine. Alcohol is prohibited at the academy." Yisting placed his hand on Selena's, prompting her to instinctively retract it. Undeterred, he placed his hand back, only for her to pull away once more. With a patient smile, he donned his coat and pulled out a chair for her before they both stood to leave. Mei Yi thought to herself, "No wonder the group leader has been so distracted lately. It appears she is in love." The two exited the restaurant, maintaining a respectful distance. Mei Yi noticed Selena's face was rife with indecision. The four hurriedly hid. They overheard Yisting saying, "Since it is a potion that can replenish the blood of spirit magic, its potency will be formidable, but as long as a pharmacist supervises, there will be no issues. Once you decide to take it, let me know, and I will take you to my family's apothecary where no one will uncover your secret." Throughout the meal, Mei Yi remained preoccupied, prompting Liuxi to inquire, "Are you very concerned?" Mei Yi nodded honestly. Qiluo gazed enviously at Liuxi, having observed that Mei Yi and Liuxi communicated effortlessly. A mere glance or gesture between them conveyed volumes. Liuxi stood up, declaring, "I'll go check that, don't worry. Fairies excel at tracking." After about half an hour, Liuxi returned, breathless and drenched in sweat. Without pausing to wipe her brow, she gasped, "Rest assured." Yisting offered to escort the group leader home, but she declined. He dropped her off at the academy gate, and her carriage came to collect her. Only then did Mei Yi relax, raising a toast with Liuxi, Qiluo, and Xingqian in celebration. That he glanced into his cup, filled with a liquid that resembled stagnant water fermented for 3 months, and whispered to Liuxi, "The color is equally repugnant, yet it pales in comparison to what you provided. Where did you acquire this?" "No need to say, I couldn't afford it anyway." As the group exited the restaurant, Xingqian and Qiluo bid farewell to Mei Yi and Liuxi, climbing aboard the carriage that awaited them. Mei intended to wait until Liuxi's family arrived to collect her, but she insisted it was unnecessary and pushed him away. After Mei left, a tall, handsome man with green hair emerged from the restaurant. He glared at Mei Yi's retreating figure, his teeth clenched in rage. Wishing to pursue and slay him, Liuxi exclaimed in surprise, "Father, why are you holding a kitchen knife? You'll frighten the patrons." Just as she finished speaking, her father collapsed to the ground, blood streaming from his nose. He had been toppled by a captivating green-haired woman who embodied a blend of allure and grace. Smiling, she embraced Liuxi and said, "Darling, I've approved it in our household. It's mother who decides everything. When did this wretched man get a say? Hurry, show your exam papers to mother and flaunt them before our guests." Liuxi's father protested, "Sweetheart, let me explain that I will unconditionally respect your choices, but you are only 15, and the road ahead is long. Please don't rush into decisions, all right? How can he command you to track other girls? I simply cannot abide by this. Ouch, mother, please stop." The following morning, during the spirit magic class, Selena sat silently on the grass, repeatedly toying with a small box in her hands. Occasionally, she would glance at Mei Yi, who was desperately attempting to condense spirit particles without success, inwardly scolding him for being such a fool. Yisting, noticing Selena's gaze upon Mei Yi, felt a twinge of discomfort. "Humph, I've never failed to win over anyone in less than 7 days, and here I am, nearly 2 months in, without even holding your hand. I thought something was amiss. It seems you harbor feelings for that human." Observing Mei Yi struggle, even with the assistance of Liuxi, Xingqian, and even teacher Clatia, Yisting sneered, "Humph," worthless as his greedy gaze swept over Selena's ethereal hair. Clear eyes, well-defined figure, smooth skin, long legs, and black stockings, he felt a rush of excitement. This perfect maidenhood shall soon be mine. With that thought, he began practicing spirit magic with renewed vigor, chanting incantations, activating spirit particles, condensing them, all performed with remarkable ease. Suddenly, he unleashed the fireball spell, conjuring a fireball the size of a basin, dancing in the air like the sun, eliciting gasps from the onlookers. Seeing Selena's astonished expression brought him a sense of smug satisfaction. He was inherently a powerful fire magic practitioner, and with the support of his family's secret potions, his progress surpassed that of his peers. If all went smoothly, he would soon become a spirit mage. Noticing that teacher Clatia was preoccupied with guiding Mei Yi, Yisting seized the opportunity to flaunt his prowess before Selena. With a flick of his wrist, the fireball shot forth, traveling 3 to 4 meters before landing in the river with a sizzle. Teacher Clotia sighed inwardly, shaking her head that Yisting's performance was decidedly unusual. The most gifted spirit mage in recent years, Aster, had diligently practiced for nearly a year before achieving such remarkable progress. Both Yisting and Selena were too eager for success. In contrast, the endearingly earnest Mei Yi was far more admirable. Wait. Why did he, who had been striving so hard, suddenly abandon his efforts and appear ready to jump into the river? Xingqian desperately clutched Mei's waist, while Liuxi fervently tried to console her. In terms of spiritual techniques, we never held out much hope for you. Being human, rest assured, if you encounter danger, we will protect you. If we fail, the team leader will surely safeguard us. The teacher has stated that her ability to manipulate spiritual energy is unparalleled. Upon hearing this, Mei Yi felt even more despondent, collapsing to the ground and lamenting the injustice of fate that a mist gradually enveloped Selena's eyes. She shook her head vigorously, biting her lip as if she had made a significant resolution. Chapter 15. Candy Poison. In the theology class, the priestess was recounting the deeds of the goddess Amelia. The goddesses of this world are not mere fabrications, but are the first generation of elfin royalty. Alongside the first fairy lord, Liuxi, and the human sovereign, Liuxi, they collectively banished the magical beast to the north of the Tianlu Mountains, thereby establishing a vast elfin kingdom. Between Mei and Selena sat Liuxi. Selena, lost in thought, absent-mindedly fiddled with a small box, while Mei, deeply concerned for her, stole glances her way. Liuxi misinterpreted Mei's attention as an attempt to sneak a peek at her bosom, flushing crimson and squirming in her seat. After class, when Mei noticed Selena had stepped out, she leaned in to whisper a few words to Liuxi, then went out to engage Selena. Liuxi realized she had misjudged Mei's intentions, following Mei's instructions. She quietly retrieved the box that Selena often played with, opened it, and discovered a dark, chocolate-like object inside. Catching sight of Mei and Selena conversing outside, she quickly pulled a similar candy from her backpack, swapped it for the one in the box, wrapped it in a handkerchief, and tucked it into her pocket, placing the box back in its original spot. Having completed this, her heart raced. If the team leader found out, she would never be able to face her again. Selena was somewhat taken aback when Mei intercepted her. She calmly regarded Mei, awaiting her words. Mei hesitated for a long moment before finally managing to say, "Team leader, it has been a while since you trained with us. Could you join us on a day that suits you?" Upon finishing, Mei could not help but tremble, bracing for an impending storm. Yet, to her surprise, Selena replied, "All right, if all goes well, we can do it tomorrow. I apologize for making you wait." Mei was startled, gazing at Selena in disbelief, and asked, "Can you teach me how to condense spiritual energy? I truly do not wish to hold everyone back." Selena smiled and replied, "Of course. We are teammates after all." Mei was so overwhelmed with excitement that he nearly shouted, "Team leader, I love you." He glanced at Liuxi, who was sitting upright, aware that she had completed her task, and followed Selena back into the classroom. He had never seen Selena smile before. Her slight smile today was utterly enchanting. After school, Liuxi hurried home, panting as she reached the back of the greenhouse restaurant, where she handed the contents of her pocket to her mother. Upon learning that it was a matter entrusted by her daughter's beloved, Liuxi's mother immediately boarded a carriage to deliver the substance for testing at the Faerie Medical Center, located 100 miles away. Throughout the afternoon, both Mei and Liuxi fidgeted anxiously, awaiting the report from the Faerie Medical Center. The two, who usually felt that class time dragged on forever, now wished for time to slow down. But fate had other plans, and soon the afternoon classes concluded. Mei's remedial efforts bore no fruit, as Xingqian and Liuxi could not detain Selena for long. In high spirits, Selena bid farewell to the two and swiftly departed. Mei rushed to the window and, sure enough, saw her boarding a carriage with Yiziding. Mei exclaimed, "Xingqian, Liuxi, hurry, let us follow the team leader." As they reached the academy gate, the carriage had long since vanished from sight. Just then, another carriage stopped before them, and a figure jumped down. Upon recognizing her as the beautiful owner of the restaurant from yesterday, Mei was about to greet her when Liuxi stepped forward, asking, "Mom, how did it go? Was the medicine all right?" Liuxi's mother, looking anxious, replied, "Sweetheart, where did you get this medicine? It has no restorative properties for spiritual energy. It is a dangerous concoction of narcotics and aphrodisiacs." Upon hearing this, Mei seethed, That scoundrel Yiziding is not genuinely interested in Selena. I must find her quickly. He composed himself and instructed Liuxi, please wait here for Selena's family. Have them stay put and not leave. Xingqian, you are coming with me to chase after him. Just as they were about to run, Liuxi's mother stopped them and handed Mei a gentle white puppy. Searching aimlessly is futile. Take this pup with you to sniff out the girl as sent. Embracing the puppy, Mei dashed into the classroom, rummaging through Selena's desk until he found a blue hairband. He hastily had the puppy sniff it, and it darted away, with Mei hot on its heels, followed closely by Xingqian. Observing their frantic departure, Liuxi's mother gently remarked, "Sweetheart, it seems your beloved holds that elven girl in high regard. Perhaps we should heed your father's advice and wait a little longer?" Liuxi, blushing furiously, shook her head. "Mom, if I were in his shoes, he would do the same for me. I am certain that I will stand right here, waiting for him to bring the team leader back." Yiziding felt his throat dry as he gazed at Selena lying on the bed. The situation had diverged from his expectations. He had brought Selena to his family's apothecary, where the blooming flower spirits were. Initially filled with doubts, Selena's apprehensions dissipated after conversing with the apothecary, and she followed Yiziding into the back room. Consuming the potion he had provided, it tasted surprisingly pleasant, reminiscent of strong coffee, invigorating her. Yiziding was taken aback to see that Selena not only remained conscious but appeared more alert than ever. Fortunately, he was prepared. He retrieved a spray hidden in his bag and lightly misted it onto Selena's face. She managed to utter, "What are you doing?" before losing consciousness and collapsing to the ground. Yiziding, his face ashen, exited with a clenched fist, striking the shopkeeper and knocking out a few of her teeth as he roared, "Get lost. Selling counterfeit medicines is one thing, but daring to give me fake potions that nearly ruined my plans. I'll make sure to deal with you later." The shopkeeper, bloodied and terrified, fled without uttering a word. Yiziding reached for Selena's blouse, unbuttoning it, and an intoxicating maidenly fragrance wafted toward him. He inhaled deeply, bending down to kiss Selena's cherry-red lips. Suddenly, the door was kicked open, then slammed shut again. Yiziding, startled, looked up to find Mei Yi standing before him, coldly stating, "Leave Selena at once. I can pretend today never happened." Yiziding smirked slightly. "Trash that can't even condense spiritual energy dares to threaten me." Mei Yi retorted, "I am not so easily intimidated. Xingqian is outside, although I doubt he is a match for you now. Xingqian, listen carefully. I will count to 3, and if Yiziding does not leave voluntarily, you are to shout for help." "Understood," Xingqian readily agreed. 1. Yiziding cast a disparaging glance at Mei Yi. "Trash. All you can do is play tricks. I'll let it go this time. I'm leaving that a woman like this is of no interest. A mere beckon and she comes. It's hardly worth it." 2. Yiziding's eyes glinted with menace as he angrily flung the door open, storming out while declaring, "Prepare to die." Mei Yi quickly instructed, "Xingqian, wait a moment before you come in." After Xingqian acknowledged, Mei Yi fastened Selena's buttons, whispering, "Team leader, please do not wake up now. Otherwise, I will have no way to explain." Once everything was settled, Mei Yi carried Selena and called for Xingqian, following the bully out of the apothecary. Unfortunately, it was already quite late, and the sky was filled with stars. Mei Yi had no money, and Xingqian had forgotten to bring any, so they had to take turns carrying her. By the time the three reunited with Liuxi at the academy gate, both Xingqian and Mei Yi were panting heavily. Mei Yi placed Selena onto the carriage heading to the Duke's residence, concocting a flimsy excuse. Once the carriage departed, he solemnly instructed Liuxi and Xingqian, "Not a word of this incident to anyone. Otherwise, you will be expelled from the team." In the days that followed, Selena did not attend class. However, knowing she was safe within the Duke's residence, Mei Yi paid little mind on Friday afternoon, as he sat on a bench munching on bread while reading. A familiar fragrance wafted toward him. He looked up in astonishment. "Madam, what brings you here?" The Duchess's eyes were somewhat red and swollen, and she sorrowfully replied, "Mei Yi, could you please check on Selena? She is not well. She seems utterly dazed, and no matter what we ask her, she only cries." Chapter 16. The King of Stories. That night, Mei Yi lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He had promised to visit Selena the next morning. Yet he was unaware of the root of the problem. His visit would likely be of no use. Besides, she despised him so. It could even backfire. He decided instead to rise and stepped out onto the balcony. Gazing at the vast expanse of stars above, the resplendent starlight cascaded upon the garden before the room, illuminating everything with a serene and exquisite beauty. The academy lacked student dormitories, as its attendees hailed from affluent backgrounds. Utterly disinclined to reside within the confines of the institution, upon perusing Liuxi's letter of recommendation and grasping Mei Yi's extraordinary circumstances, Dean Shilu prepared a small building, typically used for storage. For him to inhabit, he sat on the balcony, gently reading through Quiet Night Thoughts. This seemingly simple Tang poem, an introductory piece, now evoked profound sorrow, bringing tears to his eyes. He could not help but reminisce about his parents and sister from his past life, as well as his younger sister in this world. Just as he was overcome with grief, a voice echoed from below. Mei Yi, are you still awake? Do you have a moment to take a walk with your teacher? Upon seeing it was teacher Illya, he responded affirmatively, hastily dressing and hurriedly descending the stairs to stroll through the expansive campus alongside her. Teacher Illya casually conversed with Mei Yi for a few moments before suddenly inquiring, Mei Yi, do you understand what it means to become a spiritual practitioner? More wealth, elevated status, greater power. Illya replied serenely, indeed, that is the case for us commoners. But what of children like Selena? The Duchess treats her as her own, and she lacks for nothing. Not becoming a spiritual practitioner will not diminish her wealth, status, or power. Mei Yi pondered for a moment and responded, I cannot speak for others, but I do know Selena. She despises being controlled and yearns for freedom. To become a spiritual practitioner signifies having the liberty to govern oneself. That is paramount. At this juncture, his expression shifted, and he anxiously asked, Teacher Illya, are you implying that Selena cannot become a spiritual practitioner? How could that be? Her control over spiritual techniques is exceptional, as you yourself stated. Illya smiled. You are exceptionally astute and perceptive that I promise to keep her secret. But circumstances are such that I cannot maintain that vow any longer. She clandestinely practiced spiritual techniques before the age of 15, depleting her spiritual blood, and her potential has nearly been exhausted. She feels she would burden you all and has become despondent. Mei Yi was momentarily dumbfounded. He finally comprehended why Selena had been so despondent of late, why this typically guarded individual had been so easily deceived by Istin. Such a proud person must surely feel ashamed to face others, he thought. With that realization, Mei Yi lost all desire for conversation. He hastily bid farewell to his teacher, scaled the wall out of the campus, and raced toward the greenhouse restaurant run by Liuxi's parents, where he borrowed a bully and, under its guidance, sprinted toward the Duke's villa located in the outskirts of the city. After several hours of starting and stopping, utterly exhausted, Mei Yi finally arrived at the entrance of the Duke's villa. Unbeknownst to him, the Duke's estate was heavily guarded at night. Upon spotting someone daring to intrude at night, Flynn, the deputy commander of the Knight's Guard, was taken aback, nearly dropping his eyes in shock, and without further ado, apprehended him, intending to throw him into prison. Yet, fate intervened. The Duchess, returning from an event, witnessed the scene and promptly ordered Mei Yi's release. Gasping for breath, he recounted the events but omitted any mention of Istin. The Duchess, upon hearing his tale, could not help but shed tears, leading Mei Yi to the lakeside pavilion where Selena and the second princess resided, where he had been unceremoniously kicked into the lake. The Duchess entered the room and, upon inspection, remarked that Selena was already fast asleep. Only then did Mei feel a sense of relief. Noticing the dawn approaching, he said, Auntie, please go rest. I shall sit here for a while and wait until morning to see Selena before I depart. As dawn broke, the Duchess, accompanied by Mei Yi, gently knocked on Selena's door, but there was no response. She cautiously opened the door to find that the maid had already tidied Selena, who sat on her bed. Appearing dazed and unresponsive to the Duchess and Mei Yi's entrance, Mei Yi smiled gently. Team leader, you promised to teach me how to condense spiritual particles, yet you seem to have broken your promise. Selena maintained a blank expression, staring vacantly at a painting hanging on the wall opposite her. The artwork depicted her at a youthful age, donned in armor, wielding a sword nearly as tall as she was, standing beside Isidore, who towered over her. The Duchess explained that this was painted by an artist on Selena's 12th birthday. Mei Yi pulled a chair closer and sat beside Selena, softly saying, Team leader, I know you do not wish to hear anything I say. How about I tell you a story instead? You often call me a big fool, yet I truly excel at storytelling. Before leaving, Sister Isidore suddenly asked me, Mei Yi, can you tell stories? My mother used to tell me tales when I was little, and I longed to hear one again. I replied that I could, and I recounted the fisherman and the goldfish. authored by Pushkin, though you need not know who he is. Once, there was a fisherman and his wife living in poverty. One day, the fisherman caught a talking goldfish at sea. The goldfish said nothing, merely flicked its tail and swam away into the ocean. The palace reverted to the dilapidated hut it had once been, and the throne upon which the fisherman's wife sat transformed back into a rickety stool. Prosperity faded back into desolation. The Duchess had not intended to interrupt their conversation, but the story was so captivating that she took a seat nearby, quietly listening to Mei Yi. After the story concluded, she was astonished to see a flicker of life in Selena's eyes. After finishing the tale, Mei Yi gently remarked, "Selena, do you know, when I was young, I too wished for a goldfish. I thought to myself, I would never be greedy enough to be dissatisfied even after becoming an emperor. However, as I grew older, I realized that human desires are insatiable." The second story is The Emperor's New Clothes, authored by Anderson. Once, there was an emperor who was exceedingly vain, changing his attire every hour. When people spoke of him, they would always say, "The king is in his dressing room," a small child remarked, "but he isn't wearing anything at all." The third story is The Brave Warrior and the Evil Dragon. Once, in a certain place, there lived a black dragon hoarding countless treasures. Many brave souls attempted to vanquish it, but to no avail. The warrior who defeated the dragon returned with a valley full of treasures, only to find scales sprouting from his body, horns growing from his head, transforming him into a dragon, awaiting the next brave soul. The room erupted in gasps and murmurs of amazement. More and more individuals filled the room. The maidservants lingered under the pretext of tidying up, captivated by Mei Yi's storytelling. The Duchess found herself too engrossed to attend to them. The fourth story is Cinderella. The fifth story is Snow White. The sixth story is The Fisherman and the Devil. Mei Yi continued to narrate an uninterrupted stream of 48 stories. The Duchess, the noble women visiting her, Selena's companions, and the ladies-in-waiting from the Duke's estate nearly filled the room to capacity. They forgot to drink water, neglecting meals and afternoon tea, their focus entirely on Mei Yi, marveling at how this human man could weave such enchanting tales. These stories far surpassed the mundane adventures of knights seeking treasure or winning the hearts of maidens. When Mei Yi paused to drink water, whispers circulated, revealing that this young man spun so many stories simply to elicit a smile from the Duke's little knight, Selena, evoking a tinge of jealousy among the noble women. Young ladies of noble birth, around Mei Yi's age, gazed at him with eyes brimming with admiration. One noble girl could not help but ask, having told so many tales of princes and princesses, "Which princess do you favor the most?" Mei Yi, as if in a dream, replied, "Team leader, this brings me to my final story, The Wild Swans." Duchess, the protagonist of this tale is named Elisa if her name coincides with any of your family members. It is purely coincidental and not meant to offend. Chapter 17, A Change of Heart, The Wild Swans, is one of Anderson's fairy tales, rich in dark undertones. As the listeners heard the malevolent stepmother feeding Princess Elisa and her brother's sand, only to have her brothers cursed and transformed into wild swans. They gasped in horror as the queen made Elisa both ugly and filthy. Their outcry only ceased when they heard about Elisa encountering her brothers who had already transformed. Mei Yi's tone shifted as he recounted Elisa's determination to save her brothers, using her delicate hands to pluck the dreadful nettles, crushing them beneath her feet, spinning them into thread to weave a cloak. All while enduring a year of silence, the noble women and young ladies wept openly. Yet the tale did not end there. When they learned that Elisa, upon marrying the king, felt relief only to be accused of witchcraft for gathering nettles from the grave. Facing a death sentence by fire, their rage ignited, cursing the archbishop and the king. Fortunately, in the end, Elisa's brothers were restored to human form, and the king and Elisa were wed anew, for reasons unknown. Upon concluding this story, everyone felt utterly drained. In an era devoid of online literature, a simple fairy tale was more than sufficient to evoke such exhilaration. Noticing Selena still bore an impassive expression, Mei Yi spoke. "Team leader, the reason I admire Elisa is not due to her royal status, but rather her strength and bravery. She is merely a fragile human girl, yet the accomplishments she has achieved would be daunting even for you elves." "Would it not?" exclaimed the noble women and young ladies. "We could never achieve such feats." Mei Yi gazed up at the ceiling, exhaling a long sigh, and softly remarked, "Do you recall our first day here, when you unceremoniously kicked me into the lake, nearly drowning me? Who would have thought that we would later become classmates and even be grouped together?" I had barely served as group leader for an hour before you usurped my position. The noble women and ladies erupted into laughter. Their spirits lifted. Upon witnessing a flicker of amusement on Selena's face, the Duchess felt a wave of relief wash over her. The little girl was merely having a spat with Mei Yi, deliberately sulking in silence. I deeply regret not safeguarding you, allowing you to endure moments of sorrow and pain alone. As I sat under the large tree outside this small building last night, waiting for you to wake, I pondered how to express my thoughts, but words eluded me. So, I spoke plainly. Group leader, please return as long as you are here. We are a complete team. We shall never attain the prowess of the Esther quadruple spirit sisterhood. Yet, at the very least, we can lend an ear to your troubles, sharing in your joys and sorrows. I am aware that you harbor disdain for me. You may confide in Liuxi and Xingqian. If you loathe boys, just voice it to Liuxi. After all, they will discreetly relay your sentiments to me. The noble women and young ladies erupted into peals of melodious laughter once more. Mei Yi finally comprehended why those writers, mathematicians, philosophers, and naturalists throughout Western history relished attending salons. The sensation of being cherished by a gathering of noble women and ladies was simply exquisite. Even in our fragility, if we possess strength, we can achieve the most unimaginable feats. Just like Elisa, what we can do is strive to grow stronger within our limits. So, please return. You promised to teach me how to condense spirit particles. The true hindrance is I, if you are so distressed. Should I not cease to exist? I once heard a tale of a king who, in response to the queen's infidelity, executed her, marrying a new woman each day only to slay her by dawn. A clever woman captivated the king with her stories, compelling him to abandon thoughts of his own demise. This narrative unfolded over 1,001 nights, after which the king finally repented and lived happily ever after with her. I too would willingly share 1,001 tales with you, should you choose to return. However, I find myself incapable of achieving even 1,001 stories, even if I include children's tales like The Three Little Pigs. Even if I could accumulate them, we would graduate and part ways before the tales could be told. You are the wind, reveling in freedom, destined to encounter more splendid and extraordinary adventures, as tears flowed freely from all in attendance. Mei Yi could no longer maintain her composure, collapsing beside Selena's bed, slipping into a deep slumber. This intimate conversation had transformed into a heartwarming story salon, leaving the guests satisfied, while only the slumbering Mei Yi and the Duchess remained in Selena's chamber. Selena, unable to contain her tears any longer, wiped her eyes and nose, choking out, "You big fool! Why would you go to such lengths for me when I never asked you to? Are you truly so destitute that you cannot even afford a carriage ride? I promised to return and cease dwelling on those matters. Will that suffice? And do you not know that Elisa is the nickname of the second princess? How dare you proclaim your love for Elisa so loudly? The princess could easily imprison you for such insolence." "How could he possibly know? He has never interacted with Ivy," the Duchess replied softly. "I had intended for Mei Yi to visit you first thing in the morning, but he rushed over last night, nearly thrown into the dungeons by the guards. He claimed he feared you might leap into the river and insisted on watching over you from outside. I never anticipated he could persuade you with such a romantic gesture." Selena, her face flushed, sat on the bed, hugging her knees, gazing at the snoring Mei Yi, and felt no trace of disdain. She glanced out at the starlit sky, her stomach growling audibly. Embarrassed, she said, "Madam, I am hungry. It seems you have not eaten all day either." At that moment, she nearly jumped in shock. "It is nearly 100 miles from the school to my home. Could it be that this fellow has gone without sleep or food since last night?" During their meal in the dining hall, the Duchess observed Selena devouring her food with the same voracity as usual, and her spirits brightened. "Seeing you like this brings me comfort. Initially, when I heard Shreya mention Esther's dying wish, I felt quite discontent. Yet now, I must commend her discernment." Selena's cheeks flushed as she feigned ignorance, continuing to devour her meal with her knife and fork. The Duchess gazed at the silverware and fine wines displayed in the dining room cabinet, letting out a sigh. This child is intelligent, loyal, and utterly lacking in charm, almost a mirror image of Esther. Alas, you do not harbor feelings for him. I promise to keep her secret, but in order to prevent your continued disdain for him, I shall reveal this. In truth, Selena paused, gently interjecting, "Madam, I understand what you are about to say. Please do not inquire how I know, nor speak of it aloud, if you would be so kind. The matters between us, I shall handle. I will make an effort to dislike him less. You need not worry. The Duchess could not help but inquire. Nana, do you truly dislike him? When I sent the guests off, many inquired about him. Numerous noblewomen and young ladies expressed their desire to invite him to our salon, showing no concern for his human status. In our elven realm, talent and ability command respect. Selena retorted indignantly. Madam, the Duchess's smile vanished, her voice suddenly icy. Nana, I can tell when someone is bullying you. Mei Yi has already mentioned it. Return and resolve the issue with your companions if it cannot be resolved. Inform me. The reason for concealing your identity at the academy is to prevent you from being bullied, but if someone dares to cross you. Selena, witnessing the usually gentle Duchess's genuine anger, quickly adopted a more affectionate tone. Madam, you need not worry. I shall certainly inform you when the time comes. Upon awakening, Mei Yi found himself in an utterly unfamiliar setting. Sitting up, he felt dizzy, his stomach grumbling audibly, and his mind in a fog. After considerable effort, he recalled the events that had transpired. Instantly alert, he glanced at the painting on the opposite wall and nearly leaped in fright. He had somehow ended up in Selena's bed. No wonder the room was so fragrant. Just as he contemplated escaping, he noticed a few sandwiches on the table, accompanied by a note. Approaching, he read the elegant script. Awake. If you are awake, hurry and eat before you leave. If you dare to speak of sleeping in my bed, I'll have you killed. The Duchess and Selena stood on the balcony of the dining hall, watching as Mei Yi, with a mouth stuffed with sandwiches, fled in a panic, unable to suppress their laughter. Selena laughed the hardest, her spirits lifting, the gloom of recent days dissipating. The Duchess, observing Selena, mused, You may feign indifference, claiming you will try to dislike him less, yet you are already tending to him, covering him with a blanket and preparing sandwiches for him. Not even a newlywed would be so attentive. Both of my daughters resemble their father, yet you are the one who takes after me. How could I bear to see you wed? Chapter 18. The Inept Mage. Monday morning. You big fool. Why are you so tense when I told you to relax? Selena shouted in frustration upon witnessing Mei Yi struggle to condense even a single decent ice shard under her diligent guidance. Liuxi tightly covered her ears, while Xingchun kept his distance, amusing himself with playful lightning, the dazzling bolts now capable of lingering in the air for a good 10 seconds. Mei Yi smiled awkwardly, saying, Group leader, please do not be angry. I am aware you have been guiding me for 5 minutes, and it must be quite exhausting. Perhaps you should take a break and allow me to explore on my own. I feel as though the door to success is slowly creaking open. Amidst the chuckles of their classmates, Selena, her face flushed, stomped away in irritation, sulking as she observed Mei Yi's training. She too was puzzled. Condensing spirit particles was not an overly difficult task, as long as the incantation was pronounced correctly. Success was assured. Almost every classmate had already mastered it. Mei Yi made no errors, yet still ended up with a floor strewn with ice shavings. Just then, Istin approached, sitting beside Selena with a disarming smile, asking with genuine concern, Selena, are you all right? What caused you to faint so suddenly that day? I was about to ask the apothecary to give you some medicine when Mei Yi barged in. Get lost. Selena snapped coldly. Shall I count to 3? Upon hearing this, Istin's smile evaporated, his handsome features twisting in discomfort that he realized that Selena had heard everything that transpired after Mei Yi entered, though she could not act on it. Damn it, even the sedative was a sham. Does my family even possess genuine medicine? Dejected, Istin departed, unable to resist hurling a parting insult. A worthless mage who cannot even condense a single spirit particle. A pathetic individual who has already squandered their potential, dragging their entire group down with them. Serena sat there with a cold expression, shedding tears only after the class had concluded and everyone had departed. Unbeknownst to her, this entire scene had been witnessed by Mei Yi, Liuxi, and Xingchun. On Monday evening, she vented her frustrations. What a big fool. Are you really that dim-witted? Even a clever student like me cannot be taught. What do you mean by just applying formulas? Why is this formula the correct one? Despite listening intently to Mei Yi explain the math problems, Serena found herself utterly perplexed and could not help but complain. Mei Yi, with a smile, replied, You are beautiful. Whatever you say is right. Don't you think? Since you question the authority of Eldon and Shangjin, let us derive the formula from the beginning and see how it comes about, shall we? Unintentionally, Mei Yi let slip a phrase from her past life, leaving Serena blushing furiously as everyone pretended not to hear. She felt awkward and could only watch as Mei Yi continued to derive the formula, Eventually succumbing to a headache, she thought to herself, "Forget it. I might as well memorize the formula." After observing Mei Yi's meticulously crafted textbook for a while, Liuxi handed it to Selena, whispering, "Captain, don't rush into solving problems just yet. Read through it from start to finish. It will be immensely helpful." As Selena opened the book and glanced at the familiar handwriting, she was taken aback. "Liuxi, did he write this?" she exclaimed, casting a glance at Mei Yi, who had already dozed off on the desk. Liuxi nodded and softly said, "I couldn't believe it either. But the administrator claimed to have seen the former group leader borrow numerous math tomes and produce this book. Just complete your assignments and return it to the administrator. If you need it again, just register your name." Serena's heart swelled with warmth as she became engrossed in the book, unaware of how time slipped by. When she finally looked up at Mei Yi, she noticed Liuxi and Qi Luo gazing at him with tender expressions, causing the three to avert their eyes in alarm. On Friday morning, the Duchess spoke the truth. The world of spirits reveres the strong, though Mei Yi may be a novice in spiritual arts. He was a giant in academics. After achieving the top rank in his year, classmates would approach him whenever they encountered unfamiliar spells, and Mei Yi would respond with enthusiasm. Consequently, a scene unfolded in the spiritual practice arena that left teacher Illya both amused and exasperated. This spectacle attracted the attention of numerous faculty members, including teachers Yuzu and Shaili, as well as Dean Shilu. Nearly half the class surrounded Mei Yi, all offering suggestions, hoping to help him successfully condense spiritual energy. Their voices buzzed like a swarm of flies. Mei Yi diligently absorbed everyone's advice, reciting the incantation as azure blue particles began to manifest around him, prompting applause from the classmates gathered around. Extending his right hand, he displayed the dazzling diamond spiritual medium on his arm, focusing intently as the azure particles surged and gathered in a frenzy. A classmate shouted, "Look, the tip has emerged. Put in more effort, just one more elongated shape, and you'll succeed." Another chimed in, "Don't force it. Relax, relax, or it won't come out." The classmates split into two opposing factions, arguing heatedly, turning the spiritual arts class into a chaotic scene. Mei Yi roared, "I'm not trying to take a dump. I'm activating spiritual arts. So stop making it sound so disgusting." Laughter erupted throughout the class, and as Mei Yi's attempt to condense spiritual energy failed once more, the mirth only intensified, with one student remarking, "I thought he would produce an elongated shape, but it ended up being a complete mess." Defeated, Mei Yi lowered his head, acknowledging the truth. His ability to condense spiritual energy was indeed abysmal. After class, as the other students and faculty members departed, only Serena's group members, alongside teacher Illya and Dean Shilu, remained. Dean Shilu, puzzled, remarked, "Teacher Illya, did you notice? Mei Yi made no mistakes, yet he hasn't succeeded even once. Am I mistaken? Or does it seem like the spiritual energy is desperately trying to escape once activated?" Teacher Illya remained silent, observing Mei Yi's next attempt with keen interest. Just as Mei Yi activated the spiritual energy, teacher Illya suddenly called out, "Mei Yi, just like that. Hold it steady. Don't think about controlling the energy just yet." Mei Yi nodded in understanding. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. The azure particles appeared to disdain Mei Yi, swirling away from him before vanishing completely, akin to a fleeing swarm of bees. Teacher Illya finally grasped the issue, whispering, "No wonder deities seems the compatibility between humans and spiritual arts is virtually zero. Humans cannot wield spiritual arts." His efforts have been in vain from the very start. Mei Yi sat quietly on the grass, munching on bread, noticing two pairs of golden eyes, one pair of light blue, and another pair of red, gazing at him with concern. He smiled and said, "You needn't worry about me. Whether or not I can perform spiritual arts is inconsequential. I have no obsession with becoming a spiritual practitioner." Selena shot him a fierce glare. "And don't blame teacher Illya. She is powerless in this matter. It is pointless for someone like me to remain in the spiritual arts class, as it goes against school rules. That I plan to transfer to the mathematics department. The head of the math department, Teacher Mei Yi, is a good friend of mine, so a word from me should suffice." After saying this, Mei Yi stood up, adjusted the diamond spiritual medium on his arm, and handed it to Selena. "Captain, consider this a gift. You have always admired its original owner. So keep it. What is this supposed to be?" Selena retorted coldly. "What?" Mei Yi exclaimed in surprise. "Didn't you just tell me to be strong and not give up?" Why is it that when it comes to yourself, you give up without a second thought? Do you truly believe spiritual mediums can be given away so casually? The young lady possesses only 2 of them and has always kept them close. That's different, Mei Yi replied with a smile. Some things cannot be forced. If a person cannot run fast, they can train to run faster. The duck will never climb a tree, no matter how much it trains. I don't care, I don't care, I don't care, Selena shouted, her eyes reddening. Teacher Illya hasn't dismissed you yet. You should practice hard until the very last day of the month. That if you still can't do it, then you can leave. Liuxi and Xingchen looked at Mei Yi with eager anticipation. Without hesitation, Mei Yi replied, "That's not a problem. Even if I go 30 days late, I will still outperform the mathematics department." After saying this, he blew a kiss to the sky, declaring, "Thank you, my homeland, for allowing me to take advantage of mathematics even in a foreign world." Selena gritted her teeth in frustration. "You big fool. Why are you saying such nonsensical things at a time like this? If you don't learn it, I will never let you off the hook, never." Chapter 19. Testing patience. In the following 30 days, Liuxi, Selena, and Xingchen took turns accompanying Mei Yi to practice in the small garden in front of his dormitory after school. Scarcely returning home, after practice, Liuxi and Selena would sleep together in the upstairs room, while Xingchen and Mei Yi had to curl up on the sofa downstairs. Selena achieved unprecedented scores in the 4 weekly math assessments and made significant progress in subjects like theology and grammar, filling her with joy. However, every time she saw Mei Yi struggling in the small garden, unable to condense spiritual energy, her heart would sink. Stepping outside the small building, she leaned against the wall, arms crossed, quietly watching Mei Yi practice. Suddenly, she suggested, "Mei Yi, why don't we stop practicing for now and get some rest? Tomorrow is the school anniversary. Let us go out and enjoy ourselves. Our group plus Chi Luo." Mei Yi, feeling a wave of relief, readily agreed. "All right." As he passed by Selena, he softly murmured an apology before hurriedly entering the building. Selena remained leaning against the wall, her face illuminated by starlight, softly saying, "Thank you." The school anniversary was the most anticipated event at Faerie Academy each year. As a century-old prestigious institution, it has produced countless talents, with alumni of great renown. During the anniversary, many former students would return, including high-ranking priests, court officials, noble lords, esteemed scholars, and celebrated poets and writers. However, the most popular among them were undoubtedly the spiritual practitioners adorned with various badges. It was the most awaited event for students of the spiritual arts class to hear tales of hunting magical beasts and exploring ancient ruins, sharing experiences of practicing spiritual arts. That a particularly beloved segment of the anniversary was the spiritual demonstration, where practitioners would showcase their skills and invite students from the spiritual arts class to duel, which was essentially a mentoring session for the juniors, making it the most endearing and heartwarming part of the celebration. On the morning of the anniversary, Mei Yi joined Selena and the others at the main road to welcome the returning alumni. As they witnessed the illustrious alumni arriving in droves, the academy gates erupted with enthusiastic applause. Selena, seeing Mei Yi cheering, inadvertently recalled his words spoken by her bedside. "The story isn't finished yet, and we will graduate and part ways. You are the wind, embracing freedom, destined for more splendid and extraordinary adventures." A wave of melancholy and emptiness washed over her. As the grand spiritual practitioners approached on horseback, the students of Faerie Academy, especially those from the spiritual arts class, went into a frenzy. Shouting in unison like enraged gorillas, the academy was festooned with decorations, and stalls were set up offering snacks and games. The conference halls were entirely filled to capacity, with alumni engaging in lively discussions and lectures. In the grand auditorium, court ministers and noble lords accompanied Dean Shilu to observe the students' performances. The entire academy was abuzz with festivity, while outside, heavy guards maintained a strict watch. Just how prestigious are these alumni? To put it simply, should any misfortune befall the academy, the political and economic order of the elven kingdom would be thrown into chaos. Selena, accompanied by Mei Yi, Liuxi, and Xingchen, navigated through various stalls, indulging in an array of snacks such as roasted sausages, fried noodles, candied apples, and cotton candy. Once they could eat no more, they settled on a bench behind the teaching building to rest. Before them, a crowd had gathered, with graduated seniors demonstrating their spiritual techniques. Enormous fireballs soared into the sky amidst the gasps of astonished onlookers, resembling a second sun. One senior wielded a bolt of lightning that took the form of a sword, drawing further gasps from the crowd. Upon spotting Isten in the throng, Selena felt a twinge of discomfort and snorted softly. Noticing Mei Yi watching her, she quickly remarked, "Where's Chilu? I haven't seen her." She went to the auditorium to perform with her classmates, Mei Yi replied. Observing the seniors in action and reflecting, indeed, water and wind-type spiritual techniques are rather underwhelming. Selena and Liuxi shared the same sentiment. Mei Yi then suggested, "Xingchen, let us take a stroll together." Xingchen readily agreed. As they walked to the periphery of the crowd, tears finally streamed down Mei Yi's face as he sobbed. "Xingchen, you must exert yourself more for this group going forward." The honest and simple-minded Xingchen, taken aback by Mei Yi's tears, could only respond, "Sure, Mei Yi, I'll listen to whatever you say, just please don't cry." The group leader may be proud, but she possesses a kind heart and harbors no ill intentions. So you must be accommodating towards her. Understood. I will heed the group leader's words. Liuxi is kind-hearted and reserved, yet timid. You should take care of her like an elder brother. Those shameless individuals who urge her to use divine miracles will have to be driven away by you in the future. I will remind her often. You are honest and trustworthy. Make sure to be more vigilant. When you marry, choose someone formidable. It's better to be bullied by your wife than by others. I will be cautious and find a strong wife. Xingchen grinned, tears streaming down his face as well. Unbeknownst to Mei Yi, elves have exceptional hearing, and fairies even more so. Upon overhearing their conversation, Selena and Liuxi could not help but cover their faces and weep when they saw Mei Yi and Xingchen returning. They hastily wiped their tears, feigning nonchalance at Mei Yi's suggestion. The four of them decided to watch the performance of the spiritual practitioners at that moment. The host announced, "Is there anyone willing to come up and duel with Senior Liuxi? A lightning-type spiritual practitioner? Don't worry, they'll go easy on you." Everyone felt shy and tried to retreat. Xingchen was eager to participate but felt embarrassed, just as he was about to step back. Mei Yi seized him and declared loudly, "Senior Liuxi, Xingchen is a lightning-type spiritual practitioner, and he challenges you." The tall and robust Liuxi burst into hearty laughter, tousling his messy hair as he jovially remarked, "Actually, my teammates often challenge my authority. I feel as if I've been sidelined by them. Oh, Chia, why are you hitting me again?" Chia, with her neat silver hair, clenched her fist and retorted, "No one is trying to sideline you. Instead of talking nonsense, you should engage more with the junior." Liuxi hastily waved his hands. "I wouldn't dare." Upon taking the stage, Xingchen noticed the purple emblem hanging before Liuxi, causing his legs to tremble. Liuxi, perceiving this, tucked the emblem into his garments and earnestly said, "Don't let that intimidate you. Come, show me your strength." Without hesitation, Xingchen summoned lightning, clutching a long bolt of it as he gritted his teeth and stated, "Senior Liuxi, I wish to test my mettle. Please instruct me." Liuxi's demeanor turned serious. "Understood. I will ensure you feel the pain." Xingchen charged at Liuxi with the lightning in hand, and Liuxi, taken aback by the fierce determination in Xingchen's eyes, slightly shifted his body to evade him. With a quick turn, he seized the fabric of Xingchen's back, lifting him high before slamming him onto the ground. Xingchen let out a cry, spitting blood. Undeterred, he flipped over and thrust the lightning towards Liuxi. Liuxi did not flinch. His lips moved, and a purple lightning longsword appeared in his right hand. Swiftly aimed at Xingchen's face, the blade stopped just an inch from Xingchen's forehead before dissipating into purple spiritual particles, vanishing without a trace. The audience fell into stunned silence. The most gifted first-year spiritual practitioner had been defeated in mere moments. Lying on the ground, Xingchen wept bitterly, despairing, thinking to himself, "I am utterly useless. How can I protect my group like this?" Liuxi pulled him up, ruffling his hair. "Spiritual techniques, like swords, are mere tools. Do not focus solely on the weapon. But remember to cultivate your own abilities as well. Now, go back and practice diligently. The sight of a man crying is truly unbecoming." "Oh, Chia, what have I done now?" Chia's eyes widened in anger. "You big fool. Why did you go so hard on the junior? Are you out of your mind? Weren't you once the weakest in our group?" Mei Yi jumped onto the stage, carrying Xingchen down as he apologetically said, "Xingchen, I'm sorry for putting pressure on you with my words. This is just the beginning. Take it slow and don't rush, okay?" "Sure." Xingchen's tears soaked Mei Yi's shoulder. "Chia, Liuxi's tone turned grave. What? What is it? That guy who carried Xing Chen down seems human. Where did those golden eyes come from? Oh dear, you big fool, you don't need to worry. Dean Shilu and teacher Kelly Taya can tolerate her. Who are you to question? Chapter 20. Senior Chia could never have anticipated that this seemingly refined junior would act so ruthlessly. She intended to guide the boy named Istin in some practical techniques, but to her surprise, he unleashed an intermediate fire-type spiritual technique, Great Fireball, upon her without warning. The fireball collided directly with her. Although, as a fire-type practitioner, she possessed considerable resistance to flames, the sudden attack caused her to faint from shock, resulting in a commotion. Istin feigned panic. Senior. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to, you absolute fool. You did that on purpose. Both Liuxi and Mei Yi snarled in unison. They paused, exchanging glances. Stop wasting time. We need to save her. Mei Yi and Miss Liuxi, the fairy healer from Liuxi's group, exclaimed together. They jumped onto the stage, and Mei Yi felt for Chia's carotid artery, instructing Liuxi. Senior Chia has stopped breathing. Please check if she still has a heartbeat. Liuxi, unfazed, bent down to listen and nodded. Just call me Liuxi. Chia still has a heartbeat, though it's faint. Let us use the holy light healing technique to see if it works. No. Mei Yi interrupted firmly. I've learned that the holy light healing technique seems to enhance vitality and accelerate wound healing. First, we must restore her ability to breathe independently to you know how to perform artificial respiration and chest compressions. What is that? Liuxi asked, bewildered. No time for that now, Liuxi. Block our view. I need to start artificial respiration and chest compressions immediately. We have 10 minutes at most before it becomes too late. Hand me a handkerchief, and don't hit me until after. Why would I hit you? Fine, water wall technique. Is this good enough? After casting the spell, Liuxi turned to see Mei Yi kissing Chia and felt her anger flare. Remembering her promise, she relented. Hurry up. I can let it slide, but Liuxi will definitely beat you up. Fortunately, the half-spherical water wall concealed them from the crowd. Otherwise, Mei Yi would have surely been drenched in tears and blood. Mei Yi worked frantically to administer artificial respiration and chest compressions. Thankfully, Chia's condition was not as dire as Avril's had been, just as Mei Yi was about to attempt artificial respiration again. Chia opened her eyes and gazed at him calmly. Mei Yi awkwardly stammered, Senior Chia, I can't explain it well. I know you're going to want to kill me. Can we negotiate? You can hit me halfway now, and then finish the job later. Liuxi, still anxious about who this human was, couldn't help but laugh heartily. Chia, struggling to sit up, weakly said, You saved me. Why would I want to hit you? May I ask your name? I must go inform Dean Shilu of your valor. Mei Yi hurriedly replied. No need. Senior Chia, I've been praised by Dean Shilu to the point of annoyance, a distinguished alumna. Could you propose that the infirmary hire another female doctor? I'd rather not engage in such misunderstandings again. All right, I will. Chia said with a smile, her voice noticeably lacking in strength, and after just a few sentences, she was already gasping for breath. Once the water barrier dissipated, Liuxi supported Chia as they stepped outside. Although Chia's complexion was quite poor, she had, after all, regained consciousness. Liuxi discreetly wiped away her tears and, with a beaming face, approached to confirm that Chia was unharmed. After doing so, she furiously sought out Isting to settle the score, only to be halted by Chia. What sort of skill is it to bully juniors? As long as she's fine, that's all that matters. Thanks to this esteemed junior, Mei Yi, Liuxi carried Chia on her back, her throat constricting as she prepared to speak, but before she could, Mei Yi thrust the keys into her hands, saying, There are too many people at the school celebration. It's crowded everywhere. Please take Senior Chia to that yellow two-story building to rest. That's my dorm. Liuxi gratefully replied. Little brother, you saved Chia, which makes you my lifelong friend. Until we meet again. The only purple-patterned spirit mage had departed, and everyone felt a wave of disinterest wash over them, just as Mei Yi and the others were about to leave. Isting suddenly called out, Mei Yi, do you dare to face me in a duel? Isting had cowardly ambushed and injured the beloved Chia, inciting the ire of the crowd. If this were not in the academy, the seniors would have already beaten him to a pulp. Seeing him challenge Mei Yi, who had saved Chia, the seniors were stirred to action. However, they were also somewhat astonished. Logically, A first-year student who had only studied spirit arts for 2 months should not be capable of wielding the great fireball technique. A mid-level fire spirit spell, even Ace could not. Let alone this arrogant brat. Mei Yi paid him no mind and, accompanied by Xingqian, walked towards Selena and Liuxi. That moment, Isting maliciously taunted. In the end, you're just a worthless fool who can't even condense spirit particles. The fact that you're about to be expelled from the spirit arts class by teacher Kelly Taya tomorrow is something you should be ashamed to mention. Let me say it for you. The students in the spirit arts class were taken aback. Mei helplessly replied, if you want to say it, go ahead. It's not my fault that I have no affinity for spirit arts. Seeing that Mei was about to leave, Isting resolved to seize this opportunity to publicly humiliate him, abandoning his efforts to win Selena back. With a menacing glare, he declared, what happened that night will not be the last. Upon seeing Selena, who had originally approached with a smile, now displaying a look of terror, Mei Yi shed his outer garment and threw it to the ground. Ignoring the desperate attempts of Selena, Liuxi, and Xingqian to stop him, he leaped onto the platform and coldly stated, I will make you regret uttering those words. Seeing that Mei Yi had taken the bait, Isting jumped onto the platform, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. He sneered, let us begin. I will ensure you have no face left to show at the Faerie Academy. Don't think I'll go easy on you like the seniors. Selena cried out desperately. But it was too late to change the course of events. The students in the academy, having heard the news of a duel, rushed over to witness the spectacle. Many elves and fairies, upon seeing a tall and handsome elf dueling an enraged human, shouted, teach that human a lesson, and let him know the might of our elves. Under the encouragement of some of Isting's friends, the chant gradually morphed into kill him, kill him, kill him, kill him. Some elven students felt that such shouts were inappropriate. However, fearing to stand out, they began to quietly chant kill him, and as they grew accustomed to the crowd, they felt an inexplicable thrill and joined in with fervor, shouting, kill him, kill him, kill him. Selena's tears were nearly exhausted as she, along with Liuxi and Xingqian, shouted, it's not like that at all. Mei Yi is not a bad person. Before she could say much more, she was suddenly shoved to the ground by an unknown assailant. Helplessly shedding tears, the elves gazed at her with a bewildered expression. What foolishness was this? She was an elf, yet she spoke up for a human. Who cares about the truth? We just want to see those outsiders beaten to death. Chapter 21. Life and Death Duel. Selena sat helplessly on the ground, watching the furious Mei Yi and the triumphant Isting, feeling a despair and dread she had never known before. According to the laws of the elven world, a duel agreed upon by both parties was legal, and the duelist bore no responsibility for any injuries or fatalities inflicted upon the other. This foolish rule had persisted through the ages, aimed at maintaining the martial spirit of the elven kingdom. Although Isting had cowardly attacked and injured Senior Chia, his strength was not to be underestimated in the recent weeks of spirit arts practice. Isting had displayed a markedly superior level of skill compared to others, a stark contrast to Mei Yi. She regretted her earlier stubbornness in opposing Mei Yi and for believing Isting's deceitful words. She had long been unwilling to confront her own feelings. At that time, she had indeed found Isting appealing. He came from a good family, was handsome, possessed strong spirit arts, had a bright future, could charm girls, and had taken advantage of her vulnerability to offer comfort and solace. Had he shown patience, she might have easily fallen for him. Furthermore, had Mei not intervened in time, Isting's scheme could have succeeded, and this proud girl might have unwittingly continued to submit to Isting's whims. She dared not ponder this any longer. As the duel commenced, Isting quickly activated his spirit particles, condensing a fireball the size of a melon. Seizing the fireball, he hurled it fiercely at the oncoming Mei Yi with great speed and force, leaving Mei Yi with no avenue for escape. What? This brat actually dares to charge at me? Selena and Liuxi felt as if their throats were constricted, unable to utter a sound. Right from the start, Mei Yi dashed towards Isting, and as the fireball approached with no way to evade, a thought flashed through his mind like lightning. He accelerated towards the fireball, gathering all his strength, and delivered a powerful straight punch directly to Isting's face. Blood streamed from Isting's nose as he was knocked to the ground by the blow. The crowd fell silent, and Selena and the others were left in shock. Just as Isting let out a pained scream, Mei Yi felt a sharp pain in his chest, though he could still endure it. He noticed that his shirt had burned through with a large hole, and tears welled up in his eyes from the pain of it. Selena and Liuxi thought he was gravely injured, their hearts tightening with concern. Among the crowd, a gentle female voice remarked, Mei Yi, your brother is quite clever. After all, fire is not like stone or ice. The damage is primarily from heat rather than impact. By colliding with the fireball before it reached full acceleration, the damage sustained is minimized. Why do you look so cold? Stay calm. Yes, fine. Mei Yi softly stated. This ignorant elf will certainly pay the price. Liuxi, did you just say he is the son of a count from the flower spirit? I want to kill him, burn his father's territory to ashes, eliminate all his subjects, and turn to ash all the elves who shouted kill him just now. Many elves and fairies present overheard their conversation and glared fiercely at Mei Yi, yet inexplicably felt an unprecedented pressure, as if their souls were about to flee their bodies. Trembling, they turned away, convincing themselves that it was merely the childish words of a young girl, not worth their concern. Selena turned her head in surprise to look at the two. The little girl, likely around 13 or 14 years old, had black hair and wore a red blouse with a black skirt. Her eyes resembled red lava, slightly chubby, making her appear both beautiful and adorable, yet she exuded an unsettling aura. Standing beside the girl named Mei Yi was a graceful and pure-looking elf, draped in a cloak of red checkered patterns over a white base, adorned with several strands of spirit artifacts. Liuxi smiled as she patted Mei Yi's head, saying, Hey, Mei Yi. Don't say such terrifying things, all right? Your brother, Sister Yi, and I have warned you many times. Even if you want to listen to us, at least listen to your brother, okay? Just watch. Don't interfere. Or your brother will get angry. Selena suddenly recalled that His Highness Ace's close friend, Yi, had mentioned Liuxi's name, and that Mei had a younger sister named Mei Yi. Coincidentally, they had just mentioned Lord Yi's name. Could it be? Indeed, it was them. At that moment, Isting struggled to his feet, spitting out a few of his knocked-out teeth and blood, just as he was about to recite a spell. Mei Yi delivered a fierce right hook to his left cheek. Isting staggered back several steps, but managed to regain his balance, albeit in a disheveled state, his pristine white shirt splattered with bloodstains. Mei Yi coldly remarked, Weren't you quite ruthless when you attacked your kind-hearted senior Chia, who was merely trying to guide you? You must feel quite proud of yourself, thinking you've reached the level of a green-patterned spirit mage. Isting wiped the blood from his mouth, knowing he had no time left to trigger a spirit technique, and thus resorted to fighting Mei Yi barehanded. He swung his right fist fiercely at Mei Yi, who ducked to evade, only to receive a heavy punch to the face, causing his features to swell up. Selena and Liuxi clutched their clothes tightly, unable to believe what was unfolding before them. Uncertain of the bizarre, neurotic rhythm Mei Yi displayed as he bounced around while his feet never left the ground. Isting was completely enraged, throwing a flurry of punches at Mei Yi, with the final blow landing squarely on Mei Yi's face. Isting was just about to laugh when he realized that his fist had been firmly grasped by Mei Yi. Causing no harm to her, he hastily exerted all his strength to pull his hand away. Mei Yi patted her hands, striving to calm her emotions. She thought to herself that Liuxi, her senior, had recommended her for admission, and she must not engage in any actions that could tarnish her reputation. Thus, she said with a solemn tone, Apologize to Senior Chia and promise not to harass anyone in our group again, and we shall consider this matter resolved. Selena's tears flowed uncontrollably. Even at this moment, Mei Yi was still concerned about her reputation, failing to say, Promise not to harass Selena, to prevent others from misconstruing the situation. Liuxi blushed and thought, the former leader must be worried that I would also be bullied by Isting, hence her words. The former leader. Isting wiped the blood from his face and sneered. Your group? You are about to be expelled from the spirit arts class. What group do you still have? Go back to the mathematics department, like those fools, and solve your problems on paper. I told you. What happened that night will not be the last. Upon hearing this, the male students from the mathematics department were infuriated. Who are you calling a fool? What do you mean by solving problems on paper? Clarify your words. A girl named Hua from the mathematics department, who had always admired Mei Yi, often approached him for help with questions and had discussed some mathematical conundrums in the library with him. Upon hearing that Mei Yi would be transferring, she was overjoyed and thought, as long as you are willing, there's no need. No need to solve problems on your own. Well, it's fine if you don't. Although your parents are no longer around, my mother has time to look after children, and the hundreds of maids and servants in my household will care for him like a prince. He can run freely in the estate. The vast majority of students and some alumni who had gathered to watch frowned, thinking that while Esteemed appeared to be a decent person, his words were crude, his actions despicable, and his character reprehensible. Evoking disdain. In contrast, that human student was far more endearing, having not only rescued Chiya but also striving to resolve issues for his spirit and fairy companions before the class ended. It was utterly embarrassing to have shouted "beat him to death" along with the crowd. Mei Yi had merely attended a few boxing classes at the gym in her previous life, and after suffering an eye injury that nearly caused her to lose sight, her family forbade her from continuing those classes, leaving her skills quite limited. Initially, she had relied on surprise to catch Esteemed off guard, but as he gradually adapted to her tactics, her attacks became increasingly ineffective. Esteemed, having received noble education in horseback riding, archery, and swordsmanship from a young age, though unskilled in hand-to-hand combat, had a solid foundation. Once his mind calmed, he began to grasp Mei Yi's rhythm of attack. Occasionally launching counterattacks, after several rounds, Mei Yi was left battered and bruised as time ticked by. Both of them were utterly exhausted, reduced to a state of futile grappling. They had become bloodied figures, yet continued to exchange blows. Both on the brink of collapse, yet refusing to fall. Let it end. It's enough. Even without you, I will protect myself and will not be deceived again. So, please, spare yourself. Selena cried out, her face streaked with tears. Her voice was drowned out by the fervent cheers of the crowd, unheard by anyone. Chapter 22. Farewell to miracles. Mei Yi's face was smeared with blood, her mind a blank slate. Unable to think, the only thought that surfaced was the match between Muhammad Ali and Joe Frazier she had witnessed in an immersive device. She raised her fists with determination, fiercely glaring at her opponent. Not daring to relax for a moment. She knew that once she fell, she would have no strength to rise again, nor the face to remain in this academy. Her downfall was something that the vast majority of spirits would wish to see. Should she fall, the ensuing ridicule and mockery would surge like a tide, completely engulfing her, drowning her. Her companions would also be shamed by association. Esteemed was not faring much better. He was panting heavily. Drenched in sweat, his steps faltering. Though his strength was commendable, he had never endured such hardship. However, the misdeeds he had committed against Senior Chiya had been publicized by Mei Yi, and he believed that only by defeating Mei Yi and inciting the spirit's racial sentiments could he turn the page on this incident. Just as his hand began to droop, two heavy punches from Mei Yi landed squarely on him, knocking out two of his teeth, and he felt the air escaping his mouth as he gasped. Apologized to Senior Chiya and promised not to harass anyone in our group again. Mei Yi wiped the blood from her face and said firmly. Esteemed was on the verge of despair. What on earth was this human made of? He had endured a considerable amount of punishment yet still stood firm. The look in her eyes suggested she still had strength left. While he could barely hold on. As for an apology. How could that be? The son of a count would never bow to a human. Just as he thought this, Mei Yi unleashed a flurry of punches, and after evading with all his might, both of them staggered back a few steps, nearly collapsing. The audience finally realized that Mei Yi was also nearing her limits. Mei Yi gasped for breath. Her throat burning as if scalded, her vision darkened, and her body was drenched in sweat. Exhausted as if she were a dried-up kettle, devoid of strength, she mocked herself. Why am I risking my life? Hadn't I decided to be a loyal dog, striving to win Chi Luo's favor, aiming to become a character in web literature? How did I stray from that path? After all, I can't treat those who genuinely care for me as tools. Mei turned her head to glance at her teammates, but her vision was so blurred that she could hardly see anything, only a flowing shadow. At that moment, Esteemed gathered all his strength for a long punch that came hurtling toward her. And there was no way for Mei Yi to evade it. Life and death are but a routine. Mei Yi spat out fiercely, taking a deep breath, steadying her stance, and summoning the last remnants of her strength. Amid the gasps of the crowd, she absorbed Esteemed's punch, enduring the excruciating pain, and delivered an uppercut that struck Esteemed squarely on the chin. Esteemed immediately fell unconscious, collapsing to the ground. The arena fell silent. Mei Yi, using the last vestiges of her strength, approached Esteemed and said, I no longer require your promise. I cannot trust the guarantees you offered. I believe my teammates can resolve their own issues. I never imagined, Mei Yi looked down upon the crowd, that a shameless wretch like you would have so many supporters. Upon hearing this, the spirits and fairies below instinctively averted their gazes from Mei Yi. They had just followed the crowd in shouting to beat Mei Yi, not listening to anything else. However, as the tide turned, they gradually came to understand the situation and were filled with regret. Wishing to dissociate from Isting, Xingqian, Liuxi, and Selena leaped onto the stage, supporting the thunderously collapsed Mei Yi. Her final words were, Liuxi, use, together with Senior Chiya, don't waste, leader, go buy some fried noodles. Selena, wiping her tears, couldn't help but laugh, letting out a big nose bubble. Watching the figures of the three retreating, Liuxi held back the eager Mei Ku, gently saying, all right, don't worry about him anymore. That little fairy is Liuxi's sister. She can certainly heal your brother. Let us not meet him today, allowing him to rest well, but we will surely meet again in the future. On the rooftop of the teaching building, teacher Kelly Taya expressed her concerns to Shilu. Dean, according to school regulations, I must expel Mei Yi from the spirit arts class tomorrow. If I do so, aside from the overjoyed teacher Mei Yi, everyone will view me as a villain. Dean Shilu gazed at those still lingering in the spirit competition venue and said softly, Teacher Kelly Taya, I know you have some favoritism toward this student, but school regulations must not be broken. Teacher Kelly Taya fell silent. Dean Shilu continued, you need not worry about him. Recently, Queen Elsa, the goddess Amelia's candidate for the papacy, and fairy princess Lu Lian have all taken notice of him. Writing to inquire about his situation. Of course, I told them he is utterly worthless. After pondering for a moment, teacher Kelly Taya replied, I understand. Thank you, Dean. Let us proceed as you suggest, giving him more time for growth. The incident at the Real Spirit Academy in eyesight was indeed a grave lesson. When Liuxi and Liuxi saw the bloodied Mei Yi being dragged into the small building, they were left dumbfounded and hurried over to support her, asking in a low voice, what happened? Who beat Mei Yi to this state? Tearfully wiping her eyes, Liuxi recounted the events that had transpired. Liuxi quickly comforted her, saying, all right, don't be sad. I've checked. He has multiple fractures and soft tissue injuries but no life-threatening wounds. After a few months of rest, he will recover. I can use holy light healing, which will cut the recovery time in half. Liuxi nodded, striving to control her tears, and boiled some water. Liuxi and Xingqian, following Liuxi's instructions, helped clean Mei Yi's body and changed her into clean clothes that Liuxi had fetched. Then together they carried her upstairs. Upon waking to the commotion, Chiya was startled to see the unconscious Mei Yi and quickly made room, saying, just place Mei Yi beside me. Liuxi, what kind of look is that? Why are you dawdling? Thus, Liuxi had no choice but to place Mei Yi beside Chiya, who gently covered him with a blanket and said, I apologize. I'm still feeling a bit dizzy and can't get out of bed for the moment. I'm afraid I must impose upon you to squeeze in beside me. Liuxi moved her limbs slightly, intending to invoke a healing spell of the holy light, but was stopped by Liuxi. Liuxi softly said, Senior Liuxi, you've exhausted yourself tending to Senior Chiya. Allow me to take over. Liuxi cheerfully responded, oh, you can use the holy light healing arts too? That's wonderful. Thank you for your kindness. I must admit I'm feeling rather weary today. Liuxi removed the chameleon-shaped hairpin from her hair, her hurried movement inadvertently pulling down her headband as well, causing her long, emerald-like hair to cascade down. She closed her eyes and silently recited a few incantations, and in an instant, the spiritual magic circle unfurled upon the floor of the room. Junior, this doesn't seem to be a holy light spell, does it? If you are unfamiliar with it, please do not push yourself, Liuxi tentatively inquired. Liuxi took a deep breath, extended her hand, and called out loudly, Miracle. Liuxi, the spiritual magic circle instantly radiated a brilliant light, releasing countless shards of broken light that danced like fluttering white butterflies, passing through the bed, Mei Yi and Chiya's bodies, and the blanket, soaring into the sky until they vanished from sight. Chiya felt an immediate lifting of dizziness and weakness, her entire being invigorated and refreshed. She sat up, gazing at her hands, where the scars had completely faded away, leaving her skin as fair as snow. She turned to the astonished Liuxi and asked, Liuxi, is this also a holy light spell? Why is it different from yours? Liuxi, still in shock, replied, you need not concern yourself with that. For such fortunate events will no longer occur for you in the future. Noticing Mei Yi's lips move, she checked on him and smiled, saying, do not worry. After a good nap this afternoon, he will be as lively as ever. With this reassurance, the anxiety of Xingqian and the others dissipated. Except for Liuxi, everyone else descended the stairs, Liuxi fed Mei Yi some water and remained quietly by his side, watching him until her eyes could no longer stay open, at which point she gently fell asleep at the edge of the bed. Upon awakening, she discovered she was lying on Mei Yi's bed. But he had already vanished. She hurriedly sat up, rubbed her eyes, and upon hearing the sounds of Selena and Mei Yi bickering downstairs, along with the laughter of others, she lay back down and drifted into a sweet slumber. Chapter 23. The mathematics teaching assistant. The following day, after completing the transfer procedures with the academic office and re-registering for the corresponding courses, Mei Yi turned around and became a student of the mathematics department. With only around 30 students, what was termed a department was, in reality, just a single class. The same held true for the departments of spiritual arts, theology, music, astronomy, and grammar. Having been publicly humiliated by his Ting the previous day, many classmates harbored a favorable impression of Mei Yi, who had valiantly beaten his Ting. When Huahua waved at him, he walked over. Huahua felt a surge of joy, immediately tearing off a note that read, "This seat is occupied. Sitting here is a disgrace," from the table to her left. In plain view of everyone, she wiped the table with a handkerchief and beckoned Mei Yi to sit with her. The boys in the class saw their admiration for Mei Yi evaporate instantly, inwardly lamenting, "Huahua, please come back. We prefer the aloof, queen-like version of you, not this overly eager, infatuated girl." During mathematics class, noticing Mei Yi's slight disappointment, Huahua whispered, "There's nothing wrong with the mathematics department. Most graduates from it typically find work in the municipal offices of Flower Spirit City, which is both comfortable and secure. The benefits enjoyed by spiritualists, such as tax exemptions, generous allowances, and titles, sound appealing, but the costs are simply too high. Don't burden yourself." Seeing Mei Yi remain non-committal, Huahua extended her clenched right hand towards him. Observing his puzzled expression, she opened her palm to reveal a flame the size of an egg, radiating a brilliant glow. Noticing Mei Yi's astonishment, she said, "Now you see, I'm not merely speaking in abstract terms." Mei Yi glanced at the teacher and softly said, "Thank you. I have no particular obsession with becoming a spiritualist. That realm is not one meant for humanity, though I do worry for my companions. However, they are capable of handling their own affairs." Huahua nodded in agreement. Indeed, following mathematics class was equestrian training. The martial spirit was quite strong in the Elven Kingdom, and nearly all students opted to take courses in horseback riding, swordsmanship, archery, and the like. Due to a week spent in detention, Mei Yi had missed course selection. So this was a perfect opportunity to enroll in equestrian training. To his delight, Selena, Liuxi, Xingchun, and Qi Luo had also chosen this course. The group met behind the teaching building, their spirits high. Selena, relieved to see Mei Yi's health restored, greeted him coolly. Mei Yi introduced Huahua to Selena and the others, and while they exchanged enthusiastic self-introductions, an awkwardness lingered in the air. Selena thought to herself, "We have known each other for quite some time. In the library, she kept asking us about you, and even prayed to Goddess Amelia in front of us, hoping you would transfer to the mathematics department. What's the deal with that? Is Goddess Amelia a relative of hers?" As they walked and chatted, Mei Yi learned that his Ting had also sustained severe injuries and had been carried to the infirmary by a few of his friends for basic treatment before being sent back to the Count's estate, where he was resting and unable to cause trouble for the time being. With concern, Xingchen said, "Mei Yi, I spoke with Hong Yi from his Ting's group, and his Ting is the son of the Count of Sequoia County. Itinga, under the jurisdiction of Flower Spirit District. Count Itinga has a bad reputation. People say he is petty and protective of his own, that I'm worried he might seek revenge on you." Upon hearing this, the others felt a knot of anxiety, especially Selena, who was filled with guilt. After a moment of thought, Xingchen said, "My father is a weapon supplier for several major nobles in Flower Spirit District. I will ask him to mediate." "You needn't worry too much." Before anyone else could respond, Mei Yi feigned nonchalance, saying, "Ha, don't even mention counts." Everyone fell silent, unsure of where Mei Yi's confidence stemmed from. Is Ting's father was no ordinary count. He was a powerful noble with land and private soldiers. Far from a commoner like Mei Yi could afford to disregard, especially considering he had injured his Ting. Selena suddenly understood, thinking, "You must be planning to ask the Duchess for assistance. You're quite clever, knowing she will surely help you. Even a knight is beyond my means to provoke." Mei Yi continued, "If he dares to retaliate against me, I will hide in Flower Spirit Academy for the rest of my life. I refuse to believe he would come to the academy to capture someone." Oh dear. Selena clenched her fists, exasperated. I thought you might have a good plan, but can't you show some ambition? None of us look down on you for being a commoner. But please don't be overly smug about it, all right? After their exchange, Selena felt a sense of relief and hummed a little tune as she skipped off towards the riding arena. Mei Yi rubbed his head and calmly said, I understand that you all are either wealthy or noble and can help me navigate many troubles. However, please allow me to maintain some dignity. If I encounter a problem I cannot resolve, I will seek your assistance then. With that, Mei Yi strode purposefully in the direction Selena had gone to the riding arena. With Xing Chen's help, Mei Yi gingerly mounted the horse, clinging tightly to its neck, terrified of falling off. Xing Chen continually reassured him. There's no need to be afraid. Secure your feet in the stirrups. Squeeze your legs against the horse's belly. Hold the reins properly. Keep your gaze forward. Follow the rhythm of the horse, and breathe evenly. I'll lead you in a gentle jog for a few laps. When Mei Yi finally straightened his back, he felt a surge of vertigo and clutched the horse's neck even tighter, eliciting hearty laughter from the teacher and classmates. Selena covered her face, thinking, this big fool can't even ride a horse. Little did anyone know. In Mei Yi's previous life, horses had long been extinct. After a lap around the arena, Mei Yi felt slightly better and wiped the sweat from his forehead when he caught sight of Qi Luo, who usually appeared quiet and composed, riding a sleek black steed, galloping through the expansive arena like the wind. His eyes nearly popped out, as if that weren't enough. Hua, embodying the grace of a noble lady, actually loosened the reins while at a full gallop. She effortlessly drew a hard bow, pulling it back to the shape of a full moon, and with a swift release, shot an arrow that struck the bullseye 20 meters away. Selena, riding a chestnut horse, had her long silver hair tied up high as she unsheathed her broadsword from her back, gradually accelerating to top speed before swinging her sword and cleanly slicing a small tree. As thick as a bowl, and half. As Mei Yi's heart surged with excitement, Xing Chen remarked, What's going on today? I've never seen our leader, Hua, and Qi Luo work so hard before. Mei Yi, let us run a couple more laps. Just then, Selena caught up from behind and shouted, Get out of the way, Xing Chen. The way you're teaching him, he'll never learn. With that, Selena's whip struck the horse's rear with a sharp crack, and the horse neighed loudly before bolting forward like an arrow. Mei Yi's face turned ashen with fright as he hurriedly followed Xing Chen's instructions, gripping the reins tightly, squeezing his legs against the horse's belly, and trying to feel the rhythm of the horse. Consequently, he was unceremoniously thrown off the horse's back. After checking Mei Yi's condition, the usually frugal Dr. Shali wasted no time in casting a healing spell of the holy light, instructing him to rest at home for a week. In the afternoon, Mei Yi lay in his room, bored, staring at the spider weaving its web on the ceiling. Just yesterday, I was reveling in the joy of recovering from a serious injury, yet today I find myself back in this predicament. Xingqian and the others had agreed to take turns caring for Mei. This afternoon, Selena, having no classes, came to attend to her. Though Selena felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and fear, she remarked, Humph. Utterly useless, and you've broken it already. Mei forced a laugh and replied, Haha, I'm so clumsy if I can't master the spiritual arts. I can't even ride a horse properly. Hearing this, Selena felt a pang of sorrow. Just as she was about to speak, Mei interjected, Captain. No, Selena, your riding skills are truly impressive. Who taught you? Was it Sister Ace? Upon hearing Ace's name, Selena's expression dimmed, and she merely nodded. After a moment of contemplation, Mei continued, I'm sorry I realize that my issues with my right eye and the engagement have been a constant source of distress for you. Last night, as I lay in bed, I kept wondering why it was me who survived and not her. Selena remained silent, for she had indeed harbored such thoughts. Mei pondered for a moment before saying, By the way, not long ago, Miss Teresa, the librarian, took it upon herself to copy my mathematics manuscript and sent it to the Royal Mathematics Committee. The True Spirit Academy has offered me a position as a lecturer in mathematics. They even advanced me a month's salary, allowing me to take up my post next month. Selena gasped in surprise, but merely replied, That's quite good. Mei responded, I think it's wonderful too that IT comes with a decent salary and not too much pressure. More importantly, I can finally be self-sufficient and no longer rely on others. Who knows, by the time you all graduate, I might just become the youngest mathematics professor in the history of the Elven Kingdom. Selena refrained from mocking Mei, for she knew Mei was more than capable of achieving that. This time, you can accept this, can't you? Mei removed the spirit medium from her wrist and handed it to Selena. It serves no purpose for me to keep it. Consider it a gift. Selena replied. It would be better if you presented it to Madam yourself. Mei Yi pulled up the blanket, closed her eyes, and said, Selena, I know you despise me, and I do not know how to defend myself at that moment. I simply could not ignore the sight of Ace and the others in pain. Everything that followed was not my intention, please believe me. As Mei Yi drifted off to sleep, tears streamed down Selena's face. Chapter 24. The theatrical performance on a day of rest in the beautiful little garden of the greenhouse restaurant. Mei Yi raised her glass in a toast with Xingqian, Liuxi, Chilua, Huahua, and others. After finishing their drinks, everyone was left in a state of confusion, unsure of how Mei Yi had acquired the funds to treat them all to a meal. With a smile, Mei Yi said, I sincerely apologize for summoning everyone out during this busy pre-midterm period. I have an announcement to make. Next month, I will be teaching at the True Spirit Academy, serving as a lecturer in mathematics and a teaching assistant in literature. Like you, I'm quite puzzled as to what literature has to do with me. Who cares though? Double the salary is something to be delighted about. I have thoroughly enjoyed my 2 months at the Flower Spirit Academy, and I am grateful for your companionship and support. Mei Yi continued. It seems the True Spirit Academy was aware of my dire financial situation, having no money to travel to True Spirit City, and they advanced me a month's salary, a rather generous sum. Please do not hesitate to order whatever you fancy. Everyone fell silent, and noticing this, Mei Yi added, all good things must come to an end. After careful consideration, I believe this is an ideal choice for me. Transitioning from a remote town like Xingye to teaching at a prestigious university in the capital feels like a dream come true. After speaking, Mei Yi raised her drink and smiled at Chilua, saying, Chilua, thank you for occasionally helping to improve my life. Chilua forced a smile, replying, It's nothing, don't mind it. Mei Yi then turned to Liuxi, whose eyes were red from tears, and said, Liuxi, thank you for saving my life on several occasions that I truly feel ashamed for having wasted 2 miracles on me. Liuxi's tears fell freely as she choked out. It wasn't a waste. Huahua, Mei Yi said, I have greatly enjoyed our discussions on mathematical problems. Many of your questions have been enlightening that I have already decided on my next research topic, intending to systematically study and explain the kingdom's economy using mathematics. I believe the issues you raised, such as money being worthless, will be resolved then. Huahua replied cheerfully. Great, I look forward to it. Mei Yi and Xingqian shared a prolonged gaze filled with camaraderie before Mei Yi remarked, Haha, Xingqian, I have blustered too much. Instead of helping you, I have only hindered you. Upon hearing this, Xingqian's tears flowed freely, leaving her at a loss for words. After returning home last night, Selena lay in her room, staring blankly at the ceiling, utterly speechless. Since that day when Mei informed her of her teaching position at the True Spirit Academy, she had not seen Mei again. Yesterday, when Mei had come to invite her to the greenhouse restaurant for a meal, Selena had simply replied that she had other matters to attend to and could not go. 18 noon. When the Duchess did not find Selena in the restaurant, she made her way to Selena's room. Upon seeing Selena's disheveled appearance sprawled on the bed, the Duchess said, My dear, you must tidy yourself up. The most renowned True Spirit Theater is performing at the Flower Spirit Theater. Accompany me to see it. Upon hearing True Spirit, Selena felt a strong aversion and was 100% unwilling. However, she lacked the courage to refuse the Duchess and had no choice but to comply, brushing her teeth, washing her face, and dressing nicely before riding with her to the Flower Spirit Theater. In the carriage, Selena asked, Madam, why didn't the second princess come along? The Duchess replied, She's in the study catching up on her mathematics. She can keep up with all her other subjects, but mathematics has always been a struggle. Thanks to you, she has been able to make improvements since you copied a mathematics manual for her from the library. The author really is quite lowbrow. Why in the world did they choose to title it What is so difficult about mathematics? Before Selena could respond, the Duchess added, Oh, by the way, not long ago, Avril sent the stories that Mei Yi told you to the True Spirit bookstore. If they get published, Mei Yi won't have to nibble on stale bread anymore. Oh, isn't that Mei? And that girl beside her looks so familiar. Selena's heart tightened, and she hurriedly lifted the curtain to look outside. Indeed, it was Huahua and Mei. Mei repeatedly expressed her gratitude to Huahua. saying, "Hua, thank you so much for saving me. Who would have thought that the greenhouse restaurant would be so pricey? One meal costs nearly 100 silver coins. Last time, when Liuxi celebrated her second place in the monthly exam. We went there once, and I thought it was an affordable restaurant for students. It's so embarrassing. Once I start my position at the True Spirit Academy, I will make sure to repay you as soon as possible." Selena thought to herself, "Silly fool. The greenhouse restaurant is the finest establishment run by fairies in the flower spirit realm. It's certainly not an affordable restaurant. Wait a minute. The day Liuxi celebrated was the same day I went out with esteemed for a meal. Could it be that they stumbled upon me dining with esteemed?" Instantly, Selena felt a chill run down her spine, and a profound sense of shame washed over her. Hua laughed and said, "Who told you to be so pretentious? Liuxi's mother was desperate to treat you, but you vehemently refused. No need to dwell on it. Didn't you agree to accompany me to see this play?" After expressing her endless gratitude, Mei insisted, "Hua. The cost of the tickets was merely in advance from you. I will repay you in full later." Hua replied, disappointed. "Then we won't be able to get good seats. What a pity. This is the most popular play in the kingdom in recent years. Fine, I agree to it. If we continue to argue, we'll miss the show." She smiled and, without further ado, pulled Mei inside to purchase tickets. Noticing Selena's dazed expression, the Duchess knew what was on her mind and said to the ticket seller, "2 tickets, and we'll sit directly behind those 2. In the dimly lit theater, the Duchess and Selena sat directly behind Mei and Hua. The Duchess was aware that her actions were decidedly inappropriate, yet she could not bear to see Selena so restless. The announcer proclaimed, "Now, please enjoy the latest production by the True Spirit Theater, The First Night, Cinderella, adapted from selected fairy tales of the flower spirit, authored by Mei, compiled by Elysha, and scripted by Liuxi." Mei exclaimed in surprise, There is someone with my name at the True Spirit? I thought my name was quite unique. Is there really an Elysha?" Reflecting on this, she murmured, "Indeed, in this world, there are princesses and princes. Perhaps Cinderella and Elysha exist as well. Could it be that I have traversed into a fairy tale world akin to that of Had Mode?" Upon hearing the announcement, the Duchess understood the situation and thought to herself how it was clear why Avril insisted she come. She quietly said to Selena, "Now I believe you. He truly is a big fool. And much of what he says is utterly nonsensical." Selena numbly nodded in agreement. She felt as though she were being stripped bare in public, her pride and dignity utterly stripped away. Hua exclaimed in astonishment, "You don't know who Elysha is? Then do you know who Qiluo, Liuxi, Xingqian, Selena, and I are?" Mei Yi remarked, "Elisa is the protagonist of the fairy tale The Wild Swans, my favorite female character from childhood. Are you inquiring about Qiluo, Liuxi, Xingqian, Selena, and your identity? Selena is a knight. The Xingqian family is engaged in arms trade. As for the others, I am not privy to their details. All I know is that you are my friends." Hua laughed joyfully. "That's sufficient. The drama is about to commence. Let us focus on it." As Mei continued watching, his brows furrowed in confusion, for the play mirrored the story of Cinderella he had recounted to Selena almost perfectly when he heard the actors fervently singing, "Father, please bring me jewels and gems. Father, please bring me splendid gowns. And Father, please bring me the first branch that brushes across your shoulder during that endless journey." He was completely taken aback. Could it be that the Mei mentioned by the announcer refers to me? Chapter 25. Princess Hua. As everyone witnessed Cinderella successfully donning the glass slipper and celebrating a grand wedding with the prince, applause erupted fervently, accustomed to tales of knights embarking on quests for beauty. Such a story was indeed a refreshing change. Just as Mei assumed the performance was nearing its conclusion, the lights in the theater abruptly extinguished. A narrow beam of light illuminated a bed at the center of the stage, where a weary-looking man spoke to the young lady lying there. "Nana, this is the first story I shall tell you, titled Cinderella. I once heard of a tale where a king, driven by his queen's infidelity, executed her. Each day, he wed a new woman, only to slay her the following morning. Yet, one woman captivated the king with her stories, diverting him from his murderous thoughts. This narrative unfolded over 1,001 nights, leading the king to a profound realization, and they lived happily ever after. Die, too, would tell you 1,001 nights of stories, if only you would awaken." Water nearly spewed from Mei's mouth, and he hurriedly covered it, only to break into a fit of coughing. At that moment, the story reached its conclusion. Hua smiled, what a rare and delightful story, with an ending that leaves a tantalizing hint. Arousing curiosity about the relationship between the two characters and the girl's fate that I have heard that the theater has penned 49 scripts, and the dynamics between the couple and the girl's destiny will be revealed after these 49 tales. What is there to keep secret? They are undoubtedly lovers. Just as Selena's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, Mei Yi hastily interjected, Hua, I assure you with utmost sincerity that these two are not in a romantic relationship. The girl harbors a deep-seated resentment toward the boy. She is infatuated with another who has committed certain despicable acts that have left her heartbroken, leading to her, unconsciousness. Selena's heart plummeted into despair. As it became evident that Mei Yi had stumbled upon the incident that transpired at the greenhouse restaurant, that he assumed she had been involved with Yisting all along. Selena found herself unable to defend her feelings. She had indeed held affection for the handsome, well-born, and exceptionally skilled Yisting, which explained her readiness to trust him and her audacity to venture out alone with him. Hua cast a long, meaningful glance at Mei Yi and provocatively stated, I find it hard to believe. If there were no romantic entanglement, how could that boy have entered her private chambers, and why would he willingly recount 1,001 nights of stories to her? Mei Yi sighed. Perhaps he believes his presence has disrupted the girl's life. Let's not delve too deeply. It is merely a story, after all, and stories are often fabrications. Hua turned to Yesu, gazing tenderly at Mei Yi, and softly said, Mei Yi, you need not conceal any longer. I am already aware. The story of the first night, along with the subsequent 48 tales, was penned by you. The boy at the play's conclusion is you, and I shall refrain from mentioning the girl's identity, as I know you prefer it unspoken. Mei Yi did not deny it. He merely expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Hua gently responded, Mei Yi, though our time together has been brief, I have discerned that you regard Liuxi as a sister, Qilua as a friend, and me as a classmate, yet the one who truly occupies your heart is that knight. Am I correct? Selena's heart jolted with alarm. Before Mei Yi could respond, Hua continued, Let it go, Mei Yi. That knight possesses feeble magical abilities, a lowly and unstable status, filled with anxieties. Surely, he would not speak kindly to someone of your humble standing. There will be no favorable outcome for you two together. If you think carefully, you should realize I am not instigating discord. Mei Yi remained silent. Hua gazed affectionately at Mei Yi, whispering, Mother has always said that true nobility is not defined by status, but by one's character. She may not recognize your worth, but I do. Mei Yi, I love you. Hua extended her arms, embracing Mei Yi, pressing her lips to his. Selena's face turned ashen, tears streaming uncontrollably as she watched them kiss. Mei Yi, enveloped by Hua's delicate fragrance, felt slightly dazed but gently pushed her away, his voice laced with confusion. Due to certain reasons, I have unconsciously aligned myself with an admired fairy. Recent events have made me aware that I am not the same as her. Nor can I achieve what she has. The invitation to Junling has long since arrived, and it is due to recent occurrences that I have resolved to accept it, Mei Yi said. I have come to a conclusion, though this may sound cruel. Ignoring it at the time was perhaps the best choice. Neither gaining nor losing. It is not too late to withdraw now. Hua interjected softly. If you do not intend to say, I love you too, then please refrain from responding. All right. Even for me, to express love requires considerable courage. Let us take some time to deepen our understanding of one another. My name is Hua. My mother is named Eileen, my father is Huajia, and my ancestor is named Hualing. You need not concern yourself with my background. I have already spoken to my mother about it. She stated that as long as one possesses noble character, a kind heart, and strives for progress, nothing else matters. And you? All I know is that you are orphaned, possess noble character, a kind heart, and work diligently. Beyond that, I know nothing. I have a younger sister named Milok, who is approximately 13 or 14 years old. Furthermore, a priest named Liuxi in the town has always taken good care of me, much like an elder sister. There is little else to mention. Why does your ancestor's name resemble that of the city? Hua replied, because this city was established to commemorate my ancestor, the great Hualiying. My ancestor was the knight of the first fairy queen, Amelia, who, after numerous campaigns against magical beasts, was the queen's sister. Our family has intermarried with the royal lineage for generations, governing the Ice Valley in the northeastern part of Junling. Mei Yi responded, Hua, look, the actors have taken their bows. Let us depart. I must return to the academy to gather my belongings. Hua nodded, then added, "You do not intend to wear this outfit to Jinling, do you? Allow me to accompany you for a shopping trip." Mei smiled wryly. "No. Princess, the places you frequent are far beyond my means. If I were to ask you to cover my expenses again, I would be at a loss as to when I could repay you. I have already arranged with Xingqian. He will lend me a set of formal attire from this world. I shall see what I can find once I arrive in Jinling." Hua laughed. "Your speech is quite peculiar. It is as if you are not from this world." After the two departed the theater, the Duchess and Selena followed suit. Once seated in the carriage, the Duchess's countenance grew stern as she inquired, "Nana, what on earth is happening? Have you taken a liking to a boy? What has he done to you? Why did Mei Yi say those things? Why did you not inform me of his intentions to attend Jinling Academy?" Selena burst into tears. Chapter 26. "I like him," Selena sobbed as she recounted the entire saga to the Duchess. Upon hearing of the recent events at the Academy, particularly Selena's near indignity at the hands of Yisting and Mei Yi's grievous injuries inflicted by him, the Duchess felt a mix of anger and urgency, yet found herself powerless to express it. When Selena's emotions finally began to settle, the Duchess spoke. "I must say this regardless. The death of eyesight has nothing to do with Mei. On the contrary. Had it not been for him, eyesight would have been lost entirely, and Avril might have perished as well. You are even more. He is deserving of eyesight's eyes. If your discontent stems from the engagement, you need not worry that I have privately spoken with Mei, who stated that in order to preserve your dignity, he feels it inappropriate to bring up the topic of breaking the engagement. Should you ever wish to discuss it with me, I will gladly acquiesce. Not only that, but he has also allowed you the autonomy to choose." Selena choked out, "Madam, please do not say any more. I am aware that I overheard your conversation the other day. What frustrates me is that he has gone to such lengths to protect my pride and dignity, to help me regain my courage and hope, yet he cannot simply utter the words, 'I like you.'" The Duchess was taken aback. "So you have always had feelings for Mei. When did this begin? Did you not claim to dislike him?" Selena wept. "No matter how foolish I may be, I cannot be oblivious to the fact that the death of the Grand Princess was not his doing, nor the matter of the eyes. I was previously unaware of why I felt anger upon seeing him, until he mentioned, just now, that he often unconsciously compares himself to the Grand Princess, that I too have often unwittingly drawn comparisons between him and the Grand Princess." The Duchess sighed, saying, "It is not just you. I, along with Avril, also frequently see echoes of Esther in him. Innocent, kind, brave, and somewhat awkward. Each time I lay eyes on him, I am struck by a peculiar sensation, as if I have suddenly gained another son. When he called me mother that time, I was taken aback, yet my heart swelled with joy." Selena wiped away her tears and softly confessed, "I cannot pinpoint when my affection for him began. Perhaps it was when I heard him risk his safety to save the second princess, or when he invited me to join his group, or maybe when he rescued me from Yisting, or it could be when he shared those enchanting stories with me." The Duchess cast a long glance at Selena and chided, "You foolish girl. Why haven't you let him know? Is it because you disdain his humble origins and modest means?" Selena continued to wipe her tears, saying, "Hua was right. I am anxious because my magical abilities are lacking and my status is lowly. Yet there is one thing she is mistaken about. I have been under your tutelage alongside the two princesses since childhood, and I would never despise the poor in favor of the rich. If they can see the potential in Mei Yi, why can't I?" With that, Selena wept. "Madam, now the elven princess Hua, the cardinal's sister Liuxi, and the daughter of the human Lord Chul all harbor affections for him. He must be disappointed in me. He has always been there for me, yet I have never truly cared for him, leaving him disheartened. This is a burden of my own making." The Duchess gently stroked Selena's long hair, gazing out at the water birds and wild ducks frolicking in the lake, before suddenly suggesting, "How about this? I shall invite him over to our estate for a visit. Even if we cannot be together, we can still be friends. Such friendships are indeed rare. Wouldn't you agree?" Selena nodded in agreement. The following morning, Selena composed herself, rising early to enjoy breakfast, perusing her grammar textbook for a while, and then practicing her swordsmanship in the courtyard. With a sword in hand, she wielded it with vigor, the blade gleaming coldly as she effortlessly sliced through leaves, leaving only their stems behind after several strikes the essay night. Selena's skills in both swordplay and horsemanship were impeccable. Heavens! Swinging such a hefty sword is akin to tossing a green onion. "No wonder your arms are so robust," came a voice that startled her, accompanied by the Duchess's cheerful laughter. Upon looking up, Selena could hardly believe her eyes. Standing before her was Mei Yi. She nearly fumbled the sword in her grip, her mind racing. Didn't the Duchess say she would invite him over when she had the time? Why is he here today? Oh, right. It is a day of rest, and the Duchess is free. Just as Selena was about to shoot a fierce glare at Mei Yi, she recalled the resolve she had made to treat him better during her restless night, and forced a smile, saying, "You big fool." "No, Mei Yi, what brings you here?" Mei Yi replied with a puzzled expression. "Didn't you ask me to come?" Selena's eyes widened in disbelief as she set down her sword, exclaiming, "When did I invite you over?" Mei Yi, irritated, retorted, "I've come all this way. You can't deny it. The carriage driver from the Duke's estate told me you were aware I've had nothing to eat lately and invited me here for a meal. I have prepared myself to stay for breakfast, lunch, and dinner." Selena recalled the intimate moment he shared with Huahua yesterday, and her anger flared anew. Noticing the Duchess's unwavering gaze upon her, she suppressed her temper and forced a smile. "What would you like to eat?" Mei Yi suddenly felt a chill, casting a surprised glance at the Duchess, then sideways at Selena, whispering, "Madam, what is wrong with Selena? Why is she acting so feminine?" Selena, furious, felt on the verge of exploding, but the Duchess once again quelled her rising ire with a gentle but firm gaze. Smiling as she said, "What is wrong with that? Our dear Selena is, after all, a young lady." Under the Duchess's watchful eye, Selena dared not act out. Seizing a moment when the Duchess was distracted, she shot Mei Yi a sidelong glare and retreated to the small dining room by the lakeside, where she plated fresh bread, fried an egg, and poured a glass of milk, then returned with a fruit platter as well. The Duchess, seated at the small stone table by the lake, watched as Mei Yi devoured the food. Feigning innocence, "Mei Yi, it has been quite some time since we last met. What has transpired recently?" Mei Yi replied, "Oh, by the way, madam, I almost forgot to mention that I have secured a teaching position at the True Spirit Academy and will be starting next month. Moreover, I was recently transferred to the mathematics department at the Flower Spirit Academy, and my deskmate, Huahua, turns out to be a princess from a duke's family, just like Sister Esther and Avril. It shocked me." Selena thought to herself, does he truly consider the Duchess as a mother? How could he be so candid in her presence? The Duchess smiled and inquired, "Did the True Spirit Academy not provide you with travel expenses? How is it that you are still so financially strained?" Mei Yi replied with exasperation, "It's all Liuxi's fault. Before I invited my friends for a meal, I asked her how much her last invitation had cost, and she assured me it wouldn't be much that I foolishly believed her as a result. The 100 silver coins sent by the True Spirit Academy weren't enough, so I had to borrow another 100 from Huahua. Alas, it turned out that was the finest restaurant in Flower Spirit." The Duchess burst into laughter. Her eyes filled with affection as she gazed at Mei Yi, gently saying, "If you need assistance, don't hesitate to ask Selena. There's no need to feel embarrassed." Selena panicked. "Wait, why would you want me to help? I have no money either." Chapter 27. The color of spirit particles. As Mei Yi continued eating, he inquired, "By the way, madam, how is Princess Avril's health these days? I saw her only once on the day of the spirit magic test and have not encountered her since." The Duchess paused, then replied, She is doing quite well, spending her days reading, practicing her magic, and enjoying time with her friends. Her health has improved significantly. However, the doctor advises that she must rest for another 6 months before she can return to classes." Upon hearing the Duchess mention spirit magic, Mei Yi reverently handed her the spirit medium she had asked teacher Kelly Taya to pass on to him, saying, "Madam, this is the spirit medium you had me receive. I no longer need it, so I am returning it to you." The Duchess accepted the medium, comforting Mei Yi. "Do not lose heart. I often unconsciously associate you with Esther, inadvertently nudging you along the path she once traversed. Forgetting that your journeys are distinct and that her path was fraught with peril, you will undoubtedly become a remarkable individual, perhaps even rewriting the history of the elven kingdom like the ancient human sages." Selena thought to herself, "Dear madam, you are exaggerating. He cannot even change his own impoverished life, let alone rewrite the kingdom's history." Feeling rather foolish for standing there listening to the Duchess and Mei Yi's conversation, Selena resumed her practice of spirit magic. As she recited the incantation, the activated spirit particles swirled around her like a milky mist. Just as she was about to unleash her magic, Mei Yi commented, "Why is it white? Shouldn't it be transparent?" Selena's face flushed with embarrassment, her anger flaring. "How dare you be so brazen as to make such remarks in my home? especially in front of the Duchess. What if I enjoy wearing white? You are not my husband. You have no right to dictate what I wear. No, even if you were my husband, you still wouldn't have that authority. Just as she was about to explode, the Duchess chimed in. I'm not sure, but perhaps white is indeed more aesthetically pleasing. Selena felt a chill run down her spine. Please tell me this isn't true. The Duchess is actually discussing what color underwear looks good on me with a human male. What on earth is happening? Mei Yi added. Sister Esther's was ice blue, Liuxi's was light green, Hua's was red, and teacher Kelly Tai's was also red. Selena's anger reached a bizarre peak. The second princess even suggested I might have misjudged you. I wish that were true. But how could I have misjudged? You are a pervert who spies on female classmates and teachers. To top it off, you insult the late Grand Princess Esther, just as Selena was about to storm over and slap Mei Yi. He continued. Also, Xingqian's is purple. Selena felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Good heavens, how did I develop a fondness for such a pervert? All right, enough about the color of spirit particles, the Duchess said. Let us eat. Our Selena usually eats ready-made meals and has never cooked for anyone. So let us not waste her efforts. Selena, Mei exclaimed in surprise, so Selena can cook too. The bread tastes wonderful, the milk is rich and creamy, and the fruit is delightful. The fried egg even has sugar on it. Incredible, the sugar here is so expensive. I have to try it, Selena interjected. Wait, what's sugar? That has salt. My heavens, why did I add so much salt? It's a blinding white mess. Mei Yi took a bite of the fried egg, and a multitude of salt crystals assaulted his tongue and the sides of his mouth. He could hardly suppress the urge to spit it out, but upon noticing Selena's gaze fixed upon him, he hurriedly shoved the remainder into his mouth and swallowed it whole, then downed the milk in one go, exclaiming, "What a thrill!" Selena felt a surge of joy within, yet feigned disdain as she remarked, "Such poor table manners." After breakfast, Selena proceeded to tidy up the room by the lakeside. The Duchess inquired of Mei. Mei, having spent such a considerable time at the Flower Spirit Academy, have you encountered any young ladies that have captured your fancy? The human girl named Chilua, whom I met last time, is exceptionally beautiful, and I have heard that Liuxi, who was in your group previously, is also quite lovely. That I trust Huahu is as well. Mei awkwardly replied, Madam, they are all indeed beautiful, but we are merely friends. The Duchess asked, Is there a concern that holds you back? Mei candidly confessed, to a degree. This era emphasizes social standing, and the acceptance of humans by elves and fairies is rather limited. More so, it's my own issue. I currently possess nothing but debt and lack the means to treat a lady well. That I shall wait until I become more accomplished. I am but 16 years old. The Duchess chuckled. When I was 16, AC had already been born. That I can comprehend your sentiments. The True Spirit Academy is the most prestigious institution in the kingdom, gathering the offspring of nobility, court ministers, wealthy merchants, and social elites. Do not weigh too heavily on the differences in status and lineage, lest you inadvertently harm love, understand? Mei smiled. Yes, I understand. Thank you, madam. Everything exchanged between them was overheard by Selena from the small building. She recognized the Duchess's good intentions, wishing to foster more opportunities for her and Mei to interact. However, she was utterly at a loss as to how to engage with him. Moreover, he was soon to attend the True Spirit Academy, far beyond the reach of a mere knight like herself. Selena was acutely aware that it was merely a matter of time before Mei gained renown at the academy. Many noble young ladies in the kingdom, much like Huahu, were rather unconventional and indifferent to status disparities, as no matter how high the status of a male, it could never surpass their own. Attributes such as talent, character, and courage were what they truly valued, and Mei possessed all of these in abundance. A veil of gloom enveloped Selena's heart. After a prolonged hesitation, the Duchess finally spoke. Mei, there is a matter I wish to entrust to you. However, it is quite difficult for me to articulate, due to my inability to fulfill the marriage promise made to you by AC. And given the numerous trials you have faced at the academy, I regret not being able to assist you. Mei promptly replied, Madam, please speak freely. If it is within my capacity, I will do it for you. The Duchess continued, The rise and fall of nobility is akin to the ebb and flow of tides. Even we great lords are no exception. Our family, tracing back to our ancestor Amelia, has now reached the 88th generation with AV. Should misfortune befall our family one day, I hope you can. Without hesitation, Mei asserted, Madam, I understand that any promise I make at this moment could be seen as foolishness. Nonetheless, I assure you that I will do my utmost to protect them. The Duchess expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Selena internally scoffed, thinking, how can the madam utter such ominous words? The duchy's territory spans across 20 large counties and several smaller ones surrounding the entire Flower Spirit City, with a standing army of nearly 10,000, making it one of the largest lords in the kingdom. How could they possibly fall into hardship? Even if they did, what could a single human do? To promise such things is nothing but sheer arrogance. Chapter 28. What are your intentions? Once the Duchess departed, only Mei Yi and Selena remained in the courtyard, causing Selena to feel suddenly uneasy. Mei Yi remarked, Selena, feel free to practice your swordsmanship or spirit arts as if I were not here. My intentions are quite simple. I am merely waiting for lunch and dinner. Selena shot him an irritated glance and was about to commence her practice in spirit arts when Mei Yi suddenly said, Selena, would you show me your swordsmanship? Taken aback, Selena looked at him in confusion. What is the matter? Mei Yi replied, as a guest, is it too much to ask for such a small request? Blushing, Selena acquiesced. Fine, whatever you say. As Mei Yi observed Selena wielding her great sword, he silently pondered various matters. Her swordsmanship was remarkably straightforward, devoid of any frills, consisting only of a few techniques executed with steady, agile footwork, which sent a chill down Mei Yi's spine, noticing that he was intently watching her. Selena felt her face grow even hotter. After finishing her practice, Selena intended to take a moment's rest when Mei Yi again spoke up. Selena, could you perform it one more time, but this time eliminate all blocking movements? Annoyed, Selena retorted, what now? Do you even understand swordsmanship? Without blocking, one would be swiftly defeated on the battlefield. Mei wore a smile that seemed to beg, I apologize for the trouble. With no other option, Selena practiced once again. After removing the blocking movements, her swordsmanship was reduced to just a few moves, and it concluded shortly thereafter. Fearing further requests from Mei, she hastily sat down on a bench to rest. Her face was dotted with beads of sweat. Breathing lightly, her chest rising and falling gently, while her great sword was carelessly planted into the grass. Mei inquired, you have been on the battlefield, correct? Selena nostalgically replied, yes, otherwise I would not have been knighted. Although the madam favors me, she maintains high expectations and does not show favoritism. When I was 14, I accompanied the Grand Princess to the northern region of Flower Spirit to exterminate magical beasts, slaying 4 lesser beasts and earning my knighthood. You are truly impressive, Mei Yi remarked. Not at all, Selena responded, surprisingly modest. The Grand Princess is the one who is truly remarkable. She unleashed the ice spear technique, instantly dispatching dozens of adult beasts with ice spears as thick as chopsticks. She accomplished what an entire army would struggle to achieve, with significant casualties. Everyone says she resembles her ancestor Amelia more than any other elf. Mei Yi pondered for a moment and then asked, what about your spirit arts? How are they progressing now? Please do not be upset. I truly do not understand. Selena's expression dimmed slightly as she replied, I know that my spirit arts are essentially in ruins. Wind-type spirit arts, along with water and light-type, are universally recognized as weak, lacking in both offensive and defensive capabilities. That I secretly practiced spirit arts before reaching adulthood, but my potential has been exhausted. That I in the most ideal circumstances, I could only match half the level of a top-tier wind spirit master, Mei Yi stated. Selena, spirit arts seem to be a divine power, do they not? Selena retorted, indeed, but you have been away from the spirit arts class for merely a few days. Surely you haven't forgotten even that. Mei Yi replied, I have not forgotten. So, a top-tier wind spirit master is akin to a deity, correct? If you can match half the strength of a god, what more could you desire? Selena responded, I know you are trying to comfort me. I appreciate your kindness, but your argument is clearly a fallacy. How could deities possibly be within the reach of elves? Mei Yi chuckled, I knew you would not believe me. By the way, when does the green pattern assessment commence? What form will it take? Selena shot him a glare. If you wish for me to believe you, speak words that can convince me. The Spirit Arts Committee will come to the Academy at the year's end for an assessment. Or one could go directly to the Spirit Committee located in True Spirit for evaluation, provided there is a recommendation letter from a Spirit Master. The method is quite simple. Defeat a green pattern Spirit Master under the supervision of the committee. Mei Yi scrutinized Selena from head to toe, causing her to feel somewhat uneasy. Then, smiling, he said, Selena, whether you believe it or not, I have a way for you to obtain the green pattern certification within a month. How about this? You come with me to True Spirit. You can secure the certification sooner and spare yourself from being perpetually glum. Selena's face flushed crimson, her heart racing. He wants me to go with him to True Spirit. Does he have feelings for me? Or is he merely using the green pattern certification to entice me? If so, how is he any different from Isiton? Just as her thoughts spiraled into chaos, Mei Yi continued, "Let us do this, since you plan to go." Selena's mind screamed, "When did I ever say I plan to go? Do not presume to make decisions on my behalf. Since you plan to go, I also invite Xingqian and Liuxi to join us. Huahu's family resides in the southern part of True Spirit, and you could stay at their home. How about we set the departure date for after the midterm exams? You will have a week off, which is ample time for travel, and it won't interfere with classes. Huahu will also return home, which is quite convenient." Before Selena could respond, the Duchess's voice resonated from behind. "All right, I have agreed on behalf of Nana. I also need to visit the royal city to meet with Avi's cousin, Princess Ikalu." Selena nodded in agreement. "All right, but what is your plan?" The Duchess was also curious. If someone else made such a claim, she would dismiss it with a scoff. However, Mei Yi's assertion, though still hard to believe, piqued her interest. Mei Yi explained, "First, further simplify your swordsmanship. Retain only a few of the most fundamental movements, such as thrusting on flat ground, sweeping, slashing, and thrusting into the air. These movements should be practiced diligently each day. Secondly, further simplify your spirit arts. If you regard wind-type spirit arts as your primary offensive skill, it is indeed weak. However, if you consider wind-type spirit arts as a supplementary skill, its potential becomes boundless." Mei Yi approached Selena, taking the sword from her hand and expressing her thoughts. Selena's brow furrowed as she listened. "My spiritual abilities are already lacking, and now you want me to abandon the formidable techniques within my art, solely to practice the most rudimentary spells and some trivial incantations. Are you trying to bring about my demise?" After Mei Yi finished speaking, she noticed Selena's hesitant expression and, in exasperation, said, "Could you trust me just this once? After you complete the assessment at Jinling, we will not meet again. What would I gain by deceiving you? I simply wish for you, Liuxi, and Xingqian to find joy in your future training and battles, to support one another, and to achieve personal growth until you safely graduate. If I could wield spiritual powers, I would manage on my own without troubling you." Selena was momentarily taken aback. She had never witnessed Mei Yi's anger before. The Duchess was also stunned. Once Mei Yi regained her composure and recognized her outburst, she hurriedly apologized to the Duchess and then to Selena, saying, "I am sorry for my impatience. I just remembered I have some matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave. Please forget what I said and did today." With that, Mei Yi departed in haste without looking back. Observing this, the Duchess gently patted the dazed Selena on the shoulder, saying, There, do not be disheartened. You still have time. However, I believe Mei Yi had a valid point. You might as well give it a try." Chapter 29. The Little Fiancé. The skies of Hualing gradually warmed. A delightful dessert known as ice cream also began to gain popularity. During the break, Selena rested her head on the desk, feeling somewhat listless. Since that day Mei Yi left, the two had not crossed paths again. Mei Yi had already completed her withdrawal from school, no longer appearing in class or the library, nor on the long bench by the small river behind the teaching building. That it was as though she had vanished from the world. Selena had no choice but to return the meal she had prepared for Mei Yi, uneaten. She inquired with Xingqian, who informed her that he had visited Mei Yi on Sunday evening, presenting her with a sword of his own making. Mei Yi had shared numerous insights regarding spiritual arts with him, repeatedly asking him to look after the group leader and Liuxi. After that, they had not seen each other again. Selena had considered visiting Mei Yi's dormitory but never found the courage. Just when she finally mustered the bravery one morning, she spotted an announcement on the bulletin board at the school gate. Our distinguished alumnus, Mei Yi, a first-year mathematics student, has authored the book, The Beauty of Mathematics, which has been awarded a gold medal by the Royal Mathematics Committee. She has recently commenced teaching at Faerie Academy. Selena felt a void in her heart. "So, you have already departed." Then at that moment, someone gently tapped her shoulder from behind. Turning to look, she found Liuxi, who smiled and said, "Leader, let us go visit her at Jinling when we have the time." Selena absently replied, "Oh." She then remarked, "Liuxi, you don't seem as upset as I expected." Liuxi blushed and hurriedly responded, "Leader, the spiritual arts class is about to start." The The two hurried off to class. In the spiritual arts class, various groups practiced their techniques on the grass, engaging in practical combat after a period of training. Upon concluding the matches, they discussed their findings and identified issues, proceeding to further practical exercises. Teacher Liuxi did not intervene, only pausing to address any questions from the students, such as the nature of spiritual arts, repetitive practice, continuous combat, and persistent refinement of one's weaknesses, advancing step by step. Liuxi observed the three members of Selena's group with a sense of disappointment, the individual who had often walked with her at night. Declaring his desire to become a grand master of spiritual arts to rival Ace was no longer present. Just then, Honya from Yisting's group had just knocked down two teammates and walked over, wiping her sweat as she inquired, "Why does your group seem so dispirited? Aren't you engaging in combat practice?" Xingchen replied, "Mei has left, and everyone feels a bit down. Come on, leader, lift your spirits. Let us get started." Selena was not well acquainted with Honya, and instinctively felt a sense of aversion towards the members of Yisting. Unexpectedly, Honya cheerfully suggested, "How about we practice together? Mei was a friend of Xingchen and has fought against Yisting, who is also my friend. Plus, she even taught me how to read and solve math problems." Noticing Selena's gaze, Honya added with a bright smile, "Don't be so guarded against me. I'm Xingchen's neighbor and fiancé." She playfully nudged the blushing Xingchen. "Hey, Xingchen, say something." Selena and Liuxi were not at all surprised. In this era, one could marry at the age of 15, and many of their peers, children of nobility and wealthy merchants who chose to attend the academy, were already engaged, planning to marry after graduation. Xingchen stammered for a while before Selena finally understood. At the beginning of the semester, Yisting had made some light-hearted remarks towards Honya, which resulted in her giving him a thorough thrashing. In order to frequently bestow him with such treatment, Honya had voluntarily joined Yisting's group, which Yisting could not refuse. It was then that Selena comprehended why Yisting habitually avoided his group members during the spiritual arts class. He had deceived himself into believing it was due to their insufficient strength, rendering their time together uninteresting, when in reality, he feared Hong Yi. At that moment, the remaining two members of Yisting's group, Fengzi and Luoza, approached. After Honya introduced everyone, the three began to practice in pairs. Xingchen against Honya, Selena against Fengzi, and Liuxi against Luoza. 10 seconds later, Xingchen was knocked to the ground by a powerful punch from Honya. Shaking her head, Honya exclaimed, "Hey, Xingchen, you really are pathetic. How can you fall to the ground after just one punch? Can't you show a bit of spirit like when Mei defeated Yisting?" Xingchen recalled how he had wept bitterly after being knocked down by Liuxi, along with Mei's earnest request to him, and immediately sprang back to his feet, summoning a flash of lightning that was beginning to take the shape of a sword. With fierce determination, he lunged at Honya. She was taken aback. The power of lightning-based spiritual arts was no joke. She placed her index finger in her mouth, slightly bent forward, and arched her back, showcasing her graceful curves while adopting a captivating pose. Xingchen was momentarily stunned. "What on earth are you doing?" Seizing the opportunity, Honya delivered another powerful punch, sending Xingchen crashing to the ground once more. His fiancé laughed triumphantly. "What potential does the greatest spiritual arts practitioner have? You've been knocked down by me twice with ease." "Oh, ha 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 ha." Teacher Liuxi and the classmates were nearly doubled over with laughter. Selena, meanwhile, engaged in a contest of spiritual arts with Fengzi, a fellow wind-based practitioner. Although Selena had depleted much of her potential due to practicing in secret, her innate understanding was remarkably high. Through her recent efforts, she had lit up 8 spiritual pearls on her spiritual interface. Fengzi, having only activated 4, was no match for her. Just then, the secretary of Director Shi Lu approached Teacher Liuxi, and the two quickly departed. As Liuxi was about to face off against Luoza, two classmates who frequently associated with Yisting, Schuster and Hankies, swaggered over, provocatively saying, "Stop playing childish games. How about a match with us?" Xingchen stood up, wielding a sword crackling with electric sparks, and cheerfully said, "Sure." Schuster and Hankies were immediately terrified, hastily retorting, No, this isn't your concern. Weren't you supposed to practice with Honya? We're here to practice with Liuxi and Selena." Liuxi, aware of their provocative intentions, stepped in front of Xingchen, maintaining a seemingly harmless expression on her face. "All right, can I go first? Which of you would like to challenge me?" The two, looking at Liuxi with her jade-like hair, gem-like eyes, and innocent demeanor, both wished to engage her in combat. After a brief dispute, they ultimately decided that Schuster would face Liuxi. The reason for Schuster's selection was his family's greater wealth. Selena stepped forward, intending to substitute for Liuxi, given that Schuster's spiritual arts were of the powerful fire type. In terms of attributes, water was the nemesis of fire. However, in actual spiritual arts competitions, elemental advantages held little significance. Lightning, fire, ice, and other formidable arts consistently retained the upper hand. Liuxi declined. She softly asked, "Are you ready?" Schuster, feeling confident of victory, smugly replied, "Let us begin." Chapter 30. Compiled Spiritual Arts. Schuster aimed to conjure a massive fireball, hoping to impress Liuxi and their classmates. As he slowly recited the incantation, Liuxi swiftly completed her own spell, extending her right hand. Countless pale green spiritual particles coalesced in the air into water orbs of various sizes, some as small as marbles, others as large as beach balls. While a gentle breeze lifted her light blue dress, everything around them was reflected in the myriad of water spheres. Suddenly, Liuxi's gaze turned icy. She drew forth a slender sword, approximately 30 centimeters long, commonly wielded by the fairy race, and quickly recited another incantation. The water orbs burst into a dense fog, enveloping both Schuster and Liuxi. Within 0.3 seconds later, the milky fog evaporated instantly, revealing Liuxi's slender sword aimed at the back of Schuster's neck. Terrified, he dared not move that moment. Liuxi coldly stated, "I believe I have won, haven't I?" Everyone was rendered speechless by this unprecedented method of spiritual arts attack, their faces etched with shock. They all understood the significance of the brief battle that had transpired in less than 10 seconds. In this class, Liuxi, who has long been regarded as a top student but with the weakest spiritual prowess, has found herself without any rivals. In such thick fog, vision is entirely stripped away, leaving one utterly vulnerable. More importantly, the water-based spiritual arts, once deemed inferior, have now risen to prominence. Xing Chun, astounded, dashed to Liuxi's side and exclaimed, "Liuxi, you are incredible. Is there such a technique in water-based spiritual arts? I have never seen it before." Liuxi shook her head, her face radiant with happiness as she replied, "No, it was taught to me by Brother Mei Yi." Many classmates in the room clearly heard Liuxi's words, their astonishment beyond expression. Selena was equally taken aback, hastily questioning Liuxi. "He hasn't attended class for 3 weeks. Where did you see him?" Liuxi stammered, "He lives at my house." The surrounding male classmates' eyes widened in disbelief, each thinking, "Brother Mei Yi, you beast, you seem so respectable, and Liuxi has just come of age. How could you take advantage? And to top it off, you openly reside in her home. I thought only I could stoop so low." Selena felt a pang in her heart and pressed on, "What is he doing at your house? Do your parents approve?" Liuxi blushed deeply and replied, "Captain, where are your thoughts wandering? He had no fare to go to Jinling, so he is working at my family's restaurant to earn his travel expenses. After school and on weekends, he watches me practice spiritual arts and teaches me." Selena fell silent, reflecting that this big fool never bows his head. Despite so many willing to help him, she inquired, "What could that big fool do to help? He surely can't cook. He probably can only serve dishes and wash the dishes." "No," Liuxi hastily waved her hand. "Brother Mei Yi cooks very well. He prepares my dinner, and it's delicious. Several of his recipes have made it to our menu." Selena skeptically asked, "You mean to say that his dishes made it onto the greenhouse restaurant's menu? That menu, which hasn't changed in centuries." "Liuxi, are you exaggerating?" Liuxi shook her head. "Not at all." After a moment's thought, she added, "By the way, have you ever had ice cream? That dessert was invented by him, and everyone says it's delicious. I love it too." Almost all the students were left dumbfounded. They had never anticipated that the ice cream they yearned for was indeed the brainchild of Brother Mei Yi. Selena's eyes nearly bulged out as she exclaimed, "Are you saying that he invented ice cream?" Liuxi affirmed, "Yes, the price was set so low because he asked his father to do so. He said, seeing more children enjoy the deliciousness of the greenhouse and smile happily is far more gratifying than earning a few extra coins. His usually stubborn father was persuaded by him." Selena chuckled, "Well, he must have earned quite a bit from this job." Liuxi quickly shook her head, "Captain, please don't misunderstand Brother Mei Yi. My parents intended to give him a substantial amount, but he only took enough for his travel expenses. He said he primarily wanted to teach me spiritual arts, so I wouldn't be bullied after he leaves." She lowered her head, her eyes shimmering with soft blue waves, feeling sweeter than ice cream. Hong Yi burst into laughter. This guy is indeed as proud and arrogant as Xingqian said, never bowing to anyone. Even in such dire straits, he still cares about his pride. Liuxi looked up and smiled. Yes. Selena's smile faded into melancholy. She had already pieced together the situation. Before heading to Faerie Academy, Brother Mei Yi was concerned for his previous group members. Initially, he intended to teach her, but she doubted him. So, he turned to Liuxi, who had always secretly admired him and thus trusted him unconditionally. Teacher Kelly Taya, who had been quietly observing from the sidelines, approached and pulled Liuxi aside, her expression filled with suspicion. Liuxi, the technique you just used is definitely not in the water-based spiritual arts manual. You claim Brother Mei Yi taught you, but he himself cannot perform spiritual arts. How could he possibly? Liuxi replied with bright eyes. Teacher, Brother Mei Yi said that incantations might be the language of the gods, a code that can be recompiled and deciphered. I don't understand what he is saying. He spent nearly 20 days finally embedding the frost technique from the ice-based spiritual arts into my water-based arts, developing what he calls the lost technique. Upon hearing this, Kelly Taya's expression changed drastically, and she urgently warned Liuxi. Liuxi, you must never speak of what you just said to anyone else. It could bring him great trouble. Do you understand? Liuxi nodded. Yes, I understand. Brother Mei Yi said that if you, Teacher Kelly Taya, were to ask, I should be honest, but I cannot tell anyone else a single word. Kelly Taya felt a warmth in her heart, gazing at the clouds above and feeling the slightly warm breeze. She pondered, Brother Mei Yi, how are you faring at Jinling? Have you begun your teaching duties? A 16-year-old mathematics lecturer. What an astonishing thought. After school that afternoon, Hua, Xingqian, Liuxi, Qi Luo, and Selena were once again studying in the library's study room. However, this time, they no longer needed to borrow Brother Mei Yi's handwritten copy of What's So Difficult About Mathematics from the administrator, because the beautifully printed edition, now retitled The Beauty of Mathematics, occupied an entire corner of the library. Additionally, Xingqian's fiancée, Hong Yi, had joined their study group, observing her complain that Xingqian's explanations were not as clear as Brother Mei Yi's while Xingqian scratched his head in confusion. Selena felt a pang of nostalgia for her former self, who had also once complained that Brother Mei Yi's explanations were unclear, stubbornly insisting that even a student as intelligent as herself could not grasp them, and had rashly questioned the validity of those mathematical formulas. Enough of that, she thought. If we meet again, I swear, I vow to the Grand Princess that I will never again doubt or bully you. I will strive to become even more exceptional, just as you advised, to face that future individual with my best self. Grand Princess, thank you. Chapter 31. Teaching Crisis. Mei Yi entered the classroom of the spiritual arts class at Faerie Academy, greeted by a sea of astonished faces, and declared, Hello everyone, my name is Mei Yi, the newly appointed mathematics lecturer at Faerie Academy. This semester, I will teach you mathematics. He glanced at the sparsely filled lecture hall. Somewhat surprised, Faerie Academy's spiritual arts class has 40 students. I thought Faerie Academy would have more. Why are there only about 30? Teacher, a male elf student replied, we have 50 students in our spiritual arts department. But many of them did not attend class today. The name card on his desk read, Liuxi. Mei Yi sat on a high stool, puzzled. Why? After a long pause, a female elf named Qi Luo finally spoke. Teacher, please don't be angry, but they do not welcome humans. Moreover, in the recent midterm exam, the average score in the spiritual arts class was only in the 30s. Many students despise mathematics, myself included. Upon hearing this, Mei Yi chuckled. Ah, that's quite familiar. I too was troubled by mathematics in my youth. That I don't mind, but Faerie Academy has strict rules. Missing class without reason more than twice can lead to expulsion. I see some of you have already surpassed that limit. Please wait a moment. I will go plead with the head teacher, Ms. Huajin. In the midst of astonished gazes, Mei Yi dashed out, returning 5 minutes later, somewhat dejected. When students asked what had happened, he awkwardly replied, Ms. Huajin agreed, but she also scolded me quite a bit. Never mind. Let us start class. A student asked, Teacher, aren't you angry? Mei Yi replied, There's nothing to be angry about. When I studied at Faerie Academy, I had several elf and fairy friends in the spiritual arts class that I know they faced the dual pressures of spiritual arts and academics, which is quite challenging. Let's give them some time. Today we won't cover new material, but instead review the midterm exam paper. Initially, The students believed that mathematics class would be as torturous as usual. However, it turned out to be quite enjoyable. With each problem he explained, Mei seamlessly connected the relevant concepts from easy to difficult, clearly outlining the derivation of corresponding formulas, interspersing anecdotes from human mathematical history. Mei became so engrossed in his teaching that he lost track of time. The students listened intently, as if starving for knowledge. Other classes passing by were astonished to see a mere 16 or 17-year-old human teaching mathematics to the spiritual arts class, marveling at his prowess. After 2 periods, Mei Yi tossed his chalk aside and strode out confidently that it was only then that the previously stupefied students snapped back to reality, excitedly discussing, "Who on earth is this human teacher? How can he be so remarkable? I may not understand everything, but I feel if I think about it more after class, I should be able to grasp it. Indeed, I thought the Academy was going to give up on us. Yet they sent a human who is nearly our age to teach us mathematics, who knew he would be even more capable than those old teachers." Mei Yi gazed at the prices of convenience food on the school store's shelves, his brows knitting together in dismay. Feeling the 3 remaining silver coins in his pocket, he performed a quick calculation and sighed deeply, telling the shopkeeper, "Please give me a piece of black bread." Under these circumstances, it seems one could manage to endure until next month before being dismissed. How embarrassing this is. I can no longer remain at the Academy of True Spirit, yet I cannot return to the Academy of Floral Spirits. Alas, what relevance does the decision of those troublesome students to withdraw have to me? What folly it is to seek to play the hero. One of the advantages of being a teacher is the leisure it affords. Once the 2 morning classes concluded, he found himself free for the rest of the day. He settled onto a bench in the grassy area behind the academy, munching on bread while gazing at the towering spires of the royal castle in the distance, his heart swelling with emotion. Before he realized it, he had dozed off on the bench. When he awoke, he discovered students engaged in a lesson on the grass before him. Upon closer inspection, he noticed they were attending a class on spiritual arts, with Luo and Ling Su notably present among them. Glancing at the teacher leading them, who sported twin ponytails, was that not Sister Chia? Seizing the opportunity while the students practiced on their own, Mei Yi approached and gently tapped Chia's arm. Upon seeing Mei Yi, Chia was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed with delight, "Mei Yi, little brother, what brings you to our academy?" The practicing students halted, curiously observing the embrace between their mathematics teacher and the instructor of spiritual arts, puzzled as to how they knew one another. After a considerable time, Chia finally released her hold. Mei Yi explained, "I have been appointed as a mathematics lecturer at the Academy of True Spirit. I just started teaching today, and I never expected to run into you here." Chia responded in astonishment. "Goodness, so the talented young teacher everyone has been whispering about is you. I have been serving as the spiritual arts instructor for the first-year students at the Academy of True Spirit." As their conversation continued, she added, "You still cannot use spiritual arts, can you?" Mei Yi replied, "No, I cannot. Once the spiritual particles are activated, they flee uncontrollably, making it impossible to coalesce." Teacher Kelly Taya speculated that it might be due to a lack of affinity between humans and spiritual arts. Noticing Chia's sword hanging by her side, he inquired, "Sister Chia, do you practice swordsmanship?" Chia was taken aback for a moment before responding, "Yes, I began training in swordsmanship at a young age. Why do you ask?" Observing that all the students were attentively listening, she added, "You little rascals, practice diligently. Mei Yi and I will take a stroll. Any of you who dare to slack off will face the consequences." Mei Yi recounted the incident in front of teacher Hua Jin, where he had made a solemn vow, lamenting, "I fear I will only be here for a month. Surely, I cannot leave without gaining anything from this month. Learning some swordsmanship would be beneficial." Chia readily agreed. "All right, leave it to me. You reside in the faculty dormitory behind the academy, correct? I shall come find you tonight. By the way, do you remember that big fool, Liuxi? Though he may be foolish, his swordsmanship is exceptionally strong. I will bring him along to practice with you." Mei Yi exclaimed in surprise, "Brother Liuxi is here too?" Chia paused. "Did I not mention it? Liuxi is my husband, and our daughter is already 3 years old. He serves as the spiritual arts instructor for the 2nd year, and often takes students to the villages near the Tianlu mountain range in the northern area of True Spirit to clear out magical beasts. He has just returned recently." Mei Yi remarked, "Sister Chia, you never mentioned it. I could not have imagined. With your twin ponytails, princess dress, white stockings, and little leather shoes, you exude such youthful charm. Last time, Brother Liuxi was so jealous at my house that he nearly drowned me in his jealousy. I thought he was merely one of your suitors, Xia playfully retorted. He is simply a big fool. After parting ways with teacher Xia, Mei Yi returned to his students in high spirits. The students, still in shock, bombarded her with questions. Teacher Xia, how do you know that human? Who exactly is he? What is up with his eyes? Xia responded, did he not tell you? He mentioned earlier that he taught you this morning. His name is Mei Yi, a first-year student from the Academy of Floral Spirits, an independent author of The Beauty of Mathematics, and the youngest recipient of the Royal Mathematics Committee's gold medal. By the way, the last recipient was 4 times his age when awarded the medal. Upon hearing this, the students' minds nearly exploded, realizing why he would often say, classmates, let's move on to the next question. Is it yet another easy one? It suddenly made sense why even the most challenging problems seemed trivial after his explanations. Teacher Xia added, oh, and the plays that you all have been eagerly discussing from the True Spirit Theater, Snow White, The Little Mermaid, Cinderella, The Wild Swans, and so on, were all created by him. To be precise, they were stories he casually shared with a female classmate. As the students absorbed this revelation, they found it hard to comprehend that those stories, which were at times beautiful, at times gloomy, at times sunny, and at times somber, were written by a human. Moreover, this human happened to be their new mathematics teacher, just as the students' eyes sparkled with excitement. Teacher Xia doused them with cold water. Give up. Some of you rascals even skipped class this morning to show off in front of him. When he pleaded with teacher Hua Jane, he promised that if your class does not achieve first place among the 14 classes in mathematics within a month, he will resign voluntarily. All to prevent some of you from being expelled from school. He is already prepared to return to the Academy of Floral Spirits in a month. Chapter 32. The Beauty of Mathematics on his way to the classroom. Mei held a printed copy of The Beauty of Mathematics, thinking to himself, thank goodness Miss Teresa is clever. Had she published it under the title What Nonsense is Mathematics, I would have become a laughingstock. It would be utterly ridiculous for a mathematics teacher to claim that mathematics is nonsense. Upon entering the classroom, he was taken aback to find the auditorium filled to capacity with 200 seats. Rubbing his eyes, he stepped outside to verify the classroom number, confirming he had not wandered into the wrong room, and inquired, are all of you from the spiritual arts class? A student from the elfin cohort shouted, Teacher Mei Yi, we have students from every discipline here, mathematics, literature, music, dance, rhetoric, astronomy, accounting, history, architecture, sciences, botany. You won't be sending us away, will you? Mei Yi replied, certainly not. I welcome you all. However, mathematics classes are generally not well received anywhere. Many students from the spiritual arts class fled yesterday. Why have you chosen to endure this ordeal? Another elven student chimed in. We heard your mathematics class is quite interesting, so we came. At this moment, some spiritual arts classmates who couldn't find seats were getting anxious, exclaiming, have some decency, will you? Even if you're auditing the class, you ought to leave some room for us who are from this class. He is our teacher, not yours. Immediately, some students retorted, half of your spiritual arts class didn't attend yesterday. It's clear you don't even regard a teacher. Everyone witnessed that. We heard that he is leaving in a month to ensure some of you aren't expelled. Hearing this, Mei Yi felt overwhelmed and called out, could everyone please quiet down? Allow me to tell you a story. The tense atmosphere in the classroom fell into a hush. They all now recognized that this teacher, Mei Yi, was the author of the collection of floral spirit fairy tales. At the True Spirit Theater, any performance bearing the name author, Mei Yi was guaranteed to sell out. Once he saw that the students had quieted down, he began, there was once a little gecko who, while frolicking in the wild, encountered a large crocodile. The crocodile opened its enormous jaws, intent on devouring the little gecko. All were tense, eagerly waiting for Mei Yi to continue. With no escape in sight, the little gecko had a clever idea. It rushed forward and clung to the crocodile, crying out, Mama! The crocodile was taken aback, studied the little gecko closely, and then embraced it, wiping its tears as it said, I told you not to study mathematics. Yet you insisted. Look at how skinny you've become. The auditorium erupted into peals of laughter, dissipating the earlier tension. Those without seats either perched on the steps or squeezed in with their classmates. A particularly beautiful elven student stood up and asked, Teacher, then why must we study mathematics? Mei Yi responded, who else harbors such doubts? Please raise your hands so I can see. In a swift motion, nearly the entire class raised their hands. Mei Yi chuckled, just like I used to be. He turned to the elven girl still standing. "Classmate, what discipline are you studying?" The girl replied, "Teacher, I am studying music. My name is Zhu Yi." Mei Yi said, "Zhu Yi. Hello. Would you kindly sing us two of your favorite songs?" Ji looked somewhat offended. Her status was not low. She was the daughter of an earl from True Spirit City, although her father held no fief or territory. He served in the court, and these new nobles were often more trusted by the elven king than those with vast lands and armies. Seeing her reluctance, Mei Yi quickly added, "Please take a seat. Let me use spiritual arts as an example. In the year 999 of the Elven era, which is 500 years ago, the kingdom's spiritualists ventured nearly 100 miles into the magical realm north of the Tianlu mountain range, successfully opening a large prehistoric ruin and bringing back a black box that bore a combination lock. The lock's top depicted a circle Mei Yi drew on the blackboard, the circumference and diameter being emphasized. The first two digits of the combination are 31. There are 8 rotating dials behind it. Now, you should have an inkling of what the correct combination might be." The classroom fell into a profound silence. Mei Yi helplessly remarked, "The last 8 digits are 41592653, which together perfectly represent the value of pi." Fellow students of the Spirit Arts class, despite your tireless efforts to become practitioners, you ultimately input the wrong password and met your demise. Is that not tragic? The students in the Spirit Arts class immediately felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, while their peers from other disciplines burst into laughter. Mei Yi, with a smile, added, "Do not laugh, for you too shall face the same fate." Noticing some skeptics among the crowd, Mei Yi's expression shifted. Grabbing the pointer, she struck the blackboard with force, causing the pointer to snap with a resounding crack that startled everyone. "I am not jesting. Do you think the Great Plague of the Elven era, a millennium ago, occurred by mere chance, after the password was incorrectly entered? A vial containing a dreadful virus shattered, and the plague first ravaged the court, spreading to the royal city, and then across the entire nation, resulting in the death of nearly 90% of the Elven Kingdom's 20 million elves, fairies, and humans." The classroom fell into a profound silence. Mei Yi softened her tone and continued, 20 years ago, a young man newly employed at the museum discovered a damaged black box, seizing the moment when no one was around. He attempted to input the digits of pi. Regrettably, he calculated only the last 8 digits following the decimal point. Fortunately, the virus contained within the box had dissipated. In a stroke of luck, he opened the black box after trying every digit from 0 to 3, uncovering a treasure of relics yet to fully decay: papermaking. Thus, the art of papermaking was born. All the students were captivated by Mei's tale. Seizing the moment, Mei scanned the room and selected 2 elven boys and 2 fairy girls. Summoning them to the front of the class, with a grin, she said, "If our aesthetic senses align, you two should find them quite beautiful, no?" Upon hearing the classmates' playful jeers, Mei Yi remarked, "Their beauty is not exempt from the laws of mathematics. Allow me to introduce a concept, the golden ratio, approximately valued at 0.618. At Mei Yi's request, the students on stage measured a series of bodily proportions, only to be astonished to discover that the ratios of their measurements, such as the height above the navel, the lengths of the calves to thighs, and forearms to upper arms, were all remarkably close to 0.618. Mei Yi then measured some renowned paintings replicated by later generations hanging in the classroom, revealing that the proportions of the figures and architecture within those masterpieces also adhered to the golden ratio. Even the angles of 2 leaves she casually collected outside conformed to this principle. They were left in awe. Mei Yi proclaimed, "The beauty of mathematics extends beyond these examples. For those in the rational sciences class, you are surely familiar with this formula." Turning, she inscribed the formula on the blackboard, only for the rational sciences students to collectively express their unfamiliarity with it. Mei Yi then felt compelled to explain the significance of the formula, briefly elaborating on Kepler's 3 laws and the methods of celestial orbit calculations. This knowledge of physics transcended the era, leaving the students struggling to comprehend. After finally clarifying the concepts, Mei Yi suggested, students from the rational sciences class might collaborate with those studying astronomy to verify whether celestial movements align with these formulas. If they do, it would affirm that I am legislating for the heavens. Just then, a torrential downpour erupted outside the classroom, accompanied by roaring thunder. Glancing out the window, Mei Yi chuckled. The heavens seem to be warning me against revealing secrets. And I must admit, it frightens me a little. How about I share with you how to calculate the speed of lightning and thunder, as well as the weight of our planet beneath our feet. The classroom erupted with laughter and gasps of astonishment. All the students listened intently to Mei's lecture, eager not to miss a single moment. When the 2 math classes concluded, the applause nearly lifted the roof off the classroom. As the applause finally subsided, Mei said, "Today, I did not cover the textbook material. Rather, I aim to illustrate the connection between mathematics and our daily lives, hoping to ignite your interest in the subject. Now, class dismissed." Stepping out of the classroom, Mei was greeted by a graceful elf maiden clad in a flowing black gown. Adorning her head was a star-shaped hairpin, and her hair was casually gathered at the back, exuding a languid yet enchanting demeanor. Mei was momentarily taken aback, then embraced the elf maiden, choking back emotion as he said, "Liuxi, sister." Liuxi wrapped her arms around Mei, her golden eyes shimmering with warmth, softly saying, "I had Mei measure me. My proportions are quite far from 0. 618, Mei retorted. "To hell with this wretched mathematics." Classmate, mathematics, am I not beautiful? Chapter 33. The eyes of God. The fierce winds and torrential rain weighed heavily upon the verdant trees of the academy, preventing them from lifting their heads. After a prolonged moment, Mei released her hold and anxiously inquired, "Where's Mei? Where has she gone?" Liuxi pulled Mei, who had been hiding behind her, into view. Mei looked at Mei with a mix of joy and trepidation. Hesitant to approach, Mei smiled gently. Opening her arms wide, Mei's eyes glistened with emotion as she dashed into Mei's embrace. The 3 of them, sharing an umbrella, strolled through the academy, chatting and laughing, while passing fairies and elves cast them strange glances. Mei paid them no mind, gently stroking Mei's hair, asking with concern, "Does anything still hurt?" Mei shook her head, replying, "Brother, it doesn't hurt anymore. When Liuxi invoked her divine powers for you, I was present. It felt much better then. Later, I rested in the town's temple, and now I have fully recovered." Liuxi looked at Mei with affection, saying, "She has grown accustomed to the pure atmosphere of the ruins, making her quite sensitive to the outside air, which slowed her healing significantly. That I brought her back to Junling and sought the help of my dear friend Luo. Together, we invoked divine powers to heal her." As they conversed, they soon arrived at Mei's dwelling. Mei, noticing the sparse furnishings, just a bed and a few sets of clothing, compared it to her own trunk filled with beautiful new outfits and felt a pang of discomfort, standing there dazed. Liuxi turned to Mei and said, "You might have already discerned my identity. I am one of the 8 cardinal bishops of the Church of Amelia in the city of Junling. But I truly do not wish to return to the church. Mei misses you dearly, so we would like to stay here for a while." Mei's heart swelled with joy, nearly bursting with excitement as she exclaimed, "That sounds wonderful." Liuxi purchased an abundance of items, food, clothing, and necessities, and the 3 of them carried their bounty back home. While Mei and Mei tidied up, Liuxi prepared a meal, and soon the air was filled with a delightful aroma. During dinner, Mei nestled closely against Mei. Observing this, Liuxi chuckled. "Mei, just a short while ago, you seemed to despise your brother. How is it that you have become so attached to him without even realizing it?" Mei whispered, "He tricked me into the swamp, causing me to nearly suffocate in a stinking pit filled with dead frogs, decaying leaves, and moss, so of course I hated him. Yet he brought back my sister to rescue me, and sent me money." At this, Mei's eyes brimmed with tears once again. Liuxi laughed. "You are a guardian of the ruins. After all, you are not lacking in gold and jewels. How could you be swayed by a mere 20 silver coins sent by Mei? Such a naive young lady." She glanced around the newly arranged room, chuckling to herself. "I, a seasoned woman, am equally gullible. While countless jewels and magnificent palaces beckon me to stay, I chose to spend my own money to live in this cramped little 2-story building." Mei felt a warmth in her heart as she recounted the events of the past 3 months. Upon hearing, Mei remarked, "Brother, Liuxi was worried you might struggle to adapt to life in the big city, yet you have made so many friends." Liuxi looked at Mei, and after a lengthy silence, said, "Sometimes I genuinely doubt whether you are still the same Mei. You used to be so focused on chopping wood, drawing water, and cleaning for the temple, hardly uttering a word. Yet here in Hualing, you have become brave and resilient. The person you were in class just now was entirely different, illuminating with the radiance of divinity." Before Mei could respond, Liuxi continued, "It brings me comfort to see you thriving. ACT did not misjudge you, nor did I. As for the spirit arts, do not dwell on it. That girl named Huohuo was entirely correct. By the way, the Selena you mentioned, was she not the little wife promised to you by ACT herself? Mei awkwardly recounted the circumstances. And Liuxi thought to herself, clearly, she is infatuated with you to the point of obsession, yet you believe she despises you. Liuxi and Shou are also fond of you, yet you think they regard you merely as a friend. I thought you had changed, but it seems you remain the same, as oblivious as ever. Well, I shall not remind you. In time, you will discern who is truly suited for you. After lunch, Liuxi ventured out with an umbrella to attend to some matters, leaving Mei and Mei alone at home. Mei scrutinized Mei's left eye closely, asking, "Brother, how does your eye feel? Is there any pain or itchiness?" Mei replied, "No, by the way, Mei, you once secretly told me this was a treasure from the ruins. What purpose does it serve? Is it possible that ACT and the others are after it?" Mei nestled against Mei's shoulder and gently whispered, "Brother, this is the eye of the divine. I am not the kind of dragon that Sister Liuxi believes, one that covets treasures. Rather, I am a favored one of the gods. After the deity forsook immortality, I have slumbered within the ruins, safeguarding his left eye." Mei's mouth fell agape in astonishment, and he exclaimed, "You claim to be a favored one of the gods? The goddess Amelia?" Mei scoffed, "Not her. I have perused the tomes within the temple. She is merely a deified sprite. I speak of ancient deities. Back then, I was but a newly hatched dragon, watering the fruit tree in his courtyard every day." Mei gasped, "Is it that tree which bears the fruit known as divine grace?" Mei was taken aback. "Brother, how do you know? That was thousands of years ago. I had nearly forgotten." It dawned on Mei that the tale his teacher, Illya, had recounted in their first lesson was not mere myth, but a genuine history, one that had been mythologized by later generations. He expressed his surprise. "If it is a treasure you have diligently guarded, why would you give it to me? To be frank, I do not see the merit in this eye. Sister Ace's eye has a far-reaching gaze, while this one is limited, leaving me often disoriented. Otherwise, I would have long since toppled Yisting." Mei's golden eyes gazed intently at Mei as she replied, "You sacrificed your left eye to save me. Thus I have resolved to compensate you with the eye of the divine. I pursued Ace because they violently desecrated the ruins, causing all the treasures left by the gods to crumble into dust." Mei gently stroked Mei's long black hair, admiring her beautiful visage and large eyes, and softly said, "I can understand. The ruins and the treasures within must hold great significance for you." Mei flung herself into Mei's embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks as she lamented, "I care not for the treasures. I had wished to perish alongside the deity, but he told me he had left a message in the ruins riddle, hoping I might decipher it, but I could not, and thus have awaited someone to unravel it for me for thousands of years. I cannot forgive Ace and her companions for their actions." Mei merely held Mei, gently patting her back, offering comfort as he said, "Mei, though I hold great affection for Sister Ace, I shall not show her favoritism. It is common knowledge that the ruins cannot be forcefully breached. Otherwise, calamities akin to great plagues will ensue. They have broken the rules and paid the price. Let go of your hatred for them, will you?" After a struggle, Mei calmed down enough to stammer, "Yes, I have long ceased to harbor hatred. Otherwise, I would not care for seed that I resolved within the ruins that whoever could solve this riddle would receive all the treasures. I offer it to you for saving me, yet you have not solved my dilemma. Your current left eye remains in a dormant state." Mei pondered briefly before suggesting, "Perhaps you could share the riddle with me?" Mei quickly replied, "Brother, do not pressure yourself. In these thousands of years, no brave soul or sorcerer has been able to interpret that phrase that I have not disclosed it to Sister Liuxi. You must keep it a secret as well. I intend to accompany you for a while before returning to slumber in the ruins, wishing never to awaken again." Mei felt a jolt of alarm. Understanding Mei's nature, he knew mere words would not sway her. He said, "Share the riddle with me, and I shall strive to solve it, aiming to unravel your question before you fall asleep. All right, but you must promise me that if I succeed, you shall not languish in sorrow as you slumber, but instead live joyfully, no matter what challenges or grievances may arise." Agreed. Chapter 34. An encounter unseen. Mei casually recited several digits. 1, 7, 10, 13, 19, 23, 28, 31, 32, 44, 49. Mei Yi inquired, "The code is simply the next number, correct?" "Indeed," she affirmed, after a moment of contemplation. Mei Yi declared. Meiluk, I believe I have discerned it. The answer is 68. Meiluk was momentarily taken aback. She gazed at Mei, non-committal, and after a lengthy pause, finally spoke. Brother, do you know the fate of those past adventurers who guessed a number at random? They were devoured by me, even if they guessed correctly. The code holds no significance for me. What I seek is that phrase. Mei Yi chuckled. Very well, let me provide you with my reasoning first. To prove I did not merely guess point 1, 121, 7, 7249, 429, 297, 9, 272, 130, 123, 20210, 12021. The characteristic of this series of numbers is that the sum of the squares of its digits, when calculated repeatedly, ultimately leads to 1. What do you think? I am not guessing randomly, am I? Meiluk felt a flicker of belief within her, her heart racing with excitement as she clung to Mei's arm, shaking it vigorously. Brother, do you know what the phrase the deity left for me is? Tell me quickly. Mei Yi grinned. You wish to know, don't you? Meiluk nodded vigorously. Then my condition must be met. Yes, as long as I reveal it. You must promise not to fall into sorrowful slumber, but to live joyfully, regardless of any future adversities or discontent. All right. Meiluk replied without hesitation. Yes, I swear to the deity. Mei Yi continued. Numbers with this trait are known in our human mathematics as happy numbers. The message the deity wishes to impart to you is, may you forever live joyfully. Since the concept of happy numbers does not exist in this world, you shall never know the answer. The deity does not wish for your demise, hence this jest. Happy numbers, Meiluk murmured, then suddenly grew wary, saying, since this world lacks such a concept, how do you know it? How can I verify the truth of your words? Mei Yi sighed in exasperation. Your suspicion is quite heavy. I am not a deity. How can I verify it? There is but one way. Reflect carefully. What are the last phrases the deity often spoke to you? Do those words seem like something he would say? Meiluk bowed her head in deep thought, her breath gradually growing more rapid. After a while, she lifted her gaze to Mei Yi and calmly stated, Brother, your interpretation is correct. The last phrase the deity often told me was, live joyfully. Mei Yi exclaimed triumphantly, huh? If you had told me sooner, you wouldn't have had to remain in such sorrow. As he chuckled, he felt a twinge of curiosity, thinking, while mathematics transcends time and space, the concept of happy numbers does not. Before he could finish his thought, Meiluk hastily pulled Mei Yi out into the corridor, exclaiming loudly, Deity, I have received your message. I am truly overjoyed. I shall live happily. With that, Meiluk forcefully tossed Mei Yi into the air. As the intense sensation of weightlessness faded, Mei Yi suddenly found himself suspended in midair, the academy's buildings below appearing as tiny black dots. Soon after, he plummeted rapidly, the sensation of freefall causing him to scream in terror. Nearly losing his voice, just as he thought he was doomed, he landed on a soft cushion. He quickly turned over to find himself sprawled on the back of Meiluk, who had transformed into a black dragon. She exclaimed, Brother, are you ready? I am so delighted. Let me show you this world. Mei Yi clung tightly to her back, shouting, I'm ready, but could you speak a bit more softly? Your voice in dragon form is incredibly loud. And please don't fly so high. My eardrums cannot bear it. Aw, brother, you are so verbose. Meiluk flapped her long wings, speeding through the rolling black clouds to accommodate her inept brother. She lowered their altitude significantly and kindly asked, Brother, can you see the ground clearly? Mei Yi forced a smile. I dare not even open my eyes. If you slow down a bit, I will try, Meiluk replied. Open your eyes slowly. I have awakened your left eye. The eye of the divine is extraordinarily powerful. Just blink a few times to harness its abilities. Give it a try. Mei Yi opened his eye and was thrilled to discover his vision had become extraordinarily clear. The little black dots on the ground transformed into pedestrians carrying umbrellas. He could even see the raindrops on the umbrellas. However, the overwhelming details were quite uncomfortable. For instance, the vibrant, mist-like entities before him were rather distracting. Suppressing his exhilaration, he blinked and opened his eyes again, only to be startled. He could see Meiluk's bones, blood vessels, and the rushing blood within them with astonishing clarity, far surpassing an X-ray machine. Perhaps it was best to revert to his previous state. Observing people with this vision would be nauseating, regardless of their beauty. At that moment, Meiluk said, just blink your eyes, and you can return to your original state. Brother, you have deciphered the riddle left by the deity. And according to our oath, this eye belongs to you. I shall never reclaim it. Upon hearing this, Mei Yi struck Mei Liuxi's back fiercely, exclaiming in anger, "Were you really planning to take it back? You great, clumsy dragon! I sacrificed my own left eye to assist you in completing the spatial transformation spell, allowing you to return from the marsh to solid ground. And yet, you have destroyed my family's land. You naughty girl! Ouch, my hand!" Mei Liuxi giggled, replying, "Brother, please stop, it tickles. I'm sorry, but dragons cannot go back on their oaths. Besides, you have already received what you wanted, so stop being so persistent. Moreover, it's inappropriate to use foul language. You're not my father." Mei Yi. Mei Liuxi turned her head and asked, "Brother, is there anywhere you'd like to go?" After a moment of contemplation, Mei Yi replied, "I wish to visit the Faerie Academy and see Liuxi and the others. At this hour, they should be studying in the library. However, the journey is quite far. Perhaps it's best to let it be." Mei Liuxi said, "Hold on tight." 5 minutes later, Mei Liuxi gracefully landed on the towering tree beside the Faerie Academy's library, its dense foliage completely shielding them. Mei Yi pressed down on his tousled hair and jumped onto a branch, quietly observing Xingchun, Qiluo, Liuxi, Selena, and Hong Yi, who were engrossed in their studies through the window. Just as Mei Yi was about to depart, Selena suddenly glanced out the window, and their eyes met. Both taken aback, Selena hurriedly rubbed her eyes, but by the time she opened them again, Mei Yi had vanished from the branch. Unbeknownst to her, Mei Liuxi had swiftly flown into the air, clutching Mei Yi's collar. Feeling a pang of wistfulness, Selena turned to Liuxi and the others, saying, "I think I just saw Mei Yi standing on that branch." Hong Yi teased, "Selena, you've said you saw him at least 17 or 18 times since he left a month ago. My lady, you're going to drive yourself to madness like this. If you like him so much, why not go see him at the True Spirit Academy?" Selena flustered, "Hong Yi, what nonsense are you spouting? I don't like that big fool." Chapter 35. I have agreed unbeknownst to him. Mei Yi had been attending classes at the True Spirit Academy for 2 weeks. The number of students auditing the classes increased daily, and the tiered classroom, which had 200 seats, could no longer accommodate everyone. Mei Yi tapped a student blocking the classroom door, saying, "Excuse me, could you please move aside?" The elfin student turned around and growled, "What? You think you can just waltz in without reserving a seat for teacher Mei Yi? I arrived here at 5 this morning to claim my spot, and I've only managed to secure this tiny space by the door. If you want to attend, come earlier tomorrow." Mei Yi replied, "But I am the teacher." After much effort, Mei Yi squeezed into the classroom, startled by the sea of students before him. Just as the students were about to applaud, Mei Yi quickly interjected, "Everyone, please don't applaud. The space is small, and there are too many people. My ears can't handle it." Straining his neck to see more clearly, he asked, "Could the students from my spiritual arts class please raise their hands? I apologize, but after 2 weeks, I've only managed to recognize fewer than 10 of you." Students from various corners of the classroom eagerly raised their hands, looking at Mei Yi with pitiful eyes, silently pleading, "Teacher, we're suffering, but these boorish students from music, art, literature, and other departments are completely ignoring us. Could you please talk to these unruly auditors?" After pondering for a moment, Mei Yi said, "For the next class, could you please leave some space in the front for the students of the spiritual arts class? After all, I am their teacher. I apologize, but the pressure from teacher Hua Jin is indeed very high." To his surprise, the students from other majors nodded in agreement without any displeasure. The next day, when Mei Yi returned to class, he was astonished to find that all his Class S students had been pushed to the space between the podium and the first row, leaving them no place to sit. Those students from other majors smugly declared that they had encouraged the spiritual arts students sitting at the back to move to the front to attentively listen to the teacher. Mei Yi could only chuckle in disbelief, shrugging to indicate his helplessness. Realizing he would be leaving in a week anyway, he decided that fostering a greater interest in mathematics among more students was far more important than his own position. Thus, he completely let himself go. Over the next 2 weeks, he discarded the syllabus and systematically reviewed the primary mathematical systems from The Beauty of Mathematics with the students, merely touching on the key points and exam topics, urging them to practice more on their own after class. In the last mathematics class before the monthly exam, Mei Yi finally completed the final section of The Beauty of Mathematics and Introduction to Functions, Limits, Differentiation, and Integration. As he finished, the classroom erupted into prolonged applause. Once the applause subsided, Mei Yi addressed the class. In the 30 lessons over the past 3 weeks, I have helped you review all the content from the beauty of mathematics. This is the utmost I can achieve. The rest is up to you to explore and learn. I hope you will continue to advance the discipline of mathematics. Mei Yi then turned to the spiritual arts students sitting on small stools at the front of the podium, saying, I apologize. I should have covered more exam techniques and methods, but I believe it is more important to cultivate mathematical thinking and establish an interest in mathematics, as for how to improve your grades. I shall leave that to the next teacher. He will certainly do a better job. Before the students could inquire about the meaning of his last statement, Mei Yi tossed aside the chalk and exited the classroom. Just outside the door, he unexpectedly encountered a moonlight-like, exquisitely graceful elfin maiden, her silver hair elegantly styled in a beautiful updo. Momentarily stunned, he stammered, say, second princess. Wei Yi's face flushed crimson, and she merely nodded. As they strolled through the academy, Wei Yi suddenly said, Mei Yi, I've never properly thanked you. You saved Nana and did your utmost to rescue my sister. Wei Yi continued, also, please stop calling me second princess. Just call me Wei Yi. All right? My mother and I came to True Spirit to visit my cousin. She went to the palace today, so I came to see you. Mei Yi chuckled. I am indeed flattered. Wei Yi couldn't help but laugh. I can't see any trace of flattery in you at all. As they ambled along the campus path, Mei Yi recounted the events of the past month to Wei Yi. She listened quietly and, upon finishing, asked, What do you plan to do next? My mother and I both know that with your talents, you could find your place anywhere. However, it seems you are not particularly keen on wealth and status. Suddenly, Mei Yi posed a question. By the way, second princess, is there no copyright fee in this world? Noticing Wei Yi's puzzled expression, he elaborated, for instance, if I were to write a book and commission a publisher to print it, the publisher would pay me based on the word count or sales revenue. I prefer this more liberated way of life. Wei Yi softly replied, There isn't. The kingdom's literacy rate is low, and the costs of paper and printing are exorbitant. One cannot earn money from selling books. The beauty of mathematics was funded by the royal family for printing. If you wish to make money from writing, it would be better to attend noble gatherings. Noble young ladies are far more generous than merchants. Mei Yi responded, Then never mind. I have no desire to become a noble's plaything. Wei Yi said, My mother knows you are unwilling, which is why she has declined their requests every time. A few days ago, my companion came to visit me, and she nearly wore out the copy of selected fairy tales of the flower spirit. She told me that had she not already been betrothed, she would have wanted to marry you. At this point, Wei Yi's cheeks flushed slightly. Mei Yi chuckled and asked, Second princess, do you know which of your companions helped me compile and publish those stories? Her name is quite lovely, Liuxi, identical to the heroine in The Wild Swans. May I meet her? Just as Wei Yi was about to respond, Mei Yi continued, Never mind. What would meeting her accomplish? Those who can visit the Duke's residence are undoubtedly not ordinary girls. I read that book in the Academy library. The literary quality is superb, far surpassing what I delivered back then. I wish her all the best. Wei Yi swallowed the words she had intended to say and instead stated, Mei Yi, my mother informed me of the events that transpired between you and Selena during your last visit to my home. Actually, Mei Yi replied with a smile, it's nothing of great significance. It was merely my impatience. Expecting her to believe the words of someone who cannot even condense a spirit particle is indeed a tall order. Second princess, you needn't worry. We remain friends, though I know she would never acknowledge it. Wei Yi smiled. Nana is genuinely kind-hearted. I don't understand why she insists on being contrary with you. After a moment's reflection, she added, Mei Yi, if you have no particular place you are satisfied with, you are always welcome at our home. Your friends are there, and your family is there. Mei Yi was taken aback. I have no family in the Flower Spirit Academy. Chapter 36. The last lesson teacher Hua Jin received the mathematics scores from the head of the first-year mathematics grading committee, a professor from the mathematics department, and was so startled that she spilled the water from her cup. She exclaimed in astonishment, The average math score of the Spirit Arts class has surged from a mere 38 to 61 in just 1 month. How did teacher Mei Yi achieve this? How could the math averages of the other classes have improved so dramatically? Wasn't this exam particularly challenging? The head of the grading committee responded, Indeed, this math paper was quite difficult. However, before teacher Mei Yi introduced the beauty of mathematics, it was merely child's play. In his classes, teacher Mei Yi never adheres to the curriculum, but instead follows the framework of the beauty of mathematics. After class, those students diligently delve into that book. A male teacher remarked, Initially, we were skeptical about how a mere 16-year-old student from the Faerie Academy could author the beauty of mathematics. However, after attending his class, we were immediately convinced. He even guided the students in calculating the speed of lightning and thunder, as well as teaching them how to compute the trajectories of celestial stars. Teacher Huajin was taken aback. What do you mean by the trajectories of stars? Aren't they stationary? The head of the grading committee shrugged. Teacher Huajin, you are mistaken this time. Several students of astronomy constructed an instrument known as a telescope, which has caused quite a stir throughout the true spirit realm that I also went to see. Indeed, the stars are in motion, and they appear to follow fixed paths. A rare smile graced Teacher Huajin's face. That's wonderful. I never expected that the youngest teacher ever introduced by the Academy would be so remarkable. Now, the parents of the Spirit Arts class students will have nothing to say. The head of the grading committee lamented, alas. Teacher Mei Yi is about to leave. Teacher Huajin gasped, quickly lowering her extended leg, her face a mask of shock. Why? True Spirit is the capital of benevolence, and the True Spirit Academy is the finest institution in the kingdom. Teachers hold a prestigious status and receive generous remuneration. He was offered a monthly salary of 100 silver coins during his probation period, which is double the annual income of an ordinary family. Why would he want to leave? Suddenly, Teacher Huajin realized that this fool had taken his jest seriously. During the last midterm exam, the average score of the Spirit Arts class was 38. Nearly 30 points lower than the top score in the mathematics department, which had frightened all the math teachers into avoiding that class. To have such a class achieve first place in just 1 month was nothing short of a fantasy. This time, the Spirit Arts class's math scores were only 10 points shy of the mathematics department, placing 8th out of 14 classes, remarkably close to the top 6, an outright miracle. Even more astonishing was that nearly every student who had attended Teacher Mei Yi's classes had shown improvement. Even Zhu Yi from the music department, who typically scored below 10, had managed to score 51. But what kind of teacher would they let walk away? Teacher Huajin quickly glanced at the schedule and realized it was precisely the time for the Spirit Arts class's math lesson. She rushed out of the office and ran towards the Spirit Arts classroom. Upon reaching the window, she found the once lively and applauding Spirit Arts math class shrouded in silence, with several girls quietly sobbing. Inside the classroom, Mei Yi was speaking to an excited fairy girl. I have made an agreement with Teacher Huajin. If the Spirit Arts class manages to achieve first place in this month's math exam, I will stay out. If not, I will leave. I just saw the results, and I have failed. Everyone must be accountable for their words. My decision cannot be altered. Thank you for your support. Suddenly, a student shouted in anger. It's all the fault of these Spirit Arts students for being so unambitious that they drove Teacher Mei Yi away. Teacher Mei Yi, we will petition Teacher Huajin to give you another 2 months. During that time, if anyone in the Spirit Arts class doesn't study diligently, we will make sure they face consequences. A warm wave surged through Teacher Huajin's heart. These students genuinely cared for Teacher Mei Yi. The Spirit Arts students remained silent. A male elf student sneered. What does this have to do with us? At the end of the day, it's his lack of ability. How can a mere human be our teacher? Don't be deceived by his right eye. He is not one of us, but a human, a thief who has pilfered the eyes of elves. Upon hearing this, Teacher Huajin felt a surge of anger. At that moment, another boy chimed in. Exactly. And what about calculating the speed of lightning and thunder, the gravitational constant, or the trajectories of stars? Do you really believe him? Such matters can only be answered by the divine. His words are blasphemous. Yet another boy ominously added. A friend from the Faerie Academy informed me that this human is inherently violent. He severely injured an elven boy from his class, who still hasn't gotten out of bed. He behaves inappropriately at the Faerie Academy, often luring pretty girls from his year. Slap, slap, slap. 3 resounding slaps echoed as the 3 boys covered their reddened faces, about to retort, only to be met with the furious gaze of Teacher Huajin, which silenced them. They lowered their heads, unable to meet her gaze, just as Mei Yi was in utter disbelief. Teacher Huajin looked at him and angrily said, Teacher Mei Yi, do you see? You gambled your resignation to prevent them from being expelled, and what good has it done? If each of these 3 who submitted blank papers could score 50 points, the Spirit Arts class would be the top class outside the mathematics department. Can you reconsider your decision to resign? Almost all the students looked at Mei Yi with eager eyes. He paused, then shook his head. An agreement is an agreement. He addressed the students below. Let me give you one last lesson. One must always honor their promises and bear the consequences of their actions. With that, Mei Yi elegantly tossed his chalk into the box and strode out of the classroom. Teacher Huajin coldly addressed the spirit arts students. Since Teacher Mei Yi has said so, I will also uphold the agreement and grant some of you a temporary reprieve. Those of you who have skipped more than 2 classes, take note. Another violation of school rules will result in immediate expulsion, and a formal report will be issued to your parents and guardians regarding your actions. The entire spirit arts class fell into a hushed silence. In this era, there were no entrance examinations. Students could only enter the academy through noble recommendations or by making donations. Nobles typically recommend their children or lesser nobles to their alma mater, if the alma mater gives a poor evaluation of their candidates. It would be a significant loss of face for the nobles, with dire consequences. After Mei Yi left the classroom, he faced the window, took a deep breath, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. He wiped his eyes and was about to turn away when he suddenly spotted Selena, Liuxi, and Xing Chun standing before him, leaving him momentarily stunned that he hurriedly asked, "What are you doing here?" Chapter 37. A bold decision. Selena and the other 2 had been waiting outside the classroom for Mei Yi. Having witnessed everything that transpired within, the more Selena watched, the angrier she became. Frustrated with the student's nonsensical remarks and with Mei Yi for not defending himself, she had intended to give him a thorough scolding. But upon seeing him in tears, her heart softened. She had previously been unaware that the eyes of the Grand Princess Esther brought Mei Yi nothing but endless troubles. Observing Mei Yi's reddened eyes, Selena struggled to suppress her desire to bicker with him, softly saying, "All right, stop crying. It's quite unbecoming for a man to shed tears. Didn't you want us to come to True Spirit? The midterm exams are over, and we have a 2-week break, so we all came." Mei Yi was taken aback, then joyfully replied, "You all intend to participate in the spirit arts test, right?" Liuxi removed her hat and quietly said, "Yes. Teacher Kelly Taya wrote us a recommendation letter, allowing us to come to True Spirit for the test. Huahua wanted to return home during the break, and her family's guard brought us all to True Spirit City." "When is the test scheduled?" Mei Yi inquired. "Tomorrow," Xingchen answered. Selena added, "We were hoping to stay at the True Spirit Academy, as accommodation wouldn't cost anything. Who knew it would coincide with your resignation? If 4 of us stay at a hotel, we'll need to be frugal." Mei Yi was momentarily taken aback. "Aren't there 3 of you?" Selena, both exasperated and amused, replied, "We can't just let you sleep on the street, can we?" Mei Yi raised 5 fingers. "That makes 6 of us, including my sister Mei Lu Ku and sister Luo Chi from the town." Selena's eyes widened. "Why are you so concerned about repaying Huahua, yet so comfortable asking me for help?" Mei Yi answered, "Madam said that if there are difficulties, I can seek your assistance." Selena repeated, not angry, to herself 20 times, forcing a smile. "Having 2 more people is no problem. We can squeeze together." As the group searched for a hotel outside the academy, Mei Yi spotted a sturdy and spacious stone building with a flag adorned with a sword entwined in vines. That he inquired of Xing Chun, "What is that place? What does the flag signify?" Xing Chun glanced and replied, "That's a casino. The flag indicates that it is a legal casino established by a noble with guaranteed funds." "Mei Yi, you aren't considering," Mei Yi addressed the 3. "How much money do you have on you?" "Hand it all over." Liuxi unhesitatingly passed her pouch to Mei Yi, whispering, "Brother Mei Yi, I only have 20 silver coins." The stars also handed the money pouch to the stars, saying, "I have 30 here." Mei Yi laughed. "Huh, are you so extravagant?" The stars replied, "Only 10 are mine. The other 20 are for Hong Yi, who asked me to bring her something." Mei Yi initially thought Selena would surely object, but to her surprise, Selena, with her eyes closed, handed him the pouch and said calmly, "I have 30 here. Do as you please. I won't interfere." Mei Yi took off Liuxi's hat and placed it on his own head as he entered the casino with the stars. The vast casino was filled with gaming tables, surrounded by fairies and elves, and human figures were also present. Girls in short skirts weaved through the crowd, occasionally subject to unwelcome advances, revealing slight annoyance, yet quickly donning alluring smiles after receiving tips. Some people left with their pockets overflowing, brimming with pride. Many others sighed and lamented, drowning their sorrows in the small bar within the casino. After surveying the scene, Mei Yi discovered that gambling in this world was rather straightforward, primarily involving dice rolls to guess high or low or odd, and even to avoid drawing attention. He casually chose a table and placed a few bets with the dealer. Losing 25 silver coins, the stars watched in alarm. Although his family was wealthy, his parents were very strict and never allowed him to squander money. To him, 20 or so silver coins seemed a substantial sum. Mei Yi closed his eyes and recited a lengthy prayer from the doctrines of Goddess Amelia, which elicited hearty laughter from the gamblers at his table. Young man, gambling while praying is disrespectful to the goddess. Don't waste your breath. Haven't you heard the saying, the goddess never stands on the side of gamblers? Mei Yi blinked and instantly activated his X-ray vision, clearly seeing the dice's numbers beneath the rough ceramic bowl. Laid bare before him, he chuckled. I am not gambling while praying. I'm praying while gambling. Perhaps the goddess has a particular fondness for me. With that, he pushed all 55 silver coins forward and, after the dice settled, exclaimed, even. Thus, 55 silver coins transformed into 110.10 minutes later. Those 55 silver coins escalated to 7,040 AT this moment. Even the casino owner could hardly remain composed, despite Mei Yi repeatedly stating, gambling is risky, bet with caution. I am merely having a stroke of luck, do not follow my lead. Once he began winning consecutively, many felt compelled to place their bets alongside him. What made him even more anxious was that those who followed his lead had also won twice. Becoming increasingly excited and preparing to place larger wagers, remaining calm as a still lake, Mei Yi observed as the gamblers shouted, and many from other tables gathered to join in, just as he felt his heart racing with trepidation. The stars managed to transport over 6,000 rose silver coins, weighing over 200 pounds, and requested the owner to exchange them for small gold coins. After converting them into 600 small gold coins, the weight dropped to around 20 to 30 pounds, which the stars effortlessly carried away. The dice danced within the overturned coarse porcelain bowl. As soon as they settled, Mei Yi shouted, double. Watching as Mei Yi pushed all his silver coins forward, the other gamblers were inspired and quickly wagered nearly all their money. The glimmering coins filled the table, casting a captivating yet cold metallic sheen. According to the owner's estimate, these gamblers had wagered nearly 20,000 silver coins this time. Those noble rakes all pressed forward, their eyes ablaze, eagerly awaiting the dealer to lift the ceramic bowl. Instead, Mei Yi found himself pushed aside, and he hastily exited the casino. The owner, astonished, inquired, aren't you going to wait for the results? Mei Yi offered a faint smile. What difference does it make? Just then, the dealer lifted the bowl, announcing, even. His voice echoed through the somewhat cavernous casino, somewhat jarring. The previously raucous casino fell into an eerie silence. Mei Yi removed his hat and casually placed it on the head of a child by the roadside, who gleefully ran off to show off to his friends. He unexpectedly encountered Selena and the others, momentarily taken aback, before his face flushed with embarrassment, hastily turning away. Blinking rapidly, he eventually turned back, saying, Liuxi, I'll buy you a new hat later. Let us go. Noticing Selena's unwavering gaze upon him, he felt a twinge of guilt and remarked, Selena, you've come all the way to Zhongling. I wanted to ensure you all had a delightful time and ample rest. I've never frequented such places. I want tea again in the future. Selena simply replied, I don't doubt you. Let us continue searching for a place to stay. The group wandered along the street, inspecting several inns that Selena found satisfactory, but Mei Yi deemed insufficiently spacious. Thus, they continued onward until they arrived in the affluent district, where towering trees shaded the ground, lush grass carpeted the earth, and vibrant flowers bloomed, leaving everyone somewhat entranced. While Selena and her companions reveled in the beauty, Mei Yi spotted a charming 3-story house with a for sale sign and led them inside to view the property and garden, which everyone found quite pleasing. Without hesitation, Mei Yi purchased it for 150 gold coins. The group settled in the spacious living room, gazing out at the Zhongling River and the carpet of green grass dotted with flowers. Feeling as though they were in a dream, Mei Yi remained unfazed. He glanced at the property deed and municipal notary signatures, casually tossing it into a drawer before telling Selena, Selena, please prepare a meal for everyone. I'll go fetch Mei Liuxi and Liuxi. All right. Mei Yi suddenly halted, turning back to scrutinize Selena for a long moment, making her feel uneasy, before she shook her head and exited the house, muttering, what is going on? Why is today so strange? Chapter 38. The night before the exam, as Selena and the others set the table for dinner, Mei Yi returned with Mei Liuxi and Liuxi. The stars and Selena helped Mei Liuxi unload the luggage from the cart, and upon meeting Liuxi, Chi greeted Selena with a smile. Hello. Selena blushed deeply. Fully aware that since Yi had stayed at the town's temple for so long, he must have informed Liuxi about the engagement between her and Mei Yi. After stammering a hello, she hurriedly fled. During dinner, Liuxi glanced around the beautiful dining room adorned with exquisite tableware and linens, feigning dissatisfaction. How delightful. Mei Liuxi and I arrive, and we're relegated to a shabby little house. When friends come, you buy a splendid mansion. Mei Yi chuckled. When you arrived, I was still a teacher. I had to adhere to school rules. Now I'm neither a teacher nor a student. As a member of society, indulging in a little gambling is harmless. I brought you over at the first opportunity, so no complaints, please. Liuxi, clad in a red and white checkered robe, still radiated a lazy yet enchanting demeanor. She scrutinized Liuxi and Selena, who both dared not meet her gaze, focusing solely on their meals, creating an awkward atmosphere in the dining room. After dinner, Liuxi and Mei Liuxi stayed behind to clear the table while the others retreated to their rooms to rest and prepare for the upcoming spirit technique exam. Selena lay in her warm bed, gazing at the gathering clouds outside her window, sleepiness overtaking her as she drifted off peacefully. It was not until late in the evening that the thunderous roar and the sound of raindrops striking the glass awakened her. Rubbing her eyes, she donned her newly purchased pleated skirt and made her way downstairs, discovering Mei Yi and Mei Liuxi cheerfully preparing dinner together. The table was already laden with delectable dishes. Clearly all made by Mei himself, Mei Liuxi sat in a chair, resting her head against the back, quietly observing Mei Yi. Each time he invited her to taste the food, she obediently opened her mouth and sweetly declared it delicious. Leaning against the wall, Selena quietly watched this scene, her heart nearly melting. After cooking, Mei surveyed the spread on the table, shaking his head. This era is truly impoverished. It can only produce such fare. Once they awaken, we can have our meal. Mei Liuxi suddenly exclaimed, Brother, your hair has grown. Mei Yi stared into the basin for a long moment, replying, It has indeed grown a bit. He casually picked up a pair of scissors, intending to cut his hair in front of the basin, grumbling, Goodness, this era lacks mirrors. How do those fairies and elves manage their haircuts and shave? I admire them, really. Selena suddenly understood how Mei Yi's unkempt hairstyle came to be. She hurried over, snatched the scissors from his hand, and said, exasperated yet amused, Because we never cut our own hair. We hire hairstylists. Don't move. I'll cut it for you. Mei Yi nervously retorted, You can't take revenge for past grievances. Selena shot back, Then don't remind me. Mei Yi allowed Selena to style his hair. Feeling an odd sensation wash over him, observing Selena's serious and focused demeanor, he felt a peculiar flutter in his heart. As she snipped away, Selena remarked, You should feel honored. I've only ever styled the hair of madams. Young ladies, and the second miss. Mei Yi chuckled, I am deeply honored. Hearing Liuxi call her name from the staircase, Mei Liuxi headed upstairs, leaving only Mei Yi and Selena on the first floor. Selena's hands and feet moved with remarkable agility. And before long, she had tidied up Mei Yi's hair. All done. Why don't you ever think to ask someone else for help? Mei Yi chuckled. It's not that I lack funds. By the way, Selena, how is your practice with the spiritual arts coming along? I know teacher Clisha well. She must believe in your potential to have written you a recommendation letter. Selena pondered for a moment before replying, I'm not quite sure that I've never engaged in practice with my classmates. Her words were indeed truthful. After a brief silence, Mei Yi remarked, Regardless, once the test concludes tomorrow, let us enjoy some time in Jinling and not dwell on the results. You are an exceptional knight. Do not become too fixated on being a spiritualist. To Mei Yi's surprise, Selena did not take offense. She merely said softly, Can we discuss this after the test tomorrow? I promise I won't dwell on it any longer. Mei Yi nodded and then added, Oh. And please don't believe in those miraculous elixirs. Selena stifled her irritation and managed a smile. I understand. I've only made that foolish mistake once. Please don't keep bringing it up. All right. Her slightly impatient tone was laced with shyness, playful reproach, and sweetness. Even surprising herself, as night fell. Liuxi produced a round glass orb and gave it a shake, instantly filling the entire dining hall with a soft, luminous glow. This device was a creation of light elementalists, akin to a lamp, and quite costly. Previously, Mei Yi had only seen such an item in the school library and the fairy theater. Before the meal, Mei Yi brought a plate of vegetables and fruit with noodles to Liuxi. After tasting it, Liuxi beamed, Brother Mei Yi, this sauce on the noodles is delightful. What is it made from? Mei Yi replied, it's made from egg yolks, olive oil, and lemon juice. Feel free to enjoy. The others paid little heed to Mei Yi's special treatment of Liuxi. Fairies have different dietary preferences from elves and humans. They consume only fruits, vegetables, and other plant-based foods, along with bird eggs, milk, and dairy products. Abstaining from meat. It was Selena's first time tasting Mei Yi's cooking, and after the first bite, she was astounded, gazing at him in disbelief. It is worth noting that in this era, the concept of gourmet food was virtually non-existent. Nobles' banquets typically consisted of various meats cooked over a fire, accompanied by bread, fruits, salads, and coarse malt or fruit wines, which were rather unappetizing. In contrast, Mei Yi's honey-glazed roasted chicken legs, sweet and sour pork, pan-seared steak, steamed sea fish, pineapple shrimp balls, caramelized bananas, fried vegetable dumplings, and tomato and egg noodles were infinitely more delectable than the fare at noble banquets. Liuxi took a bite and sighed. Mei Yi, I assure you, many girls in this world would be willing to marry you solely for your culinary skills. If I were a few years younger, I might too. Upon hearing this, Mei Yi was overcome with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. Sister Liuxi, do you have any idea how I hone these culinary skills? It's all due to my eternal status as a single dog. Also, can we refrain from making misleading statements, especially as clergy? Liuxi and Selena had grown accustomed to Mei Yi's peculiar remarks and could glean his meaning fairly well. Watching Selena and Liuxi blush, Liuxi thought, do you know why you remain single? It's because you're so oblivious. The two girls beside you are deeply infatuated with you, and you can't even charm them a little. Chapter 39. The turning tide of wind. The rain fell throughout the night, leaving the weather slightly chilly. The cobblestone path in front of the small building was strewn with red phoenix flowers. After enjoying a sumptuous meal the previous night, the group had indulged in a warm bath and slept soundly until dawn, only to be awakened by Mei Yi. After they finished their morning routines and descended the stairs, they discovered the dining hall laid out with an array of unrecognizable delicacies. Mei announced, let us sit down for breakfast. The carriage driver I hired is already waiting for us outside. The Spiritual Arts Assessment Committee is not far from the King's castle, and it will take us over an hour to get there. The assessment is set for 10 o'clock, so there's no need to rush. Sister Liuxi and Mei Liuxi will accompany us as well. Noticing Selena's inquisitive gaze, he gestured toward the food on the table, saying, this is fried dough, this is 5-spice eggs, this is thick omelet, and over there are cabbage-filled dumplings, wild vegetable wonton soup, pancakes, and banana pancakes. I woke up late, so I had to whip up something simple. Liuxi, you can eat everything today. Liuxi nodded and softly replied, thank you, Brother Mei Yi. After finishing breakfast, the group boarded the 2 carriages summoned by Mei Yi, comfortably making their way to the Spiritual Arts Committee. Stars was pulled onto the carriage with Liuxi and Mei Liuxi, while Mei Yi sat with Liuxi and Selena in another. Mei Yi casually chatted with Selena, but his eyelids grew heavy, and he dozed off against the carriage. Selena, feeling puzzled, was informed in a whisper by Liuxi, Brother Mei Yi got up at 4 this morning to prepare breakfast. Selena thought to herself, do you truly wish for us to come so much? After the carriage came to a halt, Mei Yi leaned forward and was jolted awake. He opened his eyes to find Selena's coat draped over him. Hastily, he returned the coat to Selena, jumped down from the carriage, and walked inside the Spiritual Arts Committee with Liuxi, Mei Liuxi, and Stars. After completing the registration, the group settled in the green pattern testing area. Mei Yi turned to see the royal castle not far behind them. Towering into the clouds with an imposing presence, he could palpably sense the kingdom's esteem for spiritualists. Few were like Huahua, the powerful lord's offspring who disregarded their spiritual arts. The green pattern test was currently underway. Mei did not anticipate it would be so challenging. After more than 10 rounds, only one elf managed to pass the green pattern test and joyously claimed their badge bearing their portrait and name. That successful elf was a formidable fire elementalist. All water, light, and wind elementalists were, without exception, eliminated. Mei noticed Liuxi, Selena, and Stars appearing somewhat anxious, especially Selena, prompting him to say, don't overthink it. Just compete well and give it your all. Familiarizing yourself here will also benefit your academy's year-end assessment. The 3 remained silent, merely mumbling absent-mindedly in response. A green-patterned elemental master overseeing the test shook his head, saying, these participants truly overestimate themselves. They dare to attend the spiritual arts test with such a low standard. Especially those wind, light, and water elementalists. It's quite laughable. His colleague chuckled. Haha, Shar, don't be too harsh. There was a time when ice elementalists were also considered rubbish, yet one emerged as a red-patterned elemental master. Perhaps light, water, and wind elementalists will also experience a turn of fortune. The one named Shar replied gruffly, Esther, is it? I've heard her story. A beautiful girl came to Jinling with her mother and decided to try her luck at the Spiritual Arts Committee. The unfortunate fellow overseeing the assessment saw her youth and said, Give it your all, I won't harm you. In the end, Esther took it seriously. Her previous ice abilities were limited to freezing techniques. Utterly feeble. Who would have imagined that such a small girl would develop several new ice techniques on her own? That unfortunate soul was so frightened by the snowflakes swirling around that he fled. There is no shame in that. Esther even suggested, what if I try for the blue pattern next? The blue-patterned elemental master responsible for the test fled as well. Subsequently, the legendary purple-patterned elemental master Clisha, armed with her vast combat experience, barely managed to withstand her for half an hour. Upon witnessing the ice techniques, she promptly surrendered. Seeing that there were still a dozen individuals waiting for testing, Shar waved dismissively, expressing his disdain. What legendary elemental masters? What red patterns? Mowgli, you're not young anymore. Stop believing in such nonsense. That Esther is the daughter of a duke. If the offspring of these great lords wish to dabble in spiritual arts and acquire a red pattern, what difficulty is there? Upon hearing this, Selena was instantly furious. Just as she was about to react, Mei Yi gently patted her arm, saying, Selena, stay calm. Don't let your emotions affect your performance. Anger won't help. I'll step out for a bit and see if there are any good restaurants nearby. I'll wait for you outside. Selena swallowed her indignation and quietly replied, All right. As Ji and Mei Yi exited the committee, Selena seized the sword beside her and approached the arena. Originally, it was supposed to be a different mage who would conduct her assessment, yet Zaire insisted on personally overseeing it, compelling the other mage to withdraw. Upon seeing the young woman before him wearing an expression of fury, he found it somewhat peculiar. Nevertheless, he paid it no mind and murmured, I have tested numerous female wind mages, and none have succeeded in passing the evaluation. However, after my private tutelage, they all triumphed. Once the test concludes, would you kindly wait for me? Selena scoffed disdainfully, and Zaire, believing she understood his implication, felt an overwhelming surge of joy after both retreated to opposite sides of the arena. The mage named Mowgli bellowed, Begin. To the astonishment of all present, Selena did not rush to recite her incantation like the test participants before her. Instead, she withdrew a gold coin from her skirt pocket, flicked it gently, and sent it soaring toward Zaire's head. Zaire's heart sank. This foolish girl truly lacked any social acumen. If she intended to bribe him, she ought to have done so discreetly. Furthermore, I possess more than enough wealth. What I desire is your enchanting form. Drawing her sword, Selena coldly declared, You have insulted my most cherished family and friends. I will ensure you regret uttering such words. Should I fail to vanquish you before this gold coin touches the ground, I shall concede defeat and renounce forever the ambition of becoming a mage. None among the spectators could fathom the unfolding scene. Nor could they comprehend how Selena dared to address the one responsible for her assessment so rudely, including Xingqian and Liuxi, who had never witnessed Selena in action. Everything transpired within the fleeting seconds before the coin struck the ground. The fury within Selena completely eclipsed her anxiety. Her lips moved, and she completed the incantation. This was hardly surprising, for the Gale spell was a fundamental introduction to wind magic in the nearly 2 months since Mei Yi's departure. Aside from attending school, she had devoted every moment to practicing this most rudimentary wind magic, having selectively forgotten the advanced spells she once admired, such as Song of the Gentle Breeze, Dance of the Hurricane, and Art of the Storm. She had also discarded her previously cumbersome great sword, commissioning a more agile single-edged sword at Xingqian's weapon workshop. Her swordsmanship had been significantly streamlined and adjusted to complement the Gale spell. Teacher Kelly Taya had pinned her recommendation not out of pity, but due to a genuine recognition of her abilities. Selena had never sparred with her classmates, yet she had once clashed with teacher Kelly Taya, who remarked, Though I am loath to admit it, I was the one who lost. That was a violet mage. Amid the astonished gazes of the crowd, Selena abruptly vanished, and before Zaire could even utter an incantation, he suddenly felt a searing pain in his back. The tremendous force nearly cleaved his body in two, and he was brutally brought to the ground. As he fell, the excruciating pain radiated throughout his being. His spine had been shattered, emitting a mournful wail. That moment, The gold coin Selena had tossed landed before Zaire's eyes. Overwhelmed by both pain and humiliation, he lost consciousness that instant. A fragrant breeze stirred as Selena approached, her black gown and silver hair gracefully settling around her, holding a sword that gleamed like moonlight. The blade facing inward, she spoke with an icy demeanor. Had it been the old me, I would have cleaved you in two with this blade. You ought to thank that foolish man instead. How could the Mage Committee provide private tutoring for female candidates? Should I commend you for your thoughtfulness or revile you for your repugnance? The expressions of the other committee officials darkened instantaneously. Chapter 40. The Rise of Water. The arena erupted in astonishment. The entire contest had concluded in less than 10 seconds. Zaire, a fire mage, had just effortlessly defeated several test participants, showcasing his prowess, which was undeniably above average among the green mages. Yet, within a mere 10 seconds, he was bested by a wind mage. All the candidates in the stands were so startled that they leaped to their feet. Reminiscent of 6 years ago when the entire audience rose for ACT, witnessing yet another instance of a seemingly disadvantaged mage's triumphant turnaround. From this day forth, Selena would bear a nickname for the rest of her life, Black Lightning. After Zaire was carried away, an official from the Mage Committee hurried over to announce that Selena had been awarded Green Mage status, exempting her family from all taxes effective immediately. Subsequently, he addressed Selena, saying, "Miss Selena, you exhibited astounding prowess during the evaluation that we believe you are qualified to pursue Blue Mage certification." "May I ask?" Selena interjected. "Thank you, but that will not be necessary. Green status is sufficient." With that, she ascended to the stands amidst envious gazes and remarked to Liuxi and the others, "I will step out for a moment and wait for you outside. You will surely succeed. Even I, who have been labeled as magical refuse, have achieved this." Upon reaching the committee's entrance, she spotted Mei Yi anxiously pacing, occasionally sitting, then standing again. He pulled something from his pocket, staring vacantly at it as he twirled it around his finger. Selena's face flushed with embarrassment as her sharp eyes quickly recognized the object as her blue hairband. She thought to herself, "No wonder I couldn't find the hairband I left on my desk at school. It was taken by Mei Yi." She stood at the door, hesitant to approach for fear of making Mei Yi uncomfortable. Suddenly, he jumped up in a fit of excitement, exclaiming, "Of course, I still have the golden finger. How could I forget? Now I can see exactly what transpired." He blinked and activated the X-ray vision mode in his left eye, turning around to behold Selena's exquisite form revealed before him. Panicking, he rubbed his eyes and deactivated the mode. Noticing Selena gazing at the blue hairband in his hand, he nervously said, "Selena, this was meant to find you. It was related to that bully from Liuxi's household. And by bully, I mean a dog." Selena replied softly, "What are you rambling about now? If you wish to keep it, go ahead. It's not a precious item." Upon hearing this, Mei Yi felt even more at a loss for words, his face falling as he pitifully said, "Selena, please don't misconstrue my intentions. This truly was meant to locate you." Selena blushed deeply and said, That is merely a legend. Wrapping a beloved's hairband around your finger ensures a meeting with them." Mei Yi attempted to explain further, but Selena leaned her head against his shoulder and whispered, "No more talking." Noticing the sound of her quiet sobs and the tremors of her body, he stammered, "Do not be upset. Even if you have attained Green Mage status, there are still blue, violet, red, and orange statuses. With each tax reduction comes a desire for more, and with each desire, troubles multiply, until one is consumed entirely." Selena lifted her head, her golden eyes shining like the warm sun as she fixed her gaze on Mei Yi and retorted, "I understand. That is precisely why I will stop at green status. I shall not participate in any more evaluations. This time, it is merely to give myself a sense of closure, and that is sufficient." Mei Yi exhaled deeply, chiding, "My lady, you nearly frightened me to death. Why are you still crying after passing? Look at what you've done to my clothes, soaked with tears and snot." Selena, exasperated, retorted, "You." She repeated, "Don't be angry," to herself 10 times and then questioned, "Can you not buy yourself a couple of new outfits? By the way, how about we go shopping later? We'll accompany you to have a look." At that moment, a commotion erupted within the Mage Committee's arena. Mei Yi activated his X-ray vision mode, capturing the entire scene. Liuxi, wielding her fairy blade, pointed at the back of the green mage. As the supervisor declared the test concluded, with Liuxi emerging victorious, the radiant smile illuminated Mei Yi's face, prompting Selena to question, "What are you grinning about?" Mei Yi stammered, I believe Liuxi should have won. Selena replied with a hint of sarcasm. Of course, especially since you've been privately instructing her for several weeks. Though you're not a mage, you make for a rather good teacher. Mei Yi awkwardly commented, ahem, I reckon it would be best for me to refrain from meddling in the future. Take you for instance. Did you not achieve green mage status through your own abilities? It seems blue status is also within reach. Selena was left speechless. She had intended to reveal the truth to Mei Yi, but feared his ridicule, and thus remained silent. Noticing Mei Yi's gaze fixed on the committee's entrance, she said, let us go inside. That despicable mage who chased you away has received a well-deserved lesson from me, so there should be no issues now. As he was enveloped by the mist, his cautious demeanor afforded him a momentary reprieve. He wielded his sword with the grace of a windmill, making it arduous for Liuxi to approach. Liuxi silently recited an incantation, and a pool of water materialized beneath the feet of the sorcerer. He lost his footing and fell to the ground, his sword slipping far from his grasp. When he finally stood again, his back collided with the sword in Liuxi's hand, marking the conclusion of the trial. Just as she was catching her breath, someone tapped her on the arm. Turning her head, she saw Mei Yi, who beamed with joy, exclaiming, Brother Mei Yi, did you see that? I passed the green stripe test. I am now a sorceress. Mei Yi replied with a smile. Indeed, Aunt Liuxi must be thrilled. How much less tax does her restaurant and medical center incur each year? Why haven't you considered taking the blue stripe test? Liuxi candidly explained. Mother said our family does not require the subsidy of 80 silver coins each month. She then lowered her voice. Brother Mei Yi, Mother instructed me to heed your advice upon arriving at the true spirit. Should I participate? Mei Yi pondered for a moment before responding. Perhaps it's best not to. Aunt Liuxi is right. I observed your considerable gaps in sorcery. Facing a seasoned blue stripe sorcerer could prove detrimental. Your safety is paramount. Let us leave it at that for today, shall we? Liuxi gazed at Mei Yi, gently nodding, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. The nearby fairies, elves, and their companions awaiting their tests were left astonished, unable to comprehend why this enchanting fairy would yield to a mere human, nor grasp the significance of the vulnerabilities he spoke of. Moments ago, this fairy had turned the tide against a feeble water sorcerer in plain sight. What right did an ignorant human have to offer her guidance? One elf muttered. The king is soon to convene a meeting of the 3 clans' lords. He likely has ties to the human lord Mei Yi. It must be so. Fairies are inherently proud and generally disdain even the most ordinary humans. Chapter 41. The Princess's Education. When Liuxi smiled, her innate beauty seemed to radiate light, leaving all the waiting test-takers spellbound. Selena watched the jovial exchange between Mei Yi and Liuxi with a twinge of bitterness. She had believed her relationship with Mei Yi had grown closer. Yet it paled in comparison to Liuxi's unreserved affection and trust out on the day Liuxi had invited Mei Yi to meet her family under the pretense of treating her group members to a meal. Selena found herself entangled in ambiguous interactions with Eston at the restaurant. Surely, both Liuxi and Xingqian harbored some resentment, perhaps even looking down upon her in their hearts. As Serena's mood darkened, both Mei Yi and Liuxi's expressions shifted. Mei Yi exclaimed, How is this green-striped sorcerer so formidable? This is on an entirely different level from before. An official from the sorcery committee scoffed, inwardly acknowledging, though you are merely a human, your perception is rather acute. Recognizing this sorcerer's prowess, our testing personnel may concede defeat, but not as helplessly as in the previous 2 matches. A special concession. Let us deploy a near-blue stripe level lightning sorcerer to challenge this young lightning sorcerer. While sorcerers are classified into green, blue, purple, red, and black stripes, it does not necessarily follow that a higher-level sorcerer can easily defeat a lower-level one. For instance, when Selena competed against teacher Clisha, she had the advantage due to Clisha's unfamiliarity with her unexpected attack style, securing victory in a single move. However, in terms of true power, Selena was unaware of how vastly inferior she was to teacher Clisha in a nearby castle, an elf adorned with a golden crown. Her hair embellished with jewels and dressed in a flowing white gown, stood on the balcony peering through a telescope, intently observing the events unfolding in the sorcery committee's arena. She addressed the noblewoman standing behind her. Alicia, is that not the husband chosen by Esther for Ivy? No, Selena. I have heard of his reputation and even inquired with teacher Shilu, who described him as a lazy, ignorant, and morally corrupt human. The Duchess chuckled. Queen Elsa, do you still maintain that view? Elsa set down the telescope and seated herself on a swing adorned with fresh flowers, gently shaking her head. I have never thought so. Teacher Shilu has always been exceedingly tolerant of people. She would never speak ill of her students. Especially one who rescued Ivy. I believe she merely wishes to protect this human. She picked up a book titled The Beauty of Mathematics, her long, fair fingers gliding over the slightly yellowed pages, gazing at the elegantly concise formulas and theorems. After a prolonged moment, she began to slowly turn the pages until she reached the final one. At the last page bore a note written by Mei Yi. Today, my wisdom reaches its limit, yet wisdom knows no bounds. She placed the book down, rising to lean against the low stone wall of the balcony, gazing at the vast expanse of Lake Melotia below, as grand as an ocean. With ships patrolling its surface, she murmured, Sister, the king's health has been declining, and he is contemplating the ascension of Ikalu. Ikalu has a vile temperament, and despite several changes of tutors, she remains unmanageable. What do you think of her? In the sorcery committee's testing arena, the near-blue-striped sorcerer was panting heavily. Drenched in sweat, he had anticipated easily defeating the test-taker named Xingqian, yet he proved to be remarkably resilient, nearly triggering the advanced sorcery, Spear of the Thunder God, for a comeback. Xingqian sat on the ground, feeling a sense of dejection. Just as he was preparing to leave, the supervisor stopped him, conferring with the other 6 supervising members before returning to the center of the arena, solemnly announcing, Test-taker Xingqian has not passed the test. But the supervising group unanimously agrees that he has reached the green stripe level. Those waiting in the stands, along with their companions, were left dumbfounded. They watched as Selena, Xingqian, and Liuxi celebrated in the arena, wondering, who exactly are these test-takers? The fact that all 3 passed the green stripe assessment was remarkable enough, but 2 of the young ladies had turned the tide against the typically weak water and wind sorceries. When Selena turned to seek Mei Yi, she found him staring at her in a daze, prompting her to smile brightly and wave enthusiastically. Mei Yi, taken aback, quickly returned her gesture, though Serena's wave signified, come over here. While Mei Yi seemed more like a farewell. After Selena and the others received their green stripe badges, they immediately entered a shopping frenzy. The goods in this world were far less abundant than in her previous life, yet the handcrafted items possessed a unique charm. As they shopped, calculating whether their silver coins were sufficient, Mei Yi interjected, Don't be so stingy. 600 small coins remain 450. Just set aside 50 for my family's expenses and debts. The remaining 400 can be divided according to our initial investment. Liuxi 100. And Selena and Xingqian 150 each. The group froze in disbelief, and Selena exclaimed in astonishment, Do you have a grudge against money? You should keep it for yourself, as long as you don't squander it. 450 coins could last you a lifetime. Asa night. My annual income barely reaches 60 silver coins. Mei Yi chuckled. Take it, the temptations of true spirit are too many. And my self-control is weak. Once you leave, I would prefer not to indulge in debauchery and sink into desire, would I? Selena felt a mix of embarrassment and anger at Mei Yi's crude remarks. She decided not to refuse further, thinking, This portion entrusted to me shall be safeguarded for you. When you wish to return to the realm of the fairies, this money will be sufficient for a comfortable life. The girls reveled in their shared pleasures, shopping for clothes, sampling the culinary delights of the royal capital, and getting manicures, while Mei Yi and Xingqian were left to the sidelines. Xingqian even assigned the task of selecting a gift for Hongye to Selena. Relishing the respite as he engaged Mei Yi in conversation, observing Liuxi and Selena engrossed in creating rainbow manicures, Mei Yi enviously asked Xingqian, Xingqian, when did Hongye become your fiancé? What does it feel like to have a fiancé? Selena and Liuxi perked up their ears. Xingqian replied, My family has always been in the weapon trade, while hers is in mining. Our parents are both business partners and family friends, even neighbors, and they arranged our engagement from a young age. It doesn't feel like much. Mei Yi exclaimed, Are you a fool? It doesn't feel like much. She is your future wife. Do you not like her? Xingqian replied, I don't know. She often quarrels with me and threatens to break off the engagement. Sometimes she says, You are my fiancé. Why should I let you off easily? Mei Yi, growing impatient, remarked, You are quite tedious. A man should be more magnanimous. I think Hongye is wonderful, graceful and poised. And most importantly, quite formidable. When you return, make sure to pamper her. Don't let such a splendid fiancé slip away, all right? Xingqian conceded, I will take your advice. Mei Yi, What of your parents? I have never heard you mention them. Selena and Liuxi instinctively ceased their activities. Having never heard Mei Yi speak of his own history, Mei Yi strained to recall, I do not know who my parents are, nor do I understand my past or who I am. I grew up in an orphanage run by the temple, with vague memories until I started working on the church's land. Then the Black Dragon came, and everything was destroyed. You are already aware of what happened later, Xingqian remarked. Come back with us. Teacher Kelly Taya informed us that the Academy has processed your leave of absence rather than a withdrawal, allowing you to return that we can be together again. Selena and Liuxi eagerly awaited Mei Yi's response. Mei Yi chuckled, saying, Please, just a few days ago, I was a teacher at the kingdom's foremost academy. What need do I have for further studies? Both you and Selena, as well as Liuxi, have become remarkable spiritual practitioners. What purpose would my presence serve? I've contemplated this, and I find that I quite enjoy teaching. I intend to continue at Zhenling Do not wear such a sorrowful expression. You can visit me anytime. Selena felt a pang of discomfort and reminded her, Mei Yi, you have witnessed how many elves are not particularly welcoming towards humans at both Hualing Academy and Zhenling Academy. If you were to tutor privately, you would only be welcomed into noble households. And I fear that nobility may not accept a human. At that moment, a grand procession adorned in fine attire approached, banners held high, causing pedestrians to hastily step aside. Selena noticed the banners emblazoned with snowflakes and ice swords and thought to herself how the insignia of their lord bore an uncanny resemblance to her family's crest. Quickly realizing it was the royal emblem, the king and the duke were indeed brothers. Once the procession came to a halt, a bespectacled elven lady, exuding nobility, descended and addressed Mei Yi with a mixture of respect and detachment, saying, You must be Mr. Mei Yi. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Baroness Ingwu, representing the Queen. It is my honor to invite you to the palace tomorrow to participate in the selection of teachers for Princess Ikalu. Selena could only remain silent. Chapter 42. Dual Personalities. The following morning, Mei Yi traveled in the Duke's carriage alongside the Duchess and the moonlight beautiful Aviel towards the royal palace. Aviel, puzzled, remarked, Mother, why did his two companions call me Selena when we picked him up this morning? We bear no resemblance whatsoever. As she spoke, a veil of mist seemed to cloud her eyes, and she softly added, I haven't seen Nana in ages. Didn't she say she would come after her exams? Mei observed Aviel's newly painted rainbow-colored nails in silence. The Duchess gently reassured her. She is well. She has received her green stripe certification and has become a spiritual practitioner. Due to some urgent matters at home, I allowed her to return early. You will see her when you return to Hualing. Aviel smiled apologetically at Mei Yi, saying, I'm sorry, perhaps I did not sleep well last night and feel a bit drowsy. With that, she rested her head on the Duchess's lap, listening to the sound of the wheels clattering against the cobblestones, quickly drifting off to sleep. The Duchess softly patted Aviel and turned to speak to Mei Yi. But he gently interjected, Madam, you need not say anything. I understand completely. Miss Aviel harbors two souls within her, does she not? Upon hearing this, the Duchess's gaze turned somewhat forlorn as she nodded lightly. Then incredulously asked, How can you be so certain that she is Aviel and not Selena? Mei explained, Selena possesses a vibrant and assertive personality, making it difficult for another persona to intrude, especially one as introverted and delicate as the second princess. Furthermore, she bears an almost identical resemblance to you, with a few similarities to the queen, and shares the same hereditary condition as the eldest princess. Hence, I am confident that she is Aviel. The Duchess expressed her astonishment. How did you know that Aced Heart also harbors a flaw? Did she confide this to you? This is not merely a hereditary illness, it is a royal affliction, said to be a curse placed upon the royal family by the Lord of Beasts before his demise. Mei Yi shook his head. No, do you and Duke share the same surname? Ai, are you related? The Duchess replied, Yes. We are cousins. Is there an issue with that? Our royal lineage has adhered to this tradition for generations. Mei Yi cautioned. Madam, I am unsure how to convince you of my words, but intermarriage among close relatives significantly heightens the risk of hereditary illnesses in offspring. For Aviel's happiness, please ensure that she does not wed into the royal family. The Duchess assured, I believe you that I shall not pursue such a union, for I have already promised you that Selena can marry whomever she chooses. I will not interfere. She and Aviel are one and the same, and my promise applies equally to Aviel. Suddenly, Mei perceived an important matter and urgently asked, Madam, does Sister Ace know of Aviel's condition? The Duchess confirmed, Yes. Selena grew up by my side, sharing a particularly close bond with her sisters, especially Aviel. They shared many common interests and slept together every night, confiding in one another that a year ago, after Selena's untimely passing, Aviel began to exhibit such behaviors from time to time. Following Ace's departure, the occurrence became more pronounced, and sometimes she even converses with herself. Recently, Selena's persona has gained dominance, and Aviel's self-dialogue has gradually diminished. During this time, I have only witnessed Aviel's persona twice. Mei Yi remarked, "Madam, it must be quite difficult for you regarding the second princess." The Duchess replied cheerfully, "Not at all. As I have mentioned, I have always regarded Selena as my own daughter. No different from Ace or Aviel. Rather than watching Aviel suffer from the torment of split personalities, it is preferable for Selena to persist in existence. What do you think?" Mei Yi refrained from directly answering and instead stated, "You slept beside Selena last night, and she transformed into Aviel. Might it be that Aviel feels a profound sense of security in your presence, thus allowing her persona to emerge?" The Duchess nodded. "Whenever I wish to see Aviel, I sleep beside her. The following day, Aviel's persona will typically manifest. However, her persona is quite fragile, lasting only a day or two at most. Since the incident at the Academy, Aviel's persona has grown increasingly faint, and she can now exist for no more than a day." Mei Yi gazed tenderly at the slumbering Aviel and softly remarked, "Madam, I appreciate your trust in confiding this secret to me. I believe I can now respond to your earlier query. I feel it is best not to intervene with the second princess, regardless of which persona she presents. You need only continue to love her, as you always have." The Duchess expressed her gratitude. Indeed, once the carriage came to a halt, the Duchess gently roused Aviel, who lifted her head, dazedly regarding the Duchess. After a long pause, she inquired, "Madam, where are we headed? I feel quite disoriented." As she spoke, she let her hair down, using a blue ribbon to tie it back simply. Upon noticing Mei Yi sitting across from her, the confusion in her eyes cleared, and she smiled faintly. "Thank goodness you bought new clothes yesterday. Otherwise, we wouldn't even be permitted entry into the palace, let alone compete to be Princess Ikalu's teacher." Mei Yi retorted dismissively, "I had no intention of coming. It was your coercion that brought me here. The palace is rife with regulations, and I have no desire to be constrained by them. If I truly needed money, I would simply go to a casino." "You dare!" Selena shouted, only to realize that they were already within the palace grounds. She quickly shut her mouth and, in a hushed but fierce tone, warned, "This is the palace, not the Duke's residence. You cannot act recklessly. If you do not put forth your best effort during the competition, you shall face the consequences." Mei Yi, startled, hurriedly exited the carriage. The Duchess struggled to contain her laughter and asked, "Selena, why do you so desperately wish for Mei Yi to become Princess Ikalu's teacher? When I mentioned it to him yesterday, he was utterly unwilling. Had it not been for your forceful persuasion, he would never have come." Selena replied with frustration, "Such an astute individual, once unrestrained, may grow wild and cause untold trouble. There is no place with stricter rules than the palace. Furthermore, he is far too fragile. Constantly shedding tears, enduring the trials of the palace will be beneficial for him." The Duchess chuckled softly. "Your words remind me of how I never regretted bringing you and Aviel to the palace to play as children. Rest assured, Mei Yi is a person of discernment and ambition. He will not disappoint you." Selena blushed deeply and stammered, "Madam, what does he have to do with me? Why should I be disappointed in him?" The Duchess thought to herself, "Let her deny it. My daughter, I sense that one day you shall don a wedding gown and marry Mei Yi. When that day arrives, I shall delight in teasing you. However, if you awaken to find Aviel's persona has emerged, how will Mei Yi explain that? Why should I concern myself with such matters? Those are for you to navigate." Chapter 43. The Royal Palace Contest, Part 1. Mei Yi had always envisioned a castle as a solitary tower. But upon entering, he discovered it to be an expansive complex, covering a sprawling 100 hectares, cradled by the misty expanse of Lake Melosia, resembling a realm from a fairy tale. Following the Duchess, Mei Yi arrived at the garden designated for the selection of the princess's private tutor, where Queen Elsa warmly embraced the Duchess, her gaze fixed intently upon Mei Yi, her golden eyes seemingly penetrating to the very depths of his soul. Selena delivered a sharp jab to his back, snapping him back to reality as he bowed respectfully to the Queen. Ignoring him entirely, the Queen made a beeline for Selena, who elegantly curtsied, adjusting her skirt, The queen affectionately tousled Selena's hair and kindly remarked, "Selena, I have not seen you in several years. You have grown more beautiful. Are you not yet betrothed? Please, do not hesitate to express your admiration for any gentleman within the palace." Serena's face flushed crimson. Leaving her speechless, she, along with the queen and the duchess, discreetly observed Mei Yi's reaction. Well, the young man was utterly entranced by the wild ducks frolicking by the lake, completely oblivious to their presence. Serena seethed internally, wondering, why are you so enamored with those wild ducks? Soon, all 20 participants in the princess's tutor selection had gathered. Apart from Mei Yi, all were noble youths, well-versed in both martial and scholarly pursuits. Boasting rich teaching experience, 15 elves and 4 fairies among them. Consequently, Mei Yi stood out conspicuously among this assembly. While the candidates exchanged pleasantries, they treated the youthful Mei Yi as if he were invisible. Ignoring the hand he extended and scoffing inwardly. What audacity for a mere human to vie for the role of the princess's tutor. Does he look down upon educators or the royal family? Let us not forget, Princess Ikalu is destined to be the future queen of the elven kingdom, the sovereign of elves, fairies, and humans alike. The duchess, observing Serena's conflicted expression, found it amusing. Did you not insist on honing Mei Yi's skills? Why the sudden reluctance to part with him? You should have anticipated this. Before long, the queen's personal secretary, Viscount Ingwu, announced the commencement of the selection competition. The first segment was self-introductions, serving as a means to evaluate personal credibility. The royal intelligence agents had already compiled detailed dossiers on all participants. Any candidate caught in a lie would be eliminated at the first round. The first contender, an elf of around 30, approached the queen and introduced himself. "Your Excellency, I am Leighton, a viscount from the blooming flower county that I have previously served as a tutor to Count Schmidt's 3 sons and 1 daughter, proficient in grammar and rhetoric, with some knowledge in mathematics, and I am the author of circular analysis and initial analysis of cubes." The others followed suit with their introductions. When it was Mei Yi's turn, he awkwardly shuffled to the queen. His mind blank, stammering, "Why, Your Excellency, I am Mei Yi, hailing from Tianlu City that I have attended Flower Spirit Academy for a few months, followed by a month of teaching at True Spirit Academy that I have written the beauty of mathematics." Before he could finish, the other contestants erupted into laughter, while Serena turned pale with fury, gritting her teeth as she whispered to the duchess, "Does he think he is auditioning for a prince consort? Calling her mother? This is utterly humiliating. If the queen pursues this matter." Serena was on the verge of tears. The duchess chuckled. "Do not worry. The queen possesses her own grace, and Mei Yi carries his own weight. I never imagined this fearless young man would feel nervous." Indeed, after a brief moment of laughter, the atmosphere grew heavy. They had not anticipated that the beauty of mathematics was pinned by such a young human. Furthermore, he had actually taught at the kingdom's highest institution, True Spirit Academy. Viscount Ingwu's eyes widened in disbelief. The problems following the beauty of mathematics were part of her nightly routine. Once she regained her composure, she leaned towards the queen and whispered, "Your Excellency, shall we dismiss that human?" The queen struggled to suppress her laughter, replying with utmost seriousness, "Let us proceed to the second round." The second competition involved a painting contest. Given that Princess Ikalu had a penchant for art, the theme was left to the participants' discretion. For royal maidens, painting, dancing, and music were fundamental disciplines. Ikalu chose painting. The duchess was taken aback and hurriedly inquired of Serena, "Does Mei Yi know how to paint?" "I was unaware there would be a painting competition." Observing Mei Yi's bewildered expression, Serena's heart raced. "I do not know that he surely cannot. Have you seen the original manuscript of The Beauty of Mathematics? The illustrations are horrendously drawn. He resides in a dilapidated border town. How could he possibly have the means to learn painting?" The other tutors had already begun mixing colors for their paintings, nearly all of them depicting the queen in a bid to curry favor. The queen sat regally, her demeanor a blend of authority and warmth. Mei Yi, still in a daze, glanced around before beckoning Serena. "Serena, come here for a moment." Uncertain of his intentions, Serena complied. Mei Yi fetched a chair and placed it before a wall adorned with ivy in the garden, seating Serena and stepping back to assess the scene. Instructing her on how to position her hands, Serena's eyes widened in disbelief. "You can paint." Mei Yi replied nonchalantly, "Let us see how it goes. I cannot submit a blank canvas." Finding it difficult to articulate his thoughts to Serena, He simply took her hand, arranging it as he envisioned, and requested her to remove her hairband, allowing her long silver hair to cascade down. To his surprise, Serena exhibited no signs of displeasure, obediently following his directions. Mei Yi adjusted his palette, took up his brush, and began to paint. Creating art was not a challenge for him. He had diligently studied painting for several years in his previous life, a passion that had always accompanied him. While he was far from being a master, he had won awards in the Eastern District. Serena straightened her back, unwilling to relax. She held no hopes for Mei Yi's painting, just from the subject matter. He was at a disadvantage. While others were fervently flattering the queen, he had chosen to depict her instead. Resolute, she decided that regardless of how poorly Mei Yi painted, she would keep the piece as a cherished memento. Mei Yi had already declared his intention to remain at Faerie Academy. Their opportunities for future encounters would be limited. This realization cast a gentle rain upon her heart. The demeanor and posture she now assumed mirrored that of the young girl in the portrait of Miss Eileen Cathin Andervip he admired and had replicated countless times. Tranquil, dreamy, and tinged with a hint of sadness. After approximately 2 hours, Mei Yi set down his palette and brush, stretching his arms as he announced, "Serena, it is complete. You need not remain tense. Come and see if you're satisfied." Upon hearing Mei Yi's voice, all eyes turned to his painting, which would later be titled Miss Serena of the Duke's family. Serena initially expected Mei Yi to have hastily scrawled something, but upon seeing the artwork, she gasped in astonishment. He had rendered her so beautifully, it felt like a dream. The texture of her silver hair, the voluminousness of her dress, even the hint of sorrow in her eyes had been captured flawlessly. At 17, Serena was no longer the 8-year-old Eileen. Her striking beauty, graceful figure, and subtle allure, tinged with melancholy, seemed poised to burst forth from the canvas. Mei Yi, feeling anxious, inquired, "Serena, are you satisfied?" Tears streamed down Serena's fair cheeks as she nodded, very satisfied. Mei Yi exhaled deeply. It could have been better. Time was limited, and my tools were lacking. Within the constraints of the materials available, I have done my utmost. With a hint of pride, he added, "You see, I even removed a few of the freckles on your face." The Duchess and the Queen could no longer contain their laughter, bursting into joyous fits. Serena struggled to suppress her rising fists, gently admonishing, "For your own good, refrain from speaking carelessly, if you please." Chapter 44. The Palace Competition, Part 2. Mei Yi, feeling disgruntled, strolled to the banks of Lake Mei Luoxia to observe the wild ducks. The Duchess approached Serena, admiring the painting with an expression of sheer astonishment. "He can even paint. I have never seen such a beautiful and vivid artwork." The Duchess's reaction was understandable, for the art of this era was heavily influenced by religion, with figures often depicted in a somber and rigid manner, contrasting starkly with the vibrant and youthful essence of the painting before them. Viscount Ingwu, the Queen, and the other participants were equally taken aback, and no one dared to underestimate this young human any longer. In light of the overwhelming disparity in skill, the psychological advantages they enjoyed due to their elfin, fairy, and noble heritage had all but evaporated. Once all the participants had completed their paintings, the court artists began to evaluate them. Upon viewing Mei Yi's work, they appeared as if enchanted, nodding in admiration and unanimously awarding him full marks. The third test involved a grammar examination, requiring an essay on the theme of Lake Mei Luoxia, with no word limit. Mei Yi spent 10 seconds writing 2 lines before wandering off to the lake to watch the wild ducks. As Viscount Ingwu prepared to chastise him for his nonchalant attitude towards the selection process, she glanced at his answer sheet and was taken aback by the lines. "The water pillow causes the mountains to bow in reverence, while the wind vessel engages in a waltz with the moon." A sudden realization struck her. Who could rival the poetic prowess of the great Sorcerer? The fourth test was a mathematics examination, consisting of a single question: prove that the ratio of the circumference of a circle to its diameter is a constant value. Mei Yi completed the proof in a matter of minutes. Employing calculus methods, concerned that such an advanced approach might not be well received by the elven judges, he additionally provided a proof using Euclid's method of exhaustion combined with proof by contradiction. The Queen sighed in admiration, turning to the Duchess. "Alicia, both the King and I initially doubted that the beauty of mathematics could be authored by a mere 16-year-old human boy, but it seems our suspicions were unfounded. His mastery in painting and literature is simply unfathomable. Astor's discerning eye is truly commendable." The Duchess remarked, "Sister, You simply cannot believe that he authored The Beauty of Mathematics solely to assist a few friends like Selena in improving their math scores, and that he recounted the tales from the Anthology of Flower Spirits merely to amuse Selena. This time, he was coerced by Selena to partake in the examination, as he had no genuine desire to attend. The painting he created was likely not intended to win the competition. Otherwise, why wouldn't he depict the queen? The queen, taken aback, responded, "Why would he refuse to come? The princess's tutor earns a salary of 200 gold coins per year, comparable to the annual income from the fiefs of minor nobility, and is directly granted the title of viscount. Although he lacks a fief, his yearly stipend is still 200 gold coins, a position that many would vie desperately for. Not to mention, he is responsible for educating the future queen." The Duchess sighed. "Your Majesty, let us first see if he can pass the fifth test. The fifth test evaluates martial prowess, as I mentioned. Although he became a practitioner of spiritual arts due to Esther's eyes, he is unable to condense spiritual particles, which has left him disheartened and seeking true enlightenment. That as for his swordsmanship, it is utterly abysmal." The queen replied, "Let us observe and judge. I would be uneasy with a tutor for the princess who is either too weak or too strong." Before the martial prowess test commenced, Selena expressed to Mei Yi, "I am delighted that you have decided to heed my advice and participate in the selection for the princess's tutor. Thus far, you have effortlessly outperformed all other competitors, proving that the Duchess did not err in her judgment, and providing the queen with an explanation. The final challenge is your weak point. I implore you to withdraw, as I do not wish for you to suffer needless injury." Mei Yi picked up a large sword, gave it a slight shake, and after a few swings, declared, "Let us give it a try. Withdrawing now would be too disgraceful. Look at those who cannot solve the math problems. None of them have withdrawn, have they? The prospect of earning 400 gold coins a year is indeed enticing, especially with the title of viscount. Will you not have to bow to me when we meet in the future? Not a chance. I shall disregard you." Selena retorted angrily, turning back to the Duchess, her gaze never straying far from Mei Yi. The format of the competition was quite simple, a one-on-one contest against the palace's elven guards. This was not surprising, as the elven kingdom has a strong martial tradition, with almost every noble family practicing combat. There are no selection examinations akin to the imperial examinations in this era. Becoming a knight under a great lord and achieving merit on the battlefield is the primary avenue for commoners and lesser nobility to ascend. What surprised everyone was that the elegant yet aloof Miss Sakura was in charge of testing their martial abilities. With her long hair held up, she wielded a wooden sword dipped in lime water. Addressing the contestants, "To save time, we shall not conduct one-on-one matches. You shall face me 20-1. The contestants were incensed by Sakura's haughty demeanor and charged at her with wooden swords. Having practiced swordplay from a young age, these noble scions formed an attack formation without any command, rushing toward Sakura. In the following 2 minutes, the queen, the Duchess, and Selena witnessed an astonishing scene. Sakura flitted through the crowd like a petal caught in the breeze, appearing weightless. Within just a minute, all but Mei Yi fell victim to her sword, marked by white spots. Selena's heart raced as she thought, how fitting that someone so close to the queen would possess such agility. If it weren't for the wind-based spiritual arts enhancing her abilities, her own swordsmanship would be no match for this girl. When Sakura raised her wooden sword high, bringing it down upon Mei Yi's head, Selena found herself anticipating the moment with a sense of schadenfreude. Just wait for this blow. But then, she felt her cheeks flush, thinking, I am not even someone significant to him. He has no reason to heed my words. As Selena's mind swirled with drama, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Just as Sakura's sword descended, Mei Yi's sword struck her on the head. Taken aback, Sakura immediately halted her sword and conceded defeat. Gasps of astonishment echoed as everyone's eyes widened. Mei Yi looked at his hands in disbelief, exclaiming, Am I truly this fortunate? He then joyfully waved at Selena, saying, Did you see that? I won. Thankfully, I stayed at the back. The palace staff erupted in laughter, while Selena covered her face, lamenting, Madam, why did you recommend him as a candidate for the princess's tutor? He has brought disgrace upon the Duke's house. The Duchess retorted, If the Duke's house has been disgraced, why do you still wear a smile? The young girl's secrets were abruptly laid bare, leaving Selena blushing and mortified, angrily hurling an exclamation of Madam, as she stormed to the side, casting a fierce glare at Mei Yi. Chapter 45. The princess's tutor. After a half-hour tea break, the competition proceeded to its final segment, the interview. The interviewer was once again Viscountess Sakura, who stood beside the queen with a stack of densely written materials in hand, ready to inquire. The first candidate, Leighton, sat facing the queen. Sakura asked, "You once tutored Shumi, the daughter of the Earl of Flourishing County. Not long after you left, she committed suicide. Is there a connection between this incident and you?" Upon hearing this question, Leighton became visibly uneasy, his breathing quickening. Recognizing the futility of defending himself against the stack of materials in Sakura's hands, he stood up and extended his arms, declaring, "I am guilty." Leighton was immediately escorted away by the palace guards. The other candidates shivered involuntarily. None had anticipated that the interview would take such a form. Who among them lacked a dark past? Gradually, however, they began to calm down. This situation did not recur, indicating that the royal family was indifferent to matters that did not breach the law or doctrine. The most frequently posed question was, as the princess's tutor, how would you handle your relationship with her? The candidates' responses echoed one another, asserting that the princess was the future queen of the kingdom, and they would treat her with utmost respect, imparting all their knowledge to allow her to immerse herself in the ocean of learning. When it was Mei Yi's turn, just as he prepared to explain how he would manage his relationship with the princess, Sakura interjected, "Why did you not mention that you are the author of the Anthology of Flower Spirits during your self-introduction?" Mei Yi candidly replied, "The stories are mine. But the book was not authored by me. It was written by a girl named Eliza. Her prose is as clear as water, and I do not consider myself capable of such eloquence. Nor would I dare to take credit." The other candidates were taken aback, realizing that the immensely popular 49 Nights series of stage plays that had captivated the entire kingdom was indeed the creation of this very individual. Suddenly, Sakura's expression turned icy as she coldly remarked, "So you are admitting that those stories are your creation, correct? In that anthology, kings are often portrayed as foolish and fathers as lacking discernment. The concepts of royal and paternal authority are the foundation of our kingdom's order. What are your intentions?" The garden fell into a chilling silence. Selena, who had been lively up until this point, was left in shock, and this was merely the beginning. Sakura continued, "Recently, the kingdom has unearthed several relics in the north, and some content from your book, The Beauty of Mathematics, has appeared in these relics, such as probability theory and conic sections. What do you have to say about that? I have reason to suspect that you have appropriated the treasures unearthed by Lady Esther from the ruins." Selena felt as though she were suffocating. She could not believe that Mei Yi would commit such an act, yet it seemed utterly implausible that a mere 16-year-old boy, with no chance to receive any education, could possess such profound knowledge. This defied all logic. Mei Yi, resigned, muttered, "Here we go again." He turned to Selena, saying, "Now you see why I was reluctant to participate in these competitions, don't you? I knew it would end up like this." "Silence, no idle chatter," Sakura bellowed. Two heavily armored guards, wielding long swords, approached with hawkish gazes, ready to apprehend Mei Yi at a moment's notice. Selena felt herself on the brink of collapse. This was not the first time she had placed Mei Yi in peril. She cast a pleading glance at the Duchess, but the Duchess deliberately averted her gaze, saying nothing. The Queen maintained her cold, stern expression. Mei Yi understood that if he remained silent today, he would likely not leave the palace alive. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "Very well, I concede that I will admit it. I do harbor ill intentions towards the devaluation of paternal and royal authority. The beauty of mathematics is indeed plagiarized. The content originates from the treasures unearthed by Sister Esther." Sakura's expression darkened, and just as she was about to issue an order for arrest, Selena suddenly knelt before the Duchess, tears streaming down her face, pleading, "Madam, please do not listen to his wild claims. I too find it astonishing that Mei Yi understands so much at such a young age. Yet I know his character. He is quite proud and would never stoop to such deeds." Before Selena could finish, Mei Yi interjected, "You know nothing about me. That day, I encountered Esther, Sihua, and Liuxi near the Tianlu Mountains. Along with a black dragon guarding the ruins that I single-handedly defeated Esther, Sihua, and Liuxi, and then I captured the black dragon, drowning it in the swamp, and seizing the treasures from the ruins." Everyone stood in stunned silence. The spirit of this time and space, on the whole, remains rather unpretentious, and I have yet to encounter such an extraordinary display of brilliance. Mei Yi continued, "As you might expect, I am, In fact, an uneducated fool. After acquiring the relic's treasure, I familiarized myself with all forms of writing and comprehended all mathematical knowledge inscribed upon it within a span of 2 months. Memorizing everything contained within and subsequently transcribing it all at the Faerie Academy. The Duchess could no longer suppress a slight smile. Mei Yi added, I have deliberately belittled patriarchal and monarchical power in my tales. A crime for which I truly deserve execution. I implore the Queen to immediately enact just punishment and proclaim to the world that monarchical and patriarchal authority is sacred and inviolable. Selena shouted, Mei Yi, are you mad? The Duchess's expression shifted, contemplating, what on earth is this child up to? Ignoring her, Mei Yi continued, those who knowingly participated in the performance and distribution of my stories, which slander monarchical and patriarchal power, including the aristocrats, merchants, and even commoners who fervently support these operas, must not be spared by the Queen. Everyone present gasped in astonishment. The Duchess's expression relaxed once more, thinking, if such measures were to be taken, nearly all individuals from major cities such as True Spirit City, Flower Spirit City, Ice Valley City, and Blossom City would be apprehended, and even this castle would likely turn into a desolate place. Finally, Mei Yi stated, perhaps you think that this defense is beyond my capacity to articulate. Very well, I confess, someone foresaw today's events and composed this speech for me in advance. The contestants could no longer contain themselves and erupted into laughter. Ying Wu, caught in a whirlwind of debate, turned red and pale in succession. The guards, initially prepared to take action, retreated when they saw the Queen and Ying Wu remaining silent. The Queen smiled and said, all right. I understand. Your eloquence is indeed impressive. If you were to be the princess's tutor, how would you interact with her? Mei Yi hastily replied, Your Majesty, I truly do not wish to be a teacher any longer. I once naively believed that a teacher's sole duty was to focus on imparting knowledge, which is why I aspired to be one that in retrospect, I would be better off serving plates at a friend's restaurant. Selena felt a pang of discomfort. Knowing he referred to Liuxi, she had learned during her conversations with Flower Spirit and Liuxi that her mother had long admired Mei Yi, and her father's attitude had dramatically shifted after spending several weeks with him. She intended to take Mei Yi to her family home in the forest for a visit upon his return to Flower Spirit. Everyone knew what that implied. As the Queen was about to speak, Mei Yi interjected, Your Majesty, the accusations of stealing the relic's treasure and deliberately insulting military and patriarchal authority should have been cleared by now, right? If so, may I take my leave from the palace? The Queen replied, Yes. You are cleared. You may leave after answering 2 more questions that if, I emphasize if, you were the princess's teacher, how would you engage with her? Without hesitation, Mei Yi responded, I would treat her like a sister, imparting necessary knowledge and caring for her to the best of my ability, protecting her. This may sound somewhat presumptuous to you, yet it reflects my genuine thoughts. Selena and the others shared the same sentiment. Ha! You claim you would treat the princess like a sister? Just wait and see how that turns out. The Queen observed Mei Yi impassively and posed her second question. What would persuade you to remain as the princess's tutor? Regardless of your demands, as long as they are within my capacity, I shall comply. Upon hearing this, the other contestants voluntarily followed Viscount Ying Wu out of the palace. Regardless, being selected by the royal family for the position of the princess's tutor was already a tremendous honor. Chapter 46. The Eye of the Divine. Mei Yi, utterly perplexed, remarked, Your Majesty, are you suggesting that you wish for me to be the princess's tutor? Why? I am utterly ignorant of royal protocols and noble etiquette. Moreover, is it truly acceptable for the princess to have a human tutor? Upon hearing that the Queen was willing to go to great lengths to retain Mei Yi as a teacher, Selena felt both astonished and delighted. She gestured fervently to Mei Yi, signaling him to be quiet and simply state his demands. The Queen continued, The palace etiquette is not complicated. It can be learned in a short time. Once you become a viscount, there will be few who require your deference for your identity. Rest assured, the kingdom is a united realm of elves, fairies, and humans. Others may forget, but our royal family will not. So your human status is not a barrier. As for why I chose you to be the princess's tutor, it is due to your answer to the last question, rather than your previous performance. You said you would treat the princess as a sister, which does not anger me. Rather, I am pleased, for I know how you treat your own sister. Her name is Mei Lu Ko. Is it not? Mei nodded. The Queen sighed deeply. AI Chi Lu has few friends apart from the Esther and Ivy sisters, who left the palace 5 years ago with their parents to reside in their fief. Those around her, including her previous teachers, have catered to her, fostering her bad temperament. That I hope you can help her change this. Will you agree? Mei Yi considered for a moment, gazing into the queen's golden eyes resembling ears of wheat. Your Majesty, I am willing. However, I cannot do it alone. I will need my sister's assistance. May I bring my sister along? Before Mei Yi could finish, the queen chuckled. Certainly. Mei Lu Ku can reside with you in the palace. You may leave now and come to work once your friends have departed. True spirit. Ingwu will ensure the Viscount's insignia is delivered to your home promptly. Just as the Duchess prepared to escort Selena and Mei Yi out of the palace, Selena suddenly turned back, intending to retrieve the drawing Mei Yi had made for her, only to find that it had vanished without a trace, leaving her feeling a wave of disappointment as she returned with a furrowed brow. Upon realizing the reason, Mei Yi remarked, Ahem, I was wondering what the fuss was about. That it was merely a drawing the size of a basin. What is there to lament? I can create one the size of a tub for you later. Selena stared at Mei Yi in disbelief, as if seeing him for the first time, and then retorted disdainfully, I can hardly believe that a person who describes art using basins and tubs could produce such a piece. Then do you still want it? I never said I didn't want it. Upon returning home, Mei Yi recounted the events of the day to Xing Chun and Liuxi, both of whom were delighted. Xing Chun exclaimed enviously, Mei Yi, congratulations. This means you can establish yourself in the noble-laden royal city. It is exceedingly difficult to be granted a title in times of peace, especially for a human. The honor that a spirit master painstakingly acquires, you have already obtained, so do not dwell on your inability to condense spiritual particles any longer. Liuxi added quietly, Brother Mei Yi. Congratulations. While they conversed, Liuxi entered with Mei Lu Ku, who, upon seeing Mei Yi, smiled and said, Mei Yi, I heard at the church that you have been appointed as Princess Ai Chi Lu's tutor. The royal family truly has an eye for talent. Mei Yi replied, Please hold your congratulations for now. The queen candidly informed me that the princess has a notoriously unruly character and is unmanageable. Capable of anything. Mei Lu Ku, the queen has agreed for you to join me in the palace. Are you willing? Mei Lu Ku cheered. Absolutely. I never want to be apart from my brother again. When are we going to the palace, brother? Mei replied, The queen said we could wait until Selena and the others leave the royal city. For now, let us enjoy our time in the royal city. I also need to buy some gifts for teacher Kelly and the others to express my gratitude for their care. After chatting for a while, Liuxi took Mei Lu Ku and Xing Chun to the market to buy groceries. Intending to celebrate the achievements of the three who had received the green pattern recognition and the newly titled Viscount, Mei Yi. Meanwhile, Mei Yi sat in the backyard, observing Selena and Liuxi practicing their spiritual arts on the grass by the True Spirit River. He was experimenting with the recently activated Eye of the Divine. He had nearly grasped the various abilities of the Eye of the Divine. First, a substantial enhancement of vision, and second, the acquisition of X-ray vision. Unfortunately, his body could not endure the strain that frequent use of the Eye of the Divine imposed. Within less than half a minute, he felt dizzy, drenched in sweat, and utterly exhausted. What are you daydreaming about? Selena suddenly appeared before him, startling him greatly. She sat beside Liuxi, wiping the sweat from her forehead with a handkerchief, and without waiting for Mei Yi's response, inquired, Mei Yi, what do you think of my spiritual arts? Although I have obtained the green pattern badge, I still feel insecure. After all, the enemies I will face in the future are not the testing officials of the Spiritual Arts Committee, but rather fearsome magical beasts. Mei Yi replied, I think it would be best to consult teacher Kelly, as I am not well versed in spiritual arts. Selena responded, I will indeed consult teacher Kelly. Right now, I simply wish to hear your opinion, though you may not be a skilled spiritual artist. You are an excellent teacher, having turned around the fortunes of the weaker wind and water spiritual arts in such a short time, especially for someone like me, who has been labeled as garbage. Obtaining the green pattern badge is something only you could achieve. Mei Yi stated, You are not garbage. To master spiritual arts, one must thoroughly comprehend the characteristics of the techniques at one's disposal and strive to wield these traits. Rather than merely memorizing incantations for the matter of spiritual blood, I shall seek information within the royal library. Perhaps I may uncover a solution to this predicament. A warm current flowed through Selena's heart. As she pondered, Fool, Why do you treat me with such kindness when I have been so harsh towards you in the past? Rising to her feet, she declared, Indeed, I shall persevere and await your response. I will continue my practice. Upon seeing Selena depart, Liuxi seated herself beside Mei Yi, quietly observing Selena's earnest training, and inquired, Brother Mei Yi, you mentioned that my spiritual arts possess significant flaws. What exactly do you mean? Mei Yi replied, The art of confusion is undoubtedly powerful. Yet when faced with those of a higher rank or practitioners capable of countering your techniques, you may find it challenging to gain the upper hand. For instance, Selena could effortlessly disperse the mist you create using her wind-based spiritual arts. Liuxi gasped, Is that so? Mei Yi continued, Moreover, should you encounter seasoned spiritual practitioners, they might instantly unleash widespread defensive techniques upon being enveloped in your mist, or simply flee. You would find it exceedingly difficult to respond. After a moment's reflection, Liuxi queried, You are correct. Brother Mei Yi, is there a remedy? Yisu rose with a smile, saying, During these days of true spirit, indulge yourself in play. When you are ready to depart, I shall share the method with you. It's not that I wish to delay you, but rather that there are certain matters you must inquire about from Aunt Liuxi. Liuxi's azure eyes shimmered gently as she nodded. Understood, Brother Mei Yi. Chapter 47. The Art of Time and Space. Early the next morning, Mei Yi arose with a yawn, preparing breakfast for the adults and young ladies in the household. Dressed in a floral dress, Mei Lu hummed a tune as she assisted her brother, ever since she learned they would be residing together in the royal palace. Her spirits had soared, having endured long, lonely years in the ruins, and then following Liuxi and healing others. She was finally able to be with her beloved brother. While kneading dough, Mei Lu asked, Brother, how is the experiment with your left eye progressing? Mei Yi, skillfully wrapping dumplings, replied with excitement. It's nearly complete. I have discovered 2 abilities of the divine eye, distant vision and X-ray vision. Mei Lu giggled. Brother, you have it all wrong. It's not quite like that. Startled, Mei Yi exclaimed, Wrong? How could that be? Mei Lu set down her chopsticks and said earnestly, The ability of the left divine eye is void, while the right eye's ability is time. Together, they form time and space, which is the world we inhabit. The deity governs this realm through their eyes. Therefore, your left eye's ability must be voided. Mei Yi stared in disbelief. I followed your instructions precisely. How could I be so far off? Mei Lu insisted. Show me. Mei Yi complied. All right. Like this, I blink my left eye. Now, my vision is exceedingly sharp. I can even see the dust in the air. Mei Lu exclaimed. Wrong, wrong. Brother, you forgot to recite the incantation. Mei Yi asked. Huh? There's an incantation? You never mentioned that. Mei Lu tiptoed, leaning close to Yisu's ear, whispering the full incantation, then said, Brother, once you are proficient, you won't need to blink. Also, Mei Lu is not my true name. My true name is Zizatilia. Just call upon my true name, and I shall appear at your side whenever you wish. Remember to keep it a secret. Mei Yi nodded solemnly. Rest assured, Mei Lu, I shall never betray your secret. Mei Lu chuckled. Brother, you needn't be so serious. If it were a friend of yours, I would still be amenable. Mei Yi asked. Then what of the distant vision and X-ray vision I experienced? Mei Lu explained. Those are merely the most basic operations of spatial spiritual arts, akin to swift wind in wind arts and fireball in fire arts. The techniques I just taught you, dream realm, annihilation, blink, and void domain, are the genuine spatial arts. Mei Yi exclaimed. Mei Lu, does that mean I am almost godlike? Mei Lu continued kneading the dough. That's about right. But be prudent, brother. With your current mental strength, you may not last half a minute. The branches of void encompass myriad complexities. Take your time to explore during this period. Mei Yi nodded, then asked, By the way, Mei Lu, do you know about spiritual arts? Specifically, the techniques employed by Selena, Liuxi, and Xingqian during their spiritual arts assessment. I can't fathom why whenever I activate the spiritual particles, they flee desperately, making it impossible for me to condense them. Seeing the dejection on Mei Yi's face, Mei Lu comforted him. Brother, why be disheartened? The ultimate goal of a spiritual practitioner is merely to attain nobility, and you have achieved that through wisdom. Besides, other arts pale in comparison to spatial arts. Mei Yi softly replied, I understand. It's just a pity about the eye that Sister Esther bestowed upon me. Ah, it matters not. The trajectory of life has shifted that I once believed I would become a great spiritual practitioner, but it seems I should strive to be a remarkable teacher instead." As the siblings conversed, a knock sounded at the door. Mei Yi approached and found it was the Viscount Sakura from the palace. She handed him the Viscount's badge, certificate, palace pass, employment certificate, and the royal regulations compilation before departing without a moment's delay. Evidently disdainful of someone who had bested her through cunning means, after breakfast, Selena took Mei Yi and the others to the bustling commercial street of True Spirit City to procure supplies. She thought that since Mei Yi would be residing in True Spirit for an extended period, he should make his home more comfortable. However, to her surprise, Mei Yi was preoccupied with selecting gifts for his teachers, classmates, and friends at Flower Spirit. Referring to a list, he asked Selena and Liuxi for assistance in choosing presents. The list was rather extensive. Teacher Clisha, Teacher Yuzu, Teacher Mei Yi, Teacher Shaili, Dean Shalu, Chua, Hua, Liuxi's parents, Princess Avril too. Teresa, the gifts he purchased nearly filled the carriage. When Liuxi heard Yisu inquire about her parents' preferences, she said, "Brother Mei Yi, you needn't go to such expense." Yet her heart fluttered with sweetness after a while. However, melancholy returned. Would they ever meet again? The group remained busy until the afternoon, finally acquiring gifts for everyone, then hiring another carriage to return laden with their treasures. After a brief rest, Liuxi, Xingqian, and Selena resumed practicing spiritual arts by the banks of the True Spirit River in the backyard. This time, they practiced in pairs, engaging in real combat against each other. As expected, Liuxi's spiritual arts proved easily counterable by her familiar teammates. Selena utilized the Song of the Mighty Wind, swiftly clearing the mist. Xingqian hesitated to strike Liuxi, but she could discern from his expression that he had a means to counter her. Selena's techniques primarily relied on swift wind to maximize her speed, being a fundamental technique of wind arts. Its activation time was exceedingly brief. In the blink of an eye, Selena's sword was already pointed at Liuxi's back. After losing her sight to the art of confusion, Xingqian immediately activated a defensive technique from the lightning arts. All colors, purple and red lightning, encircled him, making it difficult for Liuxi to contend with him. When it was Selena's turn to compete against Xingqian, he struggled to keep pace with her speed, suffering several setbacks. However, he gradually realized that in such rapid movement, Selena could only execute linear attacks, and her first thrust or slash was the most powerful. As long as he could block or evade her initial strike, the subsequent attacks would not be as daunting. Selena noted this as well, her expression growing increasingly grave. Fear coursed through her. She dreaded that her current self was the pinnacle of her abilities. Both she and Liuxi instinctively turned their gazes towards Mei Yi. Resting beneath the eaves, he, surely, would have a solution, they thought in unison. Chapter 48. Dream Realm. The joyful moments spent with friends were swiftly drawing to a close. Tomorrow morning, Selena, Liuxi, and Xingqian would set off back to Flower Spirit, while priest Liuxi would return to the church. In the study, Mei Yi continued to peruse the wind arts manual Selena had provided, the water arts manual Liuxi had given her, and the lightning arts manual from Xingqian. He diligently transcribed useful information into his notebook. Once this task was completed, he meticulously listed the flaws present in Selena and Liuxi's spiritual arts, pondering remedies. Previously, while working at Liuxi's home, he had been struck by an epiphany while observing Liuxi practice her arts. He envisioned that spiritual techniques were akin to the splendid finishing moves in computer games from his past life. Reciting incantations was akin to inputting commands into a computer, which, through an unknown mechanism, would yield spiritual techniques. Indeed, after several experiments, his hypothesis was validated. He ingeniously intertwined several incantations of ice elemental magic with those of water elemental magic, thereby creating an unprecedented technique known as lost arts. Naturally, the process was extraordinarily intricate. Merely crafting a single new incantation consumed 2 weeks of his time, resulted in the obliteration of nearly half a meter of white paper, and caused Liuxi to lose 2 pounds from sheer exhaustion. However, in recent days, he stumbled upon a remarkably useful tool, Dreamscape. Upon reciting the first incantation that Meluka had taught him, everything around him began to flow, twist, and whirl, reminiscent of Van Gogh's Starry Night. He realized he had entered the realm of spatial elemental magic, Dreamscape. Time was of the essence, for this divine technique could only be sustained for a maximum of 40 seconds. Dreamscape was an independent fragment of space where Mei enjoyed absolute freedom and boundless possibilities. What was unattainable in the real world could be accomplished here. For instance, triggering elemental magic. Of course, these spells could not influence people or objects in the tangible world. He uttered the first incantation, aimed at incorporating certain characteristics from other elemental magics into his water elemental magic. Water elemental mages could only trigger water elemental spells, a boundary that could not be breached. Nevertheless, it was possible to slightly alter these characteristics through grafted incantations, the reason for which remained unknown. He hoped that Liuxi's water elemental magic could become more sturdy, while still retaining the essence of water. In simpler terms, he desired the water to possess the qualities of a rope, being both supple and resilient. To his astonishment, after several days of setbacks, this incantation finally succeeded. The water elemental magic manifested like a sleek black python, agile and resilient. Excellent. 35 seconds remained. He proceeded to recite the second incantation, which aimed to graft certain traits of the starry thunder elemental magic into Selena's wind elemental magic, enabling her gale technique to become faster and more ferocious. Regrettably, it failed. 30 seconds remained. He attempted the next incantation, but it too failed. 25 seconds. Another attempt, yet again, a failure. 20 seconds. Mei Yi steadied his mind, selecting what he believed to be the most promising incantation, only for it to fail once more. With a mere 5 seconds left, he succumbed to despair and randomly recited an incantation that he found particularly displeasing. Surprisingly, it succeeded. At that moment, dreamscape closed, and he returned to the study. Exhausted, he climbed onto the bed and fell into a deep slumber, awakening only after 5 in the morning. Hastily, he rose, intending to prepare breakfast for them, only to find Liuxi and Meluca busily making breakfast in the kitchen. Upon seeing Mei, Liuxi exclaimed, "Mei, brother, why don't you rest a little longer? Let me cook for you on this final day." Yisu nodded and made his way to the backyard by the True Spirit River, where he found Selena practicing her swordsmanship, dressed in a simple white blouse and a blue skirt. Her hair elegantly pinned up, she wielded a black single-edged sword with grace, her form exuding an indescribable beauty. Upon noticing Mei, she paused, wiped the sweat from her brow, and inquired, "Where were you last night? The study light was on, yet you were nowhere to be found. Meluca went to your room but couldn't locate you." Mei replied, "I couldn't sleep, so I took a stroll around the house. Selena, I've thought of some methods to address certain deficiencies in your elemental magic these past few days. Would you like to try them?" Selena expressed her excitement. "Of course, you're impressive. Managing to come up with ideas so quickly." Mei remarked, "It's actually not that complicated." By the banks of the True Spirit River, amidst the fragrant grass, Mei elaborated on his ideas regarding wind elemental magic, leaving Selena utterly astonished, as if illuminated by a sudden revelation. Yet this was merely the beginning. Mei then taught her the new incantation he had devised, infused with traits of thunder elemental magic. Once Selena memorized it, he tore the note into pieces and cast it into the True Spirit River. Mei cautioned, "Selena, just remember this incantation for now. Do not use it casually, as it places a significant burden on the body. You must engage in rigorous training, and I will strive to unravel the secrets of elemental blood magic, so that you may transcend this limitation." Selena obediently nodded. "Understood, Mei, brother. I want to use it unless absolutely necessary. I will wait for your news at the Faerie Academy." Mei responded, "Very well. Continue your practice. I'll speak with Liuxi for a moment." As Selena watched Mei's retreating figure, an inexplicable emptiness welled up within her. She had resolutely planned to confess some long-buried sentiments to him, yet failed to find the courage after seeing him this morning. She mused, wishing she possessed Huahua's bravery. Yisu approached the kitchen window and gently tapped on it, startling Liuxi. "Liuxi, could you step out for a moment? I have a few words to share. Please leave your current tasks to Meluca." Under the tree in the small garden, Liuxi stood before Mei, her head bowed, anxiously wringing her hands. Mei handed her a note, guiding her to memorize its contents before he destroyed it. "Liuxi, this is a brand new incantation that will enhance the resilience of your water elemental magic. You are quite intelligent. You will gradually discover its applications. However, your inherently gentle and kind nature makes me a bit concerned that you might face difficulties." Liuxi, feeling somewhat bewildered, stammered, "Mei, brother, Mei chuckled reassuringly. "Liuxi, there's no need for anxiety. That I merely wish to convey that I will not be able to remain by your side from now on. For any matters, consult your leader and Xingqian. You can also write to me, and I will do my utmost to assist you." Liuxi nodded, Yes, Mei brother, I will. You needn't worry about me. I will strive to become stronger and more resilient. Mei affirmed, indeed. Please extend my gratitude to Aunt Liuxi and your father, and don't forget to buy some meat bones to reward the bully. By 7 in the morning, the carriage carrying Selena, Liuxi, and Xingqian gradually vanished from Mei's view. Liuxi lifted the curtain at the back of the carriage, gazing at Mei who remained there waving goodbye. Her heart ached, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, leading her to sob without restraint. Glancing at Selena and Xingqian, she found both of them with red-rimmed eyes, occasionally wiping away tears and sniffles. The trio remained in this state, each refraining from questioning the others to avoid the awkwardness. Their 2-week journey through the realm of true spirit had finally come to an end. Selena and Liuxi departed with the verdant stripe badge, carrying their memories while leaving behind the one person they cherished the most. Chapter 49. The wayward youth. After Selena and the others departed, he and Meluka moved into the accommodation arranged for them by the royal family. Their residence was a quaint 3-story building near the shores of Lake Liuxi, where he could daily observe the wild ducks gliding across the lake's surface. Once the rest period concluded, he and Meluka formally commenced their duties at the royal palace. Waiting at the palace gates was Sakura, who, upon spotting Mei, led him with a huff to the princess's study. The princess's study was located on the ground floor of the kingdom's library, a room that connected to the palace garden and Lake Liuxi. Offering a pleasant environment, Princess Ikalu sat quietly in the study, awaiting Mei's arrival. Upon seeing him, she stood, subtly adjusting her skirt, her face beaming with a smile as she greeted, "Teacher Mei, hello. You're quite early." This marked Mei's first encounter with Princess Ikalu. She inherited the formidable genes of the AI family, with silvery hair reminiscent of moonlight, sunflower-like golden eyes, lips as delicate as cherry blossoms, and skin as flawless as porcelain, all adorned in a simple, yet elegant lotus-patterned gown that exuded a serene and graceful demeanor. Mei nodded respectfully and briefly introduced himself and Meluka, pondering. The queen certainly has a flair for exaggeration. How could this seemingly tranquil and graceful girl be described as incredibly mischievous in her words? Just as Mei was grappling with this incongruity, Princess Ikalu's beautiful countenance suddenly darkened, her eyes narrowing with a hint of malice, as she coldly remarked, "Teacher Mei, do you find my mother's words to be rather different from my own?" Mei replied, "Indeed." Ikalu responded indifferently, "Teacher Mei, everything my mother says is true. I have had dozens of teachers before, the longest of whom did not last more than 2 months in the palace, while the shortest stayed only a day. They were all dismissed by me." Sakura, observing the scene with a detached demeanor, offered no intervention. Mei stated, "Then do you believe I will fare any better? If not, Your Highness, please feel free to convey your dissatisfaction directly to the Queen. We need not waste each other's time." Ikalu was taken aback, unable to comprehend Mei's words. Previously, when she had dismissed her teachers, they had all wept bitterly and begged for mercy, for upon leaving the palace, their titles and stipends would vanish in an instant. She coldly replied, "I am not unfamiliar with your type. You speak of integrity, yet your body remains quite honest. Come now, kneel before this princess, weep, and plead. Who knows, I might reconsider." Suddenly, she noticed the astonishment and disappointment in Mei's gaze, as if he had been struck by some revelation. "Excellent, excellent. This is precisely the expression I desired. In the past, there have been several self-righteous teachers who, upon hearing such words spoken by themselves, revealed a look of disdain. Promptly unfastening their medals, shedding their noble attire, and departing in a huff, the sudden wave of relief and contentment washed over Ikalu, as she mused to herself, "If my companions were to learn that a mere human has assumed the role of my teacher, they would surely mock me. Best to scurry away with my tail between my legs." Ingwu displayed a grin of schadenfreude. Unexpectedly, Mei Yi remarked with a smile, "Just as I surmised, you are indeed as incorrigible as the Queen suggested. Let us commence the lesson, Your Highness. If you were to become the Queen of the Elven Kingdom in such a manner, it would surely provoke laughter among the 3 clans. My responsibilities are rather weighty." Ikalu's beautiful visage twisted with indignation as she retorted furiously, "Did you not hear what I said? Get out of this palace at once. I have no need for a teacher. Do not presume to think you can instruct me." Mei Yi, as if deaf to her words, merely chuckled and replied, "Princess, I had not perceived you to be so intimidated by the Queen that if you truly wish for me to leave, Simply request the queen to dismiss me. I assure you, I shall not depart voluntarily. For no one can sway my resolve. Ikalu was taken aback that this human had so deftly struck at her vulnerabilities. In a fit of rage and embarrassment, her lips twitched slightly, summoning the intermediate fire elemental spell, Flame Arrow. The gathered energy swiftly transformed into an arrow, racing towards Mei Yi's chest with blinding brilliance and unimaginable speed. Yingwu gasped in horror, never having anticipated that the princess would act so recklessly. By the time she reacted, it was too late. Just as cold sweat broke out on her brow, a slender white hand interposed itself before the arrow, which promptly vanished without a trace. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be Mei Yi, who had been quietly standing behind Yesu. Mei Yi gently tugged at the hem of her skirt, offering a curtsy to Ikalu before extending her hand towards the lake outside the door. A fire pillar, nearly a meter in diameter, erupted like a fire dragon, scorching straight to the center of Meluo Lake, sending the waterfowl skimming across the surface into a panicked flight. Even Ikalu, with her audacity, could not suppress her trembling. Her complexion paled, her golden eyes wide with fear. Beads of sweat trickling down her brow, Mei Yi whispered, "Your Highness, I am Mei Yi, Mei Yi's sister and his teaching assistant. Please do not harm my brother without cause, if you would be so kind." Ikalu found herself nodding involuntarily. Swallowing hard, Mei Yi then said, "Very well, let us begin our lesson. Princess Ikalu, I shall be responsible for teaching you grammar, mathematics, and painting. After conferring with the queen regarding your educational progress, let us start with the analysis of geometric shapes in mathematics. Shall we?" Ikalu, still reeling from the earlier incident, sat down in her chair, her hands trembling uncontrollably, hardly daring to voice any dissent. Yingwu, begrudgingly tasked by the queen with protecting Mei Yi, was equally shaken, her lips turning pale. To Ikalu's surprise, Mei Yi proved to be an unexpectedly engaging instructor, even leaving one with a sense of wanting more. Both Yingwu and Mei Yi began to listen intently. After the lesson concluded, Mei Yi assigned some exercises to the princess and then busied himself with reading in the library. Princess Ikalu obediently remained seated, stealing glances at Mei Yi, who was perched on a stool engrossed in her illustrated book. As Mei Yi perused the bookshelves, a gentle voice called out, "Mei Yi, could you step out for a moment? There are a few matters I wish to discuss with you." Ikalu, remain seated and continue your work. Upon realizing it was the queen, Mei Yi promptly excused himself and accompanied her to the lakeside outside the study. When the queen inquired about his thoughts on Ikalu, he candidly replied, "Your Majesty, the princess can be somewhat willful, yet she is still quite young. It is preferable for her to exhibit such defiance now rather than later. Do you often deny her requests?" The queen was taken aback, exclaiming, "How do you know? As her future queen, we hope she can learn moderation to prevent her from making foolish decisions that may burden the populace in the future." Mei Yi replied, "It is merely a matter of basic psychology. While the princess is destined to be a queen, she is still just a 15-year-old girl. I believe we should not impose the weight of the future upon her too soon, nor should we place excessive restrictions on her, but rather allow her to grow according to her own pace." The queen smiled slightly. "I will entrust her education to you. This is the first time I have witnessed a teacher complete a lesson with the princess, and the first time I have seen her quietly engaged in her assignments, as well as the first time a teacher has defended her rather than report her misdeeds." Mei Yi thought to himself, "Had you known what transpired earlier, you would not speak so lightly." Following the mathematics lesson was art class. Princess Ikalu had already reached a commendable level in her fine brushwork, and after Yesu imparted some foundational knowledge and techniques of oil painting, he allowed her to freely choose her subject. Mei Yi recalled his promise to create another painting for Selena, and thus set up a canvas, palette in hand, and began to paint from memory. He became so engrossed that 3 hours slipped by unnoticed. To the astonishment of Yingwu, Ikalu, and Mei Yi, he stretched his arms and exclaimed, "At last, the portrait for Selena, which is as large as a bathtub, is complete." Ikalu realized then that this teacher, who was of a similar age to her, possessed genuine talent, and that Mei Yi, who stood beside him, was far from the harmless figure she initially appeared to be. In that moment, she found herself devoid of the courage to resist. Chapter 50. Returned to the academy after 2 days of travel, Selena and her companions finally returned to Hualing the following morning. Upon arriving at school, Selena discovered that the midterm examination results had been posted. Standing before the bulletin board, she anxiously searched for her name, her heart racing. Just as her anxiety peaked, Hongya shouted, "Selena, how did you manage to rise to 5th place in the entire grade?" Selena hurried to Hongya's side, her eyes widening in delight as she discovered that she had scored a total of 356 points, placing her 5th in her grade overall, 91 in theology, 88 in rhetoric, 92 in grammar, and a remarkable leap to 85 in mathematics. Looking further up, she noted that Xingqian had 368 points in 4th place, Qilao with 372 points in 3rd, and Liuxi with 374 points in 2nd. However, the 1st place was no longer her own. It had been claimed by the daughter of the Duke, Hua. At that moment, someone tapped her on the shoulder. "You're finally back. I hope everything went smoothly." Upon seeing it was Teacher Illya. A rush of emotions flooded Selena's heart, tears welling in her eyes as she nodded happily. Teacher Illya, witnessing her reaction, cheerfully suggested, "Let us go to my office and talk slowly, shall we?" Selena nodded, then pointed towards the carriage waiting outside the school. "Teacher Illya, please wait a moment. I'll ask someone from the estate to bring the gifts Mei Yi prepared for you." In the staff office, Dean Shilu, Teacher Illya, Teacher Yuzu, Teacher Mei Yi, Teacher Shayli, Theology Teacher Sierra, Rhetoric Teacher Haish, Music Department Teacher Roy, Librarian Teresa, and Huahua and Chua stood in astonishment at the lavish gifts Mei Yi had brought, rendered speechless. Selena recounted Mei Yi's experiences at the True Spirit Academy, how he had wagered with Teacher Huajin to protect his classmates, how the classroom had gone from empty to full, and how several students had intentionally scored 0 to ensure his defeat in the bet. He had effortlessly triumphed over dozens of candidates to be appointed the princess's teacher and was awarded the title of Viscount. The incredulity in the office was palpable, their mouths agape as if they had witnessed the most absurd of theatrical performances. Teacher Yuzu could hardly believe her ears, exclaiming, "Selena, are you saying that the human student who always nibbled on dry bread and drank plain water has suddenly become the princess's teacher and been granted a viscountcy?" Before Selena could respond, she muttered to herself, "I shouldn't ask. It's not surprising that such things would happen to him." Before Selena could speak, Dean Shilu lamented, "What a pity. I had intended to keep Mei Yi for our academy." Thus, when the royal family and the church inquired about him, I spoke ill of him to dissuade them from pursuing him. Alas, Teresa, write a 10,000-word report for me. Teresa readily agreed. "Understood, Dean." Teacher Mei Yi remarked, "I truly did not misjudge this student. Justice, courage, wisdom, moderation, and blood. He embodies the essence of classical nobility. While I feel it is a pity he has gone to the royal city, there is little I could have taught him even if he had remained in my class." Teacher Illya smiled. "I genuinely missed those evenings when he accompanied me on walks around the academy. He always aspired to become the strongest spirit master in history, yet the night before, he suddenly declared, 'Never mind, I shall strive to be the strongest teacher instead.' And just like that, he became the princess's teacher. It's truly hard to believe." Huahua immediately sensed that the weight of the package Mei Yi had sent her was a bit off. Thinking to herself, "You are far too ambitious, returning the money I paid for your meals and the tickets to the Hualing Theater so swiftly." As she admired the exquisite craftsmanship of the handbag in her hands, a sweet satisfaction filled her heart. This design was indeed to her liking, and even at 10 gold coins, she would have hesitated to purchase it. Yet, knowing that someone she cherished had bought it for her brought her immense joy. On the way back to the classroom, Huahua inquired of Selena, "How could a man who spends his entire day nibbling on stale bread acquire such wealth?" Selena replied, "He has become prosperous. His annual salary amounts to 400 gold coins." At this point, she clenched her teeth and added, "Moreover, he has grown audacious, daring to enter a casino, claiming that he is neither a teacher nor a student anymore, and is no longer bound by those wretched rules." Unable to contain her laughter, Huahua chuckled heartily, causing the flowers to tremble. He truly knows how to make mischief. Remembering the intimate moments she had previously shared with Mei, Selena felt a twinge of discomfort in her heart. Yet she recognized that loving someone is not wrong, nor is it a fault to take the initiative in love. Her objections to Huahua were ultimately unfounded. She said to Huahua, "You seem so concerned about him. Why didn't you accompany us to see him last time we went home?" Huahua's expression suddenly grew despondent as she softly replied, "I also have my pride," before brightening up again with a smile. "Thank you for bringing back the gift. I must return to my classes now. Farewell." In the spirit magic class, everyone was diligently practicing, as there were merely 2 months left until the year's end, when members of the spirit magic committee would come to the school for assessments. Those who passed would officially become spirit mages. Of course, only the most exceptional individuals would stand a chance. Many would take years after graduation to obtain the green pattern certification and truly become spirit mages. This was already considered fortunate, as countless others would have no opportunity at all. Throughout the entire Elven Kingdom, the number of registered spirit mages was fewer than 3,000, which is why the royal family offered such generous conditions to attract more applicants to the spirit magic program. Aside from teacher Clecia, no one knew that Selena and her companions had already received news of their green pattern badges, and the three continued to practice together. Uniquely, the group from Isting, including Hongya, Laozi, and Fengzi, would frequently join them in their training. After practicing together for a while, Selena began to train her fundamentals using the methods Mei had taught her. The technique was simple, alternating between fast and slow running. She first practiced without activating any spirit magic, gradually acclimating before unleashing the Gale spell, while slowly increasing its potency. Upon observing Selena's training, teacher Clecia felt a surge of admiration. Mei is indeed an excellent teacher. He has discerned the most glaring issue in Selena's spirit magic at a glance. Clecia then approached Liuxi, who was practicing the new water spirit magic taught by Mei. After several repetitions on the path from true spirit to flower spirit, she gradually uncovered the essence of this magic. It was not a new maneuver, but rather a transformation of the entire water system's magical properties. By reciting Mei's newly composed incantation before performing a certain technique, that technique would almost completely alter. Clecia watched in awe as a serpent-like water column slithered across the grass, silently astounded. This elven girl might very well become the next Azit. The stars above remained unchanged, merely practicing diligently according to the spirit magic manual. Not because Mei was unwilling to teach him, but because the lightning-based spirit magic had been thoroughly researched within the Elven Kingdom. With ancient magical geniuses having nearly exhausted all possible techniques, Clecia gazed at the vast northern grasslands, gathering her long hair that had been tousled by the wind, and thought, Mei, I entrust everything to you. If you can cultivate the princess into a wise sovereign, then perhaps your friends and classmates from the flower spirit will suffer less bloodshed in the future. Reflecting on this, she also chastised herself for being overly anxious. Mei had only been the princess's teacher for a few days. Instead, she hoped that this upcoming meeting of the three clan leaders would establish an alliance to collectively confront the beasts north of the Tianlu Mountains. Chapter 51. The Princess's Revenge After a Day of Classes. Mei Yi and Meluca enjoyed a light meal on the commercial street before returning to their 3-story lakeside abode. Although Meluca had grown accustomed to her human form, her habits remained unchanged. Upon arriving home, she dashed to her room, changed into her newly purchased swimsuit, and leaped into Lake Melotia, reveling in the water. Meanwhile, Mei continued to practice his spatial magic. Today he focused on the annihilation technique, which allowed one to make the enemy's magic, weapons, or even the enemy themselves vanish, akin to a black hole. Gazing at the cup on his desk, he silently recited an incantation and softly uttered, Annihilation. Upon completion, Mei abruptly fainted, collapsing onto the desk in a deep slumber. For him, utilizing the divine exclusive spatial magic was overwhelmingly draining to his mental energy. The spatial techniques Meluca had taught him, such as Dream Realm, Annihilation, and Blink, all demanded an enormous expenditure of mental strength, leaving him feeling utterly overburdened. After her swim, Meluca called for her brothers several times, but received no response. Entering Mei's room, she found him slumped over the desk, sound asleep, with a cup missing half its contents. She felt a twinge of astonishment. Although her brother was merely human, he was remarkably capable, having quickly learned to wield spatial magic. It was worth noting that those who had previously received the Eye of the God perished upon attempting to activate time magic. Returning to her own room, she dried her hair, changed into her pajamas, and then re-entered Mei's room, effortlessly lifting him onto the bed. She nestled into his embrace, clutching his arm, and drifted off to sleep. In her dreams, she encountered her sister, the deity, and her companions from the divine realm. The following morning, as Mei and Meluca walked to the palace together, he vigorously shook his numbed arm and said to Meluca, Meluca, you must not sleep with me anymore. You are no longer a child. We are of similar ages. Meluca sweetly replied, Brother, I am over 2,000 years old. I understand. You need not scold me further. On their way to the palace, they passed through a dense forest, where several individuals were clandestinely plotting. Prepare yourselves, that human is approaching, a tall man said, chewing on a blade of grass. Hysteria, he is the princess's teacher. Is it wise for us to assault him? I have heard that the queen places great importance on him. Hysteria spat out the grass. Yosef, would you rather offend the future queen or a princess's teacher who won't last long? Besides, we are merely intending to teach him a lesson. We do not seek his life. Get ready. Everyone donned masks and gripped wooden clubs tightly. Hysteria and Yosef were both palace guards. The previous day, the princess had been threatened by Mei Yi, leading to a furious outburst upon her return. The captain of the guards, Ryan, had dispatched them to teach Mei and Mei Yi a stern lesson. Thus, today, as events unfolded, Mei Yi saw through Hysteria and his accomplice's little scheme immediately. She initially intended to confront them and teach them a harsh lesson on Mei's behalf, but after some thought, she decided, no, I cannot always be by his side. If I constantly intervene, he will remain weak forever. Mei Yi was determined to protect his head while desperately contemplating a solution. He gazed at the towering trees above him, squinting his eyes and struggling to utter the incantation. Gritting his teeth as he declared, annihilation. Unbeknownst to anyone, a portion of the tree trunk above vanished into thin air, and the massive trunk, along with its canopy, came crashing down. Taking a deep breath, Mei Yi rolled to the side. At that moment, the trunk and canopy toppled over the assailants, sending them sprawling to the ground, howling in agony. With Hysteria suffering a broken thigh and losing consciousness, Mei Yi felt a wave of dizziness and attempted to move his body, only to be overwhelmed by pain. Both his arms were broken, his spine nearly shattered, and blood streamed from his head. He struggled to stand and retrieve the ointment Liuxi had given him, applying it to his wounds, which provided him with considerable relief. The sound of galloping hooves approached from afar. Yawning, Sakura grew impatient waiting for Mei's arrival in class and decided to go directly to his home to reprimand him. To her surprise, she stumbled upon Mei, who was nearly bloodied beyond recognition, alongside several masked men pinned beneath the fallen tree. At that moment, Mei Yi also leapt forward, feigning shock as she exclaimed, "Brother, oh my, who has done this to you?" She approached the guards, effortlessly lifting the tree off them and removing their masks. Sakura gasped, "Hysteria, Yosef, Liuxi, how can it be you?" After a moment's thought, she quickly shut her mouth, realizing without needing to say that it was the princess who had sent them to deal with Mei. I must keep this a secret, for otherwise, the queen will not spare the princess. Mei Yi looked at Ingwu and said, "Ingwu, it seems you are acquainted with them. They must be individuals from the royal palace. I am uncertain of their motives for attacking my brother, but I believe it is imperative to inform the queen of this matter." The individuals lying on the ground were utterly terrified, should the queen learn of this. Even if she were to forgive them, Princess Ai Chilu certainly would not. Ingwu hesitated, struggling to find her words, as she did not wish for the princess to be implicated. Just then, Mei interjected, "All right. Mei Yi, let us not dwell on this any longer. Please assist me in returning home. I shall surely be unable to attend classes this week." Mei Yi hurried to support Mei Yi, who took a few steps before turning back to Ingwu and saying, "Miss Ingwu, I would appreciate it if you could relay a message to the queen on my behalf." Stating that I fell from a tree. After taking a few more steps, he glanced back at the individuals still sprawled on the ground and coldly declared, "I have noted all 4 of your names." Ingwu shuddered at the sight of Mei Yi's face. Chapter 52. The Awakening of Spiritual Arts. Mei Yi lay upon his bed, while Mei Yi tended to his wounds, applying ointment, and quietly observing him from beside him. Mei furrowed his brow, contemplating. The consumption of spatial-type spiritual arts is far too great and proves to be of little use to me at present. If only I could wield ice-type spiritual arts. Following ACT's development, ice-type spiritual arts are renowned for being the strongest in both defense and offense. With great effort, Mei Yi extended his hand, managing a bitter smile as he silently recited a spell. "Lord of Ice and Snow, grant me your strength, transform ice into arrows, and pierce through all." Ice arrow technique. To Mei Yi's astonishment, ice blue spiritual particles swiftly coalesced into the form of an arrow, shooting forth and embedding itself over half a foot into the wall. The shattering ice shard striking his face painfully. In disbelief, Mei Yi exclaimed, What is happening? Am I not unable to gather spiritual particles?" Mei Lu replied, "Brother, the issue likely lies with the spiritual artifact you previously wore. For those without the blood of spiritual arts, wearing such an artifact yields no reaction from the spiritual particles, nor do they flee in desperation. Act must have utilized this special artifact to hone her ability to gather spiritual particles." Mei Yi quickly said, "Let me try again." He recited, "Lord of ice and snow, grant me your strength, transform ice into a sword, and sever all." Ice sword technique. The ice blue spiritual particles instantaneously condensed into a transparent longsword. Mei Lu stood, grasped the longsword, and with a powerful swing, cleaved a water cup on the table in two. The water within the cup instantly froze, binding the broken pieces together. Mei Yi was overjoyed and exclaimed to Mei Lu, "Ha! Now I need not fear the chaos of the palace that I long to recover swiftly and teach those ruffians a lesson." Mei Lu smiled and said, "That is wonderful, brother." Curiously, Mei Yi remarked, "By the way, how was I able to invoke ice-type spiritual arts without wearing the artifact?" Mei Lu responded, "Brother, you now possess the ability of spatial-type spiritual arts, granting you formidable control and interference over the surrounding entities, making the condensation of spiritual particles a trivial matter. During the palace competition, you likely utilized this ability to disrupt Yingwu and secure your victory." Mei Lu continued, "Had you employed this control and interference ability when you were assaulted in the woods, those guards would not have been able to harm you. Yet instead, you resorted to annihilation, which caused me great concern." Mei Yi, feeling embarrassed, retorted, "I am still not adept at using it. Wait, hold on." Mei Yi fixed a furious gaze upon Mei Lu and exclaimed, "You mischievous girl! You did not return to fetch something. Rather, you hid away to witness my humiliation." Mei Lu hastily stood and said, "Brother, I shall fetch you a glass of water," before swiftly darting away. One cannot deny the remarkable efficacy of the ointment left by Liuxi after lying down for an entire day. Mei Yi could manage to get out of bed and walk about with some difficulty. In the afternoon, Mei Lu ventured to the market to procure some vegetables and meat, then shed her clothes and jumped into Lake Mei Luoxia. Retrieving a bounty of fish, shrimp, and crabs, she set them on the grill, igniting charcoal to prepare for a barbecue. Mei reclined in a chair by the lake, continuing to experiment with ice-type spiritual arts. As he pondered, he asked, "Mei Lu, are there any techniques within spatial-type spiritual arts that do not consume much mental energy?" Mei Lu, humming a tune as she flipped the skewers of meat, responded, "Indeed, domain is one such technique. Within the domain, you can interfere with and even control the entities within it, with the degree of control and interference depending on your mastery of spiritual arts." Another technique is Rift, which essentially serves as an invisible storage space. Upon hearing this, Mei Yi was momentarily stunned, immediately recalling web novels such as Taking a Warehouse to the XX, and thought, "This function is indeed quite practical." Mei Lu added, "Brother, no type of spiritual arts has been fully developed, let alone the time-space arts that only deities can wield. I am aware that you secretly assist Liuxi and Sister Selena in developing new spiritual arts. You should endeavor to find the spatial-type spiritual arts that best suit you." Mei Yi chuckled awkwardly and said, "Ah, so you are aware of that, by the way, who possesses the right eye of the deity? Its owner should be the only time-space arts practitioner in this world, correct?" Mei Lu replied, "The right eye of the deity is in the possession of my sister Helviel, who is a white dragon, resting within the largest ruins on the northern continent, a place where magical beasts roam. Brother, once she awakens, I will be compelled to leave you." Mei questioned, "Why can we not go together?" Mei Lu's crimson eyes sparkled with joy as she eagerly exclaimed, "That is splendid. Brother, let us agree that as soon as there are signs of my sister awakening, we shall seek her out together." At that moment, soft footsteps approached from behind, and upon turning to look, Mei Yi saw that it was Yingwu. He said, "Yingwu, what brings you here? Would you care to join us for a bite to eat?" Although Yingwu was not particularly fond of Mei Yi, she felt it necessary to have a conversation with him. So she did not refuse. She took a seat, glancing at the table adorned with juice bearing the greenhouse emblem and the 10 or so empty cans in the trash, her expression darkening. How extravagant! To consume such a health-boosting drink as if it were mere water. This fairy beverage costs 10 gold coins per bottle. Mei Yi gasped. "So expensive. Liuxi brought me several crates, and I thought they were just ordinary drinks." After a moment of contemplation, he added, "Regardless of the price, drinks are meant to be consumed, so do not hold back." Seeing both Mei Yi and Mei Lu finish a bottle in no time, Yingwu felt a pang of heartache. After taking a small sip, she said, "The queen sends her regards. She mentioned that since you are inclined to protect the princess, she will feign ignorance regarding the matter and advised you to rest at home until you have fully recovered before visiting. As for those who attacked you, they have all been imprisoned." Reclining in his chair, Mei Yi gazed at the fish swimming beneath the moonlight and mused, "Why does this princess hold such disdain for me? I have not offended her in any way that if she truly wished for me to refrain from being her tutor, she could simply instruct the queen to dismiss me." Yingwu pondered for a moment before replying, "I have a feeling that deep down, she acknowledges you." Mei Yi countered, "If she truly acknowledged me, she would not have sent someone to assault me. As daughters of the AI family, why are Sister Acite and Princess Aiwei so forgiving and gentle, while Princess Ai Chalu is so extreme and peculiar?" Yingwu took a bite of the chicken skewer that Mei Lu had handed her and replied lightly, "Put yourself in her shoes. If I were a princess, consistently compared unfavorably to the flower spirit's two elder sisters by my parents, and surrounded by sycophants, my temperament would likely not be any better than hers." Mei Yi chuckled, "I understand your point. Rest assured, I have my methods. You need not make excuses for the princess. No matter how lacking I may be, I would never squabble with a young girl. Come, let us raise our glasses." Unbeknownst to them, among the beverages Liuxi had gifted to Mei Yi were a few bottles of fruit wine. As the two continued to drink, their inhibitions loosened, and Mei Yi said, "Yingwu, do you harbor any grievances against me? What have I done to upset you?" Yingwu's cheeks flushed crimson as she replied, "In the palace, you defeated me using underhanded tactics, which left me feeling quite humiliated. Furthermore, at merely 16 years of age, you have already gained renown throughout the elven kingdom, which naturally breeds a tinge of jealousy." Mei Yi retorted, "What do you have to be ashamed of? I am the one to be embarrassed." "All right, everyone knows I cannot best you." He sighed, "What is the use of being renowned? In the elven kingdom, humans are hardly acknowledged." Yingwu shot him a glance and said, "That is your own issue. You pay too much attention to those who do not recognize you while overlooking those who appreciate and admire you. Being powerful is not enough. One must also cultivate a strong mind." After a moment's thought, she added, "Moreover, you are not particularly powerful." Upon hearing Yingwu's words, Mei Yi felt as though he had been struck by a revelation, and his mind cleared a bit. "Yingwu, you speak truly. I have been far too concerned with others' opinions for too long. From this day forth, I shall endeavor to change this habit." Mei Yi's candor significantly elevated Yingwu's fondness for him, prompting her to proactively remark, "Once you have a beloved girl and more friends in Jinling, I believe your feelings will evolve. I find you quite agreeable. I shall keep an eye out for a suitable girl for you." Mei Yi shrugged it off with a smile. Responding, "Then I thank you in advance." Beneath the cool, silvery moonlight, the two engaged in conversation for an extended period, lasting until the early hours, when a carriage from the palace finally whisked the inebriated Yingwu home. While Mei Yi was carried back by Melukat, Chapter 53. The cake shop bet. After recuperating for over a week, Mei Yi returned to the palace, only to find Princess Aikalu's demeanor considerably tempered. Clearly, she feared Mei Yi would report her to the queen. Following their morning lessons, Mei Yi announced, "Your Highness, I have discussed with the queen, and I will introduce 2 new courses for you, swimming and social practice. We shall commence the social practice class this afternoon." Aikalu hurriedly protested, "I refuse to attend any swimming lessons. What on earth is social practice?" Mei Yi inquired, "Why the aversion to swimming lessons? You languish in the palace all day, lacking exercise, which is detrimental to your health. Swimming can significantly enhance your cardiovascular function. Social practice entails taking you outside the palace to explore and understand the world beyond." Aikalu's interest piqued. She asked, "May I attend only the social practice class and skip the swimming lessons?" Mei Yi replied, "That is not permissible. Can you divulge the reason for your reluctance to attend swimming lessons?" Aikalu blushed fiercely, exclaiming, "I simply do not want a male instructor teaching me how to swim." Mei Yi chuckled, "Ah, I see. Your Highness, you are mistaken. It will be Meluka who instructs you in swimming. Viscount Yingwu is also quite interested and will attend this class with you. I assure you, I will not be present." Aikalu breathed a sigh of relief. "Then that is acceptable." In the afternoon, Aikalu shed all her jewelry and donned modest attire, accompanying Mei and Meluka as they exited the palace to partake in the social practice class on the streets of Jinling. Upon arriving at the bustling thoroughfare, she completely liberated herself, her previous airs of arrogance and hostility vanishing, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Resembling a naive young girl, Mei instructed Meluka to rein Ikalu in, sternly admonishing her, "Ikalu, we are here for a lesson, not for frivolity. To ensure your safety, please remain close to us and refrain from wandering off." Although Ikalu was slightly displeased, the mere opportunity to venture out filled her with unrestrained joy. Having been cooped up in the palace for 15 years, the trio approached a newly opened cake shop named Fairy Spring, where a sign proclaimed, "Grand opening, cakes at 40 off." The two girls cheered with delight at the prospect of cake, prompting Mei to purchase £2. While engaging in conversation with the fairy-like shopkeeper, Mei learned that the shopkeeper's name was Yafin, and despite the prime location, competition was fierce. After a week of operation, business was dismal, leading her to contemplate closing the shop and returning home. Mei smiled. "Yafin, do not be hasty. Perhaps I have a solution." He turned to Meluka and Ikalu, who were leisurely enjoying their cake in the shop, and inquired, "Ladies, how does it taste?" Meluka chimed in, "Brother, you must try a piece. It is truly delectable and reasonably priced. I cannot fathom why few people come to buy." Mei asked, "Do you have any suggestions?" Without hesitation, Meluka suggested, "Increase the discount further, perhaps to 30 or 40, and more people will surely come to buy." Yafin responded with a wry smile, "If that were the case, the more I sell, the more I would lose. We use only the finest ingredients, and the costs are considerable. I have no desire to lower the quality to deceive customers." Ikalu, realizing Mei was primarily testing her, pondered for a moment before stating, "I believe the most crucial aspect of a cake is its flavor. If it is delicious, customers will naturally come, and over time, the business will flourish." Yafin sighed, "I fear my shop may not endure long enough for that to happen." Observing Mei's displeasure, Ikalu discerned he was dissatisfied with her and Meluka's responses, prompting her to say, "Mei, do you possess a better solution? Pray, share it with us. I fear you may have no viable options." Mei smiled, "I certainly have a plan. Within 3 days, I will ensure Yafin's shop is bustling with customers." Ikalu scoffed, "You will merely resort to Meluka's suggestion, further increasing the discounts. Yafin has already stated that such a course of action would yield no profits." Mei countered, "The discount will not fall below 40, and I will guarantee Yafin's shop will turn a profit. How about it? Shall we wager?" Ikalu's competitive spirit flared. "Let us wager. What shall be the stakes?" Mei replied with a smile, "If I fail, I shall withdraw and never appear before you again. And you? If the stakes are too modest, it will only prompt my disdain." Ikalu set down her spoon and coldly declared, "Should you succeed, I, Ikalu, shall heed your every word and no longer trouble you. On the day I stand at the pinnacle, I shall ensure you bask in glory. Is that satisfactory?" Mei chuckled. "That is agreeable." Mei discreetly whispered a few words to Yafin, who appeared hesitant, and just as she faltered, Mei departed the cake shop with Ikalu and Meluka. As agreed, Ingwu would arrive at 6 o'clock to escort Princess Ikalu back to the palace. Upon reaching Mei's residence, Ikalu sat in the living room, idly awaiting Ingwu's arrival while Mei and Meluka busied themselves in the kitchen preparing dinner. After a spell of waiting, feeling utterly bored, Ikalu decided to explore her surroundings. She wandered into Mei's study, casually picking up a stack of densely written white papers from the desk, scoffing, "What ugly handwriting." After flipping through a few pages, she marveled. The illustrations are quite beautiful, with nothing else to occupy her time. She began to read a page intently, gradually becoming engrossed, and only reluctantly set down the manuscript when Ingwu entered to summon her as they rode back to the palace. Ikalu suddenly exclaimed, "Ingwu, let us visit the Fairy Spring Cake Shop on Junling's commercial street." Mei boasted he could turn that cake shop's fortunes around within 3 days. "I am eager to witness his folly." Ingwu smiled slightly and spoke a few words to the driver, who then turned the carriage towards Junling's main street. Upon alighting from the carriage and seeing the sign at Fairy Spring that read, "Grand opening, buy £1, get half a pound free. Prices return to normal in a week," Ikalu sneered. He has lost. He promised the discounts would not fall below 40. Buy £1, get half a pound free. Is that not a mere 50 off? Ingwu nodded, pondering. How curious. Mei is the most renowned mathematician in the elven kingdom. How could he make such a foolish mistake? As the shop closed for the day, Yafin made a shocking decision. She bagged all the remaining cakes and, before the astonished crowd, crushed them underfoot, discarding them into the trash. With each step, she felt her heart bleed. Ikela hopped back into the carriage, thinking, "You are finished. With this, Yafin is certain to incur a loss. Farewell, maid, and I had thought you possessed some genuine skill. But it seems you are no different from those who merely boast without substance that I believe this time. Mother will not intervene. She detests those who are all talk and no action." Chapter 54. Hidden Talents. The following morning, Meluka was instructing Princess Ikalu and Ingwu in swimming, while Mei Yi leisurely perused various books in the library. After observing Ikalu swim for a while, the queen entered the library and inquired of Mei Yi, "Mei Yi, are you not interested in watching the swimming class?" Mei Yi nearly spat out the water he had been sipping, hastily replying, "Not at all, Your Majesty. If I were to attend, the princess and Ingwu would surely tear me to shreds. I wish to enjoy my salary for a few more days." The queen chuckled. "That is indeed true. You truly have a knack for this. I noticed Ikalu returned quite pleased yesterday, exclaiming that she was finally going to make you pay. What exactly transpired?" Mei Yi recounted the events of the previous day. The queen was already aware of what had occurred, knowing full well that her daughter could not simply waltz out of the palace. She had dispatched nearly 20 sorcerers to protect the princess discreetly. Of course, the fact that Mei had not concealed anything from her delighted her. Upon finishing the tale, the queen expressed her confusion. "Mei, I too believe you are destined to lose. Buy 1 pound, get half a pound free. Does that not equate to a mere 50 off? By crushing the remaining cakes, would that not reduce sales? You are truly on the verge of losing to the princess this time." Mei Yi replied, "Your Majesty, the offer of buy 1 pound, get half a pound free can be expressed mathematically as selling 1.5 pounds of cake for the price of 1 pound, which effectively constitutes a 33.3 discount, or 6.7 off. Thus the actual selling price is higher. This endeavor is aimed at attracting individuals who are sensitive to pricing. As for the destruction of the remaining cakes, it subtly conveys the proprietor's commitment to quality. There are indeed many affluent patrons in Zhenling City. While they may not be particularly concerned about prices, they place immense value on quality. This strategy seeks to draw in those who pursue excellence. The promotional phrases such as buy 1 pound, get half a pound free, and publicly smashing cakes are undeniably provocative and attention-grabbing marketing tactics. I believe that the cake shop, Fairy Spring, will soon become a sensation in the royal city. She awaits my embarrassment. While I look forward to witnessing her dismay, the queen chuckled and remarked, "You two resemble a pair of mischievous siblings." She removed 2 strands of spirit beads from her wrist and handed them to Mei Yi. "By the way, I have arranged for the oil painting you created for Selena to be delivered to the Duke's residence. Alicia asked me to give you these 2 strands of spirit beads from Esther as a keepsake. Keeping them at home will only deepen her sorrow." Mei Yi accepted the slightly warm spirit beads, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes. The queen observed her and continued, "Alicia also asked me to inform you that Selena is doing well. She performed excellently in her midterm exams, ranking 5th in her grade. Your other friends have also fared well." Mei Yi seemed somewhat lost in thought. "As long as they are doing well, that's enough." The queen added, "By the way, the meeting of the 3 clan leaders is in 3 days. Alicia will make her debut at this meeting, and the king intends to nominate her as the heir to the throne. I find myself feeling rather unsettled." Mei Yi, puzzled, replied, "Your Majesty, isn't this a natural progression? Could there be any unforeseen developments?" The queen responded, "You are unaware. Our kingdom originally was merely a loose confederation of tribes. The ancestor of the AI family, Amelia, was elected king due to her significant contributions in battling the magical beasts. Amelia swore to govern in consultation and consensus with the major lords. 3 years ago, the king's nomination of Esther as the heir faced fierce opposition from several lords, who even threatened to withdraw from the elven kingdom. Fearing the division of the nation and the suffering of the people, the king had no choice but to abandon the nomination. That I dread that Alicia may encounter a similar fate." Mei Yi questioned, "Did Esther have any past grievances with them?" The queen replied, "None at all. Esther is universally recognized as the most suitable heir from our AI family. She is humble, brave, forgiving, strong-willed, and has undergone military training. We cannot fathom why those lords would oppose her so vehemently." The queen sighed. After Alicia's passing, all hopes rested upon her. She is truly a remarkable child. Unfortunately, we have neglected her upbringing, allowing her to become increasingly unruly. The king's wish is for her to ascend the throne smoothly and to be a compassionate ruler." Mei Yi said, "Your Majesty, I apologize, but there is little I can do." The queen smiled. "No, you have already done so much. Since the departure of the Esther sisters from Jinling, it has been a long time since I have seen Alicia smile so brightly. Ruoko is truly remarkable. She swims faster than a fish. Mei Yi chuckled inwardly, thinking, Dear Queen, if only you knew her true nature, you would be terrified. After a moment's contemplation, she added, Your Majesty, during the days of the clan leaders' meeting, might it be possible for Ruoko to stay by the princess's side? The queen, without much thought, replied, Of course, Alicia will feel lonely in the palace, so let Ruoko keep her company for a few days. Just as the queen was about to leave, Mei Yi, after a mental struggle, called out to her, took a deep breath, and candidly said, Your Majesty, there is something I wish to discuss with you, though I fear it may be overstepping. Upon hearing this, the queen sat down, looked into Mei Yi's eyes, and gently encouraged, Mei Yi, please share your thoughts openly. Mei Yi stated, I understand that you will be training Princess Alicia during this time to ensure she gains the approval of the major lords. However, I believe it may be more beneficial for the princess to maintain her usual demeanor in front of the lords. The queen, taken aback, responded, Mei Yi, I must admit, I am quite surprised. Please continue. Mei Yi elaborated, If I were a major lord, I would be more inclined to favor a whimsical and capricious candidate like Princess Alicia rather than a formidable queen like Esther, who is unyielding and strong-willed. Such a queen would be easier to manipulate. The queen furrowed her brow and pondered for a long while before looking up at Mei Yi and stating, I will discuss this with the king. However, a queen who is capricious and easily swayed is hardly a blessing for the populace. I am uncertain if she can change, Mei Yi replied. Your Majesty, it is we who must change, not the princess. We have all been deceived. While she may exhibit some stubbornness and extremism, she is intelligent, opinionated, and courageous. Those who believe they can manipulate and deceive her are truly foolish. I have a premonition that she will one day become a great queen. She handed the queen a bound manuscript, saying, Your Majesty, please pass this on to the princess. Given her strong personality, she may be reluctant to show weakness before the major lords, and this book might prove useful to her. After exchanging a few more words with the queen, Mei Yi departed from the palace. Chapter 55, Princess Sister. After class in the afternoon, Mei Yi returned home alone. Alicia, upon hearing from the queen that Ruoko would be staying with her for a few days, was not only unperturbed, but rather delighted. Eagerly taking Ruoko back to her residence, the future queen, Alicia had a slightly smaller castle of her own, situated in the northwestern part of the palace. Adjacent to Liuxi Lake, she told Ruoko, You may command the people here at will, and feel free to take whatever you need, not hold back. Ruoko smiled sweetly. Thank you, Your Highness. Alicia's cheeks flushed. Just call me Alicia. If you find that difficult, you may call me sister. Ruoko replied, All right, thank you, Sister Alicia. Alicia gazed at Ruoko, feeling her heart melt, and couldn't help but exclaim, I truly cannot comprehend why that fool has such a clever, adorable, and capable sister like you. I apologize for speaking ill of him in your presence. Ruoko smiled sweetly again. It's all right. Brother is indeed a fool, as you rightly said, Sister Alicia, but I know that you do not truly dislike him. On the contrary, you admire him greatly. Alicia quickly covered Ruoko's mouth, her face turning crimson as she stammered. Ruoko, do not speak nonsense. I do not admire him at all. Ruoko countered. Sister Alicia, then why did you help brother win the wager? Everyone knows he was right. However, if you had not intervened, he would have surely lost to you. Alicia, looking alarmed, replied, Ruoko, what are you babbling about? I would rather send him away at once. Ruoko continued, I know. The reason Yafen's shop could not continue is that she rejected an offer from a noble, who then employed underhanded tactics to force her out of business, that day in the shop. After brother shared his strategy with Yafen, you sent someone to warn that noble, who was then frightened into backing off, allowing brother to win the wager. Alicia fell silent for a moment and then said, Ruoko, you haven't mentioned this to teacher Mei Yi, have you? Ruoko replied, No, however, brother might have guessed it. Although he can be a bit dense, he is cleverer than anyone else. Alicia chuckled, her usual arrogance absent from her demeanor, saying, All right, I admit that teacher Mei Yi is indeed different. Is that satisfactory? He is far more reliable than those uneducated teachers who either flatter me or complain at the slightest provocation. If he truly leaves, it will be quite troublesome to find another suitable teacher. After dinner, the two strolled around the palace for a while. For some reason, Alicia felt that Ruoko emanated a soothing and peaceful aura. and they ended up sleeping together that night. Suddenly, thunder roared, and a fierce storm swept in, rain pattering against Liuxi Lake, creating a rustling sound. Elisha felt a twinge of fear and clung to Ruoko's arm. Ruoko rubbed her eyes, drowsily asking, "Sister Elisha, what is wrong?" Elisha, feeling embarrassed, confessed, "I am a bit frightened of the thunder." Ruoko got up, closed the windows, drew the curtains, and returned to bed, holding Elisha's hand. "Sister Elisha, sleep soundly that I know you are worried about the clan leaders' meeting. But do not fret. Brother asked me to stay with you for that very reason." Elisha smiled faintly, thinking, "What can a little girl like you do? What can he do? Nevertheless, I appreciate your intentions." Mei Yi lay in bed, meticulously contemplating a matter, seeking a maid. Since that day when Sakura inadvertently brought it up, he had kept it in mind, deeming it quite necessary. The household boasts over a dozen rooms, and tidying them up is an exhausting endeavor. Each day, after finishing lessons with the princess, I must return to prepare my own meals, which is truly taxing. He is also reluctant to dine out constantly. The elven kingdom is essentially a culinary desert, and Meluka has rather discerning tastes. The mere thought of the maidens depicted in the comics of my past life, innocent and charming, with neatly arranged hair adorned by a white headband, clad in a low-cut made outfit and white stockings. Their figures rather scandalous, always fussing over you and sweetly addressing you as master, leaves me parched and flushed. Mei stepped outside to catch a breath of fresh air, seeking to regain his composure that he pondered. I have been single for far too long. What I truly need is a girlfriend, not a maid. Interestingly, in my previous life, many nations, much like the elven kingdom, permitted marriage at the tender age of 16, so there is no need for self-imposed barriers. Regarding appearance, I consider myself reasonably attractive. Numerous elven maidens have remarked that I possess a certain charm. In terms of status, I am a viscount, granted by the royal family, placing me among the middle nobility that is for wealth. An annual income of 400 gold coins is exceedingly high. Moreover, all the casinos in the realm are my personal cash cows. Well, perhaps it is best to avoid the casinos. There are those who have expressed disapproval of my frequent visits, glancing at the two strands of spirit talismans adorning my hands, one transparent, the one previously taught to me by teacher Illya, and the other black. I have finally discerned why I was unable to condense spirit particles back then. The Duchess had mistakenly handed me the talisman meant for Aster's training. This particular talisman possesses a rare ability to repel spirit particles, and Aster typically wears it alongside a regular talisman on her arm to enhance her ability to gather spirit particles both in speed and quantity. I wonder, had I obtained a proper talisman from the outset, how different things might have been. I would likely have studied alongside Selena, Liuxi, and Xingqian, practicing magical arts together, living a life reminiscent of my high school days back home. Unlike the protagonists of the otherworldly novels I have read in my past life, I harbor no enemies nor aspirations to conquer the world. I merely wish to live a peaceful and comfortable life. After taking a few steps, I stood in the rain, extending my right hand to test my spatial magic. The black, mosquito-like spirit particles swiftly coalesced into a cube measuring approximately 2 meters in length, width, and height. This is what Meluka refers to as a domain that I call it my exclusive domain. Within this space, the movements of my enemies are hindered. The domain activates automatically. Last time, Yuki's wooden sword was disrupted by the domain, failing to strike and instead receiving a blow to the head from me, which she has since held a grudge over. Once I dismissed the exclusive domain, I extended my right finger skyward and invoked the Rift spell. The Rift spell is akin to a storage facility from my past life's online novels, capable of holding anything. After practicing these two elementary spatial spells, I furrowed my brow, concentrating on the distance ahead. As my left eye began to redden that I reached out my hand, murmuring the incantation, gritting my teeth as I shouted, "Devour!" A black, ethereal fish appeared out of thin air, entirely enveloped in darkness, as if it were formed from the deepest night. Wherever my gaze fell, it would follow, resembling a black hole. Everything in its path vanished without a trace. Gradually, I began to feel my strength waning, dizziness creeping in, and anxiety mounting. I had yet to discover a remedy for my severe shortage of mental energy. A high-level spatial spell like Devour could only be sustained for a minute at most. Despite my reluctance, I did not wish to spend the night in the rain, and thus hastily canceled the spell. Chapter 56. The Lord's Conference in the blink of an eye. The day of the 3-clan Lord's Conference arrived. Early in the morning, I donned my Viscount attire and affixed my badge before making my way to the royal palace. The previous day, Liuxi had informed me that His Majesty the King would hold a formal conferral ceremony for all newly ennobled nobles on the first day of the conference, presenting land deeds to each. The prospect of owning a piece of land in the elven kingdom filled me with joy. Upon entering the palace, the attendant stationed at the entrance guided me to the eastern side. In the eastern section lies a grand island at the heart of Lake Liuxi, connected to the palace by a path approximately 3 meters wide that a tall tower stands upon the island. Where the conferral ceremony was set to take place, the tall and imposing king, though bearing a sickly countenance, personally read the edict of conferral and handed the land certificates to each newly ennobled noble. In total, the king conferred titles upon 2 earls, 7 viscounts, and 14 barons. Princess Ikalu, garbed in a green gown and black cloak, stood slightly behind the king, coldly observing the jubilant new nobles with a hint of schadenfreude directed at me. As I accepted the land certificate from the king, I felt a surge of excitement. Eagerly, I glanced at the location of my newly bestowed land. To my astonishment, it was the Liuxi County in the northeastern part of Huiling City. According to the accompanying map, Liuxi County is situated adjacent to the largest river in the kingdom, the Liuxi River, with the lands of the grand elven lord to the east, the vast fairy forest to the southeast, the Tianlu mountain range to the north, and, rather infamously, the territory of my old adversary, the father of Istitan, to the south. From my studies, I learned that Liuxi County is a melting pot of elves, fairies, and a small number of humans, riddled with constant conflicts and tensions, having devolved into a no-man's land. Observing my incredulous expression, Ikalu's face broke into a sly smile. After the conferral ceremony concluded, the Royal Land Committee briefed the new nobles on their responsibilities as lords and announced a grand ball to be held that evening in the palace banquet hall, mandating the presence of all newly ennobled nobles. The afternoon heralded the critical 3-clan lords conference. Exiting the palace, I noticed a considerable gathering of citizens in front of the palace at the Goddess Square. Praying for the recovery of the Lord King's health, the successful ascension of Princess Ikalu as heir, and the unification of the 3 clans against the beasts, Ikalu sat anxiously in the second highest level of the tower on the island. Awaiting her father's summons, the queen held her hand tightly, continually reassuring her to remain calm and composed. The king and 11 grand lords were convening in a heavily fortified meeting room on the top floor. Even through the thick floor, Ikalu could hear the heated debates of the lords. After approximately 2 hours, the clamor subsided. The secretary knocked on the door and announced, "Your Highness, His Majesty the King has temporarily declared a recess. Please proceed to the meeting room in 5 minutes." Once the secretary departed, the queen turned to Ikalu and asked, "Are you ready?" Ikalu responded, "Mother, what would happen if I were to be rejected by them as well?" The queen cupped Ikalu's face in her hands, gazing into her golden eyes, and tenderly replied, "Ikalu, do not dwell on such thoughts. Remember what teacher Mei said. You will undoubtedly become a great queen in the history of the Elven Kingdom. Have you memorized the contents of the book he wrote for you?" Ikalu nodded. The queen smiled and said, "I truly admire teacher Mei. He has only taught you for a few days and already recognized that you would not wish to show weakness in front of the Grand Lords. Let them see for themselves that the AI family has no unworthy children." Upon entering the meeting room, Ikalu was immediately enveloped by an oppressive atmosphere. All the Grand Lords turned their gazes toward her, leaving her feeling exceedingly uncomfortable. The king rose, pulling Ikalu to his side and declaring, "Lords, this is my daughter, Ikalu. My old ailment has resurfaced, and my health cannot support the duties of state. I intend to name Ikalu as my heir and would like to hear your opinions." As Ikalu took her seat, she glanced out the floor-to-ceiling windows at the overcast sky and the towering trees outside, suppressing her usual pride and indifference, offering a gentle smile. "Greetings, esteemed lords. Please feel free to ask me anything you wish to know." For reasons unbeknownst to her, all present lords felt a heavy pressure, making even the act of breathing feel laborious. The lords did not hold back. The Grand Lord of Black Crystal City, Duke Christine, chuckled and remarked, "I've heard quite a few stories about the princess lately. There was a bet between the princess and her teacher regarding whether they could revive a bakery in 3 days. In the end, the princess's teacher merely changed the promotional wording from a 40 discount to buy £1. Get half a pound free to win. The princess thought that by £1, get half a pound free equated to a 50 discount. I wonder if that is true." Christine's implication was unmistakable. The princess was nothing more than a fool devoid of learning. Many lords in attendance were puzzled, thinking, "Isn't that just a 50 discount? What point is Christine trying to make with this?" Ikalu smiled lightly and replied, "Indeed, that is the case. My math skills are rather poor." It seems that Lord Christine has a keen interest in mathematics. My teacher posed a question to me. Which promotion offers a greater discount? Buy £1, get half a pound free, or spend 15 copper coins? Get 5 off. I wonder what your answer would be, my lord. Christine was momentarily taken aback and then replied, "Of course, it's buy £1, get half a pound free." Ikalu smiled and said, "I can understand your reasoning. For buy £1, get half a pound free indeed equates to a 50 reduction, while spend 15 copper coins, get 5 off amounts to a 1/3 reduction, correct?" Upon seeing the fairy princess's enigmatic smile and Ikalu's expression of mockery, Christine found himself at a loss for words. After much stammering, he finally admitted, "That is indeed the case." Chapter 57, a series of unfortunate events. The great lord of the northern fairy forest. Liuxi chuckled softly, her green hair swaying like ethereal mist. Once she managed to stifle her laughter, she remarked, "These two methods of discount are fundamentally the same. Your Majesty, I recommend replacing the princess's tutor. Why is he teaching her such trifling matters? How can a future queen concern herself solely with petty gains?" The king responded, "Liuxi this." Liuxi smiled charmingly. "Let the princess's tutor come to our fairy forest. We fairies produce merchants who must constantly calculate these trifles." The king could not help but burst into hearty laughter. "Ah, Liuxi, it seems you are merely scheming for your own kin." The atmosphere in the meeting room lightened considerably. The cardinal, dressed in a black and red clerical robe, Amelia, the future pope, sharply reprimanded Kristen, saying, "Lord Kristen, the princess's tutor is widely recognized as the most outstanding mathematician the kingdom has seen in a century. Not only the princess, but even the entirety of the elven kingdom would struggle to match his prowess." Observing Kristen's face fluctuating between crimson and pale, the king interjected, "Speaking of which, Lord Chiji, your human race has indeed nurtured an extraordinary mathematician for the kingdom. I extend the princess's gratitude to you." Chiji was taken aback. When did I ever nurture an extraordinary mathematician for the kingdom? Who exactly is this tutor they speak of? As a human lord, why am I so uninformed? Illya gently interjected, "Your Majesty, you are mistaken. Although tutor Mei Yi is human, he was raised in a welfare institution established by our church. And it was our clerics who taught him to read and write. He has no connection to Lord Chiji." Upon hearing the name Mei Yi, Chiji suddenly realized and retorted, "We humans have not contributed nothing to him. If it weren't for my daughter frequently bringing him meals, he might have starved at the Faerie Academy." Duke Elfi and Duke Huajia suddenly felt a headache, both thinking simultaneously, "Could it be that my daughter has taken a liking to this Mei Yi? Isn't he teaching at the True Spirit Academy? How has he become the princess's tutor?" Before long, the conversation returned to the princess. The great lord of Baishui Bay, Hysteria, inquired, "Your Highness, we have been discussing the alliance of the three races against the magical beasts. This matter is exceedingly complex and challenging. I would like to hear your thoughts." Ikalu replied, "The lords of the three races have yet to propose any viable solutions. If I were to claim I have a solution, it would be an insult to you or to myself. I have no solution. What I wish to convey is this. First, the Tianlu mountain range is unreliable. Second, if you are unwilling to unite, you must prepare to face the magical beasts alone." At this point, the great lords could no longer dismiss Ikalu. She gazed out at the overcast sky and continued, "In this matter, the pressures faced by the various lords differ significantly. Those whose territories are near the Tianlu mountain range undoubtedly feel a greater urgency than others. Of course, some territories may choose to remain aloof, and I completely understand that." All eyes were fixed intently on Ikalu, awaiting her next words. Indifferently, Ikalu stated, "However, should those territories find themselves marginalized in the power structure of the kingdom, they must not complain about others. Let us not forget, my ancestor Amelia bestowed titles upon 49 great lords, and now only 9 remain." The lords from the southern territories were momentarily stunned, their expressions turning grave. They had focused solely on immediate interests without considering the long-term implications. The king gazed at his daughter with a look of astonishment, pondering, when did this unruly and capricious girl become so formidable? She has struck a nerve with these great lords. Suddenly, the great lord of Giantwood City, Prince, was the first to speak out. "Your Majesty, while Princess Ikalu is indeed gifted, she is still too young. Some decisions stem from indignation rather than thoughtful consideration of consequences that I still recommend postponing the establishment of a crown prince. The Great Lord of Black Crystal City. Kristen remarked, Your Majesty, I believe the princess's tutor must be replaced. He is merely a human, lacking a deep understanding of the kingdom's circumstances and dynamics. Only skilled in calculations, he should be dismissed promptly to prevent any adverse influence on the princess. Smack! Huajie slammed his palm down on the conference table, his anger boiling over. What are you two old fogies trying to accomplish? 3 years ago, you used such arguments to veto Esther's claim to the crown prince, leading to an irrevocable tragedy. Now you resort to similar nonsense to undermine Ikalu. Can't you bring some originality to your arguments? Kristen coldly retorted. Duke Huajie, your roaring like a wild boar serves no purpose. The principle of unanimous agreement established by Queen Amelia cannot be broken, otherwise it would lead to the disintegration of the kingdom. I too suggest postponing the establishment of a crown prince. Dealing with the magical beasts is of utmost priority, and the current princess lacks the ability to unite the nation against them. Ikalu sneered. If anyone wishes to divide the kingdom, it is surely you. Several territories in the south are insulated from the pain of the magical beast invasion. Your repeated attempts to obstruct the king's establishment of a crown prince seem to indicate you wish to wait until the king is gravely ill. With no crown prince appointed, and chaos ensues, to form a southern confederation backed by the Great Rift Valley and the Bailuo River. Prince slammed his hand on the table, pointing at Ikalu, his lips trembling with agitation. You little yellow-haired girl are speaking nonsense. We, Kristen and Fingxi exchanged bewildered glances, unsure how Ikalu had uncovered their plans. They turned their attention to the king, realizing his previously amiable expression had transformed into one of cold severity. Their secret was exposed. This thought simultaneously crossed the minds of all three. Prince quickly regained his composure, swiftly moving to Ikalu's side, wrapping his arm around her neck and sneering. Your Majesty, it seems we have underestimated you. We never expected you to be privy to such clandestine matters. However, Ikalu is now in my grasp. You and your lackeys would do well to refrain from any rash actions. The king's heart sank. He interposed himself between his brother, Duke Elfi, and his brother-in-law. Duke Huajie, his voice trembling slightly. Release the princess at once. Do you believe you can leave the palace unscathed? Prince scoffed. Leave? Why would we leave? Killing you three and seizing the palace would be far more advantageous. Rather than establishing some nation in the untamed south, why not simply take the entire elven kingdom? Why must this kingdom bear the name of Ai? Chapter 58. Traitors of the Kingdom. Once Huajie regained his composure, he sneered. Do you even understand the implications of your actions? This is treason. Release the princess at once, and you may yet mitigate your crimes. None of us have any spiritual mediums now, but we outnumber you. Do not harbor any illusions. At the entrance of the tower, all weapons and spiritual mediums had been confiscated. Kristen surveyed Illya, Elfi, Huajie, Liuxi, and Chiji with contempt, saying, Duke Huajie, you truly have a sense of humor, counting 2 ladies and a human among us. Besides, who says we lack spiritual mediums? The king and Illya were taken aback, and then they witnessed an unimaginable sight. The previously silent great lord of the southern fairy forest, Fengqi, opened his mouth and expelled 3 strands of black spiritual medium, tossing 2 strands to Prince and Kristen. Once Prince donned the spiritual medium, he forcefully shoved Princess Ikalu away, grinning maliciously as he said, Your Majesty, had you agreed to postpone the establishment of a crown prince, this would not have happened. You have been undermined by your own ineffectual daughter. Ikalu was momentarily stunned by the rapid turn of events, filled with regret and remorse. She lifted her face, tears welling in her eyes as she looked at her father. The king said nothing, merely embracing her shoulders and wiping the tears from her face. Ikalu, you performed admirably. You have not disappointed me. Tutor Mei was right. You are no less capable than Esther. Prince chuckled. All right. This is hardly an opportune moment for a tender father-daughter reunion. All the great lords present. If anyone wishes to join us, now is the time to speak up, or you may find yourselves in grave danger. Illya and the others could only glare in anger, yet felt utterly powerless. Once a spiritual practitioner loses their spiritual medium, they are not much stronger than an ordinary person. Moreover, Prince is a renowned fire element spiritual practitioner, while Kristen possesses formidable lightning element abilities. Evidenced by his blue patterned emblem, Fengxi had also rigorously honed his water element abilities to an advanced level, achieving purple patterns certification. Fengxi declared, "No one is to lay a hand on Liuxi. She is mine." He then turned to the youthful and enchanting Liuxi. Smiling as he said, "Princess of the Northern Forest, no need for thanks." Liuxi's complexion paled slightly, wanting to retort but hesitating to voice her thoughts. Ambitiously, Fengxi has always aspired to unify the entire fairy realm through a matrimonial alliance with the Northern Fairy Forest, only to be repeatedly rebuffed by Liuxi. Unexpectedly, he ultimately fell into the hands of another. Upon witnessing such audacity, Christine interjected hastily, declaring, "Illya is mine. None shall dare to contest her with me." He spoke with unabashed lust. "Bishop Illya, I trust you will be well taken care of henceforth." The 17-year-old Illya, confronted with the shameless, portly Christine, felt a tumultuous churn in her stomach. Overwhelmed by disgust, terrified, she staggered back a few steps, leaning against the wall, feeling as though she might collapse entirely. Prince glanced at the mature and alluring Hysteria, then at the slightly innocent Aquilou, inheritor of royal beauty, and chuckled. "Very well. However, your manner of consumption is appallingly unrefined. Thus, Princess Aquilou shall be mine." The unruly Aquilou, upon encountering Prince's lustful gaze, filled with an unprecedented dread, turned and sought refuge in the arms of the king, softly weeping. Prince then addressed Qi Ji, saying, "Human, are you truly certain you wish to accompany them to their demise? Join us instead. We harbor no interest in your territory, a place only fit for you insects to inhabit." Both Christine and Fengxi erupted into raucous laughter. Still recovering from shock, Qi Ji was met with Prince's offer. "I extend to you a privilege. I have heard your wife struggles with conception, only bearing a single daughter. Should you join us, I shall bestow Hysteria upon you. I am certain you will find her delightful. Fear not her descent. Hysteria is no paragon of virtue." Seated below, the queen, upon hearing the uproar in the conference room followed by bursts of laughter, felt a wave of comfort wash over her. Qi Ji surveyed Hysteria, whose every feature exuded temptation, swallowed hard, took a few steps forward, glanced back at the infuriated king and others, and coolly remarked, "They have promised to spare my life, preserve my fief, and grant me a woman. What else can I do?" He moved beside Prince. The trio erupted into hearty laughter. "Lord Qi Ji, who would have thought we would find common ground?" Indeed. Huajia immediately lashed out. "Shameless humans, you deserve the scorn you receive. We shall not let you go." Qi Ji retorted, "Is it not Prince Christine and Duke Fengxi whom you ought to be wary of? Are you so fearful of their spirit tools that you dare only to curse me?" Huajia's face darkened with fury, musing, "Humans are truly despicable. If I survive this, I shall persuade Eileen. I will not allow our precious Huahua to marry a human." Prince approached the king, stating, "Very well, esteemed father-in-law, release my wife, and kindly meet your demise. You have reigned for decades, surely. You have no regrets. To appease your spirit, I swear to the goddess that my child with Aquilou shall inherit the throne, ensuring the royal lineage remains with the AI family." As Prince reached for Aquilou, she screamed in terror, filled with dread and despair. Suddenly, a searing pain coursed through him. Prince looked in disbelief at the hand protruding from his chest, blood and flesh splattering. Struggling, he turned his head, his lips moving soundlessly, blood pouring from his mouth and chest. Just moments ago, Qi Ji had thrust his palm through Prince's heart. Everyone was taken aback by the abrupt turn of events, and Aquilou could hardly fathom the scene before her. Qi Ji retracted his hand, shaking off the blood and flesh, stating, "Duke Prince, I must decline your generous offer. If I were to take Hysteria back, my wife would tear me apart, and my beloved daughter would surely disown me." With that, Qi Ji delivered a powerful blow, sending Prince crashing to the ground, growling, "As the father of the most beautiful and enchanting girl in the world, I must warn you, do not dare lay filthy hands upon another's daughter." Before Qi Ji could finish, Christine activated the Thunder Sword technique, piercing Qi Ji's shoulder with a strike. Caught off guard, he fell to the ground, paralyzed, making a resounding thud. Christine pointed his sword at Aquilou, coldly stating, "Just a moment ago, did you think you were saved? Thus, you called me juvenile. I am willing to preserve the dignity of the royal family. You and your father may leap from the window if the goddess spares you. You shall live. If she wills your demise, then you shall die." Chapter 59. The power of the black dragon. Aquilou had perused Mei Yi's The Beauty of Mathematics several times. noting that should one leap from a height exceeding 50 meters, the impact with water is nearly indistinguishable from striking the ground. As Illya and the others prepared to resist, Fengqi unleashed an intermediate water-type spirit technique, water prison, enveloping Illya, Elfi, Huajia, and Lu Lian within a massive egg-shaped sphere of water. He addressed Aqualu. Your Highness, you would do well to leap soon. They cannot endure more than 2 minutes within the water prison before succumbing to asphyxiation. Observing Illya and the others struggling within the water prison, Aqualu exchanged glances with the king. Hand in hand, they approached the window, taking a deep breath before leaping into the verdant lake Melotia below, unbeknownst to the queen, who sat reading on a sofa with her back to the window. Seeking solace for her racing heart, the sensation of weightlessness was indescribably distressing. The fierce wind howled past Aqualu's ears. The wild ducks and water lilies on the surface became increasingly discernible, while the clouds above thickened ominously. Resembling rolling mountains, her tears seemed to defy gravity, floating upwards as despair threatened to consume her. Just as she was on the verge of giving up hope, a name whispered to her by Mei Yi abruptly resurfaced. Despite having rolled her eyes at him numerous times, Mei Yi had earnestly instructed her to concentrate and utter this name in times of dire peril. Uncertain of its purpose, she summoned all her strength and cried out in desperation as she approached the water's surface. Hysteria! Suddenly, a colossal shadow gently caught her and the king from below, and a sweet, familiar voice echoed in her ears. Fear not, princess sister, I have arrived. Do not cry, it is nothing to fret over. Before she could comprehend, she and the king were swept upward like 2 leaves caught in a tornado, instantly appearing before the window from which they had leapt, pushed back into the conference room. Fengqi and Christine could hardly believe their eyes upon seeing the king and princess return. Christine, filled with uncertainty, glared at the young black-haired, red-eyed girl standing on the windowsill and stammered, "Who are you?" Mei Yi glanced at Illya and the others, who were nearly suffocated within Fengqi's water prison, and snapped her fingers. The water transformed into numerous floating spheres of varying sizes, rising and falling before shattering into droplets upon hitting the ground. Illya and the others erupted in violent coughs. Gasping for air, never realizing how fortunate it is to breathe, Lu Lian knelt on the ground, pale, taking a considerable time to regain her color. Mei Yi leapt down from the windowsill, turning to the stunned Aqualu and inquired, "Princess sister, who pushed you from the high tower?" Aquila pointed at Christine and Fengqi, exclaiming, "Mei Yi, it was them. They have long betrayed the kingdom, seeking to eliminate me, my father, and the other lords, to seize control for themselves." Before she could finish, Christine unleashed a high-level fire-type spirit technique, Thunder Goddess Spear, a dazzling purple lightning bolt shooting forth like a spear aimed at Mei Yi. Recognizing the formidable nature of the black-haired, red-eyed girl, he decided to strike first. Amidst the ensuing chaos, Mei Yi waved her hand, and a fierce wind sent Christine crashing against the wall, redirecting his Thunder Goddess Spear toward the ceiling. Leaving a gaping hole the size of a bowl, papers within the conference room flew chaotically, rendering it difficult to see, as everyone shielded their eyes and struggled to maintain their footing against the gale. After colliding with the wall, Christine felt as though his spine had shattered, his bones piercing his lungs, blood streaming from the corner of his mouth. Before he could fully grasp the situation, he found himself hurled out the window. Plummeting towards the lake Melotia, emitting a cry of despair, Fengqi, taken aback by the sudden appearance of such a powerful ally, could scarcely comprehend the extraordinary capabilities of this newcomer, yet he remained undeterred. Immediately invoking water arrow technique, causing countless spheres of water to coalesce in midair and launch toward Mei Yi. In a flash, Mei Yi appeared before Fengqi, her perfectly manicured nails snagging the string of his spirit tool. Deftly flicking her finger to dislodge the beads onto the floor, producing a crisp sound, causing the water arrow technique to dissipate. With the spirit tool scattered, the spirit energy dissipated as well, and the techniques vanished in an instant. Fengqi, despondently kneeling on the ground, confessed, "Your Majesty, I am guilty. I am willing to serve Princess Aqualu as the crown prince." Lu Lian observed Fengqi placing his finger to his lips, then rapidly sketching something on the ground before shouting, "Everyone, be cautious." As the wind rose, it conjured forth a fearsome summoning spell, capable of invoking monstrous beasts of great size. No sooner had the words left their lips than the tower was struck by an unknown force, resonating with a thunderous sound and tremors that caused several lords to plummet to the ground in shock. Just as confusion reigned among the gathered, an enormous shadow loomed outside the window. When they finally discerned the serpent's head, as large as a water vat, terror gripped their hearts. It flicked its tongue, extending over a meter in length, its vivid green eyes fixated intently on the occupants of the tower. Humans possess an innate dread of these cold-blooded creatures, and elves and fairies were no exception. The females, in particular, were nearly paralyzed with fear. Illya, Liuxi, and Ikalu struggled to maintain their composure. With a violent crash, the giant serpent shattered the window, opening its gaping maw to devour the nearest figure. Maluka. In a moment of astonishment, Maluka reached out to block the serpent's head, gracefully leaping and positioning herself atop it. Swiftly bringing her left hand down upon the creature's skull, sending its head crashing to the ground, blood splattering the entire conference room. The assembly was left in stunned silence at the sight of the seemingly 12 or 13-year-old girl. Ikalu rushed forward to embrace Maluka, weeping softly. Maluka sweetly reassured. There, no need to cry. Who told you to ignore your brother's advice and bring me along? What shall we do with this fairy lord? Should we simply cast him from the tower? The wind, pale as death, cowered in a corner, trembling uncontrollably, devoid of any will to resist. Wiping her tears, Ikalu declared, killing him outright would be too merciful. Let us bind him and throw him into the dungeon instead. By the way, Maluka, why is it that whenever I mention Hysteria, before she could finish, Maluka swiftly interrupted her. At that moment, the tower began to shake violently, ominous sounds echoing throughout. Maluka darted to the window and, turning back with a smile, exclaimed, "Oh no, the tower is about to collapse." Chapter 60. A narrow escape. Ikalu rushed to the window, realizing that the colossal serpent formed a bridge connecting Lake Liuxi to the conference room on the top floor. An audacious idea suddenly struck her, and she turned to the ashen-faced lords, urging, quickly, "Esteemed lords, cling to the serpent's body and slide into Lake Liuxi. There may yet be hope. Remaining here will surely spell our doom." The great lords exchanged apprehensive glances. None daring to take the plunge, the tremors intensified, debris falling relentlessly. Liuxi inhaled deeply, leapt onto the windowsill, and proclaimed, "Princess, I believe in you." With that, Liuxi embraced the serpent's form and slid down, accelerating rapidly. As she neared the water's surface, she summoned strength from her arms and legs, slowing her descent and entering the water safely. When Illya approached Ikalu, she remarked, "Princess Ikalu, I have gained newfound respect for you today." With that, she too grasped the serpent's body and slid down, her figure shrinking until it vanished from sight. Soon after, Hysteria followed suit, gliding down with ease. Hysteria and Liuxi anxiously urged, "Princess, you must hurry and slide down as well. The tower is about to collapse." Ikalu replied, "Do not worry about me. First take my father down. Mother is still below. I must find her." With that, she kicked open the conference room door and rushed downstairs, pulling Maluka along in search of the queen. Hysteria tore off his long cloak, allowing Liuxi to bind herself to the serpent's body. That he slid down, and Liuxi subsequently tied the weary king to the serpent as well. Once everything was secured, Hysteria slowly released his grip, and he and the king sped towards Lake Liuxi. Liuxi then bound Chiji to herself and slid down alongside the serpent. On the lake's surface, those from the palace awaited in boats, ready to rescue the lords and the king. As the king and others anxiously anticipated Ikalu's arrival with the queen and Maluka, disaster struck. A massive fissure tore through the tower, and the upper sections plummeted violently to the ground. Panic seized the hearts of all present, rendering them voiceless. The king knelt in the boat, tears streaming down his face, calling out for Princess Ikalu and Queen Elsa. Others joined in the lamentation, just when everyone believed that the queen, the princess, and the girl named Maluka were doomed. The Cardinal Illya swam to the lake's edge, reclaiming her spirit medium. Summoning every ounce of her strength, she intoned, "Master of life, please lend me your boundless power and manifest a miracle of existence." A vast crimson spirit array spread across Lake Liuxi. Countless scarlet orbs soaring into the air, directed towards the great tree behind Illya. Her silver hair and gown billowed in the wind as she cried out, "Divine grace technique." In an instant, the enormous beech tree behind her seemed to come alive, growing at an astonishing rate, its branches expanding wildly until it reached a height of 50 or 60 meters. The portion of the tower that had fallen crushed countless thick beech branches. Yet the descent slowed considerably. Just as it neared the water's surface, several massive branches nearly 2 meters in diameter stabilized it, swaying briefly before settling. Illya could no longer bear the weight of exhaustion, and she fainted, a small branch serving as a makeshift couch beneath her. Those from the palace attempted to breach the tower, searching repeatedly until they finally located the lifeless prince and the nearly unconscious Windrise. But Ikalu, Maluka, and the queen remained elusive. Mei Yi stood atop his home, observing the events unfolding in the palace tower. With enhanced vision and clarity, it was an effortless task. Upon witnessing Ikalu and Maluka reach the penultimate level to find the queen. Embracing tightly, he could not help but exclaim, "Hysteria!" In an instant, the queen, Ikalu, and Maluka appeared beside him, still locked in their embrace, entirely unaware until Mei Yi remarked, "Hey, stop crying. You're safe now. And Maluka, why are you wailing so passionately?" The queen and Ikalu jumped in surprise. Upon hearing this, Maluka linked her arm through Mei Yi's, sweetly saying, "Brother, you needn't intervene. I can handle this little matter myself." Mei Yi delivered a playful punch to Maluka. The queen, surveying her surroundings, finally spoke. "How did we end up here? This seems to be Mei Yi's abode. I only recall the tower collapsing, and we were in freefall, thinking we were doomed." Mei Yi chuckled. "Perhaps it was a miracle. I just saw a green tree beside the tower grow to the size of a hill in an instant, nearly blocking half the lake's surface. In any case, you are safe now. Gather yourselves and return to the palace. I can still hear the king's cries." Maluka led the shaken queen and princess to her room for a shower. Changing into clean attire, they sat in Maluka's chamber for a while, sipping water to regain their composure. During their respite, Mei Yi had already informed Ingwu of the situation. Initially tearful, Ingwu was overjoyed, promptly arriving with a carriage to escort the queen and princess back to the palace. Upon seeing the queen and princess unharmed before him, the king and the drenched lords wrapped in blankets erupted in cheers of "Long live the princess," and "May the goddess protect us." Their spirits soared. As if a divine connection had been established, the dark clouds dissipated, revealing the sun in the west. Almost in unison, all the lords knelt before the princess, pledging their loyalty. As the representative of the church, Illya was not required to kneel. She approached, extending her palm to gently touch the princess's head, reciting a prayer to signify the recognition and blessing of Goddess Amelia upon Ikalu. Having exerted herself with powerful spirit magic, Illya appeared dreadfully pale and spoke with a faint voice. The palace's herald arrived at the goddess square to formally announce Princess Ikalu's ascension. As the aired, a deafening cheer erupted, fireworks illuminating the sky. The scent of gunpowder wafting through the royal city. Once the lords rose, Chiji stretched his stiff limbs and neck, feeling somewhat relieved. Noticing the queen approaching, he immediately stood tall. The queen smiled gently. "Marquis Chiji, I have heard from Ikalu about the events of today. You are the second human to earn my respect in the past 40 years, and the second in the past month." Chiji, taken aback, replied, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall cultivate more talented individuals in my territory for you to admire." The queen responded, "Let them impress your future queen. I might not witness that day." Chiji could only silently contemplate. Chapter 61. The royal ball that evening, the grandest banquet hall of the palace, named after Goddess Amelia, hosted the anticipated ball. Mei Yi finally understood why the nobility cherished such events. Noble maidens and court ladies graced the occasion, while various noblemen and newly elevated aristocrats sought their preferred partners, dancing gracefully in the central hall. Mei Yi, however, lacked the skill or talent for dance. He poured himself a glass of red wine and stood alone on the balcony, enjoying the gentle breeze. Since the steward had informed him that the king would meet with the newly elevated nobles after the ball, he felt it inappropriate to leave early and thus remained there in a state of compliance. Several young women recognized Mei Yi and approached him with invitations to dance, to which he awkwardly replied, "I apologize, but I do not know how to dance. Moreover, for your safety, it would be prudent not to risk teaching me." As he spoke, he pointed towards Sakura, who was seated nearby, rubbing her sore feet. With disheveled hair, Sakura glared at Mei Yi with a look that could kill. She suspected he had intentionally stepped on her toes. After spending some time in the banquet hall, feeling increasingly uncomfortable, he exited and made his way to the library. He vigorously shook a glass lamp, and the bright light illuminated the entire room. Climbing up a ladder, he retrieved several books and settled by the window to read attentively. After approximately half an hour, he heard a knock at the door. Looking up, he was surprised to find the queen standing there. She closed the door behind her and inquired with curiosity, "Teacher Mei Yi, why are you not attending the ball and instead reading here?" Mei Yi replied helplessly. I cannot dance. Sakura kindly attempted to teach me, but I ended up stepping on her foot and causing her quite a bit of pain that I stumbled and accidentally pulled off her hairpiece, ruining the beautiful hairstyle she spent the afternoon preparing. If I remained there any longer, I would surely be in trouble. The queen could not help but burst into laughter. After a while, she said, Mei Yi, I am not entirely aware of what transpired today, but I know that thanks to you and Mei Liuxi, our family and those prominent lords of the realm are safe, and Ai Chi Lu can smoothly ascend as the crown prince. Mei Yi hastily waved his hands, saying, Your Majesty, after the conferral ceremony, I returned home to sleep and had no knowledge of what occurred in the palace this afternoon, nor did I play any part in it. The queen regarded him with a meaningful glance. Mei Liuxi has always been by Ai Chi Lu's side at your insistence. Hasn't she? If Ai Chi Lu had listened to your advice and taken her along, perhaps none of this would have happened today. Realizing he could not feign ignorance any longer, Mei Yi conceded, it could be considered a fortunate accident. I heard Mei Liuxi mention that today, the princess's decisive actions in a moment of crisis and her filial piety moved even the most obstinate lords. If she had someone reliable by her side, she might not have performed so admirably. The queen suggested, Let us proceed to the banquet hall. The king, the princess, and I have conferred and decided to appoint you as the Lord of Black Crystal City, which is under the domain of Christine. That I wish to announce this splendid news to everyone. Startled, Mei Yi exclaimed, Your Majesty, I am grateful for your kind intentions, but this is rather inappropriate. The Lord of Black Crystal City governs 17 surrounding counties and 4 smaller towns. A person entirely lacking in experience, could not possibly fulfill such a role adequately. Moreover, having just been conferred the title of Viscount, to suddenly be elevated to Duke, what would others think of the kingdom's system of nobility? The queen smiled and replied, I am not consulting you. I have already stated this is a decision made collectively by the king, the queen, and the future queen, that we all have great faith in you. As for your title, you are correct. You may retain your Viscount title while serving as the Lord of Black Crystal City, overseeing the earls, viscounts, barons, and knights within your jurisdiction. You will also have the authority to confer titles as you see fit. Before Mei Yi could protest further, the queen added, Mei Yi, the king and I have read your writings addressed to the princess and find your insights to be quite astute. The system of lords has indeed fragmented the elven kingdom. We wish for you to trial the abolishment of fiefs and the establishment of provinces there. Should you succeed, we shall implement it nationwide. At this, the queen patted him on the arm. Please strive to deliver results swiftly. I eagerly anticipate that day. However, do not neglect your own affairs. Once you find a lady who captures your heart, I shall personally officiate your wedding in the palace. Mei Yi suddenly noticed that the once radiant queen had strands of silver hair that had turned completely white. Very well, Your Majesty, I shall comply. Among those of us who were conferred nobility, there is a human. Do you know who it is? Inquired a newly elevated nobleman, holding a glass of red wine. I do not know. I do not recognize him. Speaking of which, how many of us are acquainted with humans? Indeed, who cares about them? During my time at school, some human girls were desperately trying to get close to us. It was quite shameless. Who would have thought you were such a gentleman? Remaining unmoved. What are you saying? When presented with an opportunity, how could one refuse? Human girls can be quite captivating. They themselves say we men are far superior to those human men. Some noble women in the vicinity displayed expressions of disgust and distanced themselves. Others echoed the sentiments of these noblemen, covering their mouths with gloved hands, stifling laughter. By the way, why hasn't Princess Ai Chi Lu attended tonight's ball? She is the star of the evening. It's hard to believe she is only 15 and has already become the crown prince. This afternoon, there was a tremendous commotion in the royal city. Something must have occurred within the palace. Did you not notice? The tower built on the island in the lake has collapsed, and a tree as large as a mountain has sprouted. Shoo, do not speak carelessly. The king, queen, and princess have entered. What is happening? That human is actually walking ahead of the lords. What is his relationship with the queen? The king, queen, and princess stood at the forefront, with Mei Yi positioned slightly behind them. The 6 prominent lords, Illya, Hysteria, Alphi, Huajia, Lu Yan, and Qi Ji, stood behind Mei Yi. Many in the audience were noble daughters studying at the True Spirit Academy, and they gasped quietly. I assent that teacher Mei Yi. After a 2-hour intermission, during which the king and princess received treatment from the royal physician, They regained their health and vigor. The king stepped forward and addressed the assembled guests. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the palace ball. I have several announcements to make that will be disseminated throughout the realm tomorrow. The king's secretary declared. During today's meeting of the three lords, a coup was initiated by Lord Christine of Black Crystal City, Lord Prince of Giantwood City, and Lord Windrise of the Southern Fairy Forest, intending to assassinate His Majesty the King and Her Highness the Princess. They were subdued thanks to the valiant resistance of Lord Chi-Ji of Windland. Christine and Prince perished on the spot, while Windrise has been captured and imprisoned. A wave of gasps resonated through the banquet hall, for the term coup had not been uttered in the Elven Kingdom for nearly a century. Princess Ai Chi Lu remained calm and composed during the lords' meeting and the handling of the coup, deftly saving the lives of 6 prominent lords, earning their unanimous recognition. From this moment forth, Ai Chi Lu is officially the crown prince, participating in state affairs. A multitude knelt in the banquet hall, pledging their loyalty to Princess Ai Chi Lu. Viscount Mei Yi has contributed to the education of the princess. He recommended Miss Mei Lu Ku as the princess's attendant, who saved the king and princess, vanquished Christine and Prince, and defeated the giant serpent summoned by Windrise, rescuing the royal family from the brink of destruction. His territory will be changed from Liuxi City to Black Crystal City, overseeing all nobles across 21 counties, and he will depart for his post in 1 month. Furthermore, he shall retain his viscount title and not yet be elevated to duke. Chapter 62. The Lord's Daughter upon completion. The officials of the conferral committee presented Mei Yi with the certificate of nobility. He knelt on one knee before the king, who patted his left shoulder and right shoulder, then gently touched his head. To his astonishment, Ai Chi Lu also patted his left shoulder and right shoulder, delivering a hearty thump on his head that nearly knocked him out. Subsequently, Ai Chi Lu took the ceremonial sword emblazoned with the royal snowflake crest from the steward and bestowed it upon Mei Yi. Unexpectedly, the first noble conferred by the future queen was a human. The audience was momentarily stunned, overwhelmed by the magnitude of the information just revealed. Yet they discerned that this human had taught well and even recommended an attendant to the princess, who had saved the royal family and the lords, thus averting the kingdom's division. Mei Yi had accomplished a monumental feat, instantly becoming a lord and one of the most powerful figures in the nation. The noblemen in the audience were left speechless, their mouths agape. Some recognized the name Mei Yi and suddenly exclaimed, "I know him. He is the author of selections from the Flower Spirit stories and the Beauty of Mathematics." The noble women gazed at Mei Yi with such intensity that one could almost see the moisture in their eyes. He was the lord governing a domain, the princess's teacher, and the most talented young man in the entire kingdom. There could be no more ideal a partner for his human identity. That was hardly a concern. They had never looked down on humans. Rather, it was poverty, humility, and mediocrity that they scorned. Being associated with a human instead added a touch of romance and mystery. After the ceremony concluded, the king and queen exited the banquet hall, and Princess Ai Chi Lu intentionally raised her voice, saying, "All right, teacher, choose a partner to dance with. By the way, ladies, my teacher is still single." Lowering her voice, she added to Mei Yi, "I haven't locked the room above the library. You may use it." Before Mei Yi could fully comprehend, Ai Chi Lu had already hastily departed the scene. He looked on helplessly at her retreating figure, reflecting, "I never anticipated that Her Highness the Princess would be so bold." As Ai Chi Lu articulated her thoughts, Mei Yi found it difficult to depart, ultimately descending from the dance floor amidst an awkward atmosphere. The court musicians, preoccupied with observing him, momentarily forgot their task of performing, allowing all present nobles to part ways for him. They were acutely aware that the name Mei Yi would soon resonate throughout the entire kingdom. Every gaze was fixated upon him, curious as to which maiden he would choose. Almost all the young ladies watched him eagerly, hoping to dance with the kingdom's most sought-after lord and leave a lasting impression on him. He made his way directly towards Ingwu. Sitting in the dining area, Ingwu noticed Mei Yi approaching. Her heart raced uncontrollably, and her face flushed crimson, leaving her in a state of fluster. She had always harbored a fondness for this impeccably dressed, eloquent, and erudite human, just as she anticipated him to take her hand. He walked past her, heading straight to the buffet table, where he grabbed some food and sat down to feast. Having been quite famished, sensing the scrutiny of those around him, he looked up in bewilderment and candidly addressed the starry-eyed noble ladies and the somewhat envious nobleman, saying, Please, continue. I shall not be dancing. Ingwu widened her eyes in astonishment, then chuckled softly, remarking, You are quite amusing. You are currently the most coveted figure in the kingdom. Who cares whether you can dance? The young ladies are providing you with an opportunity. Mei responded with a dry chuckle. What amusement is there? I am well aware of my identity. After exchanging a few words with Ingwu, Mei took a glass of juice and stepped onto the balcony to enjoy the breeze. Gazing at the cold stars in the night sky, he found everything since arriving in the elven kingdom to be utterly surreal. While lost in thought, the sliding door opened, and a figure entered. Greeting him, to his surprise, it was none other than a human lord. Chiji's feelings towards Mei Yi were complex. He was grateful to this young man for significantly enhancing the image of humans within the kingdom. Yet he instinctively felt a dislike due to his connection with Chila. Regardless of his feelings, he resolved to understand him better. After all, prior to attending the True Spirit 3 Races Lords Conference, Chila had specifically instructed him to observe Mei Yi. Chiji said, Mei Yi, congratulations, a young lord of your stature is unprecedented in the history of the Elven Kingdom. You are soon to assume your position in the southern city of Heijing. Do you have any plans for the future? Mei Yi replied, I have yet to decide. By the way, do you know a girl named Chilua? Chiji was taken aback, coughed a couple of times, and said, Are you referring to the girl with hair like brilliant gold, eyes resembling the deep blue sea, teeth like exquisite shells, and a smile akin to the warm sun of winter, a being that resembles a goddess? Mei Yi replied, Yes, she is indeed quite beautiful. I know her. She is the daughter of Yiwenjiolin, known as the Rose of Windy Land. You know her? Chiji feigned ignorance. We are classmates at the Faerie Academy. In the past, she often brought me food. So her mother is named Yiwenjiolin. What a lovely name. She must be a beautiful, elegant, and kind lady to have such a beautiful and kind daughter like Chilua. Chiji clapped Mei Yi on the arm with admiration in his eyes, extending his strong hand for a firm shake. You are absolutely correct. Indeed. Yiwenjiolin and Chilua are the finest young women in our district. Noticing that Mei Yi was gazing at the moon, which was barely visible in the sky, Chiji inquired, Do you fancy that human girl named Chilua? You may not realize, but with just a flick of your finger, there are many elves and fairy maidens in the royal city willing to accompany you. In fact, finding a noble girl from the elf or fairy races would be more beneficial for you. Mei Yi responded awkwardly, Where are you heading with this? We are merely good friends. She is somewhat timid, and the elves and fairies in her class are not particularly friendly towards her. I just care for her a bit, that I won't be concerned about their races when I look for a girlfriend in the future. Upon hearing this, Chiji pondered why Chilua was so infatuated with him and replied honestly, Rest assured, she is getting along quite well with her classmates now, and there are several very good friends in the adjacent class. According to Yiwenjiolin, she is doing splendidly at the academy. Mei said, That is good to hear. The issues with my companions at the Faerie Academy and Princess have been resolved. I can now focus on my role as Lord in Heijing. Chiji couldn't help but say, Aren't you curious why I know so much about Chilua? Mei retorted, How many humans are there in total? As a lord, isn't it your duty to care for and understand the circumstances of all the residents in your territory? After all, our territories are not far apart if she faces bullying in your windy land. I will surely bring her family to Heijing. Chiji couldn't help but chuckled at that moment. A gentle female voice came from behind. Well said. No wonder you are a child raised in our church. You have indeed been blessed by the goddess. Mei Yi, you do not truly know that Lord Chiji is Chilua's father, do you? Mei Yi exclaimed. What? Chilua is the daughter of a human lord. He turned to Chiji. You are Chilua's father? Chapter 63. Recruitment of aide-de-camp. Seeing Mei Yi staring at him, Chiji felt a twinge of guilt, then stubbornly retorted, What of it? Can't I have a beautiful daughter? My wife is an absolute beauty. Mei Yi replied with a hint of frustration, That is not what I meant. During my time at the Faerie Academy, Chilua never mentioned her parents. I assumed that being able to attend such an academy, her family must be quite affluent, allowing their daughter to experience life in an institution dominated by elves and fairies. I held her parents in high regard, but I never imagined she came from the house of a human lord. Chiji, upon hearing Mei Yi's words, felt a pang of bitterness and said insincerely, The plight of humanity today cannot be blamed on anyone but the preceding human lord's isolationist policies. Chilua is my only daughter, and as the future human lord, she must possess a broad vision. Otherwise, the time left for humanity is limited. He then regarded Mei Yi earnestly, saying, Mei Yi, having lived in the elven world since childhood, I have never fulfilled any responsibilities towards you as a human lord and have no right to advise you. However, I wish to offer you a word of caution. Upon arriving in your territory, you will encounter countless challenges. The elves and fairies may not readily accept you, and your path will be more arduous than mine. You must contemplate your course of action carefully. Illya listened calmly to the dialogue of the most powerful human in the elven kingdom, and Chiji showed no concern about her presence. Mei Yi smiled and said, Marquis Chiji, I understand your sentiments. Although there are some barriers between the three races, we are still citizens of the same kingdom. It is the beasts that are our true enemies. Nonetheless, even among citizens of the same nation, if they disregard the Lord's commands, I will ensure they face the consequences. Chiji laughed heartily. You certainly talk a big game. First, consider how to manage the mess in Heijing. What are your plans for dealing with Christine's aides and military? How will you assemble your own governing team? Just addressing these matters alone will consume at least half a year. Mei Yi was taken aback, saying, I had indeed forgotten about that. With no roots or foundation, forming a team will be quite challenging. At the very least, I will need departments for internal affairs, finance, taxation, military, housing and construction, agriculture and water conservancy, and security. IT will be quite difficult to gather them all at once. I must begin promptly. The group exchanged a few more words before returning to the banquet hall. Mei Yi raised his glass of red wine, greeting each noble and noble lady resting nearby with a humble and friendly demeanor, which won him considerable favor. He observed the openly flirtatious gazes of the noble ladies, their beautiful faces, ample bosoms, and the long legs that peeked out from beneath their gowns, leaving him somewhat entranced and lost in thought. Just then, a noble lady named Luna approached him, saying, My lord. Mei Yi snapped back to reality and smiled. You can just call me Mei Yi. Luna blushed and said, I will still address you as Lord Viscount. When will the second volume of your selected stories of flower spirits be released? I have nearly worn out my copies of selected stories of flower spirits and 49 Nights. Upon hearing this, the others realized that the young lord before them was the author of the wildly popular drama 49 Nights that had swept across the entire elven kingdom, and they crowded around him. Mei Yi chuckled, I apologize for making you wait. I've been busy preparing lessons for Her Highness the Princess and haven't had much time to write stories. The people from the True Spirit Theater have approached me several times. After I return to my territory, I will endeavor to organize the second volume as quickly as possible. However, I am still a newly appointed lord without any aides or secretaries, so please bear with me a little longer. Luna replied, My lord. This matter is quite simple. As long as you broadcast the news and requirements for recruiting aides, you will be surprised by how many people will come forward. A noble lady named Vini added, Aside from lords like you, all other nobles cannot inherit their titles. Nobles without family estates must seek new lords to serve. Teacher Mei Yi, soon you will grasp the extent of your current influence and capabilities. Mei Yi remarked, It seems we still need to find a knowledgeable aide familiar with noble affairs. Suddenly, Princess Lilian interjected, Viscount Mei Yi, there's really no need to complicate matters. Simply seek a noble family for a marriage alliance, and everything will fall into place. The young ladies in the palace today hail from illustrious backgrounds and are all students of the True Spirit Academy or the True Spirit College of Arts and Sciences. Their families, as well as themselves, can provide you with immense support. Liulian's words caused many of the young ladies present, who admired Mei, to blush and have their hearts race. They dared not look at him, instead fantasizing about him holding their hands. Mei was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and replied, That's a splendid idea. The Queen has agreed to preside over my wedding, but I must first ensure that the construction of Black Crystal City is well underway before I can broach that subject. It is said that the surrounding 20 or so counties are in dire poverty, lacking even places for shopping or tourism, and I would not want my future partner to suffer such indignities. Upon hearing this, the noble young lady's eyes shimmered with admiration, and they thought to themselves, who would be fortunate enough to become his wife? Outside the banquet hall, the king, queen, and Duke Elfie strolled through the palace grounds. Duke Elfie gazed at the fireworks illuminating the city and remarked, Your Majesty, who exactly is that girl named Meluka? Had it not been for her, we would have surely faced disaster today. The king glanced at the queen, who then spoke. She is Mei's sister. Mei brought her to the palace to teach the princess how to swim. Before the assembly of the three clan leaders, Mei insisted that she stay by the princess's side. We were unaware of his intentions until now. It seems he had foreseen today's events, Duke Elfie responded. Now I understand why Esther entrusted her eyes to him before her departure. Alicia informed me that Esther asked Mei to take her eyes to see her family. He has done far more for us than that. From now on, I shall regard him as family and offer him my unwavering support. After walking for a while, Elfie continued, Are you not curious as to why such a young girl possesses such formidable prowess? Although Mei has changed somewhat from before, the priest from Xingye town can vouch for his background. Yet Liuxi seems to have an unclear origin. Undoubtedly, she is a top-tier spiritual practitioner, but she does not appear to be an elf or a fairy. The queen smiled and replied, Do not worry. This afternoon Mei revealed Liuxi's identity to me, though I promised to keep it confidential. In any case, she is someone entirely trustworthy. Both Mei and Liuxi have agreed that Liuxi will remain by the princess's side for a while longer. Chapter 64. The Shocking Flower Spirit. It was an ordinary day at the Faerie Academy. After a prolonged period of recuperation, Isten finally returned to the spiritual arts class. To uphold Selena's reputation, Mei Yi, Xingchen, and Liuxi refrained from reporting Isten's misdeeds to the school. Otherwise, he would have been expelled by now. Upon his return to class, Isten's friends, Schuster and Hankies, eagerly briefed him on the happenings at the school during his absence. When he learned that Mei had taken a teaching position at the True Spirit Academy, he felt an unusual sense of disappointment. He could no longer publicly humiliate Mei in front of Selena and their classmates. After Selena and Liuxi encountered each other at the school gate, they cheerfully made their way to the classroom. Upon entering, they were mildly startled to find Isten seated at the back of the class, but he casually settled into his seat. Her inner strength had grown sufficient by now. Sitting diagonally behind Selena, Isten was captivated by her profile, noticing that she had become even more beautiful than before, and the fairy girl Liuxi beside her was also blossoming into greater beauty. How infuriating. If it were not for that wretched human, Selena would have been his by now. Isten seethed inwardly. Gritting his teeth, he resolved that even if Mei was far away, he would seek revenge, rendering him powerless and forcing him to kneel before him in tears. With that thought, a wicked smile crept across Isten's face. During the spiritual arts class, Isten observed Selena sprinting and abruptly halting, then dashing again, followed by practicing swordsmanship, and thought to himself, She seems to have given up on spiritual arts, but her character is fiercely competitive. She would never willingly concede defeat. I shall surely have the opportunity to win her over. Noticing Selena resting, Isten stood, adjusted his hairstyle, and approached her, softly saying, Selena, I'm back. Please don't go. I sincerely wish to apologize. Selena ignored him, untied her hairband, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and took a few sips of the mixed juice Liuxi had brought her. Feeling instantly refreshed, observing this, Isten added, To express my regret, please allow me to assist you in practicing spiritual arts. You know that fire-type spiritual techniques are quite powerful. During my time of recovery, I have been practicing diligently, and I believe I can be of help. Just as Selena was about to refuse, Schuster and Hankies approached, having already ascertained that Liuxi and Xingchen were not nearby. They dared not provoke those two. The two spoke in a mocking tone. Selena, it's normal for classmates to engage in friendly competition with spiritual arts as part of our educational duties. If everyone were to act as you do, isolating themselves, classes would be impossible. Exactly, you always practice running and swordsmanship alone, which does not aid your learning of spiritual arts. If you have given up on spiritual arts, you might as well withdraw from the class, just like your group member Mei. Selena, please open your heart to your classmates. Although you have exhausted your spiritual blood and cannot improve your abilities, practicing together will yield benefits. We genuinely wish to assist you. Selena couldn't help but laugh. She retied her hairband, stood up, and said to Isten, Since you are so insistent, very well, put on your protective gear, and I will agree to let you practice with me. Once Isten donned his protective gear, Selena raised her usual sword, contemplated briefly, then sheathed it, and replaced it with a wooden sword. You can start whenever you wish, but it would be best to withdraw now. Don't say I didn't warn you. The classmates had never witnessed Selena engage in combat, and they all gathered around, following Isten's earlier boastful proclamations. Nearly everyone in the academy was aware of Selena's secret training in spiritual arts before the age of 15 and the subsequent exhaustion of her spiritual blood, which explained her reluctance to participate in combat training. They were baffled as to why Selena dared to speak so boldly to the fire-type practitioner Isten. Eager to showcase his skills in front of Selena, Istin deliberately recited a lengthy incantation. Raising his finger as a fireball 1/2 meter in diameter materialized in the air, radiating intense heat and illuminating his face with delight, Selena secretly found it amusing, wondering how she had ever been fond of this fool. The time he spent reciting the incantation was ample enough to have allowed her to defeat Istin 100 times. Upon hearing the gasps of the onlookers, Istin felt an overwhelming sense of pride. However, when he caught sight of Liuxi and Xingqian practicing by the riverside, completely ignoring him, he felt a surge of irritation. Humph, one day, I shall make you pay for this, Istin vowed fiercely, just as everyone held their breath in anticipation of the match between Istin and Selena. Liuxi suddenly asked, Xingqian, how have your private matches with the group leader been going lately? Although Liuxi's voice was soft, it was still heard by all. Xingqian scratched his head and candidly replied, I believe my spiritual abilities might be slightly superior to the group leaders. But her speed is simply too overwhelming. I can't even manage to defeat her, much less escape. Even activating the thunder wall is futile. Her consumption of mental energy when using spiritual techniques is significantly slower than mine. I cannot reach her. Nor can I outlast her. The crowd stared in astonishment at Xingqian, then at Selena, all unable to believe their ears. Xingqian then inquired of Liuxi, Liuxi, have you practiced with the group leader? Liuxi shook her head. Brother Mei Yi warned me never to provoke the group leader. It could lead to dire consequences. Laughter erupted among the classmates. And Selena's face flushed with anger, alternating between red and white as she clenched her fists, wishing to punch Mei Yi twice in the face. How could you say such things about me in front of Liuxi? Am I truly that violent? With the person in question absent, Selena redirected all her frustration onto the unfortunate Istin, exclaiming, Hey, are you done posing? If you don't attack soon, I'll be forced to come at you. After overhearing the conversation between Liuxi and Xingqian, Istin felt an unsettling sensation but could not articulate why he decided to dismiss the thought, waving his hand as the fireball charged directly at Selena. The moment he unleashed it, he thought, Oh no. I didn't control the force properly. This is it. Selena will surely disregard me now. Just as he thought this, he witnessed an unbelievable sight. The massive fireball was suddenly obliterated by Selena's wooden sword as if it were a mere yoke, dissipating into the air with a gust of wind, vanishing without a trace. The powerful gust hit Istin squarely, causing him to stumble and fall onto the ground. The crowd gasped in unison. They clearly saw that Selena had merely swung her sword forward, defeating the fire-type practitioner Istin. If there was anything amiss, it was that Selena's swordplay was astonishingly swift. They had no idea when Selena had become this formidable. Selena once again addressed the astonished Schuster and Hanks, who were left speechless in their fright. Do you wish to practice with me? I believe your points are quite valid. Spending more time together will surely yield fruitful results. The two quickly forced smiles and squeezed into the crowd, only to be pushed out by other students. Selena did not hold this against them. She set down her wooden sword and cast a disdainful glance at Istin, who sat on the ground, his face a mask of shock, before she took off running. No one dared to question the words of Xingqian and Liuxi any longer. Istin felt as if he were on the brink of despair. His initial intent to draw closer to Selena and assert his dominance before the class had been thwarted by a single strike, leaving him too embarrassed to approach her again. But it seemed the only option left for him was to seek misfortune from Mei Yi. He had never before harbored such hatred for another person. Chapter 65. The Lord. While Istin wallowed in his dejection, Teacher Illya arrived at the spiritual practice venue. Upon spotting Istin, she smiled and said, Why are you sitting on the ground? Hurry and stand up. I have an announcement to make. Istin promptly rose, brushing off the dirt from his clothes. Teacher Illya continued, Do you all remember our human classmate, Mei Yi? Everyone nodded in agreement. Although Mei Yi had only spent a brief period in the spiritual arts class, he often assisted his classmates with mathematics, earning a good reputation. His duel with Istin had also garnered the admiration of several girls in the class, who found him quite charming. Selena perked up, wondering, what has this fellow gotten himself into now? Surely it cannot be anything bad. It mustn't be. Teacher Illya's expression seems quite relaxed and cheerful. Teacher Illya announced, Mei Yi is no longer serving as Princess Ikalu's tutor. The classroom erupted in disbelief, as students exchanged incredulous whispers. What? Mei Yi actually became the princess's tutor. I thought he was teaching at the True Spirit Academy. It's not surprising. Who can rival him in mathematics? How could the royal family choose a human to tutor the princess? It's because Mei Yi is so low-key that you all didn't know. His reputation in true spirit is far greater than in flower spirit. He has a legion of admirers among the true spirit nobility, and his miraculous performance at the True Spirit Academy attests to his capabilities. My cousin, Hurua, who studies in Mei Yi's class, told me all this. Teacher Clea gently interjected. Can everyone please quiet down and let me finish? Instantly, the room fell silent. Istin felt as though the ground had vanished beneath him. It was over. He could no longer seek revenge. Who would dare oppose the royal family? With a beaming smile, Teacher Clea continued. Mei Yi thwarted a coup in the kingdom, preventing it from descending into chaos, and played a crucial role in Princess Ikalu's ascension as heir. Just 2 days ago, he was jointly bestowed the title of Lord of Black Crystal City by His Majesty the King and Princess Ikalu, governing 21 surrounding counties, and he will assume his duties in 1 month. Everyone was left in stunned disbelief. It was common knowledge that the royal family was wary of powerful lords. The number of lords had dwindled from dozens to a mere handful, and the royal family had never before appointed new lords to fill the void, preferring to convert these territories into royal lands. Yet now, the royal family had voluntarily appointed a lord, and this lord was a human, none other than their own classmate, Mei Yi, whom they had previously looked down upon. Selena, too, was rendered speechless, her mind reeling. After a considerable time, she regained her composure, reflecting, I always knew you would become an extraordinary person, but I never imagined that one day you would rise to become one of the most powerful figures in the kingdom. With a hint of concern, Selena asked, Teacher Clea, has he ever dealt with such matters? Will he be able to fulfill the responsibilities of a lord? Clea regarded Selena with a long, thoughtful look and replied, Amelia need not worry about him in the face of magical beasts. I heard that the king specifically conferred the title of lord upon Mei Yi at the evening ball, hoping for him to marry into the true spirit nobility. His future wife's family will undoubtedly prepare everything he needs for his assumption of office. Selena trembled uncontrollably. Nearly unable to stand, as if her heart had been hollowed out, a glance at Liuxi revealed that even her usually calm, lake-like eyes had dimmed. Xingqian, however, genuinely felt happy for his friend, breaking into a smile, only to be sharply tugged by Hongya, who stomped on his foot, grimacing in pain. With no afternoon classes, Selena returned home in a carriage. Weary, she leaned against the carriage wall, gazing out at the familiar streets. Feeling utterly emptied, is this what it feels like to have feelings for someone? Upon returning home, she found all the officers, maids, and craftsmen of the Duke's household gathered together, prompting her curiosity. She approached the Duchess and inquired, Madam, what is this gathering for? The Duchess smiled and replied, You may not know yet, but Mei Yi has been appointed by the king and the future queen as the lord. Selena exclaimed, Is this why you gathered everyone together to share the news? The Duchess responded, Silly girl. Our family must prepare everything that Mei Yi will need for his new office. Selena was further puzzled. Wasn't it said that his wife's family would handle that for him? The Duchess, equally confused, replied, Selena, Mei Yi is not married. Where would he find a wife? Selena recounted the events of the ball, and the Duchess remarked, The king indeed has such intentions, and there are lords who advise Mei Yi to directly align himself with the true spirit nobility. You know how Mei Yi is. He wouldn't want to leverage marriage as a political tool. Alfie appreciates this trait of his and has sent word asking me to spare no effort in supporting Mei Yi. Upon hearing this, Selena felt a weight lift from her heart, her spirits soaring like a mushroom blooming after the rain. She stepped forward and indignantly said, Why should our Duke's household treat him so generously? What does he even amount to? The Duchess retorted, Now, Selena, don't be so narrow-minded. We must provide our best for Mei Yi. Our Duke's household still has to carry on, doesn't it? Amidst the laughter of those present, Selena's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she stomped her foot and retreated into the house. When Liuxi returned home, she found her parents placing a closed for 2 days sign on the restaurant door, which struck her as odd. Upon seeing her, her parents ushered her into a carriage, stating, We're heading back to the fairy forest. Let's spend the weekend there. As the carriage sped along, Liuxi asked, Mom, why are we suddenly returning to the fairy forest? Her mother replied, We received word from your cousin, Princess Liulian. Your brother Mei Yi has been appointed as the Lord of Black Crystal City and will assume office in a month. Liulian mentioned that she was fortunate to have been saved by Mei Yi's sister. Otherwise, she would have been humiliated by the Southern Fairy Lord, Feng Qi. She has ordered the Liu family to fully support Mei Yi. Liuxi's spirits dampened as she said, "Wasn't it said that brother Mei Yi's wife's family would provide him with full support?" Her mother, aware of her daughter's feelings, teased, "Exactly. That's why we're returning home to prepare what he will need for his new position. The conditions in Black Crystal City are certainly not comparable to those in Flower Spirit and True Spirit." Liuxi blushed furiously at this, playfully punching her mother, and the two erupted into playful chaos, leaving her father silently shedding tears. "Can't you understand a father's feelings just once?" When Shua returned home, her mother, Ewangeline, waved a letter in her hand and exclaimed, "Shilua, Mei Yi played a tremendous role in quelling the coup and selecting the heir. He has been appointed as the Lord of Black Crystal City, shocking the entire royal capital. This was conveyed to me by your father in his letter." Shua was initially incredulous, but soon her joy overcame her disbelief, and she felt genuinely happy for Mei Yi. Ewangeline continued, "Mei Yi is unaware that your father is a human lord. He inquired about your situation and even threatened your father, saying that if you and he did not fare well in the human territory, he would come to Black Crystal City. When others informed him that you were the daughter of the human lord, the expression on his face was simply marvelous." Chala snatched the letter and retreated to her room to read it carefully. When she came across the line in her father's letter stating, "If Chala truly likes Mei Yi, and if he likes her in return, I have no objections to them being together," her face flushed with heat. "Does Mei Yi like me? I have never revealed my true identity to him. Would he be upset?" Chapter 66. All missed opportunities. The morning after the ball, a torrential downpour soaked True Spirit City, enveloping the entire city in a cold, drizzly fog. The phoenix flowers lining the streets lay scattered on the ground, vibrant yet damp. However, the princess's study was abuzz with excitement, filled with the noble young ladies of True Spirit City, along with the most celebrated playwright and actress from the True Spirit Theater, Liuxi. Over the past few months, her portrayals of Snow White, Princess Elisa, and Cinderella had captivated the nation, skyrocketing her popularity and making her a notable figure in True Spirit's social circles. Princess Ikalu, in an effort to win over the young noble women, agreed on behalf of Mei Yi to host a storytelling session at the royal palace for them, just as the ball was drawing to a close last night. The renowned mathematician and most celebrated noble of the realm, the original author of the Floral Spirit Story collection, would personally regale them with tales, upon hearing that such a distinguished figure would narrate stories. The noblewomen eagerly signed up to attend. When Mei arrived at the library, he was taken aback to find 70 or 80 young ladies seated in Ikalu's study. Rubbing his head, he said, "I apologize. I may have overindulged last night and am suffering from a headache, which caused me to rise late. I had no idea so many would be present." Taking a seat beside Ikalu, he smiled and glanced at the crowd, his gaze suddenly fixating on a young lady holding a pen and notebook. Astonished, he exclaimed, "I've seen you at Floral Spirit. You are Miss Liuxi from the True Spirit Theater." Liuxi rose, gracefully curtsying while lifting her skirts. With a good memory, she recalled, "Greetings, my lord. We have indeed met on that day. Our drama troupe performed Cinderella at the Floral Spirit Theater, and you attended with a lovely and elegant young lady." Gasps of amazement and murmurs of regret rippled through the audience. Mei Yi was startled, thinking to himself how remarkable her memory was, and replied, "Oh, indeed. I attended with a friend from Floral Spirit Academy." Liuxi mused privately. "You were seen kissing her, yet you claim she is merely a friend? What is there to be embarrassed about? Even minor nobles have numerous wives and lovers, and they are all quite proud of it." Mei Yi continued, "Later, I would like you to sign an autograph for me. That friend of mine is a devoted admirer of yours. The last time she purchased tickets for me, I insisted on repaying her, but she feared I might not be able to, and thus bought seats further back. She complained several times about not being able to see every detail of your performance. Now, let us begin." He proceeded to narrate stories such as Hansel and Gretel, Thumbelina, Snow White and Rose Red, Miss Rose, The Brave Tailor, Sleeping Beauty, The Little Match Girl, The Tinderbox, and The Little Mermaid. The noblewomen were utterly captivated, laughing heartily one moment and shedding tears the next. One must not dismiss these fairy tales as childish or dull. In an era where education was scarce among the populace, and the art of papermaking had only recently proliferated, the tales recounted by Mei Yi were nothing short of enchanting for these young ladies. Even in a past life, adaptations of these classic tales had remained immensely popular and timeless, moreover, influenced by the doctrines of the goddess. The elven world was generally quite traditional and serious, The light-hearted stories that Mei Yi had enjoyed in his previous life were of no relevance here. Elves typically struggled to comprehend dry humor and were not fond of tales featuring protagonists who triumphed effortlessly. Considering them shallow and vulgar, these were insights Mei Yi gradually uncovered during his interactions with Liuxi, who had no taste for such frivolities, yet held a deep affection for Romance of the Three Kingdoms, compelling Mei Yi to recount it repeatedly. She claimed to adore Mr. Zhu, despite his many corrections that it was actually Mr. Zhuge. After the storytelling session concluded, Mei Yi moved to the window, savoring hot tea while observing the concentric ripples formed by raindrops on Lake Liuxi. In the distance, dark mountain ranges loomed, and wild ducks soared gracefully through the rain-laden sky. Breathing in the refreshing scent of the rain, he was suddenly enveloped by a feeling of nostalgia, just as he was lost in thought. Liuxi approached him, handing him a postcard featuring the True Spirit Theater's theme, inscribed with her signature. "My lord, this is for you. Also, I took note of all the stories you told that I plan to adapt them for the stage, and I hope you will grant your approval." Mei Yi accepted the postcard with a smile, saying, "How about this? If you agree to perform in Black Crystal City, I will grant you the rights to all forthcoming stories." Liuxi exclaimed in delight. "Is that possible? That would be wonderful. I have never been to Black Crystal City. I truly wish to see it. Performing there would be a tremendous opportunity for both me and the theater." After enjoying the rain together for a while, Liuxi inquired, "By the way, my lord, what about the young lady who watched the play with you? Is she your girlfriend? She is quite beautiful." Mei Yi awkwardly replied, "No, she's a classmate that I accidentally kissed her." Liuxi, who typically held a lofty opinion of herself and looked down upon the uneducated nobility, found herself developing a fondness for Mei Yi as he defended the young lady's dignity. She then asked, "And who is the girl sitting behind you?" She burst into tears upon seeing you two together. Mei Yi answered, "I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. Perhaps she was moved by your performance." He continued, "My friend shed quite a few tears when she saw you portray Cinderella, locked away by her stepmother and unable to attend the ball. Your performance was so immersive that even tears streamed from your nose." Liuxi couldn't help but laugh, saying, "After performing 20 consecutive shows at True Spirit, I rushed to Floral Spirit and ended up catching a cold. I never expected you, the original author, would witness my embarrassment." After bidding farewell to the princess and the noble women, Mei Yi wandered alone to the garden where the princess-teacher competition had taken place. Standing by Lake Liuxi, gazing at the floating crimson leaves and the fearless wild ducks frolicking in the rain, he approached the ivy-covered wall where Selena had once sat, gently touching the slightly yellowing leaves. Suddenly overwhelmed by a deep sense of loss, "You still harbor feelings for Sister Avril, or rather, Selena," came Ikalu's voice from behind. Startled, Mei Yi let go of his umbrella, which was quickly swept away by the gusty winds and swallowed by the dark waters of the lake. In an instant, he found himself drenched. The queen stepped forward, her black umbrella shielding him from the relentless rain. Flustered, he stammered, "Princess, we are just very good friends." With a mischievous smile, Princess Ikalu teased, "Teacher Mei Yi, why do I sense you are so afraid of young ladies? After the stories concluded, you seemed eager to leave, rushing out in a flurry." Ikalu moved closer to Mei Yi, gazing up at him with gentle eyes. "Teacher Mei Yi, you have yet to experience the delights of young women, have you? Therefore, you remain unaware of their merits. If you fancy someone from the palace, I can arrange it. This is well within my capabilities." Mei Yi was momentarily taken aback, then playfully tapped her on the head, saying, "Future queen, please use your powers for the welfare of the citizens. Be a queen, allowing me to find solace in the distant Black Crystal Province, rather than frowning at your absurd antics." Ikalu touched her head, her expression unfazed, simply remarking, "Is this what Mei Liuxi refers to as the iron fist of justice?" Watching Mei Yi walk away, she spat out the mint candy in her mouth, licking her cherry-red lips, and softly said, "Foolish teacher, you do not realize what you have missed out. I had wanted to thank you properly for everything you have done for me." Chapter 67, The Assassination by Spirit Arts. One fine morning, as Mei Yi vigorously struck the sandbag hanging from a tree by the lakeside, deep in thought about how to recruit attendants and advisors, a fairy maiden named Liuxi and a burly elf named Flynn appeared at his doorstep. Upon hearing their introductions, Mei Yi nearly leaped for joy, exclaiming, "Liuxi, you say you were sent by Liuxi's mother, and Flynn, you were dispatched by Lady Illya. This is splendid news. And the lady know I am in need of assistance and have specially sent 2 individuals to me." Both Liuxi and Flynn exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Liuxi replied, "My lord, while we fairies are frugal, We are never stingy. Liuxi's mother has selected a total of 30 skilled fairies to accompany you to Black Crystal City. Among them are 20 warriors, 2 doctors, 2 apothecaries, 2 scouts, 2 farmers, and 2 gardeners, along with various supplies that will be transported to Black Crystal City before your departure. From today onward, we pledge our loyalty to you. So please feel free to give orders. With a hand over his heart, Flynn bowed slightly and added, My lord, Lady Illya and Princess Avril have chosen 50 elves from the Duke's manor for you, including 30 warriors, 5 maids, 6 craftsmen, 1 steward, 2 clerks, 2 tax officers, 2 chefs, and 2 teachers. Overwhelmed with excitement, Mei Yi realized that everything he had thought of, and even what he had not, Liuxi's mother and Lady Illya had anticipated. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he asked, By the way, what is the purpose of the 2 teachers? Flynn replied, The lady said that if my lord were to have children, he would need someone to educate them. Mei Yi's face darkened. He thought to himself that the lady was being rather presumptuous. After agreeing on a method of communication, Liuxi and Flynn bowed and then departed. Returning to the small building, he found Mei Yi in the dressing room, busily packing his belongings. The young girl, wearing a floral dress and fuzzy slippers, hummed an unknown tune as she deftly folded Mei Yi's clothes, the bow on her head bobbing with each movement as the two were tidying up their belongings. Yingwu approached to inform Mei that she must immediately head to the True Spirit Academy to participate in the Spirit Committee's evaluation of spirit practitioners alongside the other Great Lords. Yingwu stated that the Great Lords would be recruiting favored spirit practitioners on the spot to bolster their own forces. I in the carriage, Mei inquired. Is the royal family not concerned about these lords growing too powerful? Especially after the recent coup just a couple of days ago, Yingwu replied. What else can be done? Having just eliminated 3 great lords, the royal family must appease the remaining ones. This time, they are aligned with the royal family. But who knows what the future holds to govern this vast nation. The royal family cannot do without these great lords. Upon arriving at the entrance of the True Spirit Academy, they alighted from the carriage and made their way directly to the spirit practice arena. Students from the academy recognized Mei and whispered in disbelief to one another, Isn't that Teacher Mei? I heard he was granted the title of Great Lord after arriving at the royal palace. The stands in the arena were already filled with spectators. Among the distinguished guests, Princess Ikalu, Iria, Halisha, Elfi, Huajia, Liulian, and Chiji had taken their seats well in advance. Noticing Mei, Iria, seated behind Ikalu, waved and called out, Hey, Lord Mei, come sit with me. As the soon-to-be appointed cardinal, Iria, whose church owned numerous temples and estates throughout the kingdom, was entitled to attend the Lord meetings. Unlike the appointment of the royal family, cardinals were elected by 8 cardinals themselves. The Amelia Goddess Church was the state religion of the elven kingdom, and the cardinal held a status rivaling that of the king. Mei carefully sat beside Iria and managed a smile, saying, Greetings, Your Eminence. Iria asked, Are you here to recruit spirit practitioners as well? Mei replied, Your Eminence, I am merely here to observe. Given the current state of Black Crystal City, it is rather challenging to recruit noble youths who have grown up in the royal city, and I do not intend to use noble titles to win them over. What about you? I grew up in the temple's orphanage, surrounded by priestesses. You are not here to recruit spirit practitioners, are you? Iria responded, No, the church has its own trained forces. Some of your companions from the orphanage may be selected to join the church's army due to their spirit bloodline. They will be taught spirit techniques and knowledge. After exchanging a few inconsequential remarks, Mei and Iria fell silent, turning their focus to the spirit competition. Most participants in this evaluation were 2nd and 3rd-year students from the True Spirit Academy, evidently stronger than the students Mei had previously encountered at the Flower Spirit Academy. Out of the 40 candidates, half managed to attain the green pattern badge, while 4 fire element spirit practitioners astonishingly secured the blue pattern badge. Initially aiming for the purple pattern, they hesitated upon noticing the spirit teacher, Liuxi, responsible for the purple pattern test, experimenting with spirit techniques nearby. When they saw the terrifyingly bright light emanating from the thunder god's sword in Liuxi's hand, they whispered among themselves and withdrew. Just as Mei thought everything would conclude smoothly, the 4 newly minted blue pattern spirit practitioners embraced each other in celebration and, seizing the moment, completed the incantation for a high-level fire technique. Simultaneously turning towards the princess and the distinguished guests, raising their hands high and shouting, 4 linked fire technique formation, Flame King Annihilation Spear. A massive spear of blazing flames, as thick as a tree trunk, materialized above their heads, resembling flowing magma, hurtling towards the princess and the distinguished lords in the VIP stands with a fierce roar, due to the suddenness of the event, coupled with the immense power of the combined technique unleashed by the 4 blue pattern practitioners. No one present could possibly intercept such a colossal spirit technique. The arena erupted into chaos, filled with screams and cries. Mei sprang to his feet. Acting without a moment's hesitation, he seized Ikalu's clothing. Pulling her into his embrace and shielding her head with his arm, his left eye fixed intently on the incoming Flame King Annihilation Spear, shouting, "Devour!" Almost simultaneously, Iria stretched out her hands, summoning every ounce of strength to scream, "Divine Crystal Barrier." A blinding light rendered everyone unable to open their eyes. Save for Iria. She clearly observed that the barrier's deployment was slightly delayed. The Flame King Annihilation Spear continued its relentless advance toward the VIP stands. Just as Iria thought all hope was lost, she witnessed a massive black fish-like entity materialize out of thin air, causing the fire spear to vanish without a trace, along with the whale-like apparition. After a long while, the turbulent air and scorching heat waves subsided, leaving behind the acrid scent of charred vegetation and thick smoke. Everyone was left disheveled, with the arena echoing with coughs. Ikalu was thoroughly shaken. She had believed she would surely perish this time, only to be saved by Mei. Held tightly in his embrace, she could distinctly hear his heavy breathing and the rapid beating of his heart. "Teacher, let go. You're going to suffocate me," Ikalu whispered. Only then did Mei seem to awaken from his stupor. Releasing her and hurriedly apologizing, "I am sorry, Your Highness." Suddenly, he felt darkness envelop him, a splitting headache overwhelming him as he sank into a chair, bending over in pain, unable to speak for a long while. Iria, her own heart racing and body trembling, thought to herself, "I initially believed Mei was merely basking in Liuxi's glory to be granted the title of Great Lord. I did not anticipate his spirit abilities to be so formidable. Is this truly a spirit technique? It appears to encroach upon the domain of the divine." Secretly, Iria cast a minor healing spell on Mei, who immediately felt a significant alleviation of his headache and internal discomfort. After some time, he finally opened his eyes again, only to find that the 4 blue pattern spirit practitioners had long since vanished without a trace, in the wake of the attempted assassination of the crown prince and the great lords at the spirit practice arena. The Academy's officials were left in a state of utter panic. They hastily sought information on the 4 blue pattern practitioners, organizing the Academy's spirit teachers to search for them, ultimately discovering 4 cold corpses in the Academy's woods. It was evident that these unidentified spirit practitioners had killed 4 students, donned their uniforms, and pretended to participate in the spirit evaluation, all while scheming to assassinate the crown prince and the great lords. Their motives and reasons still shrouded in mystery. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Iria, drenched in perspiration, gasped lightly, reflecting, "Thank goodness for this human lord. Otherwise, everything would have been lost." This assassination attempt was even more unexpected and perilous than the recent coup. Although I am unaware of the nature of this human lord's spirit technique, its essence bears a striking resemblance to my own. Chapter 68, Lord's clerical status after all was cleaned up. The atmosphere was thick with apprehension, everyone fearing that Her Highness the Princess would unleash her wrath. To their surprise, Ikalu simply instructed the head of the spirit committee, "Do not mind me. Proceed with the next steps." Mei Yi took a moment to recover before calling over the visibly anxious Ingwu, who had been standing guard in front of the princess, and instructed her to fetch Meluka, who was tidying up his belongings at home. Ingwu promptly rode off at a gallop. The princess's guards and the royal army stationed throughout the academy reinforced the protection of the spirit practice arena, while a portion of the kingdom's forces vowed to conduct a thorough search of the entire True Spirit City to uncover the 4 spirit practitioners. Amidst the tense and fearful atmosphere, the Spirit Committee awarded the newly initiated 16 spirit practitioners with green pattern badges, granting them permanent exemption from taxation. After Meluka arrived at the practice arena, Mei Yi let out a long sigh of relief and said to her, "Meluka, from now on, you must not leave Princess Ikalu's side. Even if she is reluctant, you must stick closely to her." Understanding, Meluka replied, "All right, but brother, you must come to the palace to see me often before you leave." Mei Yi gently ruffled her hair. "Of course." After finally escaping the barrage of questions from the newly initiated spirit practitioners, Ilya fluttered towards Mei Yi like a butterfly, her silver hair shimmering in the sunlight. Lord Mei Yi, wait for me. Mei Yi halted. Greetings, Cardinal Ilya. How may I assist you? Ilya inquired. Lord Mei Yi, what spirit technique did you just use? I have never seen anything like it. Mei Yi appeared puzzled. Cardinal Ilya, what are you referring to? I do not employ spirit techniques, Ilya, astonished, remarked. Just moments ago, when the princess was nearly attacked, you shouted devour, and a large fish-like shadow immediately devoured the Flame King Annihilation Spear. She gazed intently at Mei Yi. Great Lord, lying in front of clergy will not earn you the goddess's forgiveness after death. Mei Yi chuckled wryly. Cardinal Ilya, if I truly possessed spirit abilities, I would not have left the Flower Spirit Academy. I instinctively pulled the princess close and shouted something. I do not recall what. Moreover, everyone present witnessed that the spear vanished only upon contact with your divine barrier. Ilya murmured. Could it be that I truly misinterpreted? How strange, my apologies for the intrusion. She took a few steps away but turned back to Mei Yi, saying, For your own sake, Great Lord, it would be wise to recruit some spirit practitioners. Ordinary guards could never match the capabilities of trained spirit practitioners, as a lord. Ensure your survival before considering anything else. At that moment, the joyful voices of young students reached Ilya's ears. Look, it's Teacher Mei Yi. It truly is Teacher Mei Yi. A dozen students instantly surrounded Mei Yi. With delight, she exclaimed, Ah, it's you all. You are He Luo from the Spirit Arts class. You are Zhu Yi from the music class. You are Shu Ran from the geography class. You are Mei Si from the mathematics class. And you are Fisk from the science class. By the way, the astronomical telescope you invented is remarkable. The queen specially purchased one to observe the stars from her balcony. Priscilla, you look even more beautiful. Upon hearing their names accurately called out by Mei Yi, the students were filled with joy, while Priscilla blushed deeply, nervously fiddling with the hem of her clothing. Fisk, brimming with excitement, said, Teacher Mei Yi, are you here to recruit for the True Spirit Academy? May I accompany you to the Black Crystal City? Mei Yi nodded. Indeed. I would be delighted to welcome you. However, please exercise some patience. You should focus on your studies at the True Spirit Academy for now. Once I have restored order in Black Crystal City, I will personally escort you. Fisk, overjoyed, could hardly contain his excitement. The other students clamored to join, prompting Mei Yi to reassure them with a hand on her chest. Rest assured, even if all the students of the True Spirit Academy wish to come, I will be able to accommodate you. As more and more students gathered around, Mei Yi seized the opportunity to promote her cause. Dear students, you are all aware that I am now the Grand Lord of Black Crystal City and the surrounding 21 counties. My territory, relatively speaking, is not that affluent. One might say it is rather impoverished. This is something I do not wish to conceal from you. Looking at the students surrounding her, she declared, However, I pledge to the goddess Amelia that every student with dreams who arrives in Black Crystal City will find ample space to flourish, living a life that is secure, dignified, and not less than that of a Grand Lord. As your Grand Lord, I will always regard you as my brothers and sisters, and I will ensure that none of you lack anything. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. A life not less than that of a Grand Lord. I shall always regard you as my brothers and sisters, and I will ensure that none of you lack anything. After a moment of silence, the gathered students erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers. Almost everyone was chanting Mei Yi's name, while a few skeptics scoffed, clearly unconvinced by her words. I heard that humans do not worship the Church of Goddess Amelia. Oaths made by non-believers to the goddess do not hold weight. To ensure none of you lack anything. Sounds easy to say. I've heard that Black Crystal City is still facing famine, with many towns suffering from starvation. Hush, keep your voice down. Do not speak ill. He is the Grand Lord, and we cannot afford to offend him. Mei Yi caught wind of the murmurs and chuckled. By the way, my vision for Black Crystal City is not one ruled by the whims of a lord, but rather a council reminiscent of the Knights' Assembly of the goddess Amelia's original palace. Thus, should you have any questions, feel free to voice them. I hope to have my own knights among you. Regarding my lack of faith in the Church of Goddess Amelia, she turned to Bishop Illya and remarked, Your Grace, this trivial matter should not trouble you. At that moment, all the students were astonished to discover that the girl in the black hood standing behind Mei Yi was, in fact, Cardinal Bishop Illya. The students quickly bowed in respect. The girls lifted their skirts in courtesy, while the boys bent deeply, not daring to meet Ilya's gaze. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Ilya stepped forward, shedding her black robe, and addressed the students. Dear ones, Lord Mei Yi grew up in the welfare institution of Tianlu Town and has been a member of the Goddess Church since childhood. Our cleric taught him to read and write and recommended him for schooling. He is indeed half a member of the church. Furthermore, his clerical records can be verified at the True Spirit Cathedral in the Tianlu Town branch. I can vouch for him. At this revelation, Mei Yi was momentarily taken aback. Ah, I truly have clerical records. I merely sought Bishop Illya's validation of my connection to the church. Chapter 69. The Lord and the Cleric with Illya's assistance. Mei Yi finally earned the trust of the vast majority of the students. Some of Mei Yi's fervent admirers declared that they would follow him to Black Crystal City at a moment's notice. As he returned home, a gentle rain began to fall, carpeting the streets of True Spirit with red and yellow fallen leaves. Mei Yi took shelter from the rain beneath a grand phoenix tree alongside Illya. Illya inquired, Lord Mei Yi, have you prepared everything you need for your journey to Black Crystal City? Mei Yi replied, I could not prepare everything on my own, that I have received considerable help from my friends in the Flower Spirit. Currently, I have a team of fewer than 100 individuals. The rest will have to be addressed upon reaching Black Crystal City. Illya pressed further, have you brought any clergy along? The clergy are indispensable. Mei Yi thought, I almost forgot about that. In my previous life, during wars, priests were always included, serving roles akin to those of psychologists. In this world, clerics wielding mysterious healing arts are even more crucial. With this in mind, he quickly asked, Your Grace, may I bring Sister Liuxi with me to Black Crystal City? Illya halted, her golden, almost translucent eyes fixed on Mei Yi, as she softly responded, May I substitute for Liuxi? I have long wished to see Black Crystal City myself. Mei Yi exclaimed with joy, Of course. That would be splendid. Having a future pontiff accompany me to Black Crystal City is a tremendous support. Illya cautioned, Are you certain? It may bring you considerable trouble. Mei Yi confidently replied, The one thing I will not lack on this journey to Black Crystal City is trouble. One more will not make a difference. Illya's expression turned serious. Lord, you certainly have a way with words. Very well. It is settled. I shall depart with you to Black Crystal City. However, please keep this matter confidential and do not mention it to anyone. Time flew by, and soon it was the day of departure for Black Crystal City. Mei bid a tearful farewell to the weeping Mei Lu and a cold farewell to the indifferent Ikalu. Afterward, he boarded a carriage bound for the outskirts of the royal city, where he would meet Liuxi and Flynn. After searching for a while, he could not find Bishop Illya. Just as he was looking around, someone tugged at the hem of his garment and whispered, Stop searching. I have arrived, and I told them I am your sister, Mei Lin, so do not let it slip. Upon looking again at Illya, Mei Yi was taken aback. She was dressed like an ordinary neighbor girl, clad in a white blouse and a long floral skirt, with a black coat over it. Her long silver hair was simply braided and draped across her chest. Together, Mei Yi and Illya climbed into the carriage, while the others mounted their horses, and a group of 70 to 80 people traversed the border forest, heading south. Illya sat quietly in the carriage, but soon grew restless. Her complexion paled, and her breathing became rapid, a sheen of sweat forming on her fair forehead. Noticing Mei Yi's hesitance, she explained, On the day of the palace coup, I unleashed a top-tier spirit art, exhausting so much of my mental energy that I nearly lost my life. Liuxi and Luo managed to heal me with great difficulty. On the day at True Spirit Academy, I hastily activated the top-tier spirit art crystal barrier, which affected my health once more. With the unrest at True Spirit, Liuxi suggested I accompany you to Black Crystal City for recovery. I apologize for not informing you earlier. Mei gently reassured her, Your Grace, do not concern yourself. Please lie down and rest. It may be a bit cramped, but I will find a larger carriage at the next stop to ensure your comfort. Illya glanced at Mei Yi with gratitude before curling up on the seat opposite Yisu. Drifting off to sleep, her black coat, white blouse, and floral skirt all accentuated the slender, yet somewhat frail figure of a 17-year-old girl. Mei Yi kept his promise. Upon reaching Ice Valley City, he immediately switched to a new, spacious carriage and procured the finest bedding according to Illya's preferences, allowing her to rest more comfortably. Liuxi and Flynn rode at the forefront of the group. Fully aware that the girl named Mei Lin was not Mei Yi's sister, they understood this well. Young people often take risks and exhibit creativity, especially a young lord who has achieved so much. During their stops along the journey, Illya refrained from stepping out of the carriage to enjoy the fresh air, only occasionally lifting the carriage curtain on sunny days to bask in the sunlight. Due to her health, She lacked an appetite and could hardly eat what the chef prepared. However, she was able to consume the salad, sour fish slices, and steamed pineapple rice that Mei Yi made for her. Gradually, her complexion became more vibrant, and by the time they arrived in Black Crystal City, she found herself feeling better and even gained a bit of weight. Upon reaching the grand estate of the Grand Lord in Black Crystal City, Illya chose a room that she adored most, a serene, garden-adjacent room bathed in morning light, situated close to the tributary of the Luo River, the White Luo River, just as she was reveling in her choice. The maid Ella inquired, "Miss, should your belongings be placed here, or in the Lord's room?" Illya found herself momentarily speechless, her brow furrowed in confusion as she inquired, "Why?" However, upon catching the gaze of the maid, the truth dawned upon her. This girl had mistaken herself for Mei Yi's beloved. It was no wonder others might think so. After all, during the long journey spanning over a fortnight, she had insisted that Mei Yi protect her at all times, forcing him to remain by her side in the carriage throughout the day, and even preparing her meals with his own hands. To make matters worse, at night, while setting up camp, she would lie in the tent, fretting about the opposing factions within the church that might conspire against her, often sneaking into Mei Yi's tent when no one was around. What else could others think? What kind of sister behaves like this? Blushing, Illya exclaimed, "Mei Yi and I are not in that kind of relationship. We are merely acquaintances, not even friends. You needn't concern yourself. If I require assistance, I shall call for you." Meanwhile, Evelyn, the secretary who had arrived early at the Lord's estate in Black Crystal City, presented a hefty stack of tasks to Mei Yi. After scrutinizing the documents for a few minutes, he replied, "Let us schedule the meeting with the noble families for the day after tomorrow." I see that the family of the previous lord is being held in some prison at the estate by the kingdom's military. Awaiting my judgment, please accompany me, Flynn and Liuxi, to assess the situation. Upon reaching the depths of the estate's prison, Mei Yi encountered dozens of the imprisoned Christine's relatives. After being confined for a month and a half, these once privileged ladies and gentlemen appeared haggard and disheveled, their eyes filled with trepidation and fear. Just as one of his accompanying guards prepared to reprimand them, Mei Yi raised a hand to halt him. Stepping forward, he addressed Flynn and Liuxi. "Is there anyone among us well-versed in the kingdom's laws?" Though Mei Yi himself possessed considerable knowledge, as a lord, he preferred to avoid such trivial matters that could wear him down. Flynn and Liuxi exchanged incredulous glances before Liuxi remarked, "My lord, the laws of the true spirit apply only within the realm of the true spirit and the royal domain. Here in Black Crystal City and the surrounding 21 counties, your words are law." Caught momentarily off guard, Mei Yi felt an exhilarating thrill he could scarcely contain. Was this the intoxicating allure of power? This is unacceptable. Without codified laws to govern behavior, lords and nobles would run amok, unrestrained, he asserted. Evelyn, arrange for a compilation of the kingdom's laws, as well as the customary practices observed in Black Crystal City and the surrounding counties, particularly those traditional laws among the fairy and elfin clans. We must establish our own legal framework. Evelyn readily acquiesced. Mei Yi continued, "While it is true that Christine instigated a coup in the royal city, her family bears little responsibility for her actions. Flynn, if those detained here have not committed any grave offenses, release them all, provide each with 5 gold coins for their immediate needs, and ensure that no one harasses them. Their reasonable requests must be respected." Everyone present could scarcely believe their ears, thinking they had misheard. Mei Yi reiterated his earlier statement, instructing Flynn to take immediate action. He then returned to his secluded quarters, a tranquil courtyard away from the chaos. He refrained from occupying Christine's chamber. When Evelyn and Liuxi accompanied him to select a room, they blushed and swiftly turned away upon entering Christine's room, which was filled with rather unsightly paintings and sculptures. Mei Yi, however, was less averse to such items, having encountered far bolder and more exquisite artworks in museums during his past life. He recalled an incident where he had bled while attempting to replicate a masterpiece, becoming the subject of ridicule among the girls in his art class. The trials of a single man were truly beyond words. Although the room was modest in size, it was impeccably tidy, exuding a simple elegance reminiscent of Nordic aesthetics from his previous life. He retrieved a book from the oak bookshelf, casually flipping through its pages, which were adorned with delicate handwriting and exuded a faint, pleasant fragrance. Unable to resist, he brought the book to his nose for a sniff, just as Liuxi entered Mei Yi's study and announced, "My lord, Christine's daughter, Krier, insists on taking her books with her. I believe this request is reasonable." so I brought her along. Krier stepped through the door, marking Mei Yi's first encounter with her, and it was in that moment that he felt a sudden flutter of attraction towards this girl from another world, not due to any lofty standards of beauty, but because the young women of this realm were simply stunning. Esther, Liuxi, Qilua, Selena, Liuxi, Ingwu, and Bishop Illya were all undeniably beautiful. Krier, while perhaps not surpassing them in beauty, possessed an air of refined grace that captivated Mei Yi instantly. Her porcelain-like complexion, golden eyes reminiscent of moonlight submerged beneath water, and long, silvery hair that bordered on pure white, combined with a pale dress embroidered with celestial patterns, accentuated her slender legs and exquisite figure. Despite the dirt and scrapes marring her face and arms from her time in prison, she radiated a serene and resplendent light, akin to starlight. Mei Yi was momentarily entranced. Liuxi called his name several times before he snapped back to reality. Realizing his lapse in composure, he quickly addressed Krier. "Take whatever you need. Feel free to collect your belongings." Krier gave a slight bow and proceeded to the bookshelf, where she selected the beauty of mathematics and selected tales of flower spirits. Just as she was about to exit, Krier suddenly remarked, "Be a good lord. Do not follow in Christine's footsteps." "I shall endeavor to do so," Mei Yi replied without thinking. Noticing Mei Yi's dazed expression, Liuxi suggested, "My lord, if you are fond of her, why not keep her here? Why subject yourself to such torment? Why not allow yourself a more comfortable life?" Mei Yi scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he replied, "If the lord lives too comfortably, the subjects will suffer." Evelyn, having just entered, felt profoundly moved by his words, quickly jotting them down in her notebook, reading them over several times, thinking to herself, "My lord is truly a scholarly genius. Even a casual remark holds such depth." After a modest meal provided by the cook, Mei Yi convened a brief meeting with Flynn, Liuxi, and others to confirm the temporary governing cadre of the Lord's estate. Flynn as Minister of Military Affairs, Liuxi as Minister of Internal Affairs, and the tax official Katerina, dispatched by the Duchess, as Minister of Finance and Taxation. The discreet Bishop Illya, now known as Mei Lin, well-versed in the kingdom's laws, was appointed as Minister of Justice and Director of the Lord's Office. Liuxi's mother-s scout, Liuxi, was designated as Minister of Security. Evelyn was appointed as the Secretary of the Lord's Council and Mei Yi's personal secretary. To everyone's astonishment, commoner-born teacher Via, craftsman Water, and builder Bidden were appointed as Minister of Education, Minister of Agricultural Water Management, and Minister of Housing and Construction, respectively, when the three were summoned by Evelyn to hear their appointments. They were initially taken aback and hastily declined, only reluctantly agreeing when they saw Mei Yi's stern expression. Mei Yi rose to his feet, his countenance as dark as the stormy night sky outside the meeting room. His voice resonating like distant thunder, "From now on, if my words are without error, no one shall dare question them. All I require is a simple, 'As you wish, my lord.' If that cannot be accomplished, please return to your designated territories." The atmosphere in the meeting room grew tense, with everyone too afraid to breathe. Liuxi's mother and the Duchess had already warned their representatives that should they defy Mei Yi's orders, they need not return, as they would be better off taking their own lives. Following the meeting, Mei Yi retained Illya and Evelyn, presenting them with several legal drafts he had prepared during his time as a true spirit. Instructing, "Please convene a hearing as soon as possible," ensuring that representatives from various sectors, including nobility, clergy, merchants, farmers, and educators, are included. Amend the documents as necessary and submit them to me for signature and execution. This marked the first time concepts such as the inherent equality of all individuals, the sanctity of personal security and property, and the legal protection of everyone's lawful rights were introduced into the elven world. Illya and Evelyn continued their work late into the night. Undeterred by fatigue, wise and astute, they understood that Mei Yi's ambitions extended far beyond merely being a great lord. He sought to fundamentally reshape this territory, and perhaps even the entire kingdom. As dawn broke, the rain intensified, causing the Luo River to swirl with murkiness and turbulence. The southern tributary of the Luo River, characterized by white sediment, would turn a milky white when it rained. Hence it was referred to as the White Luo River. In contrast, the northern tributary, known as the Black Luo River, was named for its dark waters, rich in aquatic vegetation. The western tributary flowed through a region of red earth, earning the title Red Luo River, while the eastern tributary led to the sea, called the Blue Luo River. In the morning, Mei Yi opted to walk to the dining hall under an umbrella. Foregoing the usual meal delivery by the cook, He absent-mindedly poked at his plate of fried eggs and slices of bread. Illya, seated at the same table, assumed he was pining for Mei Yi. While only Liuxi comprehended the true nature of his distraction, Liuxi remarked, "By the way, my lord, I hired a new clerk last night. Her knowledge is commendable, and she possesses great insight, which could greatly enhance the affairs of the Lord's office." "What do you think?" Mei Yi remarked. "That sounds good. It is indeed a time when the residence is in need of personnel, but if you encounter a suitable candidate, feel free to hire her." After finishing breakfast, Mei Yi visited the courtyard where the ministers were working collaboratively and observed them diligently reviewing the reports compiled by the advance team, preparing to submit them to her for review by the end of the day. A wave of gratitude surged within her for the Duchess and the mother of Liuxi, for had they not sent the advance team ahead to take charge of the residence, scrutinize the accounts, familiarize themselves with the populace, and establish connections with the subordinate lords, she would have arrived alone and accomplished nothing for at least half a year. Before lunch, a thick stack of reports was handed to Mei Yi. She flipped through it briefly, beads of perspiration forming on her brow. "My lord," said Catherine, "some individuals received news of Christine's failed coup in the royal city beforehand and plundered the wealth from the treasury. According to the former tax collector of the residence, the treasury was said to have amassed no less than 10 million gold coins." Mei Yi gasped. "What? The Lord's army is left with nothing but a handful of child soldiers and veterans. With not a single soldier remaining? This means that our current defense force consists solely of the 20 fairy warriors and 30 elf warriors I brought with me, correct? At this rate, not only could a noble easily defeat us, but even a band of robbers could wipe us out." Flynn interjected, "My lord, please finish reading before passing judgment." Just as Evelyn's words faded, Mei Yi pressed her hand to her chest and exclaimed, "What in the world? This is not a lordship. It is clearly a den of thieves. There are over a dozen larger bandit organizations, with a total of more than 2,000 members, nearly half the size of a typical lord's standing army. I cannot bear this." Flynn explained. Initially, Christine had nearly 4,200 private soldiers, but 2,000 to 3,000 fled upon hearing the news of her failed coup, and nearly 1,000 have turned into bandits, gathering on the outskirts of Black Crystal City to rob passers-by and merchant caravans. As a result, almost no outside merchants are coming in. Mei Yi's face turned pale as she read the report stating, "The population of Black Crystal City and its surrounding 21 counties totals nearly 2 million. With about 180,000 elves, 150,000 fairies, and approximately 30,000 humans, the literacy rate is a mere 2 to 3%, and the gender ratio is roughly balanced. In the counties under Black Crystal City, the vast majority of the populace, excluding the nobility, can only afford one meal a day, and countless perish during famine years. This year, the lower reaches of the Bailuo River have been flooded, destroying all crops, while the lords remain indifferent to disaster relief, leading to the deaths of innumerable residents." After perusing the report, Mei Yi's mood darkened. Observing her distress, Flynn said, "My lord, there is no need to be overly disheartened, although our warriors are few. Each one is a meticulously selected elite, capable of protecting you and your family. However, the current situation is indeed troublesome. The lady has long suggested that should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask, and she will do her utmost to accommodate." Mei Yi grimaced and replied, "If I were to do that, Selena would surely laugh me to scorn. Moreover, the lady is a good person who has never denied my requests. You all must remember, one should never take advantage of a good person, nor assume everything is a given." Flynn hesitated, but Mei Yi raised her head and commanded, "Catherine, transfer 1 million gold coins from my funds into the treasury to collaborate with Minister Vot to procure quality seeds and disaster relief supplies, and distribute them promptly to each territory. Evelyn, immediately send letters in my name to all the lords, demanding they organize disaster relief efforts immediately. Those who fail to comply will have their noble titles revoked and their assets confiscated. Dispatch these letters at once." Evelyn exclaimed, "My lord, might it be prudent to wait until tomorrow to discuss this matter in person with the lords? As you have seen from the report, none of these lords are easy to deal with. Perhaps it would be wise to wait until the meeting with the lords to address this issue. By the way, where did you acquire 1 million gold coins?" Mei Yi replied, "I won it at various casinos before leaving True Spirit. I can afford to wait, but the disaster victims cannot. Hurry and execute my orders." With the exception of the director of the Lord's Affairs Office, Illya, everyone else exited. Mei Yi summoned a lass and, under the dim candlelight, they spoke for nearly half an hour, both having singed their hair and emitting an unpleasant burnt odor until Illya produced a glass lamp, alleviating the awkwardness. After Alas departed, Illya slowly remarked, "My lord, might you be acting rather hastily? Given your unfamiliarity with the situation and the lack of manpower, attempting to take action against the subordinate lords is tantamount to suicide." Mei Yi gazed at the jagged flashes of lightning outside and replied, "Your Grace, I am aware, but time is of the essence. Although the palace coup has failed, it has imparted a valuable lesson. Accumulating strength gradually may not be as effective as delivering a sudden, decisive strike, which may yield greater chances of success." Illya chuckled softly and said, "If the king, queen, and princess were to learn that you have derived such a notion from the coup, they would surely issue an immediate decree to strip you of your lordship and command you to return whence you came." Mei Yi looked out at the pouring rain and softly murmured, "If that day truly comes, then I shall return, back to where it all began, alongside Maluka." As they spoke, Evelyn approached with 21 letters for Mei Yi's signature. After hastily signing them, Evelyn and the staff of the Lord's Affairs office sealed the letters and placed them into bamboo tubes, which were handed to 21 elves and fairy warriors who had been waiting patiently in the downpour. With the sound of horses whinnying, the fairy and elf warriors dashed away through the rain like arrows. Illya left the glass lamp with Mei Yi and umbrella in hand, returned to her quarters. After a brief wash, she lay in bed, listening to the soft patter of rain outside. After a long moment of contemplation, she sighed deeply, thinking, "At the very least, I shall risk my life to assist him tomorrow." After all, although his title was conferred upon him through Liuxi's manipulation of power, in terms of his actions, no one is a more devout and pure follower of the goddess than he. Even if it costs me my life, I cannot allow the royal family's plot to harm him to succeed. Chapter 72. Assessing the resources of the residents. Winning the bandits' favor the next day, as Flynn organized the fairy and elf warriors for morning training, he noticed a distinct shift in their demeanor. Each warrior wore a clouded expression, heavier than the rain-soaked sky. Although Flynn was of noble descent, he had begun his journey as a lowly soldier, gradually earning accolades until being bestowed the title of Baron by Duke Elfie, making him a close friend to the warriors. After exchanging a few words, he learned that of the 21 warriors dispatched to deliver the letters, only 14 had returned, leaving 7 unaccounted for. That morning, as they prepared to search outside the city, they discovered the heads of elf warrior On and fairy warrior Cheyenne displayed on a flagpole outside the southern city gate, a customary practice of the bandits of Black Crystal City. Flynn's expression darkened as he said, "I will report this matter to the Lord. Please refrain from acting impulsively. Continue to send out search parties for the remaining 5 warriors and ensure the Lord's gathering is well organized for this afternoon." The warriors were evidently dissatisfied with Flynn's response, particularly the fairy warriors, who were agitated and eager to take revenge on the bandits, intending to petition the Lord, and should he refuse, they would take matters into their own hands. Flynn held no authority over these fairy folk and struggled to persuade them. Just then, Mei Yi happened to pass by, and upon hearing of the 2 warriors slain by bandits and the fate of the remaining 5 being unknown, her expression immediately soured. All the warriors turned to observe how this young human lord would respond. Suppressing her rising fury, Mei Yi instructed Flynn, "It is highly likely that the remaining 5 warriors are also in the hands of the bandits. Find a way to make contact with the bandits in the south, and spare no expense to rescue our warriors." Before Mei Yi could depart, the warriors behind her let out scornful snorts and derisive remarks that it was understandable, as her approach seemed akin to bowing to the bandits. Utterly forsaking the dignity of nobility, Flynn was about to mention that the treasury's funds had already been allocated for disaster relief and quality seeds when Mei Yi interjected, "By the way, if there are no funds available, sell off those antique paintings. According to Mellon's estimates, they could fetch several 100,000 gold coins." Seated in her study, Mei Yi glanced over the various legal drafts revised by Illya and hastily signed her name. Conveying to Illya, "I deem this acceptable. This afternoon, please have Evelyn present the key points of the drafts to the lords, and they shall be implemented in true spirit in the 21 counties starting tomorrow." Illya recognized Mei Yi's underlying concerns. Rather than addressing them directly, she subtly suggested, "My lord, since His Majesty the King appointed you as the Grand Lord, why has he not dispatched troops to assist you? With so few individuals, how can you manage?" Mei Yi shrugged. "Let us tackle the matters at hand first. Surely, you do not believe I have already failed, do you? By the way, Illya, may I compliment you on your beauty? Surely, This does not constitute an affront to a member of the clergy. Illya paused in surprise, then smiled faintly. That is permissible. Thank you. However, once I ascend to the position of Pope, such remarks will no longer be appropriate. In the opulent banquet hall of the Lord's residence that afternoon, the lords of the 21 counties gathered with a rustle, a mix of men and women, young and old, all curiously observing the somewhat excessively youthful human lord before them. Mei Yi, clad in a sharply tailored black lord's uniform and holding a royal longsword adorned with a snowflake pattern, stood poised within the hall. After Evelyn had introduced the new lord's credentials, she proceeded to read aloud the royal decree of appointment from His Majesty the King. Once the formalities concluded, Mei Yi addressed the assembly. The purpose of gathering you all here today is twofold. Firstly, to foster acquaintance and camaraderie among us. Secondly, to present the core contents of the draft law for Black Crystal City, which will be distributed to each county starting tomorrow and officially enforced. Lastly, we shall mobilize each county to exert all efforts in disaster relief. As the lords listened to Evelyn recite clauses such as all individuals, regardless of age, ethnicity, gender, or status, are born free and equal. The sanctity of personal safety and lawful property is inviolable, and legislative, judicial, and military powers are vested solely in the Lord, prohibiting private law and private punishment. With a deadline for the abolition of private armies, they appeared to hear an absurd jest, each revealing a scornful smile. The human lord was indeed too eager, daring to confront us with demands to seize our rights. Only a fool would acquiesce. Unperturbed by their disdain, Mei Yi proceeded to introduce the governing team of the Lord's residence to the lords of the 21 counties. The lords below stifled their laughter. The Minister of War commanded merely a few dozen troops, while the Minister of Finance was nearly penniless. However, the Lord's personal secretary and the Minister of Justice were rare beauties. Particularly the Minister of Justice, despite her best efforts to conceal herself, exuded an unmissable aura of pure beauty. Several lords set their sights on her. Mei Yi then surveyed the lords in the hall and stated, "The most pressing matter at hand is disaster relief. Black Crystal City and the surrounding 21 counties lie downstream of the Bailuo River. With nearly 1 million affected citizens, the Lord's residence has allocated 1 million gold coins for the purchase of food and quality seeds, which will be dispatched to the major disaster areas immediately. I urge each of you lords to prioritize disaster relief upon your return. Failure to do so will result in immediate dismissal from your lordship and confiscation of your property." A chilling silence enveloped the banquet hall. No one responded to Mei Yi. The governing team behind him understood all too well that these lords bore no allegiance to him. Each of them was accompanied by more than 100 guards, and should they feel provoked, they would not hesitate to raise the Lord's residence, slaughter all the men, distribute the women, and shift the blame onto bandits, as if nothing had transpired. Mei Yi feigned ignorance, smiling as he invited all the lords to join him outside for a feast. Outside the Lord's residence, towering trees pierced the azure sky, while cotton-like clouds drifted leisurely overhead. On the grass by the Bailuo River, several tables were set, laden with an array of exquisite dishes. Mei Yi, along with the lords and ministers of the residence, took their seats, and the atmosphere gradually lightened. During the meal, Lord Gani of Lang County inquired, "My lord, I have heard that you were appointed as a Grand Lord for assisting the king in quelling the Lord's rebellion." "Indeed," replied Mei Yi. Gani continued, "Very few are privy to the details of this rebellion. Could you enlighten us on what transpired?" At the table, Illya thought to herself, how would Mei Yi know, as he was not present? Yet, he was adept at storytelling and could surely fabricate a tale. To her surprise, Mei Yi stated candidly, "I did not directly participate in quelling the rebellion. Rather, it was someone I recommended who played a crucial role. Thus I was appointed Grand Lord." Laughter erupted around the table, with Lord Dode of Qingchuan County boldly exclaiming, "How fortunate it would be if we too could enjoy such luck as the Grand Lord." The other Grand Lords could not help but regard Mei Yi with even greater disdain. Chapter 73. Debts must be repaid. Lady Alice, the Lord of Sanshan County, interjected, "The Grand Lord is not merely relying on luck. Though I reside in the remote Sanshan County, I am aware of your esteemed reputation within the royal capital. You are renowned as the kingdom's most distinguished mathematician and literary figure." The other lords, upon hearing this, could not help but think, what utility do mathematics and literature hold? To be a lord, one must possess vast numbers, extensive lands, abundant wealth, and formidable weaponry. Afterward, Alice asked, "Grand Lord, Aside from instructing the princess in her studies, what do you engage in? Do you write or solve mathematical problems? Mei Yi, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, No, I enjoy gambling. I often visit the casino for a few rounds. The mention of gambling piqued the interest of the Grand Lords, who eagerly approached the Grand Lord to join him in a few bets for amusement. Before Mei Yi could respond, Lord Rafat of York County chimed in. Since we are playing with the Grand Lord, the stakes ought to be substantial. What say you, Grand Lord? With a smile, Mei Yi agreed, Certainly. But do allow me some leeway. Losing too much would not sit well with Lady Katrina. Ghani, Rafat, Dot, and the other lords who had gathered readily concurred, all the while thinking, Do not assume we shall let you off so easily. When you find yourself unable to repay, you will be at our mercy. Who cares if you are a Grand Lord? You are but a hollow figure. Even if you report your gambling debts to the king, he cannot shield you. Lord Zella of the Black Butterfly County produced a pair of dice from his pocket and proposed betting on the outcome. Upon Mei Yi's agreement, he added, To ensure clarity, let us pool our funds. And anyone unable to contribute must provide a written note as collateral, allowing us to gamble freely. What do you think? Lord Peichi of Bailu County exclaimed, Yes, yes, yes. No one is permitted to leave midway. Whoever departs is unworthy of being a lord. Ghani, Rafat, Dot, Zella, and the 18 male lords pounded their chests in agreement, declaring, Naturally, by the gods, if anyone cannot afford to pay, they shall serve the winner as a servant. As they spoke, they cast sidelong glances at Mei Yi, who was acutely aware of their intentions. He jovially declared, Excellent. I appreciate such forthright gentlemen. Mei Lin, you need not join the table. Instead, act as our witness, recording all that has been said. And ensure everyone signs that I shall reward you for my winnings. Liuxi, Flynn, Katrina, Illya, Walter, you are all invited to participate and place your bets. After a moment's thought, he added, Mei Lin, please fetch the account's ledger of the Lord's residence. As he opened the ledger before the assembly, a collective gasp escaped everyone's lips, including Mei Yi's. He had not anticipated that despite having little cash, his wealth was considerable, 120,000 hectares of land, all rivers, forests, and mines surrounding Black Crystal City. And most of the shops within Black Crystal City were his possessions. Mei Yi reminded the astonished lords, Esteemed lords, I am demonstrating my sincerity. For every game I lose, Mei Lin shall immediately transfer the corresponding land, rivers, mines, and buildings to you, and you shall not merely utter empty words, will you? If so, I shall withdraw from the game. Lord Goat of the Wild Wolf County hurriedly proclaimed, Grand Lord, how could we resort to deceit? Let us, esteemed lords, align ourselves with the Grand Lord. Any losses we incur shall also be documented by our accountants, and we shall sign and seal the agreements right here. How does that sound? All the lords erupted in agreement. No matter how composed Illya remained, beads of sweat trickled down her brow, dampening her delicate neck and the hair that framed her face. Liuxi, Flynn, and Katrina surrounded her, anxiously exclaiming, Has the Grand Lord lost his mind? Is he truly willing to gamble away Black Crystal City? If that were to happen, the king would not spare him. You must intervene. Stealing her resolve, Illya replied, I will do my best. Approaching Mei Yi, she whispered a few words before returning to her companions, saying, The Grand Lord insists that if we dare impede his financial pursuits, he shall not be merciful. It is too late now. He will not heed our words. By the way, Liuxi, he inquired whether Liuxi's mother had not prepared any funds for him. Hurry and provide it. Liuxi was nearly beside herself with rage, muttering, This is the fine son-in-law our lady has chosen. We initially intended to reserve this for emergencies. Alas, let us give it all to him, that if he loses everything, we shall simply depart. The other gamblers at the tables felt a surge of excitement, but dared not join the Lord's revelry. Just as they were swallowing their anxieties, Mei Yi extended an inviting hand. Come, come, come. Anyone who wishes to play, join us. In a casino, there are no fathers or sons, and certainly no subordinates. Once at the gambling table, we are brothers. The gamblers erupted in cheers of Long Live the Grand Lord as they pushed a few tables together, creating a massive outdoor gambling table. Mei Yi took the dealer's seat, and the temporary croupier shook the dice in a bamboo tube. Everyone strained to listen to the sound of the dice, as if they could discern the outcome, but in truth, it was akin to selling watermelons, with much ado made before finally selecting a pleasing piece. Mei Yi wore an air of indifference. The elves and fairy warriors stationed at the entrance and surrounding the area, witnessing their grand lord's reckless disregard for himself, seethed with rage yet felt powerless. Each secretly thinking, once you have gambled away everything, we shall do our utmost to rescue you. Thus, we shall not betray Our Lady's trust. Alas, we were truly blinded at that time, naively volunteering to follow you, believing you could achieve greatness. Unexpectedly, we found you quickly succumbed to decadence, which is utterly disheartening. As the dice settled, Mei Yi addressed Illya, declaring, I wager 100,000 gold coins on a high roll. He then proclaimed to the other gamblers, anyone betting lower than this must withdraw. I have no interest in playing child's games. With that, he placed the promissory note for 100,000 gold coins, signed and sealed by Illya, upon the table. The other lords and gamblers followed suit, with a few unable to muster the funds reluctantly exiting. Ilya's heart raced, almost too fearful to witness the outcome. When she saw the result was 13, she exhaled a long sigh of relief, internally exclaiming, Thank the goddess, Mei Yi has finally triumphed. His 100,000 gold coins instantly transformed into 2 million. The gamblers before him feared not the loss, but the possibility of Mei Yi refusing to wager with them, clamoring for the dealer to hasten the roll. After the dealer hastily completed the roll, Mei Yi slammed down a promissory note for 500,000 gold coins upon the table, shouting, Lo! The smaller players could not keep up and had no choice but to withdraw. The fervent lords, inspired by the atmosphere, began pushing their own notes forward, cries of high and low resounding. Ultimately, Mei Yi's 500,000 gold coins burgeoned into 8,500,000 that the lords, who initially intended to let him win a few rounds before utterly defeating him, found themselves unable to win even once. Mei Yi had won 10 consecutive rounds, and various promissory notes piled thick before him. Some lords with lesser fortunes and ill fate could no longer endure. Their notes no longer denoted gold but rather parcels of land. Illya and the others gaped in disbelief. Those fairies and elven warriors wondered, what is going on? Who is our great lord? Could he possibly be a relative of the goddess, so favored by her? Chapter 74. Enduring hunger with the disaster victims, the lords gambled for 20 rounds, with Mei Yi emerging victorious each time, nearly stripping all 18 county lords of their possessions. Those lords, red-eyed from their losses, reached out to the accountants for funds to wager, only to hear the accountants wail, My lord, there is nothing left to stake. Gold, land, houses, and armies have all been lost. Your ladies have been wagered away. Several lords turned pale, nearly fainting. Others sat in dazed silence, their eyes vacant. Mei Yi, holding a stack of promissory notes nearly a foot thick, handed them to Katerina, stretching his arms in relief, saying, It appears no lords wish to wager with me any longer. Let us settle accounts properly. Katerina and the others quickly calculated the total debts owed to Mei Yi, and upon seeing the long string of numbers, they trembled. My lord, they have lost a total of 900,214,000 gold coins, 2,800,000 hectares of land, over 7,000 houses and shops, 3,456 servants and maidservants, and nearly 20,000 soldiers. Mei Yi himself was taken aback, exclaiming, 900 million gold coins? The kingdom's annual tax revenue is only 70 million. The lords of Black Crystal City have truly been ruthless. The total land across Black Crystal City and its surrounding counties is merely 4 million hectares, aside from my own. That leaves 280,000 hectares. This means the lords have wagered away their very fiefdoms. He continued, Lords, now that we have reached this point, do not despair. You see, if the fairies do not stand by my side, I remain unfazed. If the elves do not support me, it matters not as long as the goddess stands with me. I shall not falter. Please, kindly transfer your attendants to the Lord's manor. I will send someone to collect the rest tomorrow. Goat, the Lord of Wolf County, grimly nodded and shouted to his guards outside the Lord's manor. Charge into the great Lord's manor and slay that human. Upon our return, each shall be rewarded with 1,000 gold coins. His guards, upon hearing this, erupted in excited shouts, eager to storm the manor. However, from the walls of the estate emerged dozens of figures, raining arrows upon them like a deluge. 5 minutes later, Goat's contingent of 150 men lay shot, with the majority dead and the remainder groaning in agony. Goat, drenched in sweat, thought to himself, what kind of army is this? It is clearly an execution squad. He raised his hands and slowly retreated. Flynn shouted to the other lord's guards, do not move. You have all been wagered away to Lord Mei Yi by your own lords. The choice now lies with you. Either pledge allegiance to the great lord or become traitors at your own peril. I must remind you of two things. First, all your lord's possessions have been lost to the great lord, leaving you unable to sustain yourselves. Second, the kingdom views traitors and bandits as one and the same. Anyone who severs ties with the crown may be slain. The guards, resolute, promptly discarded their weapons and knelt, swearing fealty to the great lord. Flynn finally breathed a sigh of relief. Mei Yi surveyed the 18 county lords, now pale as ashes, and declared, "Lords, since you have wagered away your titles, you are no longer lords. Evelyn, draft the documents to abolish the titles of these 18 lords, notify all counties, and report to the royal city." Evelyn felt her very soul tremble and hastily replied, "As you wish, my lord." Mei Yi continued, "Lords, I implored you to assist in disaster relief, to provide a lifeline for the residents. Yet you refused. Of the 21 warriors I dispatched, only 14 returned, stating that you all made excuses about lacking funds to shirk your responsibilities. I shall not press you further. As long as there remains one disaster victim starving in my territory, you shall share their fate in my manor's prison." The officials and guards within the manor were struck silent by Mei Yi's words. Evelyn even shed tears, hastily jotting down the Lord's proclamation in her notebook. Mei Yi then pointed at Flynn, exclaiming, "Flynn, the bandits are asking for an exorbitant price, aren't they? Very well, they demand 1 million gold coins. I shall grant them their wish. Within a month, I will ensure their complete annihilation, allowing them to possess wealth with no life to spend it. How dare they kill my warriors?" Enraged, Mei struck a towering broadleaf tree with a fist, causing it to topple and the ground to tremble. The elves and fairy warriors, who had previously underestimated Mei Yi, now stood in stunned silence, exchanging bewildered glances. Mei Yi stood at the city gate, anxiously pacing before the dark forest beyond. Initially, the residents of Black Crystal City, upon hearing the great lord had arrived, shuttered their shops and cowered in their homes, trembling in fear. However, as they observed the lord and his guards appearing harmless, their courage gradually returned, and they began to open their doors and venture outside as the sun set. Mei Yi in the shadows of those beside him stretched long. Mei Yi craned his neck and suddenly exclaimed in delight, "They have returned." Indeed. Moments later, 2 black carriages emerged from the dark forest. The warrior driving the carriage halted upon seeing Mei Yi, hurriedly dismounting to pay his respects. "My lord, I have brought back 5 of my brothers." Mei stopped the 5 warriors preparing to bow, glancing at their numerous wounds, and said, "Quickly return and rest well. I assure you, this matter will not be left unresolved." Mei Yi then approached the rear carriage, lifting the white cloth draped over 2 corpses. Gazing upon the familiar faces, tears streamed down his cheeks, and he contemplated summoning Melika to incinerate the bandits gathered at Sunset Heights, but ultimately restrained himself. Ikalu needed Melika more. Flynn and Liuxi, witnessing the tearful Mei Yi, felt their own noses grow warm, and around them, the other warriors' eyes glistened as well. A few female warriors also began to weep. Liuxi turned to Flynn and said, "I finally understand why Lady Lu Miao holds our great lord in such high regard. Though it may take some getting used to, over time, it indeed becomes quite comforting." Flynn stroked his short beard, replying, "I too comprehend why the lady acts thus. Our great lord is remarkably bold, nonetheless. I have made my decision. No matter what transpires henceforth, I shall steadfastly follow him." As Mei Yi strode past them, he coldly remarked, "What are you all chatting about? Hurry back. Prepare immediately to take charge of the military and administrative affairs of the 18 counties and organize relief efforts for the 21 counties." Flynn and Liuxi exchanged smiles, shrugged their shoulders, and rode back toward the manor. After a 3-hour meeting, Flynn intended to rest for half an hour before resuming his work. Passing by the military camp, he noticed lights still burning within, with all the soldiers diligently writing letters. One illiterate soldier requested a comrade to write on his behalf, dictating, "Dear Mei Fan, greetings. With the utmost humility, I wish to introduce our great lord, Viscount Mei Yi. Though he has only been in office for 2 days, he is undoubtedly the most remarkable lord I have ever encountered. If you have yet to find a worthy allegiance, I encourage you to visit Black Crystal City. You possess both culture and the art of sorcery. Surely you will achieve great success." Flynn stood outside the door for a while, observing the lights in the courtyard of Mei Yi. Before returning to the Joint Affairs office, he gazed at the overcast sky, sighed, and thought to himself, Surely, I cannot be inferior to an ordinary soldier. Chapter 75. Illuminating the technological tree. What is the most crucial aspect of traversing through time? It is the swift illumination of the technological tree. Undoubtedly, the production of gunpowder and steam engines represents the most significant branches of this tree, and their realization poses no great difficulty. Mei Yi, suddenly awakened by this thought in his dreams, found sleep eluding him. He rose and meticulously documented the processes for creating gunpowder and the principles of the steam engine, entrusting them to the Duchess's craftsmen for urgent research first thing in the morning. After completing these tasks, he was about to head to the dining hall when Evelyn entered his room, bearing bread, fried eggs, and red tea, placing a report on the progress of all completed and pending matters upon Mei Yi's desk. After carefully reviewing the documents, Mei Yi inscribed his opinions and instructed Evelyn to convey them to the ministers for implementation, despite the recent recruitment of several clerks by the Minister of Internal Affairs. Liuxi, manpower remained woefully insufficient. After some contemplation, Mei Yi stated, "The graduation season for the various academies is fast approaching. Please lead a team to personally recruit from the universities." Evelyn hesitated. "I assent that too." Before she could utter the word grand, Mei suddenly realized, "You are right. We cannot be too lax in our approach to talent. I shall personally oversee the recruitment. Schedule it for November." In the ensuing days, everyone at the Lord's Manor busied themselves with disaster relief, the implementation of new laws, and the consolidation of administrative powers across the 18 counties. The 3 female lords, Alice, Fengzi, and Meiyi, were released after inquiries revealed little in the way of misconduct, allowing them to continue their roles as lords. That it was not until deep autumn that life at the Lord's Manor became somewhat less hectic, and matters began to settle into a semblance of order. Regarding the food shortage, due to the Lord's Manor procuring sufficient grain and quality seeds, the autumn harvest finally alleviated the crisis. During this period, Mei Yi also implemented a policy of providing labor in exchange for relief in the disaster-stricken areas, while simultaneously renovating the basic infrastructure throughout the territory, including schools, gravel roads, libraries, bridges, and housing renovations, all of which were executed commendably. Illya, whose health was not robust, received continual reminders from Mei Yi to rest. Yet she could not remain idle. In addition to overseeing legal affairs, she dedicated herself to studying the various policies established during Mei Yi's tenure, often marveling at their intricacies. Each week, she devoted 2 half-days to teach literature and theology at the newly established secondary school and academy in the city. Witnessing once dilapidated neighborhoods transform into neat and beautiful 2-story buildings, with the previously accumulated refuse along the streets replaced by lush green spaces, and once fierce gangs now expending their energy in the mines, filled her heart with indescribable joy. For a fleeting moment, she even began to wonder if the fruit of wisdom, chosen by the ancestral elves, had somehow been consumed by this human. One early morning, Illya took a stroll around the Lord's Manor, eventually arriving near the military camp. The camp housed only 1,000 soldiers, while the remaining 3,000 were stationed at the suburban military encampment. Flynn had indeed become the true Minister of Military Affairs. Flynn, entirely oblivious to Ilya's arrival, focused intently on addressing the soldiers. After several reorganizations by Mei Yi, the discipline within the army had become as unyielding as iron. The newly recruited soldiers gradually began to resemble the veterans who had accompanied Mei Yi into the Black Crystal City. Harboring a mixture of love and fear towards him, Flynn bellowed, "Warriors of Black Crystal City, present!" Came the unified response from below. With a grim countenance, Flynn retorted, "Why is your voice so feeble? Did you not have breakfast?" "Present!" All the soldiers shouted with all their might. Flynn declared, "Now that sounds more like it. Pay close attention. You are about to be deployed to Sunset Heights, where over 3,000 brigands await. The Lord's command is cut off their supply line. Encircle but do not engage, and eliminate any who show themselves. Anyone who disobeys the Lord's orders, be they soldier or officer, will be dismissed." Yes, the soldiers' voices rose several decibels. This had become a daily routine. Illya was awakened each morning by their training shouts. The past few months had exhausted Mei Yi, and he had taken to sleeping in, unable to rouse himself for the morning drills. Each time, it was Evelyn who would awaken him to review documents. With a series of yawns, Mei Yi stepped into the courtyard to freshen up, clutching 2 slices of bread as he headed towards the Joint Affairs office. Due to the increased workload in recent months, he had also moved into the Joint Affairs office, working alongside the ministers for an hour each day to boost efficiency. Upon entering the office, Flynn announced, "My lord, the bandits at Sunset Heights are beginning to falter. They have sent a representative to negotiate with our stationed officers, offering to share half of the gold and jewels they have plundered over the years in exchange for amnesty." Mei Yi scoffed. "What a fanciful notion. Tell them that if they wish for my mercy, they must present all their treasures and their own heads before me. I shall have the priestesses recite a few prayers for them. That is my utmost clemency." Flynn inquired, "What shall we do next?" Mei Yi replied, "Proceed with the planned deployment. Ensure the soldiers remain vigilant. Engage any who show themselves and provide our Lord's army with opportunities to gain experience. I am in dire need of a place to train. Let us practice formations such as the spear line, archery ranks, and the Mandarin duck formations." Flynn acknowledged, "Understood." Minister of Agriculture and Water Resources, Walter, stated, "My lord, as per your instructions, we have surveyed the lordly lands in various counties over the past few months, clarifying the land inventory, and allocated these lands, along with 600,000 hectares of lordly land, to farmers for cultivation. However, a new issue has arisen. Each household now has nearly 100 acres. They cannot possibly cultivate that much. Mei Yi instructed, have them prepare for fallow periods that I in this age without fertilizers. Soil fertility must be restored naturally. We shall address the rest later." Minister of Construction, Building, remarked, "My lord, we have built numerous houses through the Labor for Relief program, and it seems we have now sufficiently met the needs. Shall we cease construction?" Mei Yi responded, "No. I am about to recruit talent from the True Spirit and Flower Spirit Academies, and we must ensure robust support for them. Additionally, after seizing the assets of those lords, our treasury has become quite ample. Do not let this surplus money wander into other sectors and cause disruption." Evelyn and Illya, accustomed to Mei Yi's fluent responses to the minister's inquiries, were no longer surprised. The newly recruited clerks gazed at Mei Yi with admiration, wondering when they might achieve such erudition. Approaching his desk, Mei Yi discovered that the book he had been diligently writing, An Introduction to the Economics of the Elven Kingdom, had been printed and placed before him. He picked it up and casually flipped through the pages, contemplating discussing the kingdom's economy during his lecture at the Black Crystal City Academy the following day. After spending a full hour in the office, Mei Yi returned to his small courtyard and began drafting letters to the king, queen, princess, Professor Hua Jin of the True Spirit Academy, Dean Shalu of the Flower Spirit Academy, Dean Griffin of the True Spirit Liberal Arts Academy, Dean Amelia of the Flower Spirit Women's Academy, Liuxi's mother, Lu Mei, and the Duchess. Soon, they would all meet again. Chapter 76. The descendants of Mei Luoxia. November soon arrived, and Mei Yi's request to report back to True Spirit was finally approved. He organized the affairs of the past 2 months and appointed Illya as the temporary Grand Lord before departing Black Crystal City in a carriage, guarded by 500 cavalry. As he exited the Lord's Manor, a number of residents of Black Crystal City braved the drizzling rain to present him with flowers and farewell. Upon seeing this, Mei Yi felt overwhelmed and shouted, Hey, are you sending me off for holding a funeral? I am merely going to the capital to report, not facing execution." The melancholic atmosphere of parting was instantly dispelled by the laughter resonating throughout the city. Illya had always envied Mei Yi's infectious charisma. His seemingly ordinary words could swiftly resonate with others, allowing them to empathize deeply. After a bumpy journey lasting over 10 days, Mei Yi and his entourage finally arrived outside True Spirit City. As he, the captain of the guards, Mei Fan, Secretary Evelyn, and several guards entered the city. They found Luo Qi, Ing Wu, Mei Lu Ku, and Ai Chi Lu waiting for him at the city gate, prompting him to dismount quickly. Mei Yi joyfully scooped up the rushing Mei Lu Ku and spun her around. Looking at her gleeful laughter, he smiled and said, Mei Lu Ku, you have grown up and become beautiful. How have you been lately? After sharing a warm embrace with Mei Lu Ku, he also hugged Luo Qi and shook hands with Ing Wu. Just as he was about to bow to Ai Chi Lu, who was disguised as an ordinary student, she stepped forward, embraced Mei Yi, and softly said, You promised to treat me like a sister. Yet you have not fulfilled that promise. After comforting Ai Chi Lu, Mei Yi climbed into her carriage, accompanied by Ing Wu and Mei Lu Ku, and they set off for the royal palace. He had arranged to meet Evelyn and the others later that evening at his lakeside cottage. Inside the carriage, Mei Yi stroked Mei Lu Ku's hair while listening to Ing Wu's introduction to the political landscape of the capital. Upon hearing of another monster invasion near the Tianlu mountain range and the considerable losses suffered by the royal army, a heaviness settled in his heart. However, the weight of his worries was soon lightened by the joy of reunion. Mei inquired, Princess Ai Chi Lu, did you receive my letter? I have received your message. Rest assured, I have already spoken with Mother. Should Father place blame upon you, she will shield you. Lu observed the somewhat anxious Mei and found it amusing. Moreover, I have already made arrangements with the Duke of Zong, the chief of the royal court, and the Earl Fei, Minister of Lord Affairs, as well as Liuxi, Minister of the Three Clans. They will not make things too difficult for you. Upon arriving at the royal palace, Mei Yi sat for a brief moment before the protocol officer summoned him to meet the king and face inquiries. Upon entering the king's office, Yesu respectfully bowed before the king and the three seasoned ministers who were already seated. The king, upon seeing Mei Yi, who appeared weary yet matured, felt a warm surge within him. However, he quickly regained his composure, adopting a stern expression as he declared, You have only been in Heijing City for a few months. Why are you already returning for a report? Have you managed to govern Heijing City and its 21 surrounding counties effectively? Over the past few months, the king had received numerous reports from Heijing City, and each revelation of its issues sent shivers down his spine. The king was particularly alarmed by Mei Yi's measures, realizing that this reckless youth had imprisoned the lords of the 21 counties and stripped 18 of them of their titles. Was this the precursor to rebellion? No, I must assert my authority over him. Mei Yi was taken aback but quickly replied, Your Majesty, I believe I have managed quite well. The floods and famine have ended, and we anticipate a bountiful autumn harvest. Ensuring food security for the coming years, taking advantage of the opportunity to organize flood relief efforts. I have also consolidated power within the 21 counties. Furthermore, the issue of banditry has largely been resolved. Enough. The king slammed the documents in his hand onto the table, his tone icy. Your report was submitted the day before yesterday. I will review its contents. There is no need for you to elaborate further. You haven't truly starved the 18 lords, have you? Mei understood that his treatment of the nobles was perhaps excessive, and that he had likely drawn the ire of some powerful nobles, prompting the king's warning. Indeed, while the influential figures within the kingdom were the various lords, the impact of the aristocracy within the royal court was immeasurable. Mei Yi smiled and replied, Not at all. They have only been without food for a few days. And all the disaster victims have already received relief supplies. The king retorted, Do you still think you have a point? Nobles are the foundation of the kingdom. Even if they are guilty, as a high lord, you may have stripped them of their titles, but you have no right to mistreat the nobility. Mei Yi found himself momentarily speechless. The concept of nobility was deeply entrenched within the kingdom and could not be swiftly altered. As he glanced around, the king interjected, Do not waste your breath. Do you think I am unaware of your little tricks? The queen is occupied with other matters. Do not expect anyone to come to your rescue today. Mei Yi muttered a few words. What does it matter if they go hungry for a few days? I too went without food for those days, yet I am still quite well. Besides, I did not cut off their water supply. I drank rainwater, while they still have the mountain springs of Heijing City. The king and the three ministers were momentarily taken aback. After a long pause, Duke Zong, the chief of the royal court, spoke up, Your Majesty, let us be lenient. A lesson is sufficient. If it were not for Lord Mei Yi's tireless efforts in disaster relief, the death toll would likely not be in the thousands, but rather in the tens of thousands, leading to a potential civil uprising. The king was momentarily speechless, gesturing for the three ministers to continue. Minister Liuxi remarked, Lord Mei, your territory is contiguous with that of Lord Qi in the Wind Domain. There are whispers that you have been excessively harsh on the lords within your jurisdiction and have delayed filling the vacant positions to introduce human influence. While humans are indeed a part of the elven kingdom, you are a sensible individual, so let us dispense with pleasantries. Mei Yi replied earnestly, I am a lord appointed by the king and the future queen, not one granted by Qi. The key positions remain unfilled as I intend to utilize this opportunity to recruit talents from the academies of Jinling and Hualien, be they fairies, elves, or humans. I will accept anyone with ability. The four men quickly grasped Mei Yi's intent. There were hardly any humans among the 10 academies of Hualien and Jinling. After pondering for a moment, Mei Yi added, The rift between humans and elves is difficult to mend, but it is beyond my capacity to address. How about this? Now that the situation in Heijing City is stable, Your Majesty, you may appoint an elf or fairy to take over as the High Lord. Being a High Lord is simply too exhausting. I might as well find a school and become a teacher. The king, upon hearing this, trembled with rage, slamming his hand on the table as he exclaimed, "You think you can just relinquish your position after becoming a High Lord? There is indeed a rift among the three races. But we old-timers have yet to give up. How can you, a mere child, so easily capitulate?" Mei Yi defended himself. "I only wish to spare you from such pressure." The king laughed heartily. "You young rascal. What do you know? Do you think becoming a High Lord is something one can simply abandon? If I were to dismiss you now, do you believe Qi would not turn against me and swiftly establish her own kingdom in the south? This matter is not up for discussion. In 2 months, you will return to your position as Lord." The king and the 3 ministers continued to question Mei until the sun dipped below the horizon, at which point they finally allowed him to leave. Outside the king's office, Mei Yi's voice could be distinctly heard complaining to the princess. "Sister, no, my lady, queen, did you not say you would handle everything? Will the queen come to my rescue? Where is she? Look, my clothes are all soaked." Ikela remarked, "That's odd. Mother said she would attend your report meeting. I haven't heard her mention any other commitments." The king rose to close the door, addressing the 3 ministers and the queen, who had emerged from behind the curtain. "Queen, esteemed ministers, what do you think of the young man's performance today?" Duke Zong set down his pen and removed his reading glasses. Speaking earnestly, for a fleeting moment, he reminded me of a figure from the annals of elven kingdom history, to be precise, a human. "Who?" "The commander of Amelia's Royal Knight Brigade, Liuxi." "Duke Zong, how have you taken to jesting today? You elevate him far too high. Liuxi is a founding figure of the elven kingdom, a near-divine presence inscribed in the doctrines of the goddess." Duke Zong replied solemnly, "No, your majesty. I am not fond of humans and am aware that many call me a conservative behind my back. But I appreciate talent, and I am quite fond of such promising youth. Your majesty, you must make a decisive choice regarding Mei's marriage. We cannot allow the tragedy of Queen Amelia's era to repeat itself." The king remained silent for a moment before responding. "I will entrust the queen with that matter. Do not concern yourself with others' opinions. The royal court is merely a balance. Both conservatives and progressives should have their place within the kingdom." Chapter 77. A new play unfolds. Avril's persona returns. "Young ladies, may I inquire which performance you wish to attend?" asked the ticket seller at the Hualing Theater. Selena turned to Huahua, Liuxi, and Qilua, asking, "Is there a particular show you are eager to see?" Huahua suggested, "How about we watch as you wish?" "My lord, the lead roles are played by Miss Luomei from the Jinling Theater and Mr. Logan from the Hualing Theater. It should be worthwhile." The ticket seller chimed in, "Ladies, this is indeed an excellent choice. The show premiered just the day before yesterday at our Hualing Theater, and even the people from the royal capital have yet to see it. I assure you, it will soon rival 49 Nights as a blockbuster." Having purchased 4 tickets, the 4 entered the theater. Upon entry, they discovered that the venue was nearly filled to capacity, bustling with energy comparable to the premiere of 49 Nights months prior, from the snippets of conversation. Many attendees were there for their second or even third viewing. Selena pondered, "What kind of production is this?" Based on the title, it seems to be a cliché tale of knights seeking treasure and love. How could it attract such a large audience? As the lights in the theater dimmed, the curtains slowly rose, revealing Luomei as the secretary, Evelyn addressing Logan as the High Lord Meifan. "My lord, there are 3 pressing matters at hand. The flooding of the Liuxi River, the disasters affecting 21 counties, with nearly 1 million affected, and people dying of starvation each day. The lords of each county are indifferent to disaster relief, allowing their subjects to perish, risking outbreaks and civil unrest and rampant banditry, brazenly robbing citizens and merchants." All 4 young women simultaneously realized that this play was, in fact, about Mei. Good heavens, they had initially thought being a High Lord was a prestigious position, only to find him facing such dire challenges. How had he endured? Was this a tragedy or a comedy? Luomei was renowned for her tragic roles. The 4 girls dared not contemplate further and continued to watch the performance, hearts racing, when they witnessed Meifan dispatching 21 warriors to deliver messages to the lords of the 21 counties, demanding immediate disaster relief or risk losing their titles. Huahua furrowed her brows and whispered, "Fool, you've offended everyone right away. What will you do next?" As they observed Meifan's anguished inner monologue upon learning of the death of 2 messengers, many in the audience felt their hearts shatter. "My warriors, my brothers, you left your homeland with me. How could you abandon me so soon, unable to savor the glory I wish to share with you?" As the audience present heard the actor portraying Mei Yi grit his teeth and declare, "Flynn, Do everything in your power to ensure the return of the 5 warriors held captive by the bandits. Do not concern yourself with monetary gain or the loss of prestige. Life holds the utmost value. Remember this, and do not let your steps falter. As long as I can save the lives of my elven and fairy brethren, what does it matter if I must part with 1,000,000 gold coins? They felt a tremor within their very souls. Following the first act, the mad river of Liuxi, the second act, the pact of life, unfolded as the lords of the 21 counties incessantly provoked Mei Yi, demanding he gamble with them. The audience silently screamed in their hearts, "Young lord, do not be swayed. Gambling is an act despised by the goddess. She will not bestow her blessings upon you." In the center of the stage, 18 towering lords encircled the mere 16-year-old Mei Yi, with only a handful of guards from the lord's residence nearby. Meanwhile, from behind the stage curtain emerged countless daggers and spears, and the audience finally understood the meaning of the pact of life. When Mei Yi, with a triumphant expression, claimed victory over all 18 counties, the theater erupted with fervent cheers. However, soon after, when the agitated lord shouted, "My guards, rush in and slay everyone within the lord's residence. Each of you shall receive 1,000 gold coins. Enough to fill your homes with wives and concubines. Enough for you to return in glory." The audience was plunged into astonishment once more, just as the spears and swords were about to pierce into the theater. Dozens of elven and fairy warriors suddenly appeared on the walls, drawing their bows and arrows, shattering the Lord's guard. That a powerful song resonated. "We have defeated you. Yet why does my heart feel such sorrow? We are no longer brothers, ever since you turned your blades against our great Lord." Mei Yi, addressing the trembling Lord, sang, "If the fairies do not stand by my side, I do not care. If the elves do not stand by my side, I do not care. If the nobles do not stand by my side, I do not care. Even if the people stand by my side, I do not care. For I know the goddess shall always stand by me. I shall never be lonely or helpless. And I shall never lose." As the curtain fell, the audience, long suppressed, erupted into frenzied applause, descending into utter madness, with cries of "Long live the Lord!" and "Long live the goddess!" echoing throughout. The third act was titled "The Flooded Lands." The Huiling Theater and its actors spared no expense for this performance, enlisting the finest sound effects team of the era and commissioning top-tier artists to create over a dozen massive backdrops, all to provide an immersive experience. This act featured no songs, only plain dialogue, primarily recounting Lord Mei Yi's inspection of disaster relief efforts across the counties. Witnessing the tireless efforts and widespread mobilization of the Lord's residents, food and quality seeds began to reach the hands of the disaster-stricken, alleviating the suffering of countless victims, bringing a sense of relief to the audience. Suddenly, as the backdrop shifted, thunder, rain, and wind roared onto the stage, and a voice cried out, "My daughter has fallen into the water. Swept away by the flood, come save my child." Upon hearing this, Mei Yi shouted, "Who among you can swim? Hurry and rescue the child." No one answered, and Mei Yi, smacking his forehead in realization, exclaimed, "I haven't slept for days. I must be going mad. I can swim myself." With that, he leaped into the raging by Liuxi river amidst the dark clouds, lightning, and torrential rain, vanishing from the stage. The fourth act, Back to Square One, narrated the daily life of Lord Mei Yi upon his arrival in Crystal City. Standing at the door of his study, he watched the moonlight beautiful girl, Creel, depart. Evelyn, portrayed by Luo Mei, remarked, "My lord, if you like her, just keep her. Why torture yourself like this? Why not allow yourself a more comfortable life?" Mei Yi scratched his head and replied, "If the lord lives too comfortably, the subjects will suffer. Since being appointed as the feudal lord of Crystal City, I have resolved to create a realm where everyone enjoys freedom and equality. That in Crystal City, everyone shall reap what they sow, and all shall live free from want. Until this goal is achieved, I shall not entertain personal matters." He returned to his seat and, looking up at Evelyn beside him, declared, "Evelyn, once the floods recede, we shall establish schools, repair roads, and build factories. In any civilized society, education is paramount. Children are the future of Crystal City. I am willing to sacrifice everything for them." Just then, the backdrop depicting dark clouds, lightning, torrential rain, and the Liuxi river fell once more. And Mei Yi emerged from the river, cradling a young girl in his arms. Almost exhausted, Mei Yi was dragged back to the shore by the ropes thrown by the warriors. Cheers erupted within the theater. The ecstatic mother embraced her daughter, only to discover that she was no longer breathing. Heart-wrenching cries once again chilled the atmosphere of the theater. Could this story truly end in tragedy, just as despair enveloped the audience? Mei Yi checked the girl's breath and proclaimed, "There is no time to take her to the hospital. We have 10 golden minutes. If we do not act now, even if she survives, she will be severely disabled. Who among you can assist with mouth-to-mouth resuscitation and chest compressions? Perhaps there is still hope." Selena suddenly felt a sense of deja vu at this scene. Evelyn and the others urged, "We've never heard of mouth-to-mouth resuscitation or chest compressions. Oh, you know how? If so, start immediately." "I know how, but she is just a little girl. What does that matter at this moment? You are the great lord, the father figure to the citizens of Crystal City and the 21 surrounding counties." Evelyn was furious. Selena stood up uncontrollably, her vague memories gradually sharpening. On stage, Mei Yi could no longer hesitate. Resolutely, he softly urged, "Little girl, do not give up. Please strive to return to us. You still have a future." And then he unfastened the girl's collar, lifted her chin, took a deep breath, and leaned down to kiss her lips. Selena finally recalled the phrase that often flickered in her mind. "Avery, do not give up. Strive to return to us." He was not mocking me. He was saving me. I am not Selena. I am Avery. When Mei Yi kissed me on the first day of school, I was still conscious that I did not realize he was saving me. Feeling utterly embarrassed and thinking I would never have the face to see my teachers and classmates again, which caused me to retreat into myself. The self-identity of Avery began to fade until it vanished entirely, completely transforming into Selena. Just as before, when I encountered insurmountable challenges, I always attributed them to Nana. Once I accepted the truth of being Avery, the memories of my time as Selena surged like a tide, merging seamlessly with those of being Avery. Just as Selena had once entrusted all her cherished botanical specimens to her before passing away. She could distinctly feel that the presence of Selena, who had always guarded her, was departing. Just as Avery and Selena merged, the little girl opened her eyes and began to cough violently. The entire stage erupted in jubilation. Mei Yi exclaimed, "You all need to learn first aid as well. Don't always leave it to me, or I'll be misunderstood by others." Laughter erupted from the audience, who stood and applauded wildly. Tears of emotion and shock still fresh upon their cheeks. Only Selena remained somber, her face streaked with tears. Chapter 78. The Lady Lord's Subsidy. Upon exiting the theater, Huo noticed Selena's tear-streaked face and smiled, saying, "All right, Selena, no more tears." The backdrop at the end depicted golden waves of wheat, signifying the bountiful harvest in Hysteria City. "The famine is over. You need not worry about him anymore." Avery stammered in response, "Oh, I see. Thank you, Huahu. He always manages to accomplish whatever he sets his mind to." Huahu and her companions, Qilua and Liuxi, exchanged puzzled glances, as according to Selena's character, she should have immediately retorted, "I am not worried about him." The streets of Huailing were particularly bustling on the day off. Just as they exited the theater, the staff in front of the town hall struck a gong several times and excitedly proclaimed, "Citizens of Huailing, students of various academies, heed this announcement. The Lord of Hysteria City, Mei Yi, has returned to Jinling City to report on his duties." The four girls felt a surge of joy. Mei Yi has returned. The town hall staff stepped onto the street, loudly addressing the hurried passers-by. Lord Mei Yi has opened over 2,000 administrative positions in Hysteria City and its 21 subordinate counties to all students of Huailing and Jinling academies. If you are willing to take up the offer, you will immediately receive a small residence and an annual salary of over 200 silver coins. The crowd came to an abrupt halt. Incredulously staring at the spittle-flying town hall staff, the staff continued, "Additionally, individuals skilled in agricultural irrigation, sculpture, painting, education, construction, fishing, shipbuilding, city defense, medicine, carpentry, and various other crafts, regardless of whether you are human, elf, or fairy, are warmly welcomed in Hysteria City. For detailed remuneration, please refer to the recruitment notices at the town hall, city gates, and academies." Everyone surged toward the town hall's bulletin board, gasping in astonishment that my goodness, even an ordinary craftsman earns nearly 80 silver coins in their first year. What more can be said of unheard of education, unemployment, and medical security? However, it matters not, for it is well known that many nobles without fiefs do not even earn 100 silver coins annually. Take Selena, for instance. Her annual salary is only 60 silver coins, yet she feels quite content with her life. Huohua observes Selena and notices that ever since she left the theater, something seems off about her. At this moment, Selena should have exclaimed, "Could this fool possibly be insane? Where did he acquire such wealth?" After the four returned to the academy, they found the spiritual arts practice area bustling with people. Upon pushing through the crowd, Avril discovered that it was none other than Evelyn. Evelyn, who was originally a senior secretary in the Duke's office, had later chosen to accompany Mei Yi to the Black Crystal City. Standing amidst the students, Evelyn radiantly proclaimed, "Dear juniors, I am your senior, Evelyn, former secretary of the Duke's residence, now serving as the Lord's meeting clerk and personal secretary to Lord Mei Yi of Black Crystal City. I have come at the behest of Lord Mei Yi to recruit talent for our noble cause." She continued, "I trust you have all seen the recruitment announcement. Now, I kindly ask for your attention. If any of you have questions, please do not hesitate to ask." Immediately, someone jumped forward and inquired, "Senior Evelyn, is the announcement genuine? Will we be able to serve in various counties, including those pivotal positions? Why is the Lord being so generous? Why does he not employ his own people?" Evelyn patiently replied, "The recruitment announcement has been duly filed at the Elfie Duke's office. You may decide for yourselves whether it is true or false. I bring with me the legal outline from Black Crystal City. If you find it acceptable, you may join us. I must emphasize that in Black Crystal City, all individuals are free and equal, and personal safety and property rights are inviolable. But if you cannot accept this, then there is no need to proceed. Of course, prior to your official duties, you will undergo a brief training at the Lord's residence, and job assignments will depend on the results of your final examinations. Our Lord has no own people. He was raised in a church orphanage and has only attended Flower Spirit Academy and True Spirit Academy. If he truly had his own people, it would likely be you." The students on the grass felt a warm sensation in their hearts. It must be said that Evelyn, the former senior secretary of the Duke's residence, indeed possessed exceptional literary talent and eloquence. A female student asked, "Senior Evelyn, what is Lord Mei Yi's temperament like? Is he easy to get along with? I am a third-year music student, and I am somewhat worried that what I have learned may not be applicable in Black Crystal City, and I fear the Lord may have a bad temper." Evelyn, with a serious demeanor, jested, "Dear junior, why do you inquire about the Lord's temperament? Are you considering applying for the position of Lady of the Lord?" The surrounding students erupted in laughter, and even Dean Shilu, watching the recruitment event from the office window, couldn't help but smile, reflecting, "Evelyn, despite your age, you still enjoy a bit of mischief. I truly miss the days when you were the president of the drama club at Flower Spirit Academy. The academy was always filled with laughter back then." The girl blushed deeply, and upon noticing this, Evelyn quickly said, "I apologize, junior. It was merely a jest. As I mentioned earlier, in Black Crystal City, everyone is free and equal, even if the Lord has a poor temper. He cannot simply unleash his anger upon others. Moreover, I believe our Lord possesses a rather good temperament. He may be somewhat strict in work, but is quite laid back in life. When the cook burned his eggs or I disorganized his manuscript, he has never shown any signs of anger." The students collectively gasped in disbelief, thinking it truly remarkable. Another student asked, "Senior, the Lord is a human. Does he discriminate against fairies and elves?" "I apologize. I do not mean to offend the Lord. I am genuinely concerned about this matter." Evelyn waved her hand with a smile. "The Lord's residence employs over 100 clerical staff and more than 1,000 soldiers, and he is the only human among them. If he were to discriminate against elves and fairies, he would likely exhaust himself. As I mentioned earlier, he was raised by our elven priest, and his classmates, friends, and mentors are also elves and fairies, who are even more devout to the goddess than we are. Therefore, there is absolutely no need for concern." Suddenly, Hongya raised her hand and asked, "Senior, I watched the play As You Wish, Lord, and I would like to know if the stories portrayed within are true. Who is the moonlight-like beautiful girl? Has she returned? How is she with the Lord? I apologize. I have several friends who are quite fond of the Lord. They are not here, so I am asking on their behalf." Avril, Huohua, Chiloa, and Liuxi immediately felt uneasy. Young boys and girls do enjoy gossip about celebrities. In this regard, this world is no different from the previous one. Evelyn, feeling displeased, said, "Oh, did you not pay attention to the announcements? Did you fail to hear the name of the scriptwriter? That was me. Later, I found that girl. She is not the daughter of Christine, but rather someone who was snatched away by Christine's subordinate to be offered to her. She works in Black Crystal City, but please allow me to keep her true name confidential." As she spoke, Evelyn seemed to have an epiphany and asked, Are there any first-year juniors here? Could it be that our Lord experienced unrequited love at Faerie Academy and now bears a psychological scar concerning girls? By the way, I promise all of you juniors, if anyone manages to win the heart of our Lord and become the Lady of the Lord, there will be an annual financial allocation of 500 gold coins as a subsidy. The Treasury Minister has already approved the special funds. The staff from the Lord's residence who accompanied Evelyn to the academy for recruitment, witnessing her outburst, hurriedly intervened, exclaiming, "That concludes the questioning segment. Now, please interested students fill out the application forms." Liuxi, Yuzu, and others stood in the office, watching this peculiar recruitment event, laughing uncontrollably. Teacher Liuxi thought, "Mei Yi, you are quite popular. The prideful Evelyn speaks of you as our Lord, her admiration evident in her eyes. You have indeed exceeded our expectations." Chapter 79. Anyone but Chua. After the report concluded, Mei Yi remained in the royal palace to dine with the queen, the princess, Sakura, and Mei Lu. The queen smiled and said, "The king instructed me not to indulge you, making me stand behind the curtain to listen and forbidding me from coming out. Judging by your performance, it seems you do not require my assistance. By the way, do not mention resignation again. The king is genuinely angered about this matter. He has faced pressure from the royal conservatives to appoint you as the Lord, and even went so far as to involve the future queen to back you up, which serves as a warning to those conservatives not to touch you." Mei Yi quickly replied, "Your Majesty, I understand." The queen continued, "I have reviewed the series of reforms you implemented in Black Crystal City and comprehend your intentions. The court conservatives have criticized you, claiming that your declaration of all men are born free and equal seeks to bolster human power and harbors ulterior motives. However, both the king and I are aware that the greatest beneficiaries are the lower-tier fairies and elves. These followers of the goddess have astonishingly forgotten that the goddess's doctrine also contains the phrase all three races enjoy freedom and equality." Mei Yi then inquired of Ikalu, "Princess, how have your studies and life been recently? Have you encountered any dangers? Additionally, have there been any updates on the 4 individuals who attacked you last time?" Ikalu cast a grateful glance at Mei Lu and replied, "Mei Yi, rest assured I have been concealing my identity for the past few months, studying alongside Mei Lu at True Spirit Academy, and my grades have been satisfactory. I have faced a few perilous situations, but Mei Lu has resolved them all." "Even though you need Mei Lu, I have insisted on keeping her by my side," the queen interjected. "The spiritual practitioners who attacked the princess were exceedingly powerful, according to our dispatched spiritual practitioners. Their abilities likely exceed the purple mark, and they all wield formidable fire-based spiritual arts, capable of executing terrifying combination techniques. We had to deploy the military to kill one and capture another. While 2 managed to escape from True Spirit, their whereabouts unknown. As you have seen, the city gates are under strict surveillance." Mei Yi remarked, "The situation in True Spirit remains too complex. The princess is unlikely to learn what she desires there. Additionally, I genuinely miss Mei Lu. This time, I intend to bring both the princess and Mei Lu to Black Crystal City, where I will have the princess serve as the director of my Lord's Affairs office. This way, she can review all documents I handle, allowing her to grow more rapidly. Furthermore, I plan to recruit a significant number of students from True Spirit Academy and Flower Spirit Academy to serve in Black Crystal City. Your Majesty, you may send the young officials prepared for the princess's ascension to the throne to Black Crystal City for training. Becoming the crown prince is merely a prerequisite. Controlling the royal court is essential to ensure the princess can govern smoothly after her ascension." Upon hearing Mei Yi's words, the queen and princess, along with Sakura, gazed at him in astonishment. Speechless, he asked, What is the matter?" The queen took a sip of water and, after a considerable pause, finally regained her composure, saying, "Mei Yi, if anyone else had said what you just did, I would have suspected they intended to maintain control over the court through the princess. Your words are so blunt and sincere that they leave me in doubt." Upon hearing Mei Yi's statement, Ingwu nearly choked, erupting into a fit of coughs. Mei Yi hesitated and said, "Well?" The queen inquired, "Ikalu, what is your opinion?" Ikalu felt a surge of elation within, yet her expression remained composed as she calmly replied, "I am willing to accompany teacher Mei Yi to Heijing City. Only by personally observing this kingdom with my own eyes and measuring its expanse with my own legs can I ensure that I will not be deceived by ministers and lords in the future. Furthermore, with teacher Mei Yi and Mei Lu by my side, You and father need not worry about my safety. The queen pondered for a moment before stating, I shall discuss this with the king. By the way, Mei Yi, there is another matter I need to consult with you regarding your marriage. Even if you do not intend to wed, it is essential to establish a betrothal. Not only the conservative ministers, but nearly the entire court is watching this matter closely. To put it bluntly, everyone fears the prospect of your union with Grand Lord Qi Yi and does not wish to see you marry Qi Luo. Observing Mei Yi's somewhat troubled expression, the queen added, I do not wish to interfere in your marital affairs. I only want you to be aware of the implications that I apologize. Mei Yi lowered his gaze, lightly tapping the dining table with his fingertips. Lost in contemplation and remaining silent for a considerable time, both Ying Wu and Aikalu felt a jolt in their hearts, realizing that Mei Yi was indeed fond of the human Grand Lord's daughter. Qi Luo, the queen sighed, saying, there is no rush in this matter. Take your time to think it over. Aside from Qi Luo, simply name any maiden, and I will facilitate your marriage, even if she is the daughter of a conservative minister. Aikalu deftly shifted the topic, inquiring about Mei Yi's experiences in Heijing City, which gradually enlivened the atmosphere. After dinner, Mei Lu and Aikalu accompanied Mei Yi for a stroll within the palace, where Aikalu asked, Teacher Mei Yi, do you not have any favorite elf or fairy maidens? Must it be Qi Luo? Though I must admit, she is indeed quite remarkable. Do not be surprised. I have encountered her at the ball. Mei Yi gazed at the stars above and replied, not at all. Qi Luo and I are merely friends, and our time together has been brief, so one cannot say I harbor deep affections. However, marriage is a significant and private matter. I am dedicated to building a free and equal Heijing City. Yet my personal life is being intrusively scrutinized, which is rather awkward. Aikalu silently followed Mei Yi, saying, since you and Qi Luo are merely friends, it is inconsequential. What about your friends from the academy? Selena, Huohua, Liuxi, they seem to share a good rapport with you. Mei Yi looked at Aikalu with a hint of wariness, saying, Aikalu, do you not think you are overly aware of my affairs? Aikalu offered a faint smile. Teacher Mei Yi, there are matters we both understand implicitly, so let us not speak of them. I hope you can empathize with my intentions. I am not trying to pry into your private life. Mei nodded and exchanged a few words with Aikalu and Mei Lu before returning to the lakeside villa he inhabited before assuming lordship. There he gathered his thoughts and instructed, Evelyn, send people to various academies in Hualing to recruit. Flynn and Lu Yi, you are responsible for recruitment at the major academies in Jinling. For each batch of recruits, have the army escort them to Heijing City, where acting Lord Mei Lin will make the necessary arrangements. Evelyn perceptively noticed Mei Yi's demeanor and cautiously asked, My lord, has something occurred? You seem rather displeased. Mei Yi chuckled. I received a reprimand during my report, which hardly lifts my spirits. Well, tomorrow you shall act independently. The situation in Heijing City is opportune. We have ample funds, but lack manpower. Once we have gathered enough recruits, we shall return and strive for great achievements. Flynn, Evelyn, and Lu Yi all responded with fervor. As you wish, my lord. Chapter 80. The arrival of beasts. Upon Selena's return, the Duchess raised 2 letters in her hand, saying, Selena, the Duke has informed me that Mei Yi has returned to Jinling City for his report. This time, he is to remain for 2 months and will personally visit Hualing Academy to recruit graduates. He mentioned in his letter that he will visit our home. Oh, the Duchess found Selena's response remarkably subdued and was taken aback. Recently, Selena had been quite candid during their private moments, expressing her affection for Mei Yi and resolving to confess her feelings upon seeing him again, as long as Mei Yi reciprocated her affection. She was willing to marry him. Selena, what troubles you? Nothing at all. Mother, madam, I went to the theater with friends today and had a bite at school. Evelyn managed to squeeze out these words before hastily retreating upstairs. Madam, I will rest now. The Duchess looked affectionately at Selena's retreating figure, thinking to herself, this girl must be feeling shy. Though reluctant, Mei Yi is indeed a rare gem. No one is more deserving of my daughter than he. Lying on her bed, Evelyn wept uncontrollably, repeatedly pleading, Nana, please come back. I truly do not know how to face all of this. Everything feels so foreign and frightening. It is you who genuinely loves him. Not I. I simply do not know how to confront him. Nana, please come out and talk to me. I implore you. Evelyn tried various ways to transform into Selena, but to no avail. She closed her eyes, thinking, just like before, If I fall asleep, I shall become Nana. Afterward, I will never return. I wish for him and Mei Yi to be together, forever cherishing one another at dawn. Evelyn realized she remained herself. Selena's persona had not emerged. She was engulfed in despair, bursting into tears. After collecting her emotions, she arrived at the academy, where acquaintances greeted her. Selena, good morning. She offered a perfunctory reply and hurried to class. Her heart racing in trepidation. Her original persona had little memory of the academy, as nearly all her recollections were derived from Selena. She felt an acute fear regarding these memories, believing she had stolen something from Selena. Once in class, she shrank into her seat, silent, merely awaiting the arrival of teacher Illya. After what felt like an eternity, a teacher finally entered. Teacher Mei Yi announced, "Class, teacher Illya received a summons from the kingdom last night and has departed for the Tianlu mountain range to confront the beasts." The invasion of beasts. The students of the spirit arts class were instantly filled with trepidation. It is known that there have been no beast invasions for decades. The elf and fairy armies, along with spirit masters, have consistently managed to clear the beasts from the northern Tianlu mountain range, encountering only minor creatures that did not necessitate the involvement of a purple-patterned spirit master like Illya. How could the situation escalate so dramatically? When a student inquired about Illya's well-being, teacher Mei Yi casually reassured, "Rest assured, teacher Illya is the kingdom's most renowned fire spirit master." Alongside her, many other distinguished spirit masters have joined the beast eradication team. Now, let us proceed with self-study. After a disjointed day of classes, Evelyn returned to the Duchess's residence, where she found her mother perusing documents in the study. Upon seeing her, the Duchess placed the papers on the table and affectionately remarked, "Selena, why do you seem so distracted? Take some time to gather yourself. Perhaps one day Mei Yi will pay us a visit, and you wouldn't want him to see you in disarray." Oh, Evelyn replied perfunctorily. The Duchess, looking at her daughter with concern, remarked, "You seem preoccupied. Is there anything aside from Mei Yi that you cannot let go of? Sit down and rest for a while. I shall fetch you some fruit." After the Duchess left, Evelyn flipped over the paper her mother had placed on the table and was taken aback to discover it was the list of spirit masters in the estate. Several names were struck through with ink. Had they perished, what scale of beast invasion could result in such significant casualties among spirit masters? The Duchess returned with fruit to find Evelyn had already left the study, reflecting, "This girl has been rather reckless these past few days. I hope she does not embarrass herself before Mei Yi." Evelyn, even though you have completely lost your identity as Evelyn and have transformed into Selena at the soul level, your father and I continue to love you unconditionally. And that has never changed. If you can find happiness with Mei Yi, we shall have no other wishes. Lying on her bed, Evelyn gazed out at the ominous tree canopies in the overcast sky. Feeling an indescribable fear, the fond memories of teacher Illya brought by Selena filled her with concern for her teacher, yet she was utterly at a loss for what to do. Surely, the teacher would not perish like her sister. Amidst the thunder and lightning, the already shattered Evelyn let out a heart-wrenching cry. "Nana, please come back. I truly do not know what to do." I do not know. The queen also sensed a change. Since the day she told Mei Yi he could not be with Qi Luo, he seemed like a different person. The most evident sign was that, in the past 2 weeks, aside from summons from the king and the princess, he had not once taken the initiative to visit the palace to see the princess. Mei Lu, and Ing Wu in the past, such a scenario would have been inconceivable. The queen herself felt she might have acted with undue haste. However, it is always better to be informed of these matters sooner rather than later. She believed she had expressed herself with sufficient tact and subtlety. Given his intelligence, Mei Yi should have been able to deduce that if he were to marry Qi Luo, forming an alliance with the Lord of Qi, their territories would encompass nearly half of the southern region. Not to mention the conservative ministers, even the most liberal of kings would feel a sense of unease. Today, the royal court convened, and all the noble lords and ministers residing in the capital attended this assembly. Mei Yi was also invited to participate. Sitting beside the king, the queen could clearly perceive Mei Yi's despondency, causing her to inwardly marvel. What could have transpired? How did he suddenly become so haggard? Many of the ministers, seeing Mei Yi for the first time, regarded the human lord with a mix of curiosity and scrutiny. This provided Mei Yi an opportunity to familiarize himself with these influential court officials. He was acutely aware that they were apex predators in the kingdom's political ecology, rivaling even the great lords themselves. It was understandable, considering that in ancient times, those provincial officials were often manipulated by civil servants. The court session primarily addressed two matters. The first was concerning the incursion of magical beasts. According to Minister Hurlington of Military Affairs, persistent heavy rains near the Tianlu mountain range had triggered landslides, creating breaches in the defensive line. Some colossal magical beasts had penetrated south of the Tianlu mountains, resulting in significant casualties. However, the nearby great lords had dispatched their armies, and the kingdom had summoned a contingent of elite spellcasters, successfully driving the beasts back to the north of the Tianlu mountains. The second matter pertained to taxation. Minister Plezis reported that the tax collection efforts across the nation had been lackluster, with only 60% of the target achieved as the year drew to a close, which would likely have severe repercussions for the kingdom's operations in the coming year. After the court session concluded, Mei returned home directly. Upon opening the door, he was met with the furious visage of Ai Chi Lu, who immediately exclaimed, "What is the matter between you and my mother? Even if you are angry with her, what does that have to do with me? Why haven't you come to see me in Mei Lu these past few days?" Upon seeing Ai Chi Lu's reddened eyes, Mei felt a pang of guilt and hurriedly replied, All right, it is my fault. I should not have held a grudge against the queen. I know she means well, but, you understand, I have been preoccupied for the past few months in Heijing City, and I haven't had the chance to truly get to know any young ladies." Ai Chi Lu frowned and said, "Are you really that busy? I am here to inform you that this afternoon is the palace's open day, and the court officials will bring their children to visit. You should come too. Miss Luo Mei will be performing her immensely popular new drama in the palace concert hall." "Sure, but wait." Mei Yi cautiously glanced around, relieved to hear the sound of chopping from the kitchen before saying, "All right, it's nothing. You scared me. I thought Mei Lu Ku wasn't accompanying you. The situation in the capital is complex. You must be cautious. If only your father would allow you to go to Heijing City. The residents there are quite simple, and my residence is not very formal. Once your work is done, you can have all the fun you desire." Ai Chi Lu dreamily replied, "Mother said she would choose a moment when father is in a particularly good mood to discuss it. I would love to see Heijing City." After lunch, Ai Chi Lu and Mei Lu Ku eagerly took Mei Yi to the palace. Upon arrival, Mei Yi curiously remarked, "What is going on? Is it that all the children of the court officials are daughters? I haven't seen a single boy." Ai Chi Lu thought to herself, "Repent, foolish teacher. There is no one in this world who treats you better than my mother. Today's open day is not for the children of the ministers, but specifically for their daughters. Tailored by my mother just for you. Even the illustrious Poli Xia from the True Spirit Academy is here. I refuse to believe you won't be moved." Once they reached the concert hall, Mei made his way to the backstage and greeted Luo Mei, who was busy with her makeup, saying, "Ahem, Luo Mei, it has been a while." Luo Mei, startled, looked up and exclaimed, "Lord Mei Yi, it's you. When did you return to True Spirit?" The other actors, upon hearing that the legendary human lord and the male protagonist of the play was present, hurriedly attempted to bow, only to be stopped by Mei Yi. They thought, "This human lord has a genuinely pleasant demeanor. In contrast, some lords are arrogant and even take liberties with the actresses, truly despicable. Wait a moment, is this lord also interested in our leading lady?" Mei Yi replied, "I returned half a month ago. The matters in Heijing City have come to a close that I came back to report and to recruit talent to join me in building Heijing City." He glanced at the name on the poster and disdainfully remarked, "The play as you wish." "My lord, haha, what a ridiculous drama. Luo Mei, you cannot accept any old production just for the sake of money." Laughter erupted from backstage, easing the tension among the actors. Luo Mei chuckled, "Not at all. This play is quite popular. I have performed it in Flower Spirit for over 10 shows. All of them sold out. And I even performed in your alma mater's small theater, where everyone said they were deeply moved." "What does ridiculous mean?" Mei Yi explained. "Ridiculous means foolish, and the overall implication is that it is quite silly. You say it's not a ridiculous play? I don't believe it, just from the title. I can guess the content that it's merely about a foolish lord going out to seek treasure and win beauty. You elves and fairies always seem to enjoy these mindless, feel-good dramas." Once Luo Mei finished her makeup, she stood up and adjusted her dress. Mei Yi was utterly captivated, leaving Luo Mei feeling somewhat embarrassed, as everyone presumed this human lord harbored intentions towards her. Just then, Mei Yi remarked, "Luo Mei, your attire bears a striking resemblance to my chatty secretary." Upon hearing this, Luo Mei laughed so hard she could barely stand. "All right, Lord Mei Yi, you'll see for yourself soon enough. Are you not supposed to be mingling with those dignitaries?" The way Luo Mei spoke with Mei Yi would have likely given their dean a heart attack. Yet Mei Yi remained unbothered, shrugging. I only came because I heard you were performing. Otherwise, I wouldn't have wanted to come at all. Back in Heijing City, the king is far away. Who cares about them? Suddenly, everyone stood solemnly as Luo Mei quickly bowed upon seeing Ai Qi Lu storming in. Ai Qi Lu angrily declared, Well, Lord Mei Yi, my mother personally arranged a matchmaking event for you, and here you are hiding away. If you do not intend to marry Miss Luo Mei, you should leave at once. Mei Yi fled in a panic, thinking, I knew it would come to this. Ai Qi Lu then donned a harmless smile, stating, You all continue with your preparations. I won't let him cause any more trouble. Reluctantly, Mei Yi returned to the concert hall, dutifully holding a glass of red wine and engaging with the ministers and noble ladies. When Mei Yi's gaze met Pulixia's for over 5 seconds, Ai Qi Lu was overjoyed. There is potential. Puliexia hurried towards Mei Yi. Ai Qi Lu thought, Hey, Puliexia, you are being rather forward. You were not like this at school, ignoring so many suitors. Puliexia approached Mei Yi with a bright smile, saying, Lord Mei Yi, you have returned. Mei Yi replied, Hello, Puliexia, it has been quite a while. You are even more beautiful than before. Are you also here for the open day? Puliexia blushed and giggled, Yes. Just as Ai Qi Lu thought there was hope, the queen shook her head, stating, Ai Qi Lu, if Mei Yi truly liked your companion, he would not have praised her beauty. He still regards Puliexia as his student. Sure enough, the two began discussing mathematical problems, and after a brief exchange, Mei Yi turned to another noble lady and said, Hello. We meet again. Lord Mei Yi, you have returned. Hello replied, What do you mean by we meet again? We haven't seen each other in months. Bamboo Leaf, you are here too. Lord Mei Yi. Ai Qi Lu, feeling somewhat disheartened, remarked to the queen, Goodness, his peers have all become his students, and he has turned into someone else's mentor. How can this possibly progress? Mei Luca mentioned that Mei Yi is rather peculiar and never takes an interest in his students. As they spoke, the announcer took the stage. Now, let us welcome the queen, the crown prince, and all the esteemed lords, gentlemen, and ladies to enjoy the collaborative performance of the True Spirit Theater and the Flower Spirit Theater. Presenting As You Wish, My Lord, originally by Evelyn, scripted by Luo Mei, starring Luo Mei and Logan. The curtain slowly rose, and Luo Mei, portraying the secretary Evelyn, addressed Logan, who played the Lord Mei Fan Te, saying, My lord, there are 3 pressing matters in Crystal City. The overflowing Luo River, which has led to disasters across 21 counties, affecting nearly 1 million people, with lives lost daily, the lords of various counties. Indifferent to the calamity, allowing their subjects to perish, risking outbreaks and civil unrest, and rampant banditry, mercilessly robbing passing citizens and merchants. Upon hearing this, Mei Yi spat out his drink, erupting into a fit of coughs. That wretched Evelyn. Mei Yi had attempted to leave several times, only to be restrained by Ikalu. When Mei Yi heard Logan passionately singing, My warrior, my brother, you left your homeland so swiftly, how could you abandon me so cruelly? Without savoring the glory I offered you, she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, her skin crawling, and thought to herself, When on earth have I ever spoken such words? However, the other audience members seemed unfazed. Many were wiping away tears. As they witnessed Mei Fonte weeping profusely at the graves of 2 soldiers, their own tears flowed like pearls scattered from a broken string. The highlight soon followed, the pivotal scene of Mei Yi gambling with the Lord of the 18th County. Upon seeing Mei Fonte declare on stage, I enjoy gambling. I often visit the casino for a few rounds. Mei Yi felt utterly humiliated. The audience below watched the performance intently, the imposing shadows of the 18 lords engulfing Mei Fonte under the stage lights, contrasting starkly with the vigilant guards of the lords outside the mansion and the mere dozens of attendants in the valley below. The stakes escalated higher and higher, with the increasingly desperate lords wagering their lands. People, armies, and families on the gambling table. The ministers watching trembled internally, thinking, These lords have truly become lawless, daring to engage in such outrageous behavior, and what of this human lord? It is simply madness. I must not allow my daughter to marry him. When Mei Fonte sang to the trembling lord, If the fairies do not stand by my side, I do not care. If the elves do not stand by my side, I do not care. If the nobles do not stand by my side, I do not care. Even if the populace does not stand by my side, I do not care, For I know the goddess will always stand by my side. I shall never be lonely or helpless. Nor shall I ever lose. Mei Yi could no longer remain seated and asked the queen, Your Majesty, may I leave? Sit down. One must not speak during the performance. The queen's voice was filled with undeniable authority. Mei Yi had no choice but to comply and sit quietly. When the queen observed Mei Fonte winning 20 consecutive rounds, taking all the lands, assets, wives, children, and servants of the 18 lords, she softly remarked, Well done, Mei, but no wonder you do not reach out to the king for favors. It turns out you possess such remarkable skills. Are you planning to teach Ikalu these tricks as well? Mei Yi forced a smile and replied, Your Majesty, surely not. I have no interest in gambling at all. This is merely a drama, purely fictional. You must not take it literally. Suddenly, the desperate lords initiated a rebellion, with the Lord of Wild Dog County shouting, What noble lords, what ministers and kings. Doctrines and etiquette are of no value. The true mantra is strength in numbers. Little Aunt Mei Fonte, we shall bury you here. We will claim you died by the hands of bandits, begging for mercy on your knees, shattering all your glory. Having experienced a coup, Ikalu trembled. Teacher, did they truly say such things to you? Mei Yi replied, No, I told you, this drama is fictional. Ikalu felt slightly reassured. Mei Yi continued, What they said to me was far too extreme. It is not suitable for the stage. Ikalu's heart tightened again until the Lord's Mansion's forces intimidated the guards of the 21 lords, allowing her to exhale in relief. After this scene concluded, she realized her back was drenched as the curtain fell. Mei Yi felt a sense of relief and smiled, saying, At long last, it is over. Observing Ikalu and Ingwu's expressions of relief, she remarked, Was it really necessary? It is merely a fictional tale. The audience in the concert hall turned their collective gaze towards Mei, thinking, Lord, do not attempt to cover your tracks. Who among us is unaware that the Crystal City is but a guise for the Black Crystal City? That Aphelin is Evelyn, and that Mei Fonte is you. When the announcer declared, Now, let us enjoy the third act, the flooded lands, Mei Yi panicked, exclaiming, What? There is a third act. As Mei Yi watched the Self on stage alongside the mansion's people inspecting the disaster areas, Self quenched its thirst with rainwater, prioritized distributing relief grain to the victims when hunger struck, and resorted to resting under a tree due to exhaustion. She felt a wave of dread wash over her. Damn it, it has turned into the melodrama I loathe the most. And it was clearly evident the playwright intended to take the sentimentality to its limits. In a makeshift tent, Mei Fonte encountered the despondent children and clapped, exclaiming, Hey, little ones, you've all eaten well, and while things may not be perfect. Why the long faces? Come, let this lord tell you a story. Instantly, the children, who lacked spiritual and cultural nourishment, perked up. A filthy little girl exclaimed, Lord, the adults say the fairy tales collection is written by you. I have a copy. Given to me by an aunt in the city, but it was ruined by the flood. Will you tell us the stories from it? That would be wonderful. Mei Fonte replied, Let us not dwell on that. Instead, I shall share something new. How about Sinbad's 7 voyages? The children listened, entranced, just as the audience below was captivated. After concluding, Mei Fonte declared, This is the tale of the first voyage. You must eat well, sleep well, and study well every day. And I will narrate to you daily. The children protested, insisting that he continue immediately. With no other option, Mei Fonte obliged, and during the storytelling, a child suddenly asked, Lord, is there really a goddess? Does Goddess Amelia truly exist? Mei Fonte inquired, What makes you say that? The child responded, If Goddess Amelia truly exists, why does she allow so much suffering in the world? The ministers and young ladies in the audience fell silent, as every inhabitant of the elven kingdom inevitably grapples with this question during their studies. Almost everyone has had the unpleasant experience of being reprimanded when posing this question to a priest. All awaited Mei Fonte's answer, including the 7 cardinal bishops invited to the palace to witness the performance. Liuxi, Luo, Angelia, Aicte Lada, Kukulia, Mei Yi, and Liuxi. They too were eager to see what answer a mere human might provide. Chapter 83. What a ridiculous drama. Part 3. Mei Fonte pondered briefly before stating, I can understand your feelings. Like you, I often ponder whether the goddess truly exists. If she does, she ought to hear my prayers, granting me fertile lands, fine homes, high rank, and treasures. The children erupted in protest. Lord, that is rather excessive. We are not like you. We merely wish for the flood to recede. You are far too greedy. The audience, hearing the children's innocent words from the stage, did not laugh. Mei Yi remarked, I admit my desires may be somewhat greedy, but are yours not? What fundamental difference lies between our wishes? Why do you believe life should be devoid of suffering? The children replied, but... Mei Yi continued, Amelia is the first elven king, a great figure who united the elves, fairies, and humans to defeat the beasts and establish the elven kingdom. Was her victory achieved through prayer? The children could only stare in silence. Mei Yi pressed on. Do not misunderstand the goddess. What you want given to you is likely only your mother, not the goddess. Queen Amelia triumphed over the beasts through hundreds of battles, both large and small. Our studies of the doctrine are not merely for rote memorization. We must apply it. Let us consider, if Amelia faced this flood, what would she do? Lead everyone to combat the flood, a child timidly suggested. Mei Yi clapped his thigh, excitedly exclaiming, exactly. What is Amelia's greatness? Her greatness lies in her refusal to succumb to fate, her tenacity, and her unwillingness to give up. While all believed the beasts were invincible, she did not accept that fate. And as you all know, the outcome was victorious. Likewise, the flood is not insurmountable that we must remember. The power of the goddess resides within each of us. Her believers, we draw strength from her deeds. When we are strong, the goddess is strong. Do you wish to make the goddess strong? All the children shouted, yes. Seizing the moment, Mei Yi declared, then you must sleep well. Many in the audience, for the first time, truly grasped the profound significance of the term goddess. Cardinal Illya smiled at Liuxi, saying, I have never encountered a better explanation. We should disseminate this interpretation to all temples. Liuxi remained silent. Lost in thought as she watched the performance on stage, Mei Yi stepped out of the tent, wiped the sweat from his brow, and muttered, these little rascals are truly relentless. Thankfully, I managed to appease them with a few words. What exactly did I just say? Aphelion teased. Lord, I believe I just heard you say, our studies of the doctrine are not merely for rote memorization. We must apply it. Are you truly capable of that? Mei Yi gazed at Aphelion for about 5 minutes before slowly responding. Aphelion, your manner of speaking lacks charm. After the disaster relief efforts concluded, one might ponder whether to seek a position as an assistant in a particular department, to be reassigned to a county for further experience. Or perhaps to head to finance to settle accounts and take one's leave. Evelyn, with a playful grin, remarked, my lord, you wouldn't dare dismiss me. Do take a moment to rest. You appear to be walking like a crab. Mei Yi chuckled, indeed. I shall take a stroll around the dam before retiring for the night. At that moment, a woman was heard wailing, lamenting that her daughter had fallen into the water. Mei Yi shouted, who among you can swim? Quickly, save the child. As silence prevailed, realization struck him. He slapped his forehead and exclaimed, I've been deprived of sleep for days, and I'm losing my wits. I can swim myself. Without hesitation, he plunged into the torrents of the Liuxi River. The scene froze in an instant, the curtains slowly descending. The audience below was moved to tears, their hearts heavy with emotion. Even the conservative ministers, who typically held little regard for Mei Yi, found themselves shedding tears, repeatedly reminding themselves, this is all fiction. How could a great lord go to such lengths for an ordinary elfin child? There was no doubt that the character was inspired by Mei Yi, and the playwright had certainly embellished many details. After all, they had staged his demise to evoke sympathy from the audience. Ikela sobbed, thank you, teacher Mei Yi. It's only today that I understand why you insisted I follow Meilu to learn swimming. Yingwu, with reddened eyes, remarked, this lord is truly remarkable. Did he really perish just like that? The queen mused, enough, Yingwu, you're out of the running. I once thought you and Mei Yi shared a strong bond, and it would be wonderful if you were together, but now I reconsider. You're far too naive. You still haven't realized that the character is indeed Mei Yi. Just as everyone believed the play was drawing to a close, the announcer returned to the stage, proclaiming the commencement of the 4th act, back to square one. As the curtain rose, the backdrop transformed from ominous clouds, lightning, torrential rain, and the Liuxi River to a bright and airy room. A moonlight-like maiden departed, bidding Mei Yi to be a good lord. Evelyn complained about Mei Yi's unwarranted torment, to which Mei Yi sincerely articulated 2 poignant sentiments that had resonated with countless hearts during the flower spirit's performance. If the Lord lives too comfortably, the subjects will suffer. Since being appointed to the feudal Crystal City, I have resolved to create a realm where all are free and equal. In Crystal City, everyone can cultivate their own land, dwell in their own homes, and live free from want. Until this goal is realized, I shall not entertain personal matters. Returning to his seat, he looked up at Evelyn beside him and said, Evelyn, once the flood has subsided, we must establish schools, repair roads, and set up factories. In any civilized society, education is paramount. Our children are the future of Crystal City. I am willing to sacrifice everything for them. At that moment, the glass chandelier in the concert hall extinguished, plunging the entire venue into darkness. However, mere seconds later, the lights flickered back to life, revealing once more the distressing backdrop of ominous clouds, lightning, torrential rain. In the Bailuo River, Mei Yi successfully rescued the girl, but she lay breathless. He softly urged, Little one, do not give up. Please strive to return to us. You still have a future. Before administering CPR and chest compressions, the girl miraculously revived, and under the escort of the Lord's guards, was rushed to the Blackwater City Hospital. Lord Mei Yi implemented a policy of labor-based relief, vigorously constructing infrastructure. Months later, as the floodwaters receded, the resown crops yielded a bountiful harvest, and Crystal City emerged from the crisis unscathed. Thus, the nearly 4-hour-long performance, As You Wish, My Lord, came to an official conclusion when the entire cast emerged to take their bows. A thunderous applause engulfed the concert hall like a storm. Mei Yi felt an acute embarrassment, nearly suffocating under the multitude of gazes directed at him. A chill coursing through his body, he seethed inwardly. Evelyn, you wretch, when next we meet, I shall tear you to shreds.